To be religious is to be serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm religious about what I'm saying right now. I'm serious about it. Do I think it's a conspiracy? Yes, I think it's a conspiracy, definitely. I definitely think it's a conspiracy that every corner or other corner in the ghetto has liquor stores. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that in other neighborhoods.
Shut the fuck up and listen to rap talk. I spent years behind the metal doors. Gym sessions got me generating hella force. One punch with a dead horse. I broke several jaws. A melanated mesomorph, trying to meditate and teleport. Keep my mind sharper than seven swords. Seeking progression, learning lessons that were never taught. From where I'm from is live smart or be a clever course. Weapons drawn like desert storm, please season with peppercorn. Showers get your umbrella torn. Wrong end of the rainbow, no leprechauns. Just teams with big machines like Megazord. Leave umbrella scorched, let me pause and like my lemon torch. Forget the cause and the dead awards, the sixes and the devil horns, pyramids and checkerboards, blood sacrifices to get rewards. I think they mean Baphomet when they thank the Lord. I ain't trying to get endorsed. It's all they got, none of my soul's worth selling for. Not a private jet or 911 Porsche. More message than metaphor means you get ignored. But in the mirror I see the trillest eggers ever born. These are the bars Mr. should be getting medals for. Nothing like that shit you settle for. Sweet for 4, boy, you better get a 4.
They keep track of what we're doing at all times. You know, just your whereabouts. You got OnStar, Easy Pass, all of this GPS. You know what I mean? All this stuff is keeping track. All these tracking, the different tracking devices. You know what I'm saying? All our people being incarcerated, falsely accused. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different things. But the New World Order is here now. A lot of stuff that's going on now was predicted in the 90s. New World Order, Illuminati, I've been through about all that. A lot of cats are jumping on the bandwagon. And they putting a lot of these rappers up there and say, oh, he's part of the Illuminati, oh, he's this, but they don't really have the knowledge to understand that we living in those times now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely I think the New World Order is real.
Yeah, I'm still doing my thing, I do it differently. I couldn't give a toss about the music industry. Man in the streets, don't judge my Insta G. I try and post stuff that my people need to see. Yeah, I gave the youth keys, I'm talking keys to be great as they could be, show them shit they need to see. They killed Dr. Sebi, all about the figures, G. If we got the cure, they can't sell the pills, you see. Choked our young brother Rash in the corner shop. I feel like if they kill another one, it's gonna pop. It ain't gonna stop until they implement martial law. Have the blocks and the corners locked. Till then, it's get money. Tell me what's love if there's no respect, Donny? What's a big house if you're trapped in debt, dummy? Brothers think they're free, they can't go the next country. White men run the weed game now, it's crazy. Paying out your nose 124 HG. A score 4 gram of kosher kush, dog, I'm wavy. I still done the mass, half a boxes of Mercedes. The general public so docile and lazy. Politicians don't give a fuck about the babies. They use vaccination programs to spread AIDS. Peace to the Middle East, Africa and Haiti. Get me, fam?
I think AIDS is a part of population control. You know what I'm saying? I think AIDS is man-made. At one time it was enough dollars, you know, in our economy as it was gold bars and $4. Now it's not.
Judas did it to Jesus, Brutus did it to Caesar. Intertwining with me is how these devils deceive you. Now it's standard procedure. Got you standardly shackled like cattle, how they perceive you. I got a new thesis. I ain't praying to no God, just me, myself and I, black ethers. Balancing this ego, make distractions hard to reach us. Cause I spend my time and learning shit they tried to teach us. Look, I don't care, I'm not gonna lie. I just call it how I see it. See the power is inside. I can see it from a mile away. Well, leaders act some kind of way. Hate behind your back, but to your face they smile and say, what's up? I don't give a fuck, they say I'm crazy. I say, so what? If you can't see this world is crazy, then you're blind, your mind is gone. Tell me what ride you're on. Tell me whose side you're on. Tell me if I'm mistaken, but papers become your god. Now they say man makes the money. Money shouldn't make the man. But nowadays the surface and evil go hand in hand. From man trading for land to man trading for gold. Now man trading their soul for what they hold in their hand. I can't wait for us to wake up, overcome this insanity. Obsession over flesh means the spirit is lacking clarity. Poverty can make a man sell out half of his family. Blood sacrificing for salary, that's tragedy.
You know what I'm saying? So what is money really? It's nothing. If you had the vegetables and I had the bread, we would do what? We would trade. You You know what I'm saying? Simple. You know what I'm saying? Now they make it to us like it's something new, but they've been. To be religious is to be serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm religious about what I'm saying right now. I'm serious about it. Do I think it's a conspiracy? Yes, I think it's a conspiracy, definitely. I definitely think it's a conspiracy that every corner or other corner in the ghetto has liquor stores. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that in other neighborhoods.
Shut the fuck up and listen to a rebel talk. I spent years behind the metal doors. Gym sessions got me generating hella thoughts. One punch could dead a horse. I broke several jaws. Meditate and teleport. Keep my eyes sharper than 7 swords. Seeking progression, learning lessons that were never taught. And where I'm from, slip small, be a clever corpse. Weapons drawn like desert storm. Be seasoned with peppercorn. Showers get your umbrella torn. Wrong end of the rainbow, no leprechauns. Just teams with big machines like Megazord. Leave a bread of scorch. Let me pause and like my lemon torch. Forget them tours and their dinner. What's good, family tree? Pyramids and checkerboards. This your boy JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati Live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we'll go live, and please put your number of your like in the chat like that. Got none of my soul's worth, you know, like that. Not a private jet or 911 Porsche. More message than metaphor means you get ignored. But in the mirror, I see the trillest nigga ever born. These are the bars niggas should be getting medals for. Nothing like that shit you settle for. Food for thought, boy, you better get a fork.
They keeping track of what we doing.
We want justice. We want justice.
Your whereabouts, you got OnStar, Easy Pass, all of this GPS, you know what I mean? All this stuff is keeping track, all these tracking, different tracking
devices. We want justice. You know what I'm
saying? All our falsely accused.
Smash that like button, family tree. I know I'm late, but it's better late than never.
Now, a lot of stuff that's going on now was predicted in the 90s. New World Order, Illuminati, I've been knew about all that. A lot of cats are jumping on the bandwagon, and they putting a lot of these rappers up there and saying, oh, he's a part of the Illuminati, oh, he's this, but they don't really have the knowledge to understand that we live in those times now. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, definitely, I think the New World Order is real.
Yeah, I'm still doing my thing, I did it
differently.
I couldn't give a toss about the music industry. Man in the streets,
don't watch my Insta G.
I try and post stuff that my people need to see. Yeah, I gave the youth keys, I'm talking keys to be. Great as they could be, show them shit they need to see. They killed Dr. Sedi, all about the figures G. If we got the cure, they can't sell the pills, you see. Choked our young brother Rash in the corner shop. I feel like if they kill another one,
it's gonna pop.
It ain't
gonna stop
until they implement
martial law.
Have the blocks and the corners locked. Till then, let's get money. Tell me what's love if there's no respect, Donny. What's a big house if you're trapped in debt, dummy? Brothers think they're free, they can't go the next country. White men run the weed game, now it's crazy. Paying out your nose 120 for an 8th G. A score for a gram of kosher kush, dog, I'm wavy. I still done the maths, half a box.
It's a Mercedes.
In a rural public, so docile and
hey,
politicians don't give a fuck
about the babies.
They use vaccination programs to spread
AIDS G
to the Middle East, Africa,
Haiti.
I think AIDS is a part of the population.
Hey.
I think AIDS is man-made.
Hey.
One time we had dollars, you know, in our economy as it was gold bars and Fort Knox. Now it's not.
Did it to Jesus. Brutus did it to Caesar. Intertwining
with medias. How these devils deceive ya?
Now it's standard procedure. Got you standardly shackled like cattle, how they perceive ya. I got a new thesis. I ain't praying to no God.
Just me, myself, and I, black ethers.
Balancing this ego, make distractions
hard to reach us.
Cause I spend my time and learning shit they tried to teach us. Look, I don't care, I'm not gonna lie. I just
call it how I see it. See the power is inside.
I can see it
from a mile away.
Leaders act some kind of way. Hate behind your back, but to your face they smile and say, what's up? I don't give a fuck, they say I'm crazy. I say, so what? If you can't see this world's crazy, then you're blind, your mind is gone. Tell me what ride you're on. Tell me whose side you're on. Tell me if I'm mistaken, but
papers become your god.
Now they say man makes the money.
Money
should make the man. But nowadays the surface and evil go hand in hand. From man trading for land to man trading for gold. Now man
like up the show, family. Like up the show. Put the number of your like in the chat.
Overcome this insanity. Obsession over flesh means the spirit is lacking clarity. Poverty can make a man sell out half of his family. Blood sacrifice Sacrificing for salary, that's tragedy.
Yeah, tell them, Carter, hit the like button on your way in.
Hey, really, there's nothing. You had vegetables, and I had the bread. We do what? We would trade. You know what I'm saying? Now they make it to us like it's something new. But we've been having technology. People watching us on TV. Oh, he's on the moon. Get out of here with that. I do believe that hardcore punk, you know what I'm saying? Basically, a large field of antennas and that sits in the field, the open field. I think it's in Alaska. When pointed at the sky, it can move the clouds, manipulate the weather. When pointed at the ground, it can cause earthquakes. You know what I'm saying? And also when pointed at people, it can actually make you sick, make you feel nauseous, control your bowel movement, and things of that nature.
Bang it! Man just held still, you know, waiting for that shot. He just held still. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, fuck it. I ain't waiting for you to look, like get the bravery to pull the trigger. Yeah, I'm making a sudden move. Yeah, bad boy video shoot, bad boy video, bad boy song, bad boy artist. Yeah, the whole thing was just sick. You know what I mean? Big up for everyone that came down, was part of that, man. You know what I mean? The music videos and that be running real soon. Real soon. Yeah, I got visitors. So I was taking my time and whatever, rare, gym, all that good stuff. All the excuses. I'm here. I got visitors though, but I'm here. So I'm gonna kick it off and then see how it goes. See how it goes. I got a full house of visitors, man. So yeah, the red versus the blue, man. You need to rewatch this video, watch it again. There's gems up in this bitch. You want to be in a vid, yeah? Don't worry, Dub, man. We're gonna get you in a vid, immortalize you, get you up in a vid, man. You get me? Yes, Mrs. Sarah, big up your chesticles, sister, wherever you're there. Give me some jokes yesterday. Man like Ross Clout, Bomber Clout, Pussy Clout, Blood Clout, Sniper, you know.
Big up, family.
Big up, I knew.
Yo, fuck.
What's going on?
What happened yesterday at the end? I didn't even know. I just jumped off, man.
You know it is, bro, man.
Yeah, as soon as I get some food, yeah, and something, I just like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, itis, man. That's it.
No, I lock it off. I just like, I've got to watch something else. I've got to
do something else, isn't it? Yeah, I hear you.
Well, I mean,
man, I was running around trying to find you on GTA, man. You lot are joking.
Oh yeah, that's what I was as well. Yeah, I forgot. I was distracted as well.
Joking,
but the debate was sweet. But I've got Mr. Lee in my ear. I'm trying to talk to Lee on the thing, and I'm like, rah.
You know, I think you might have a problem with your party. And what you got to do, is press the middle button.
Yeah. I heard that.
I can hear you. Nigga, I can hear you. I just ain't trying to talk right now.
Yeah. Voice notes and that. Yeah. I was like, man's still on the stream though. The stream's getting wild, bro. It's mad. You know what I mean? Yeah, big up the family, man. Hey, Kel is a funny guy, man. All these guys are funny, man. But
yeah, and a good battle with Kale. I enjoy it, man. I hope he knows that. It's just because I enjoy it. I don't like because he started doing disclaimers like, Jedi, I just want you to know, no hard feelings, brother. And I respect what you're doing. And I'm from you start doing these disclaimers, that means you've been touched. That means your whole been touched. You know
your whole soul's been snatched.
Yeah, man, ain't gonna care about it tomorrow. We're just getting in now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he just keeps starting his sentences with, unfortunately, brother Jedi doesn't seem to understand. And I'm like, nah, bro. Stop telling me I don't understand shit, bro. You're like, brother Kale, bro, is a one trick pony, bro. Fucking hell. Like, I mean, even in convo, he doesn't even, bro. I'm asking him bare questions. He's just airing all the questions because he can't answer.
I'm Pan-African, my brother.
Yeah.
Beloved.
You can't get around that.
Cause right about now, yesterday, I feel like I had Marcus Garvey by one ankle, and the rest of Pan-Africanism by the other ankle. And I'm saying, yo, is there any? So the question I asked was, are there any black leaders that are internationally known,
right,
have raised like up to £1 million. Had their own newspaper and ships, and had an organization full of motherfuckers willing to do what he says. Can you show me an example of that in our community, of any black leader of that stature who isn't a Mason?
That's impossible.
Dance was done, man. I'm saying, apart from Marcus Garvey, can you give me one? Well, Marcus Garvey, bro,
the right honourable.
Yeah, the right honourable.
Like, we've been doing work, Jeds, you know, like a couple weekends. We've been doing work on this Pan-African thing, and the deep down of it, it's just fascism, black Marxism. Come on, bro.
Communism.
Like, what are you doing here? Do you get what I'm saying? And then the Pan-Africans didn't accept Garvey's way. So when I asked them, I go, "Oh, which Pan-African thing are you on?" Because I asked Shakara, right? And he said, Garvey Wisse. I said, "Oh, is it?" Because W.D. Du Bois is the founder of the proper Pan-African thing that led to the NAACP. So if you're looking for Pan-African in a modern day, it's the NAACP, right? They were like, no. We played the video, founder. Yeah? It went from Garvey and some other characters to W.D. Du Bois taking control and excelling it to another level. And then they're having these Pan-African conferences over the years after that. Do you get it? Yeah. Like, there was some before, but it wasn't. They were all in England and shit.
Garvey never went to Africa, so I don't know. How was he king of Pan-Africanism when man never even stepped foot in Africa?
He said with his own mouth, the Negro in the hat said he's the first like black fascist. I was like, man, you naming yourself. Because it makes sense, right? Because the rebellious ideologies of the time were them guys, innit? Them Russians. So all this non-African shit, I don't understand it.
Yo, Papa Cup, that's fake news, man. Tavistock Institute ain't closed.
Never.
That's fake news. That's fake news.
Are you all right?
Where? How?
I know it's wishful thinking. Nah, he's just having wishful thinking. Like, it's not closed, my brother. Because the reason why I say that is because I'm on their Twitter and they're tweeting, bruh. They're not tweeting like, this is the end of an era. The
new ideas coming through.
They're tweeting the 5th Caribbean Group Relations Conference Organization. Organization cultures boundaries. Caribbean Group Relations Conference at the Tavistock Institute. That's kicking off. We're now inviting applications for a certificate in supervision for coaching and consultancy. They're handing out jobs, bro. They ain't closing.
How can a whole Tavistock Institute? Institute means many buildings, many institutes under the one label.
Many departments.
We walked past one the other day.
Yesterday.
There's one in Crisscross.
This is the argument. Is the argument yesterday. Are there any greater threats to black liberation than white supremacy?
Yeah, you killed that, bro. Everything you said, you smashed it, bro.
Thank you. I just want something
out of the park. Yeah, people was coming on moaning before the not moaning, but like, bro, I've never seen Jedi like that. I said, nah. That's him going in his bag.
Yeah, man.
He just don't often go in his bag. Like, that's the real Jedi.
But you got to remember, my bag is aggressive, man.
I know.
It's rap battle. I can't help it.
With all due respect here, Jedi.
And then you made the point that I always make.
Shut up. I'm going to tell you, shut up.
Yeah.
Fuck up, man. You're telling me shit.
I always make. Yeah. The way we talk to each other would be considered aggression.
Right,
exactly.
Aggressive. But when it's from other black folks, that's what makes me know they're unsynchronized to our way of being.
Our way of man. You know this is what it is. If me and Beefy gonna debate, he's definitely gonna say, bruv, you're chatting shit.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna say, Beefy, shut up, man.
Yeah.
Shut fuck off, man.
Let me fucking
Let me learn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Only one you don't play this game with is Snipes. Don't play this game with Snipes.
No, but Snipes gonna give you room though.
He's gonna give you room. He's gonna give you room. But just chill with Snipes. But you know how we say, we're just, that's just it. That's the best debates are when the man are just going ham. Like, ham. Are you dumb? Like, let me show you this. What? Pull it up. No, I don't need to. That's when it's juicy. But I thought I could go like that with KO. But afterwards, all the disclaimers it's made me know that maybe I was a bit too rough with KO.
It's not about the life, Jedi. He's not about the life.
He's not hearing you yet.
Back around, go and get dirty. This is what I like.
Yeah, Chakra is about the life. Chakra is about the life. Other man,
Chakra is about the man. But KO was
in the audience.
It's a newbie. KO is a newbie in this thing. He ain't ready. He ain't ready. He ain't ready. He wasn't ready.
You gotta like KO, man. You can't
you got. I got beloved. Come on. I like his demeanor. I mean, he's calm. You know what I mean? I like his demeanor.
His country.
It's excellent. His demeanor is excellent. In fact, recently he started getting a lot more animated, and I'm like, nah, don't get animated. Stick to your team.
Stick to your team.
I'm trying to draw you out. I'm trying to draw you out because your cool, calm thing works. So I'm trying to draw you out.
You out, yeah.
Right, you see what I'm saying, yeah? But like, stick to your thing, KO.
It's calm, it's cool. It's to listen to. Palatable.
Remember, because we got brother Ra Allah.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Remember we got him? Yeah. And one time, early out, we went at it. Because as brothers do, you get me? Right? Yeah, man, you say you're Sufi, you're this, and come talk to me, man. We went in, and he comes with his calm demeanor, though.
Yeah, he comes.
I'm there all passionate. Yeah, I'll pussy. I don't even know what you're talking about.
He's like, brother, I love you.
I love you.
Oh shit!
Hey, that killed next man. When I said to next man, I said to Sham, what did you learn from that day? He said, I said, yeah, man killed you with kindness. And he said, yeah. Man had to admit it, like, yo, bro, he told you he loved you. You can't beat that. Yeah? You all discombobulated and shit. You get me? You want to say fuck your mother and this and that one and talk about raping, man, and da-da-da-da. It didn't work on that day. Yeah? Because you would have kissed him and he would have kissed you back.
Fuck off.
Yeah, you would have whispered on the back of his neck and he would have turned around and said, I love you, and gave you a super strong hug. Mother Teresa things. Mad. Yeah.
Mad.
And then the other person to do it like that was Sneets. You know what I'm saying? That style of killing you with kindness and da-da-da. We got some real talent over here, man. Ain't gonna lie. The way she dealt with Mona that day, man. It's gonna be a classic forever. Listen, ho. Oh, Mona. Why?
And even I just got some work from MJ. That was funny as well.
Oh, fuck's sake.
That was funny.
I just don't learn. Little, he's trying to get Jeds to talk to him.
I know, he's begging.
Trying hard. Like, yeah, Jedi, listen. It's on Synchronize. Like, your jokes now are not relevant, bro. Just fall back. Have several.
Fall back. Like, just know sometimes, you know what I mean? This is not for me today, you know what I mean? Today's not my time, you know what I mean? Just know it. Just fall back.
Jedi shut the next man down, talk about, look, you see, why is it all the time the non-African? Hey. You're on this international panel talking about what? Gosh, man. That's what we're not going to do. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Pan-Africanism gone crazy.
No, but it's a form of extremism, but as I said, it's
how are you going to talk about the non-African and you can't answer the Africans' questions? Ah, man. This thing was mad because he wanted to go in on this one quote that Marcus Garvey said. Basically, I wouldn't advise, or I don't know, don't create an image of God or whatever. I wouldn't advise.
But if you do, make sure it's your image of yourself.
And it was like, see, So like, bro, why do you keep repeating that statement?
But
I'm talking about the Luciferian nature of Freemasonry, and you keep telling me what Marcus Garvey said about making an image of God, and that statement is actually saying, boy, if you make an image of God, make it look like you. Now that's close to Luciferianism as you can get.
But even like to be in the order he was in, he has to be a Roman Catholic.
Right. Yeah.
You're not gonna be. I'm a Christian. No, you have to be a Roman Catholic.
Oh wow.
You just can't just be in that order. That's free. Like I'm a Protestant. Or I'm a Seventh. No. You have to be a Roman. That's even Tony Blair had to convert to join the order to be Roman Catholic. Mugabe done the same thing. Mandela, they all done the same thing. They all have to become Catholics to be in the order.
The American one says you don't, right? You could be an atheist, you could be all of that, right?
No, I'm talking about that order they're in.
No, but I'm saying Emmanuel's one in England.
That can be anything.
You must be religious. No, you
must be religious.
And the order in general says that you must be religious, because remember they're going to try and sell you Lucifer.
No. Let's not confuse it. It says you must believe in a higher power.
Right.
So if you say religious, people might think that it's excluding certain things. No.
Right.
If you believe in a higher power.
You're in.
Yeah, whatever it is.
So if you're Satanist already,
right, you're good.
Right, you're fine. This is the point, because the idea of the devil, Satan, Baphomet, is in all of these religious paradigms, and they're going to give you religious examples, right, to explain, right, Jeds? You know what I mean? They'll say, "Oh yeah, but no, the morning star guy. No, he's not a bad guy.
Yeah, it's not who you think he is."
If you go to the Bible, like Emmanuel did, and he did it, and I said, "Yeah, all right, you quoted out of the Bible, yeah, but where did you learn that from? You didn't learn that while you was a Jehovah's Witness."
Exactly, man. Emmanuel, you're listening, my brother. You're finished, man.
Yeah, you're finished, boy. You're finished, boy.
I don't know what boy. I don't know what argument you're gonna come with next, but yo, we killed the Jehovah's Witness thing. That you're definitely done, bro.
Mad.
But Jehovah's Witness, that guy was a fool. What's his name? He was a fully-fledged.
Charles Taze Russell. Yeah,
cool. Russell. Oh no, we don't even want to go there. Buried under a pyramid, just like LNG. But it's
LNG.
Listen. That's for big dogs. That's for elders and big dogs. See the little man, me and you and your mom and my sister and all that. Yeah,
right.
They ain't never knowing that.
No.
So as far as they're concerned, from the outside, we don't join these things. From the inside, we are this.
You joined.
You
joined.
Crazy.
You joined their one special one.
Yeah, the special. And I always said, like, it feels to me like Jehovah's Witness is like Christian Masonry, and because we're fucking right.
But the problem was, we would say, a man was saying, like, listen, they would say they're not Christians. I was right next to.
He won that argument, though. He won that argument because he went on Wiki and he showed me somewhere where
he went on their website.
Oh no, he actually went on the website. Yeah. The website said, "Yes, we are." So they've changed.
Yeah, they have.
Just a change.
But I can tell you when it went from Jehovah's Witness to JW.org.
JW.org and all that.
I think
that coincides, with them walking around now with tablets. Do you get it? So there was a stage they started to roll with tablets. I was like, rah. And they say, we JW.org, we cleaned it up now. We're on some new thing. We're speeding up to the millennium, right? So I'm saying, okay. So I asked the guy a question, and he went away for 3 weeks, bro. Like, came back to the same spot, but just ignored me. I'm sitting there drinking my cappuccino in this bar, you know what I mean? And he's bothering them. So one day I pulled him over and I said, yeah, come. I said, answer this question for me. This nigga starts looking in the laptop. The laptop can't help him. So he says, you know what? I'm going to come back. Yeah? Next week, he comes. He just comes in quickly, gets a tea, doesn't try and even push his thing on them no more. Right? They're looking at me like, boy, what did you say to him, Mike? I said, nothing. I just asked him a question and asked him to go look in the Bible and that. What does Jehovah's Witness say on that? What does the tablet say? And the man went away for weeks. He's ignoring me now. Disrespect. some fat Italian dude. You know what I mean? He came in. Hey, because remember, the whole of that road is going to be busy with them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From the moment I moved there, there's two aunties or two
really
guys or two
more
things.
like they're more just finding a spot, posting up on high street.
Posting up.
Right, that's what they're doing. Posting at the stations and that. Yeah,
I would
where
have
they got a little rack for the watchtower.
Yeah.
Like, one-stop shop.
Yeah, it's coming like big issue now. Just take
JW.org. Say they JW.org.
Yeah, try to trap you at the station. Like, yo, bro. That's why it's sticky. Like, know what station you're going. Don't go Bounds Green. Go Honest.
Don't go out Tesco or Kent Road. They're out there waiting for you.
They're there. Certain places, you know where they're at. You get me? But I never mind. You get me?
But the thing is now, and another thing I noticed about Jehovah's Witnesses, which I don't know if it kind of angered me or not, but I'm up and down the road. I can see Jehovah's Witnesses stopping people. Brother, you know, they never stop me. You know?
No, bro. Something.
I'm like, bro, look at these pussy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because back in the days, back in the days, Jehovah's Witnesses didn't ramp. If you had legs and eyes, they're chatting to you, bro.
Yeah.
You can tell them, go away, whatever. Like, oh, brother, but you
You can insult them.
They're like, oh, sorry you feel that way. But have you ever, I mean, suck your mom. Sorry you feel that way.
Remember, those grandmas who come and you knock on the door every week. You close the door on them. Every week they'll come back. Long business.
You tell them, oh, I'm busy right now. I'm cooking. I'm like, okay.
Okay, cool. We'll come back in an hour.
They come back
in an hour.
Okay, we'll be back here. Okay, yeah, no problem. Come back, auntie. No problem. They're coming back. Oh,
they're coming back.
Last week, yeah. So I've brought you this book, and I'm like, rah, man. You know what I mean? They used to disarm you with their persistence and their calmness. Now they're looking at you like, nah, not you. Nah, not you. Yeah, you. I'm like, rah, this is different. It's a different vibe.
The numbers are up, innit? So they're on they're selecting now.
Or is like the hunger to recruit just dead now? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think their numbers are up though. I think their numbers are low now. I think there was more Jehovah's Witnesses back in the day. I could be wrong. There's still loads of them, but I think there was more back in the day. It was because it was the fashionable thing. Now everyone that was a Jehovah's Witnesses is dropped out. All the youths my age and that, none of them are witnesses. Yeah,
I've gone through that stage, Jed. Having the young ones that like the what's his name, the one who's the fruity one, right? Because there's a whole batch of them and different age groups, and then I've got some of the elders that used to come, and then some of the people used to pass, the aunties and all of that. But listen, after a while, after like the first year of being in my first barbershop, there was an edict sent out. I know there was, that don't go to the barbershop. Walk past, like you're saying. I'm like, raw. And we're welcoming. Yeah, auntie, come in.
Let me twist you up. Let me twist up your mind. Come upstairs. Come upstairs.
After like 7 groups have been burnt. Yeah, I even gave a couple, a black and white couple. Yeah, Mary and John or whatever they were saying. Yeah. I gave them a pamphlet or something, and they gave me one, and they didn't even come back and give it to me. They stuffed it in the letterbox. One morning when I went to open the shutters, I was like, raw, no respect. Look at the book that's bent up. Fuckery. You get what I'm saying? So, and there was like some customers though, obviously always been forward into the barbershop. So as they've grown older, as you're saying, they branched off. They couldn't take it no more. You know what I mean? All these events that they used to go to, parties, raves, but it's all Jehovah's Witness based. You get me? They're going out to Twickenham. They're going this place, that place. There's a rave there, but there's going to be elders there. They can't even dance with a gal. I said, bro, this is a lot.
No. Can't Trick Man comes to some Christian party. They got me once before. I think it was Stop Man, Croydon, High Street or whatever. Stop Man, boom, pretty gal. I'm like, you should come. Oh yeah, we're having a party. You should come and see. I'm like, say no more. I'm dead. You hear me? When? Oh yeah, it's tomorrow Saturday. It's gonna be from like 5. So just come through.
Yeah, I'm there like yesterday.
Brother, I pulled up with Mandem. Yo, hey, Mandem, come. I pulled up with Mandem there. I walked in and that. Man see Robinson squash on the side. Man see Digestive. Yeah. I'm like, okay. What is this? Like a youth center thing. See the girl that invited me. Hey, you made it. Hi. Yeah. Everyone, hi, this is Jediah. And his friends and I met him yesterday. I invited him down. Oh, hi, Jediah. Hi. So, standing around now, I'm thinking, what's going on though? Like, what's the vibe? Because it's not even no music running. Just chilling for a minute, eating a digestive, and then she's come over talk about, so Jediah, have you been saved? Nah. I'm looking for exit and that. Nah, I don't. Nah, it's a trap. I look over, I see my brethren in the corner getting lyrics by the uncle. Lyrics!
Crap.
He's getting talking about everything. Holy Ghost, damnation, being born again, saving your soul. I can see I'm like, nah. I brought the man them into a trap. There's a trap! It's a trap! Yeah, trust me, man. They trick, man. Got the pretty girl, you know. Got man to come to I don't know. I think it was like in a town. It weren't a town hall. It was some kind of function room. You know, even the name misled me. I thought functions was going in. Nah. This is Saturday church. You don't think you're slick. On Saturday, talk about a youth convention. Saturday, very rare. All kids are in slacks and shit. You get me? I'm in Reebok Classics, man. Blacks and shit. Yeah, I got Zoot that I'm trying to bum. And this man's talking about fucking
Holy Ghost.
Yeah, some next thing, bro. Big ups to you, look, but I came to party!
Where's the hypnotic at?
Yeah.
Hey, don't talk about that drink there, man.
Big up man like Flame that bought hypnotic to the
fuck's sake.
Yeah, that was
I was getting cussed for drinking it.
Yeah, did you drink some?
He was cussing. Man said, man's really old school. You know man's old school when man's drinking hypnotic. I didn't bring it. I just bust it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I poured some, and the only other person who poured some was South.
Yeah, he's a fool. Yeah, he would have poured
me and South.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, this thing's strong. I said,
that's gonna make you want to throw up, man.
Exactly.
Play with it. Yeah. Blue stuff.
They're gonna make you want to throw up, man. So
poison, mate.
Yesterday, sorry.
With Asana, you will drive your tasks. Project
are the three fundamental units.
All right, man. Chill out, man. Everything started at once. Okay, yesterday I was trying to play this little docu thing. It's all right. I watched.
We only started a couple minutes into it, and then
every time, bro.
In the fucking
54 seconds to be precise.
We didn't even make it a little bit through, bro. And it's like, Mason,
every time we played, bro.
You, man.
Every time
there's bare of them on the panel.
Yeah, as soon as you started talking about Masons, man just wanted to start defending.
Fly shots at KO and whoever else was on the panel. Oh yeah,
beloved. To fair, beloved. You only throwing shots, beloved.
I weren't throwing no shots. I wasn't even thinking about Marcus Garvey.
No, I know. The one before where he was caping. He came in caping for masonry, like, what? Yeah, beloved, but you lot do. Excuse me. You caping for Satan.
Yeah.
I've clocked, the ones who like caping are the wannabes. They're not really involved, but they wanna be.
No,
they really want to be.
No, it's part of level 1 and level 2. You gotta learn how to keep your mouth shut. And you can see with people like Kanye, who only ascended to level 1 and level 2. Do you get what I'm saying? They got big mouths, so they'll never go far like Jay. Do you get what I'm saying? Like Jay-Z. So it is what it is, man.
Nebula says that Jehovah's Witnesses are more of a cult and no, what does he say? Jehovah's Witnesses are more a cult than a valid religion. I don't agree. I mean, I do agree that they're a cult.
Yeah, but not more.
But every religion is a cult, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a religion.
They have been rubber stamped by the major religion. The major religion rubber stamps all these little off branches. So the Roman Catholic Church which is the Mason family, is the one that says, yeah, you can be Church of the New Dawn, you can be
Church of this and Church of that.
Right. Or it's coming under Church of England with some of
when
these.
They came from they came from Rome as well. They got ordained by Rome.
Yeah, all of them get ordained by Rome, but there's two angles to get into this religion.
Yeah, if you're Anglican, you go through Church of England.
Right, and these people were Anglican. So Russell and Ellen G and all of them, because they were waiting for the, what was it? The great
disappointment.
The great disappointment. Thank you. That happened, and then they all split up and formed their little different groups. But if you're not endorsed by either Church of England or the Roman Catholic Church, forget it, man.
You forget it. You ain't got no ratings out here.
And even the English one has to be endorsed by the Roman Catholic Church.
You ain't getting registered out here, bro. You're nobody.
Yeah. So they're all registered, yeah. So they are proper, supposedly, religions.
Yeah.
But some of the ones that are even religions are definitely super, super cultish. Yeah, but the main Masonic group is the Roman Catholic Church. So everything under that is baby Masonic. In comparison. Yeah. Baby Masonic, man. You gotta get up your game. Remember, a Mason is only an apprentice to an Illuminati. He's the foot soldier. Right. And you can't even be Illuminati without being a Mason first.
You're apprentice.
Right. You have to go through the stages, right? Then when you get up to Master Mason, you're in another group. And that
different
group
levels
is generally called the Illuminati because all of those men were Master Masons with Albert Pike.
So 3 degrees
just
and all
Albert
that.
Pike. There was like 12 of them, right? Or 13 guys, yeah.
To commit him up.
Yeah, but they were all Knights Templars who escaped Israel and went to Scotland instead of back to France where they were commissioned by the King of France. But he's the one who also put out the thing that, yeah, man, these men are bad news. You know what I'm saying? You send them somewhere to go and find something, and because they don't come back in time and they ain't giving you what you think is there, you turn them into public enemy number one. They're like the first Al Qaeda. You know what I'm saying? Man used to work for man, but yeah, as soon as they think, yeah, they're Al Qaeda now, no one don't trust them, no one don't mess with them. So they just sneakily came back in the country via Scotland.
And even how they formed, first of all, like the Knight Templars, that they were just all they copied the blueprint from the group called the Hashemites, the assassins,
right?
Who used to protect the caliphs back in the days.
East and stuff, right?
Yeah,
right. And they've got that connection because obviously some of them are Mediterranean.
That's why. Why when you qualify as a top Mason, you become a Shriner.
Of course you do. But then you're in, once you get to but that's a top Mason, and the top what they're officially showing is 33 degrees, which is bullshit. Bullshit. You know what I mean? That just opens another door. You get it? Another level. You're on another level now. Because man said between 30 and 33, you start really sitting at the table with Lucifer. Do you get it? Prior to that, you ain't. Yeah, you're hearing about him. They're warming you up to the kind of fact that what you're gonna meet at the upper levels.
Right.
But they're not
gonna train you as well.
Fully.
They have to train you to understand.
Yeah, but they're not gonna tell you fully if they don't think you're even gonna reach that level.
Well, let me play this because this little mini video is a little bit of a banger.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of a banger. Stop me at any time. You know what I mean? It's all right. There's some bits in this one still. Let's go.
Along the path of initiation, as you begin to understand processes other people don't understand, there can be the temptation to use that knowledge to manipulate other people, or to manipulate all types of things. Let's say you understand psychology and somebody else doesn't. You can manipulate them with all types of things in neurolinguistic programming and things of that kind. What words do you use? What tonality do you use? How do you present the information? You can manipulate them all over the place. And so in Rosicrucianism, there's a very strong rule that all the powers and understandings gained on the path will be put to the service of other people. And so that's like the first rule in Rosicrucianism. Otherwise, as you develop the abilities, you will get that temptation of, well, I could get what I want right now because they don't understand this process, but I do. There are many different spiritual systems in the world that have different types of initiation programs that a person goes through. And the Rosicrucian system is one that's been very influential in the West, but actually it's...
Helen Hadsell was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known as the contest queen because she...
Really?
It's sometimes hard to get information about what their actual system of development is. What do we actually mean by initiation or an initiate? Because the terms are used very generally in modern metaphysical circles. But if you look at people that are being presented as initiates, they are often extremely different. One technical part of this is actually the structure of their consciousness and the structure of their subtle bodies can be quite different from one to another, although they're being presented as initiates within different systems. There are 3 different aspects.
Right, don't let that go over your head, family.
Mm-hmm.
Was just said about different initiates having different
body types and different auras.
Yeah. So and let me break it down even more than what this dude said. Depending on your ancestry and your blood type and your ancestral qualities, is gonna determine the level in which you are initiated or introduced into this thing in the first place. Because like I was told, yeah, you won't be going in. If you go in, you won't be going in at no Egypt level. You're going to be going in very high, at a very high level. I suppose with them, the only thing they'd need to do to with me is prove what I think I know already or what I suspect already.
Yeah.
So they're going to go out their way to prove so it's not. And they talk about this in this documentary as well. So it's not just a maybe or possibility, but it's more
verification.
When it's facts, see the things we know and the things we research. Once someone goes out of their way to say, okay, this is fact, and bring you a book or bring you something or show you that this is fact, I think that's what masonry is for. It's just to get you up to that level where you know that this is fact. This is why they say there's no secrets in masonry, because all the information is out there. But the information being out there is not the same as the information being confirmed to you, right?
Yep.
And the initiation, I think, for some of us would just be about confirming shit we already know. They started the process on me still. They started the process of the grooming and whatnot. And somehow, I don't know if it's over or not. Cause I did get a message not long ago talking about go to the lodge in central London, Oxford Circus or whatever. I did. So I was like, oh shit. Yeah. And one time I was doing a live stream and I got some messages saying, like who you doing all this chat for, basically. These ain't listening to you.
What you chat about?
Yeah, man, don't worry, man. When you meet your real family,
we'll understand you.
Yeah, we're gonna understand you. Yeah. G Cactus says, why didn't you do it?
He's not dumb.
Is she being serious?
Because of what man knows, isn't it? That's the whole point.
He's a gal that won't even meet me in a pub car park. You hear me? Talk about why didn't you go? Would you go? Come with me then, Trillo. Let's go together.
You first.
You first. I'll wait out. Tell me what they say, and then I roll in. Why didn't you go? You ain't getting nowhere, Trillo. But I hear you. I know. Why didn't I go? Because there's multiple reasons. One is, I suppose, I'm afraid that I might go in there and like it. I might go in there and be like convinced that what I thought about this thing was wrong, and I guess I'm afraid
of them convincing you.
right, yeah, basically, yeah.
Don't convince me about the devil. I don't really wanna. I don't really wanna know if that's true or not.
Like, I'm sure smarter people than me have been convinced. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
You know,
they have. Come on, look for the world today, bro.
Remember some of the powers you obtain, as I said in this illusion thing, right? So you can mind control people. You can convince people just with words and spells and all of that. It's not a game. No game.
No, but I think what Triller Cactus's point is, you could have done a little bit of research and found out.
Shush. We have. I've done research before research. No, go. Sorry.
I'm saying you could have seen what's going on and look at the methods they're using and just played along for a bit. So you might have been able to bring us some first-hand experience.
That ain't happening. I tell you, that ain't happening.
You think they're dumb? Do you think they're that dumb?
Yeah, they're not dumb, bro. I know on the first day they're gonna be like, all right, so here's all the secret doorways in London, and then I'm gonna bounce and be like, you know what? I thought about it.
You have to check first.
You know, it reminds me of, when you go to the gym and say you want to look around and you get the free pass. Like, oh, yeah. And then when you're leaving, you'll be like, yeah, I mean, I like it. And I'll come back, I ain't got my bank card.
No, I won't do it. So I'm with you for not doing it. I mean, she's saying that's a death mission, but I thought that was her point, but I'm wrong.
Well, listen, I don't think they'll let you in without taking a little off first. If you say anything, you're gonna die. So you definitely know if I do say anything, I could die.
At the very least, I'm sure that they will try to make me sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Obviously.
No, it could be because
I've been tested. I've been tested with information already, and I've proven that I'm a snitch, innit? So I'm a snitch. I'm snitching. I snitch all the fucking time. Talk and so they're probably like, okay, good. That's why we gave you like dead information or low level information. We never gave you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think it's you can see it in my bloodline that the likelihood is that at some point I'm going to turn against you, right? Or I'm going to try to turn against you, and I think that's where the caution is with me. Because you might get me on a naive thing, and then once I've opened my eyes and I've seen
fuck shit up,
I'm gonna want to bounce, right? And I don't know, man. I don't know.
The thing that resonates with me is I don't get why Emmanuel thinks it's a good thing to join. I've not figured that out from his testament to what he said.
He said why. He said why, and
okay, I missed that.
Right, and he said why, and it was basically just down to connection.
I heard that, but I didn't believe it.
You don't believe that? I think it's down to I think that's what it is. He wants more in life. Did you hear how excited he sounded when he said he's got Yeezys now?
Yeah, no, I heard all that.
Right,
like networks and
compared to Converse.
I don't need to be involved in this nonsense. I don't need it.
Like, look, I'm not being funny, Randy. You bought your house when you're 27. You're still living in it.
You travel around the world. You do all these things
and whatever. He is not like you, Randy. He's socially awkward. I think there's some kind of autism. There's definitely mental health there. Do you know what I mean? He's a big.
Yeah. I think you might be right. I haven't taken into the fact the full.
Yeah, no, he's a funny character, right? So
I did pick up on that, but I was still like, why?
I don't think he's that socially
accepted, or what's going on here? You're right, Jed.
The key factor. The key factor we're forgetting, which is what he tried to mention last, but should come first. They always try to do this shit, yeah. Try to mention the first thing last. Like, he mentioned the last that his granddad was a Freemason.
Listen.
I missed that.
Church called Yahweh's Little Flock. Right? Already now, as soon as he said that, I ticked a big box. Like, okay, this is generation. This is generation normally is. And when your granddad's in the Masons, at some point you get the calling. It always happens. Granddad is a Mason that they never got the calling. Like at least offered. Like, yo,
what? Family affair, bro. Come on,
man.
So a bit
like granddad don't need to teach. And this is what I realized. It seems like granddad don't want to teach grandson about masonry because it's like he's gonna find out for himself. Because this is what I've always seen. Your granddad was a Mason. All of a sudden, you're in the Masons, but you never learned it from your granddad. So how did that work out?
Yeah, so it's a bit like heathen. He has it in the family, and therefore there's built up a bit of respect. A bit like
that's why he was caping yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
And when I exposed that, it was like, no, it's not because of that. It's like, yeah, it is, bruv. Your great granddad or whatever's a Mason. You've got all the regalia. You're proud of the gloves and that. You showed us like a couple weeks ago. So obviously you're gonna cape. You know, I get it, man. I get it.
And as well, like the link as well between parishes and mercenaries. Boy, wherever you find a parish, you find a lodge. That's all I'm saying.
Of course.
Some are doing their lodges and things in the parish, in the church, in the
church, like the video we saw yesterday. So yeah, before I press play, Kay, what's good? Was you gonna say something?
No, man, I'm just glad to be here. Thank you for including me as a non-African.
Big up, Randy.
As an unsynchronized one.
You're unsynchronized human being,
man.
Starting this non-African talk already, you know.
We don't even go there, but yeah.
I mean, you're going with the wrong people with that one. You know what I mean?
I like to be the odd one out, man.
Barking at the wrong tree, mate.
And odds as well, man. Odds, man. Upgrade your chip.
Give up, brothers. Give up.
Yeah,
Man.
upgrade the fucking chip in your head. I don't know what it is. Upgrade that bitch, man. The fuck? Are you on 1G? Which I'm assuming is just called G at the time.
GSM, innit?
Wait, what's happened? Ours needs to relax a bit and listen.
It does, man.
Jeds, what's happened to you lately, man?
Why?
Like you're just super sharp, like you're super like on point, you're super like.
It's always been.
He's always been
lately he's been like peaking with it, like he's just been like blah blah blah.
No, you see what it is, Jed. I mean, you see what it is.
I think the good health from the gym in school kicking in now, maybe.
When you run a panel, you have to be a certain way.
Yeah, man.
And he's not usually like that on his own panel because obviously he's the one who has to moderate
and be the voice of reason.
Yeah. In the old days, you're getting real.
In the old days, I was a maniac.
Old Testament Jeds,
well, dangerous.
Looking back on it now, I was a maniac still. And you get me? I was like,
I would say, okay, here comes the sport, Jeds. Be careful.
You just do it on days. It's how he feels. And like the way he used to do it is like he might not even include any of us. It's like he'll just do the show on his own.
Just run the
show. Just run the show, do the thing, bring out the pictures, the videos, the evidence. Ooh, interesting. Like, oh shit, that Tommy Robinson one was the fucking banging one of the most banging videos that you made, and that was just you.
They
flagged that one.
They flagged it, remember? Yeah,
they flagged that shit personally. Mate. I was hurting them.
Yeah, pedo members, ones you know with big jaw and that. Like,
I had the whole list of everyone that was in DFLA and EDL and what else? Everyone had been convicted of like
mad things. Yeah, man's on the sexual register, all sorts.
So I'm like,
tell me.
One of them was on there. I'm like, yo, this is weird because you lot are focusing on grooming, and there's literally hundreds.
All of you are in there. All of you are groomers. These rapists.
Yeah, but it makes sense though, isn't it?
Yeah. Can we get the likes going? We're just coming up to an hour and we're only at 50. Yeah, let's like people.
Yeah, now because you know what it is. Whenever I start the show late, it's like the audience is slightly angry at me a bit. I sense the hostility.
The withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, man. Oh, he's here now, yeah.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yeah.
If you don't smash that like button, finger that.
You know, you've been hungry for hours, and then a plate of food arrives, and you can't even
lose your appetite.
Yeah.
One spoonful and your belly's full. Yeah. Like, oh man, my belly's shrunk, isn't it? Can I get a doggy bag for this?
Yeah. Big up, Vic Rose. Come on.
Big up, man. Vic.
I was talking to scripture today, yeah. And he said to me, and I was saying to him, bruvs, the views don't even match the likes or the subscribers, right? On one channel, right? I'm saying, like, bruvs, they're like over 1K 0.6 or 0.8. You know what I mean? Every show. I'm like, bruv, who's watching? And So he said to me, you know what? Some people are watching in delay. Do you get what I'm saying? Like they are actually going back to the beginning and watching while we're streaming now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But commenting, on things past.
Bro, listen,
I've done that myself.
I've done it a few times. I'm hours behind, bro. I'm commenting. I'm saying, wait, what's up?
Bro, hold on. This ain't live. Because the little live button, innit? Yeah, I always press on it and we're up to date. Okay. This is what's running now. Because, bruv, it can leave you where you left off.
Or if your internet plays up and you go a few minutes behind, you think you're on time. Like,
yeah, you think you're on time.
Nah.
Like, what? What's he saying that in the chat for? That nigga 2 hours behind. I've heard people say as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm behind. Anyway, I need to forward.
Smash that like button, finger that notification button, and share button. But if you ain't, you're fucking intel. That's what I'm saying. You don't smash nothing. You don't finger nothing.
Here we go. Let's get back to this real quick. I want to get over this.
Aspects or an initiate, because in the world that have different types of initiation programs that a person goes through. And the Rosicrucian system is one that's been very influential in the West, but actually it's sometimes hard to get information about what their actual system of development is. What do we actually mean by initiation or an initiate? Because the terms are used very generally in modern metaphysical circles. But if you look at people that are being presented as initiates, they are often extremely different. One technical part of this is actually the structure of their consciousness and the structure of their subtle bodies can be quite different from one to another, although they're being presented as initiates within different systems. There are 3 different aspects of initiation or becoming an initiate. In one of these, what is actually being illuminated begins with the thinking process, with actually knowing about non-physical realities, knowing about the greater spiritual realities that we come from, and the spiritual depths of oneself. This is linked to the spiritual centers inside the head. And this is also linked to the illumination of the thinking process, so that with this process, we actually know consciously the structure of the spiritual worlds, how we interact with them, how they influence us on a daily basis. And within this Rosicrucian system, that would technically be known as an initiate, someone that actually understands the systems. In this path of illumination, we find that everything is a thought form from the mind of God, and all those thought forms have a pattern to them. And the current term that we use for understanding those patterns is sacred geometry. So sacred geometry is a universal science for understanding the patterns of creation at every level. And so no matter what tradition you study with, they will work with sacred geometry. Because the sacred
I told you this is a good documentary.
It's actually good, man. I'm interested in all this.
You know what we're talking about here. What kind of geometry is sacred here? I mean,
Fibonacci sequence.
Oh, Fibonacci. I know about the Fibonacci. It's quite an interesting concept.
It's basically exposing that reality is like a massive
projection,
color by numbers.
Yeah, like a matrix.
Right. So there's numbers. All the reds are 15 and all the greens are 8, and like it's letting you know there's a coding behind what you're looking at. That's what the sacred geometry is showing you, that things are a certain shape for a certain reason. There's a certain number contained within certain shapes. Those numbers correlate with other numbers, and it's basically a big
construct.
Maths. Yeah, it's a math puzzle, isn't it? Or whatever.
Yeah. Jeds, have you heard of the Mandelbrot set?
I have, but I don't know what it is. I've definitely heard that word though.
Yeah. Basically, Mandelbrot set is like an algorithm, like a combination of numbers. But when they put it into a computer, they realize that it basically never repeats. It's like infinity. So like when they, like you said, when they put a color to each number, it created this sort of pattern that looks like a Buddha, like a head and then a round body. It looks like you're falling into it as you look at it. It's like a simulation. But if you look it up in Google, it's actually quite interesting. Mandelbrot set. Right, it's actually really quite a beautiful thing to look at. It looks like some of Mag's work, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wolf One says Jedi is a Jehovah's Witness. The founder of that order.
Ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, but let me read what he said, isn't it? Jedi is a Jehovah's Witness. The founder of that order was Freemason. Maku follows Dr. York, who is also a Freemason. So I will speak for myself and allow Maku to address his portion.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness in any way, shape, or form. I was raised in the religion, but you're not a Jehovah's Witness until you get baptized, bro. You're not a Jehovah's Witness till you get baptized. That's a fact anyway. So without being baptized, I'm definitely not a Jehovah's Witness, despite the and plus the fact that I don't believe in it. You know, I don't believe in it. But I'll be lying to say that it wasn't my foundation and what I was raised on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've started thinking for myself a long time ago. Very long time ago. You get me? So, yeah, I'm not Jehovah's Witness, basically. And I'm more than aware of
Sorry to interrupt, Randy. I think somebody to call Jedi a Jehovah's Witness has got no idea how the Jehovah's Witness thing goes, because Jedi would have got excommunicated
long time ago.
From my first youth, I had my first youth.
You would have got taxed, bro.
I would have, yeah, fully. Yeah, I would have been disfellowshipped.
Yeah, that's it. Disfellowship.
But yeah, to answer your question,
something like this.
To answer your question, Randy, I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness. Even when I was going to the meetings and that, I wasn't there spiritually. I wasn't buying it. I wasn't feeling it. I was only going because my mom was forcing me to go. And if she had allowed me to stop going, I would have stopped going. But there's a lot of pressure and a lot of shaming into not going, shaming into not making it, shaming into not wanting to be a part of it. And also there's an aspect of ostracizing yourself or being ostracized from your community or your group or whatever, you know, the brothers and sisters, the uncles, you know, the kids of the other witnesses.
Yeah, but it's funny, the sex offenders and the pedophiles don't get fucking ostracized, do they?
Mad. See, I just started realizing, I think it was last year or the year before where I started looking into the historic sexual abuse.
Scandals.
Yeah, scandals going on around Jehovah's Witnesses. Seems to me that they've done a really good job at keeping it quiet.
Yeah.
But
is that a good thing or a bad thing, though? That's the question.
It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
What are you talking about?
It's a bad thing that they've managed to
do a good job in hiding it.
Yeah, do a good job of concealing it and not making it be a bigger scandal than it is. That's a bad thing because more people.
Look at the Catholic Church. That's it.
Good point, Randy. Good point.
Wolf, how can you be homophobic when you are gay? I don't understand.
Oh yeah, Mike, can I ask a question now? Is it my turn? Yeah. So yeah, Dr. York is a Grandmaster, Supreme Pontiff, all the Masons, all the levels, all of that, right? But as a Nubian, which I wasn't really, but as a Nubian, you're not required to become a Mason. No, you learn about what it is, the ins and out of Freemasonry. Another thing is that there is a group, of Masons that attach themselves to the Nubians during festivals or whatever, right? And they're called the Prince Hall Masons, right? So they're clear Masons. You can see them, blah, blah, blah. And I think there are, I think there are higher Masons in the Nubian thing. Old school, you know, them old school guys or the old school generation of them. because obviously
bro,
the teaching
look, bro, let's just level.
Mm.
Let's just level with the thing, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
The organizations are Masonic.
Of course.
End the story is where it is.
But what I was gonna say,
you could be involved or learning from a Masonic organization, but not be a Mason
member.
because you haven't been initiated.
That's correct.
You're not. You can't call yourself these things without an initiation. And trust me, you're learning. If I know anything about Nwapu from what I was learning from when I was going and reading scrolls and going to meetings and stuff like that, I know that it's completely based on different levels of understanding.
Yeah.
So even something you're reading, 10 years time, you're gonna read it, it's gonna mean something totally different to you because you've upped your understanding.
Right.
Matthew, what I didn't really get, because I don't really know who Dr. York is. Why is this person tying you to Dr. York? If you could explain that for me, please.
Because he's the founder of European.
But remember that my thing. I'm looking at my screen now and going through my old
don't
videos.
drop the phone.
Yeah. Sorry, going through my old videos. My title, my name on YouTube was 9 Ether.
Sorry,
fuck up, man. Don't piss me off today, bro. I'm not in the mood. So I'm saying 9 Ether boys, right? Hold on. So my brother, one of my brothers in the chat, gave me the name Nubian Sniper because the knowledge I had did come from various places, but they could see through what I was saying that look, there's that connection. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because they have Nubians in Birmingham. Do you get what I'm saying? He knew some of the information himself, so he knew what I was spitting out of my mouth was like, yeah, oh shit, he's saying some esoterical shit that no one else knows. He must be a Nubian, right? So that's where it came from. Because I was not openly telling people. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm a Nubian. I wasn't doing that. No.
It's picked up a crumb for your past.
And he did it well because he could have said Nuwapian. Do you get what I'm saying? Or he could have said some other titles that they have now. They're not even Nuwapians anymore. Do you get it? So but it was mainly to do with the information, and obviously I rate the individual information and the whole setup basically. Do you get what I'm saying? And the idea of different schools of thought that you go into and you learn, and then you move on to the next stage. It's nothing to attach you. Like even your own religious paradigm is catered for, and that was actually one of the first. So it was, it's not the way people think, you know. But yes, he definitely is a master mason, and he taught us everything about masonry, European and otherwise. Do you get it? That's why I know the chart. That's why I know the list. That's why I know so much stuff about it. Yeah, because somebody's already told me, look, this is Satanism, this is Baphomet, this is da-da-da-da, this is da-da-da-da. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
So I'm like, okay, thank you, big man. You get what I'm saying? And then I talk to other people in later life, and they confirm these things. So it's one of those, you know what I mean? But me personally, I am not and will never be a mason of what you lot are thinking of.
I just wanted to confirm the drawer.
But in the original sense, you could always say yes. If you want to say in the original African version of it, is to build, and that building might be a family. Do you get what I'm saying? Your community and all of that. So in a sense, do you get what I'm saying? But no, not in the sense of taking oaths and wearing like fucking aprons and gloves and shit. Why do you think we're so vehement in disposing of anyone who's in these organizations? You get me? We've got a right
showing
to
off, Snipes.
You get me? We've got a right to talk because we're not attached to it.
It was just a drawer that I wanted to just for you to explain.
No, he wanted explanation. We can explain. We don't get emotional about them things there. We've been doing it for years though. So it's easy. But I don't see the point. Because like they all been involved to certain levels, certain groups, there's different types, there's all sorts going on, blah blah blah. That's not my business. But I definitely needed to know about it.
Yeah.
Just like I know about the British ones and the Bavarian and this one. So I can put all the pieces together when I have a conversation with people. So they think, oh, Sniper, you're very worldly. Oh, you could talk about any subject. Of course, because information is
Sniper.
free.
For someone who don't know, what are the origins of this Masonic kind of ritualistic cabal? Does it go back to Africa, or is there like a break in the tradition where they just deviated it away?
Let me chime in anytime, General.
Sorry, it goes back to
way
their
back.
origin, because they are Hellenistic and supposedly pagan. They still had a god structure and all of this type of thing. It could have been based off our thing, but when it gets down to wickery and all of that, that's much later. We're talking John Wycliffe and all of these type of things. They'll say is responsible for the idea of Wicca and witches and warlocks and da. That's their business. You get what I'm saying? That's got nothing to do with us. We have our own systems and we know about such things. Maybe that's where it came from in a sense. But the way it works for us is not necessarily the same, but there are elements that you could say, yeah, very similar in certain things. But our thing is our thing.
Hey, you know what? You know what I just thought of?
Go on.
Masonry,
yeah,
is symbolic of the forbidden fruit.
Go on, explain it then.
Masonry is symbolic of the forbidden fruit.
Yep.
Information, the knowledge, right?
Knowledge.
Provided by Satan. Yeah.
That's right.
And once they took on this hidden or forbidden or whatever, this knowledge that was available, once they took it on, they realized they were naked. And then they covered themselves up with fig leaves. And Masons cover up their genitals with the apron.
That's correct.
They do.
Of course, to represent the naked state of new initiates once they received information that opened their eyes. So this is what Masonry is
modeled on.
Because the whole point of Masonry is to receive this information that eventually is going to make you godlike.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the same with what was going on in the Garden of Eden. It just came to me.
Knowledge of self.
Knowledge. It's about knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About knowledge. Forbidden knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's really what it's really about, man. It's just about there's some information out there that is quite powerful if you know it and others don't.
Yeah.
I think that's what this is really about. And when it comes down to it, it's just about wielding information about reality that the common man hasn't got access to. And that gives you a position of power, also gives you a position of responsibility in society.
And what they do as well, once they have it, they try to shoot it for themselves so they can keep it for themselves so that no one else can get information. And then use it for whatever you want to use it for. So they try cocoon that information and no one else can get that information unless you become part of them.
And that's the big question, Shri. Big question. But is it forbidden for our protection? Quite possibly.
Some of it.
Quite possibly. And this is what the lie is, that it's because God don't want you to get on his level. Not because
can't know everything.
Not because you're being protected. It's because, you know what I mean? This is why you're being so encouraged to open up your third eye and your clairvoyant abilities and stuff like that. But maybe these things have been shut off from majority of people, not everyone, but majority of people, to protect them.
Yeah, of course. Need to know basis. As I said, the farmer don't need to know certain esoterical things. It don't make sense. Exactly. He needs to know how crops grow, when the sun moves in the sky, and when it's good for harvest, and how to irrigate the land and all of that using the Nile and all of that. You don't need to know the other stuff. Why? What for?
Yeah, that's not his job.
This is why we say that in what you're calling Kemet was a place of learning. So you could learn all those things. You could leave the village and say, I want to be a medicine man. I want to know how to heal people with herbs and natural things. You have to go Kemet, bruv. Go learn, get that schooling, and then you come back and then people are calling you a witch doctor. Bullshit, but no
Nah.
problem.
I think the same as everything else, there's a genetic component to everything. And some people just gifted in spiritualism and they can ascend. And I think there's certain things that like schools of thought and training methods that over a long period of time of living that culture, you have a higher percentage of people that can attain that goal, and they can create like a cast of people or a group of people that can benefit their whole society. This is possible. And I think the Hebrews actually probably did achieve that. And the highest of them would have been Jesus, I think. Like Jesus would have been like the highest human being in terms of spiritualism, I think.
It's my culture. Like your name, your whole being is what you are. So like your name
means something.
It means something. It also shows you what you are.
Yeah, of course.
Like you cannot run away from your destiny. You know what I mean? So like if your name, like some people's name are like soldier or warrior, they are warriors. And people's name are doctors. That's like a name.
Like a caste system.
It's not a caste. It's your totem. It's your name and your being. It's what you're born to do. We're all here for a purpose. We're all here for a purpose. Like basically. Just know your purpose, innit? Know your role, basically.
And what do you mean by that though? What's the relevance of that? You saying that some people are just what they're called, like clerics or what they're called? Like,
it's their bloodline. It's their whole being.
Like the Brahmins are the spiritual ones, isn't it? Of their race.
Yeah, but that's what bloodline is very important. It's all in the blood. It's all your bloodline.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I mean. Yeah.
But everything that's been from the beginning is still going today. It's all out there now. There's nothing new under the sun. All these computers are always been around. There's nothing new. Right? We see something new today. That's bullshit. There's nothing new today. Everything has already been.
But here's the thing, though, Beefy. Bringing it back to what Shree's question was, I think this knowledge that we see these people having, these esoteric knowledges that don't really, it's not like a school of training that's going to help you ascend and become a spiritual master like Zen or something like that. Yeah, it's more of they want to have this knowledge so they feel superior to the other people, to the normal people.
It is a school, even in masonry.
Yeah. But what's the goal of that school? Is it to help you ascend?
Like that's how you ascend in levels, because you have to study and take exams. That's within Freemasonry, right?
You also miss what it. You also miss
education is key, bro. And I'm saying like the secret schools of thought where you learn. You have to learn shit. Yeah, you don't just wake up in the morning and just say even if you are into spirituality, some things have to be learned because you have to be guided through the things that you're going to go through. You're taking ayahuasca, someone has to have already taken it to guide you through the process as much as they can.
What I'm saying is this Masonic kind of school doesn't seem to be producing people that are benefiting mankind or benefiting their own communities.
Well, they're doing charity,
producing
bro.
people who
they're doing charity, bro.
They're doing charity, bro.
They're creating
building nations. They're building nations
at
out
the front level.
Remember,
they're creating people
your NHS
and elite that look down on.
Do you have your NHS? Khan,
and are happy to slave them.
Khan, you have your NHS. I can bet you NHS was started by the Mason.
But do you hear what I'm saying, though?
I hear what you're saying, though, but I can tell you
the end result of this training program is what? Producing people that fulfill what role?
It's building nations.
Every role that you could imagine. More, bro. Every role of charity and thing that you could imagine. Red Cross, this one, that one. Bro, but I'm just saying it's an entry level for them, and it's a prerequisite of what they do. The cover, the front, is charity, always.
Charity itself is a corrupt institution.
That's what we're trying to say, bro. So, but it's all at their foot. They create these things. It's a form of recompense.
Illusion.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of their entire organization, bro?
Control.
In my opinion.
What are you doing, man?
Khan, listen. You miss a point when you
some of them don't even know.
Michael, listen. Khan, did you hear the part when Jedi said it's like the forbidden fruit, the nakedness. They have to cover themselves with an apron and that.
Right.
So when they realize all this knowledge, they realize they're insignificant. So they have to give themselves some power. That power gives them some, I don't know, power. I don't know what it gives them, but for them,
Gives them
control
pride.
it, whatever it is.
They're putting themselves equal to God, right? So it's pride.
They can't, but that's why they think they are. But I don't know. I don't know, but was we all got dead.
I'm really living this. What you're talking, I'm living it.
Huh?
Is that my man again?
It's a crackhead.
It's okay. Yeah, no. That's not in. That's not in my. That's your repertoire, not mine. You know, you can throw it. It's not that. Come on.
Maybe show
I think
crackish
to
behavior.
me, what these
No. Like talk is cheap. You can't. No disrespect. You gotta live it.
Going on here.
What point are you making, facts, please? I beg.
All right, I'll mute up again. Sorry.
Yeah, I think these institutions are parasitical organisms that live off of society. Like
No, they make the society to build to be
they
a
don't.
mason. Hold on, they
infiltrate.
They build communities. They build cities.
Nations. They build nations,
Bro.
Michael.
Like, that's what they're there for.
Now they got everyone else building it for them in their name.
No, that's what they do. They you could call them stonemasons. You can call them this. You can call them that. But that's all they're there for in your visible eye, right? What they're doing back door is what we're talking about, right? What they
Freemasonry.
do,
It was free to them.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So what they're gonna do? They're gonna build your neighborhood. You're gonna build your roads. You talk about green lanes. You talk about this, bruv. They're the ones who built that. They're the ones who put the corner. They're the ones who made Finsbury Park. They're the ones who did everything.
The roundabout. The ones who told you to pay
town hall,
taxes.
the thing, the everything, the tower block, the estate, Holly Street, and all of that. They stem.
Oh, guilds,
That's
city and
masonry.
guilds.
That's how you make
city
ends.
and guilds.
Thank you. That's how you make ends. You're living in their structure, and then we can see it more at Speaker's Corner with all sorts of statues. Statue of Zeus down the road, Diana's pool at the end. They got different thing. They got the arch, the marble arch, which is the entrance to Hades. Like, bruv, that's
you
why
literally ended Speaker's Corner. Sorry, but
no, I'm just saying the different energy that's there. Like, bruv, it's
fuckery.
But it's all Masonic because of the statues. Who's making the statues? If not Masons. Who's designing the park? How the park is supposed to be? If not Masons. Who designed Oxford Street? Who designed Selfridges? Who designed
with a
Harrods?
purpose?
Come on, bro.
Who designed
Like,
underground like a circuit board to make it look like data around a circuit board?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
That's what they're doing. You know what I mean? So the mere structure of your life, everything you do, is geared by them. They're the puppet masters. That's right.
So when we talk about where is your freedom, where? Show me your freedom where you've made a choice for yourself. I beg. Nowhere.
To show people up to 66. Let's go.
Yeah, man. Smash the likes. Let's get back to this video.
Sacred geometry influence us on a daily basis. And within this Rosicrucian system, that would technically be known as an initiate, someone that actually understands the systems. In this path of illumination, we find that everything is a thought form from the mind of God, and all those thought forms have a pattern to them. And the current term that we use for understanding those patterns is sacred geometry. So sacred geometry is a universal science for understanding the patterns of creation at every level. And so no matter what tradition you study with, they will work with sacred geometry. Because the sacred geometry at the highest level is a pure packed thought form from the mind of God that shows you the pure pattern of everything that's manifested from it. Now the next level is that of the clairvoyant. And from one perspective, we could say this is linked to the illumination of the heart and the feeling life. The Rosicrucians talk about a process within an initiation in which at a certain point, when the heart becomes open and unarmored, and we cultivate this feeling of unconditional love, there is an ignition of a kind of spiritual spark within the heart. And what happens then is that they describe it as an etheric rose light arises from the heart and moves up to what's commonly called the third eye center. And with that rose etheric stream, it enters into the centers in the head, that area that is technically at the third ventricle of the brain and was known as the cave of Brahma in the Indian teachings. This is a particular area that's open in the head that has a space between the pineal and pituitary glands. And as this space becomes illuminated, it leads to direct spiritual vision. So the third aspect here is that there's also the cultivation of action or of the will. And this is linked to the belly, or what in Japan they call the hara, or in Chinese alchemy they call the lower dantian, the lower will centers here. And through the action or willing form of illumination, one is able to take action esoterically. You're able to actually use non-physical realities to change things on the physical plane.
Are you mad? Because I am. I'm mad about inflation. I'm mad about how the government has spent our money. I'm mad about...
Now, at the most extreme form of this, we have things like actual physical alchemy and the transmutation of one physical substance to another. This is usually attained after going through multiple steps of being able to transform something that is less dense. And that is normally etheric energy fields. So the actual vibrational transformation of energy fields, energy healing, things of that kind, is something that you find very strongly on this path. So the person that can actually transform things using spiritual forces is referred to as the adept. That gives us a bit of an overview for how this fits together. Within the Rosicrucian work, you find at a certain point that the consciousness body of the human being has 3 centers.
You hear that? So when you hear the term adept, you hear about the adepts. These are the ones that can action all the theory, right? And actually make some shit happen. Yeah, that's when you become an adept. Now, there's levels to adepts. There's levels. But, like, yeah, here's the terminology broken down for you. It's very useful. When you're looking at other information, you see words like adept and stuff. Other good words to know is like when people talk about like the profane. That is us, the uninitiated, and he's just broken down what initiation is. Yeah. So remember, you can be initiated by some words spoken to you by a stranger, and you've seen that in films, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, someone speaking some words to someone, and all of a sudden that shit, your shit comes alive, and something's different. There's American Ultra, there's Manchurian Candidate, and there's other things. Now, I've always told you, look, that MK Ultra, the aspect of MK Ultra that they're not telling you about is the spiritual aspect of it. That's the part that they don't. That's the part why it doesn't make complete sense to people. Because there's a whole spiritual aspect to getting in the mind and triggering certain things in the mind, activating certain things in the mind. It's like jailbreaking a human and then coding it in a way that suits your purposes. Yeah. Now, adepts are not adepts are not just enlightened masters. No, they're not. Because I would say that in an enlightened master seems like within the Eastern mystic beliefs and stuff, it seems like somebody that's quite advanced. And what this is explaining is from you can make some shit happen, you are an adept, no matter what your level is, right? So you might not be a master, you might not even be able to do it every time on command. But from you have that ability, and that ability is woken, so it's gone from theory to something that you can actually do, either accidentally or whatever. Then you are adept, and I say most of us are adepts. This is a point that I'm trying to make. A lot of people out here are adepts, and then there seems to be a set of people that don't have the natural ability. So what do? They start learning and finding practices so that they can access these abilities that they never had. And then a lot of that comes down to using people that have that ability. Right? And this is why I was saying to brother KO yesterday that you'd be surprised who's at the top, because some people have certain natural abilities and what that just naturally mean that they're higher on the ranking. And guess who's got the most natural ability on earth?
Oh boy. Some people will be disappointed.
That would be Cage.
Oi, you won't believe my phone shorted out.
So when you unlock
Some
that, when
spooky
your
fucking
that veil's
shit right
removed,
now.
bro, all I'm saying is a little.
That would be Cage.
Then.
Sorry, your little electronics, your internet may fuck up. That'd be Cage.
Shush, man.
That'd be all of you. Yeah, honestly, it's not anything to do with me. It's all about you.
Are you correct? We've gone into the Essians, and I wanted to go into the Essians yesterday when who was it that asked the question? Born Rich asked the questions about, are the leaders, do you believe religious leaders are Masons? So he started with Prophet Muhammad, and obviously that turned into a madness, right? But I was hoping
I missed it.
Yeah, he asked if Prophet Muhammad was a Mason. I said, I don't believe so.
Yeah. Actually, I do think you said that. Yeah, I remember.
I haven't been given any information.
What's the definition on the Mason, though? A Mason, all that means is somebody who builds something. You know what I mean?
Somebody that builds something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what I was being asked yesterday was if I think Prophet Muhammad was part of
orders,
the order that we would recognize today as a free
as Shriners and that. No.
And I was saying, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to lean towards a no on that one, though.
Remember, who employed the Masons? Obviously, the Masons are somebody you employed to build your shit. You know
No,
what I mean?
but the thing is, these things are done esoterically and in secret societies. So even in Islam,
hold on, let me say something because I know
I'm
about
just
this.
speaking, man. Why
They
interrupting?
talk about the rough ashlar.
Brother, do you know man had to live a whole lifetime to be able to bring you this knowledge?
Cage, I beg, just we're having a good convo. Just wait for your turn, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm beyond.
No big deal.
I'm sorry to say.
Don't interrupt people, Cage.
I'm sorry because I don't interrupt for reason.
You're not built like that, man.
I'm trying.
Doesn't matter.
When you look at Islamically,
Sorry, Con. You know what, Cage? Today's conversation, or this part of the conversation, I think that you, in particular, could.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up and I'm gonna listen because it's a great conversation. I don't want to fuck it up. So continue, Con. Continue, please, everyone.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying, based on this is only based on what I know, yeah.
No, man.
Go on. What's up?
Just let it flow.
Shut your mouth, Cage.
Yeah.
You know what, brother? I pride myself on patience and that, but rather than speak to you in a way that's gonna make me feel bad, I'd rather just not talk to you. You interrupt me to say you're gonna shut up. That's
the point. That's the whole fucking point. Does it not teach you something?
You interrupt me.
Chill out,
you
bro.
interrupt me to say that you're gonna shut up, and
that's the point.
Later.
Later.
Not today, man. Look at that shit, man.
Later, Cage, man. Sorry, man. I just can't be. I don't know. It's just a whole different frequency, and I'm not involved.
I know what you did with my wife.
You call that a wife?
Her. You
call
fucked
that a
my
wife? You call that a wife?
Yeah.
Big up, Steely Dunn. How are you?
I'm good. Okay. Anyway, I'm not gonna put that accent on anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna think. Yeah,
I
the
have
voice
this.
slip there, boy.
If
The
I'm
voicey and slip.
All right, man. All right, so yeah. Sorry, man. Not today, Steely Dunn. Come back another time, though. Yeah.
I will.
All right.
Thank you.
See you on the flip side.
Yeah. So, like, obviously, obviously this is good information that we're on right now.
This thing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what the video you mean?
As you can tell, yeah.
Yeah, it's banging. I have to admit, between us lot, we sort of preempted a few little bits of it. So we're on point with the knowledge still.
Right. So look, and I'm not saying that all of this is 100% correct, but what they are telling you is not some stuff that they really need to lie about. Like what this video is telling you is, it's not nothing that's like, no, this can't be real. Like it's kind of basic. They're telling you what an adept is. They're telling you what initiation means. These are things you can go and research and see that is entirely correct. So
I did like your explanation of that.
And these are the things you see in your day-to-day lives. You see these things.
The difference between an adept and a what was it? Initiate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we go. And whoever said, there's some Hindu shit, obviously, we've been telling them it's all about Eastern mysticism in the end, like what it comes down to. And like, look, the opinion is that this is demonology. The science of demonology is Eastern mysticism. And unfortunately, some of the brothers' belief systems maybe
rooted in.
No. I was going to say
dependent on,
identified as being part of Eastern mysticism, Hinduism, Sikhism. Do you know what I mean?
That's school of thought.
Jainism.
Jainism. A lot of the Taoist, philosophies and that. Yeah, there might be some high-level demonology.
Not from my understanding of Taoism per se, but the rest of them, I'll say, yeah, definitely.
Transform things using spiritual forces is referred to as the adept. That gives us a bit of an overview for how this fits together. Within the Rosicrucian work, you find at a certain point that the consciousness body of the human being has 3 centers that can be worked on and awakened. And those 3 centers are around the head, the heart, and the hara. And this is really a universal teaching. If you study with the Buddhist, they'll talk about the thought, speech, and action. If you study with Sufis, they'll talk about the head, the heart, and the hands. All these different traditions are working with the same concept. If you studied Chinese medicine or Chinese internal alchemy like Qigong, you'll know that they have the upper, middle, and lower Dantian. They refer to these as elixir fields, because when we understand what these actually are energetically, they are a kind of spiritual elixir field that we can work in and illuminate the forces of. So, depending on where we focus on primarily, we can first begin to develop the capacity of understanding things in a conscious manner, the patterns behind them, become the initiate, or directly perceive spiritual realities, the clairvoyant, or directly manipulate the spiritual forces, hopefully for a good outcome, and that's the adept. Initiation is really a process of becoming aware of who am I, why am I here, where do I come from, and how do I develop a process by which I can become more self-aware and accelerate my process of development. Along the path of initiation, as you begin to understand processes other people don't understand, there can be the temptation to use that knowledge to manipulate other people, or to manipulate all types of things. Let's say you understand psychology and somebody else doesn't. You can manipulate them with all types of things in neurolinguistic programming and things of that kind. What words do you use? What tonality do you use? How do you present the information? You can manipulate them all over the place. And so in Rosicrucianism, there's a very strong rule that all the powers and understandings gained on the path will be put to the service of other people. And so that's like the first rule in Rosicrucianism. Otherwise, if you develop the abilities, you will get that temptation of, well, I could get what I want right now because they don't understand this process, but I do. So initiation and inner alchemy. Alchemy has to do with the transformation of something from a base state to a higher state. But there's an important thing that's hidden in that, which is that the base state has to exist first. You're turning lead into gold, but there had to be the lead there first to create the gold. So this means that hidden within, all types of lower structures are the seed of its full fruition. Very much like the classical illustration of the caterpillar and the butterfly. You don't know looking at a caterpillar that over time, its entire structure has laid within it the ability to become a winged butterfly. It's the exact same thing in the human being. So we develop the physical body. We develop the body of life force. we develop our consciousness. But then we come to the point of developing our self-awareness, the I am presence. And that's where we are today. Human beings have developed this, and now we're at this critical point of developing the I am self-awareness. Now, the inner alchemy of this is that once we have developed that fire, and this is represented in the esoteric Christian tradition as the flame above the head of the disciples at Pentecost, it's a literal flame that ignites a spiritual structure that moves in a vertical axis through the human body. And at this energy center above the human head, it illuminates to be the center of the Holy Spirit within Christian depictions. But I've worked with people from many other religions that know all about this first center above the head and its ignition into higher consciousness. So as we develop that aspect of ourselves can now illuminate with light and transform with the fire the lower bodies. That means that then we can train our I am spiritual self-awareness to actually transform our consciousness to a higher level. It's an alchemical transformation of the consciousness to become something different, of a higher nature. And then it can then transform our entire body of life force, the entire etheric body, chi, ki, prana, to a higher level. And then it can actually transform the physical body. So that then leads to the question of, okay, from this really big picture of how things fit together, what does one actually do as a system of initiation practices? So one of the most fundamental practices for the Rosicrucians are what they call the 6 basic exercises. Now, the 6 basic exercises were talked about by Rudolf Steiner as something that if you did nothing else, do these. Because some types of occult practices that you do can actually end up being harmful to you. But any of those harmful effects could actually be neutralized if you practice the 6 basic exercises. The first 3 parts of them are again working with the basic idea that we have 3 basic soul faculties. That's the same thing as saying that our astral body has 3 different aspects: the thinking, the feeling, and the willing. Thought, speech, and action for the Buddhist, head, heart, and hands for the Sufis, upper and middle, lower Dantian for Chinese Taoists, etc. We have these 3 primary centers: thinking, feeling, and willing. So the first thing we have to do is like what Gurdjieff talked about. We have to begin to self-observe. We have to observe ourselves through the course of the day. We have to observe, what am I thinking? What am I feeling? What am I doing?
Hi, let me explain the basics of currency trading to you in just 60 seconds.
That act in itself, something also described by the Buddhist in great detail, will actually begin to use the light of our consciousness to illuminate the thinking process, to illuminate our feeling process and our willing process. What this allows us to do is we can then begin to see how much of what we go through every day internally is completely unconscious. It's just one reactive state after another. You get a particular external trigger and you have a particular reaction to it. And so this is the foundation. If you did this, you would end up reaching the goal if you did nothing else. If you don't do this, nothing else you do will matter. You have to do the self-observation, and it's much harder to do than it sounds. Another practice was called the backward review. The backward review is very important to do at the end of every day. In Steiner's own initiation school, he made it a basic practice for everybody. What the backward review is that at the end of your day, as you're about to go to bed, the meditation to do is to intensively from that moment when you're about to go to bed, go backward through your day in reverse order. Now I'm at the moment just before I went to bed. Now I'm at the point where I went to the bathroom. Now I'm at the point where I watched TV. Now I'm at the point that I had dinner. Now I'm at the point that I'm driving home from work, etc. You go back through the day, all the way back to the point when you were last asleep. It might have been a nap. It might have been early that morning. And there's very deep spiritual processes behind this that we're not going to get into all the details of now, but it relates to some very important energetic processes in a human being. So one of the things is that by going backward, thinking backwards, we're actually developing a new strength, like we're flexing a muscle within our etheric life body. The etheric life body is our body of memory, and the etheric body holds all of our life forces. When we begin to exercise the capacity to think backwards instead of forwards the way we normally do, we're actually exercising something in the life body of memory that will become a force that can be used for higher initiation and alchemical purposes later on. Next, we have the observation of life forces.
Wait, what do you think
That's
about that?
very key what he was just saying there. Very, very interesting to hear. That's very true.
Yeah, I've done all those things systematically, like myself. No one even had to tell me.
Yeah, because like for example, like when you see things in your eye, it's actually reversed, and then your brain flips it. You know what I mean? Like when you
No,
see
that's
anything.
a different thing. That's completely different.
But no, but I'm saying it has the same thing. Like you have to look at both in a way, because like even like when you see something, it's like a mirror effect. You know what I mean? Like when you see shit, it's actually backwards, and your mind flips it. You can search it up. That's how your mind deals with shit its way, unless you program it to a certain other way where you're actually seeing it the right way. I mean, it's really interesting shit.
But it's funny though, like so you train yourself to think backwards, and then obviously occultists have been saying that it's very important to learn to read backwards, speak backwards, and move backwards.
Well, yeah, like left to right, like you see in the UK and in Canada where I'm at, they drive on opposite ends of the road. They, like if you look in, we have English, all of us over here, but that we all have that here. But I'm saying with other shit like Hebrew or Aramaic or any of these things, like it's always the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where
yeah.
More ancient.
Moving backwards, it's easier to see the thread that you followed to get to your final destination. Moving forward, you're always faced with so many different choices that sometimes you don't know what led you to make each particular choice at each particular junction that brought you to your final destination. Whereas going backwards, it's easier to see it. That's why you do it backwards, like at the end of your day, to see how did you get from A to B. What were the decision-making processes? Where did these inspirations come from? What part of your body or your mind is linked to a higher source that guides you? It's easier to do it when you go backwards because all the decisions have been made. All you got to do is then trace the source of the inspiration.
Yeah, but if you think about it, time is
so
not
it's easier.
linear. This is
It's
where it
not
goes
nothing to
back
do with
to
it being
Taoism.
backwards.
It goes back to the Taoism, the now, all that. For example, ask Jedi right now. When you're in the gym, you're benching your maximum. You're doing some hard shit. Are you thinking about the future or the past? No. All it is, you're in the now. That's the state you need to be in at all times. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say at all times, but depends what you're trying to do.
Most time. You cannot be you cannot pass it. You think he's careful what the fuck he ate last week or what the fuck happened last week?
Nah, there is functions for thinking forwards and thinking backwards, like in time.
You're in that.
You can't
range.
always live in the now because you'd end up like being caged. That's what cage is. That's who you are. You're stuck in the now, innit? You can't make no plans because you're just stuck in the now. You can't learn from your mistakes because you're stuck in the now.
You have to execute in the now. You can't
If
wait.
you're plagued by these thoughts that without your willpower you're being dragged into the past all the time, or you can't enjoy the now, then that's an issue.
It's called the
but the function of these things is there for a reason. Like you have to be able to look, and you have to be able to look and filter through your decision making in the past and say, how did I get where I am today? If you can't do that, and you're always living in the now,
you cannot tell.
Then you're fucked. Then you're caged. You're living every day like Groundhog Day, bro.
No, Cage gets it done in all faculties, in all essence of life.
Yeah, that's only one part of it, though.
And beyond that,
Yeah. Good video so far. I would have never put Taoism in the same category as...
Today we have this fantastic tool where we can use film equipment to literally see these like Walt Disney films of a seed sprouting and then becoming a plant and blossoming and fruiting and withering away. And we can see in a moment what the Rosicrucians classically did through a process of observation that would like take an entire year. They would like watch every part of a growth process. Now the observation of the life forces does something very significant, very important. And that is that it develops a particular type of clairvoyant faculty inside of us to see how things move through life processes from one stage to another. And so this is a real divine mystery. Every human being holds this divine mystery, and to see what's held within it. Then, of course, the study of spiritual science we talked about before is fundamental, because we have to put down those concepts that allow us to logically understand how things fit together. Now, as we're studying things, we have a particular practice that we do. It's called the dissolving practice. The dissolving practice is an alchemical way to read spiritual text, so that if you're reading a text from any spiritual tradition, what you're actually reading as words on the page was the attempt of someone to crystallize into written language a direct spiritual experience that they had. The only way to get to the core of what they're trying to tell you without getting caught up in a fundamentalist literalist trap is to actually regain the experience they had they're trying to communicate through the words. That means the words have to be dissolved into a direct inner spiritual experience. And so it's a type of meditative reading. So once we can dissolve those spiritual texts into the original experience, it opens up a great world for us and is absolutely vital for going to deeper parts of spiritual teachings that have been preserved. Now, this is also connected to the next stage, which is something called the Michaelic Yoga. What we have is that in the ancient schools, they taught a particular type of breathing. And the way they breathed at that time was to actually make themselves more conscious by being conscious of the breath in and out. So there's a particular yoga of the inhale of the breath and of the exhale of the breath. And what Steiner is basically saying with the Michaelic Yoga is that for the Rosicrucian, we have the same inhale and exhale, but now it's done in pure consciousness. It's not done with the breath per se. So when we inhale, in a sense, the observation of the physical world, then that's what we would call a perception. I perceive something in the physical world. Whatever I see, I'm observing nature or a human being, whatever it is, I'm breathing in that perception. And that's a completely receptive activity. If I don't have a receptive soul, I can't do it. But we breathe that in and we hold the perception inside of us. It might be the movement of a child. It might be the growth of a flower. It might be whatever it is. And then we breathe out the concept. A concept is where now I can see inside what I have perceived, the spirit inside of it. And so instead of breathing in and breathing out, we're breathing in the perception of the world receptively, and then we're actively breathing out the concept where now I have perceived the spirit in the world.
Just like, I mean, you breathe in when you're taking it down, the weight, and you exhale when you want to exert energy. You know what I mean?
The first part, what he said, is in Taoism. He says the first line of the Tao Te Ching, the way and the power. He says the way that can be expressed in words is not the true way. That's the first line of Tao Te Ching, which is exactly what he said, which is the concept isn't the thing. The concept is like someone's showing you something, but there's a deeper thing to it that you can absorb, but then cast out the concept. Is someone's telling you something how their brain perceived it.
You gotta look beyond the veil, pretty much.
Yeah. So the second part of what he said is in Zen, which is they call it Zen flesh and Zen bones. In other words, everything that you see is draped or covered with clothes. Like, has its own flavor, like Islam, Christianity, Judaism, has its own style. But when you take the clothes away, the essence underneath it, the truth of it, that's what Zen is. That's the Zen saying. Zen flesh and Zen bones.
Factor, with everything. Meaning that's what shows us that God is real. Because that means that God is real. Because
no, it's not. It's saying how you interpret the world around you.
Yeah. I'm saying that there's a certain code to everything, and the code was written by people or by something. You can call it God, whatever you want to call it.
Imagine it like this, Cage. Someone's giving you a paracetamol capsule. You swallow it, right? The point isn't to eat the capsule. The point is to absorb the paracetamol that's inside the capsule. The gelatin little capsule that it comes in, that's the concept. But inside the concept is a truth, is a medicine that you can absorb, and then the gelatin capsule, you can just shit that out.
You can swallow it easier, and then your stomach acid breaks it down, and you get the substance.
That's it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Okay, that's a cool way to look at it. You know what I mean? I like thinking about shit like that.
Swallowing pills? You little wanker.
No, I'm talking about the allegory behind swallowing the fucking pill.
I'm joking.
You little wanker, you fucking little faggot. Shut your mouth, bro. You know? You can refer to me. Can you say sorry, Big Dog Cage? You better do it.
Can I call you Big Dog? I'm bigger than you.
Say sorry, Big Dog Cage, before you regret it.
How can you call yourself Cage and then you're trying to be bigger than next man?
Say
You've
sorry.
already confined yourself to a cage.
Are you gonna say it or not? Yes or no?
Fuck you.
All right. I'll give you another chance to say it though, if you want. You can reconsider. Say sorry, Big Dog Cage. It's not hard. You don't have to. It's not that serious, but I'm saying I think you'd have better luck in life if you did. You know what I mean? Because to be honest with you, everyone, you're trying to disrespect me. You think you remember, everything you do has an opposite and equal reaction. Even if the person doesn't respond, whatever, la la la, it's gonna do something. Are you prepared? Do you know how to deal with it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't create an equal and opposite reaction, but it deserves one. So if you're going to say the quote, say it right.
You know what I mean, bro. Come on. I'm not over here being verbatim, or whatever you want to call it. It's a concept that holds true, at least in my experience. You know, there's a bunch of bullshit with people's opinions, but certain things actually ring true and it actually works. You know what I mean? I'll say sorry for ever disrespecting anybody on here. You can't say sorry, Cage, though. I mean, I said it. You can't do it. Say sorry, Cage, right now. If you don't do that, you're not real in my mind. That means you're going to get dealt with. No sorry, Cage. I'm just joking. Thank God you never said sorry, Cage, because that's called being tested. You have to be unapologetic. Are you fucking kidding me? The fuck do you have to say sorry to Cage for? I was just trying to see how weak your mind was. You know what I mean? Thank God you didn't pull into that. Keep going, bro. You're blessed, though. You earned it. Everything's a deception. That's the whole deception. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, say sorry to Cage, la la la. Get the fuck out of here. What sorry for what? We're on the fucking internet. We're having a good time, bro. We're learning. Fuck. You know what I mean? Thank God. There's a lot of people that they're so easily influenced. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, sorry. Get the fuck out of here. You're gonna stand for someone. What the fuck time is it right now? You know what I mean? Eastern time, 1111.
What are you talking about, Cage, man?
You deal with that shit.
Shut up, man. Shit. Yeah. What's everyone saying? I'm just.
Have you ever read the Way and the Power, JEDI?
No.
Oh, I should read it, man. Well, when I say should read it, obviously, if that's on your path of, you'll come across it anyway.
What is it? What's it about?
It's about the way and the power. Ain't really about anything. It's mostly what these guys are chatting about in the video. Was the video done now?
Yeah.
Oh, I was getting into that, man. Really enjoyed that.
It's done. Oh no, it's Cage.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Like, comment and subscribe, hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff. Is everyone still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So, what I was saying, do you know what? I find the whole thing very interesting, and I find it even more interesting. You know how they was talking about the innate initiation and the, well, forget the linguistics about it, but you know what I'm saying, yeah. Because when you actually check it, it's like what MC Lini said, you know, the known unknowns and the unknown knowns and the known unknowns. Do you see what I'm saying? And what most people they have is the ability to connect to certain things, but they choose not to listen to their inner selves guiding them, you know, telling them in which direction to go. And in terms of bloodline, again, it goes to the whole destruction of the family unit in sort of like the Western world or the world in general, by, you know, like, have sex with anyone, don't mind if you have kids with this person, you can have kids with that person, children with this person, make everyone forget their names, lose connection to the worth of bloodline links, so that the few bloodlines that have certain type of capabilities, by the time it comes to this generation, are either so watered down that they're no longer a threat, or that in order for them to not become a greater threat, then they will send other people along their paths to interact with them, to, you know, kind of like JEDI was saying, when the girl invited him to the party, the Jehovah's Witness party. She was a very pretty girl, and a lot of the times when it comes to people outreaching, they tend to send the most attractive ones to the person. Do you see what I'm saying? To lure them in as well.
Yeah, I've seen that. Definitely. I've seen a few young Polish things going doing the rounds.
Going around doing what?
Trying to get people to become JWs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they deliberately put them on the front line, inviting you to pay attention to what they're telling you.
And as well, I like how JEDI broke it down. You know, when he was saying about the masonry being basically the original apple, for the forbidden fruit of knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we all know, like, some people, even when it comes to just understanding things outside the 3D realm, when most people tend to look into it before they even get to the 5D or whatever, from there on the borders of the 3D world info, it takes their mind to a different place and they just can't cope. Do you see what I'm saying? So they have that kind of mental breakdown, or do you know what? Just that kind of just give up on everything completely, and then end up kind of like a vagabond, or however you pronounce that word.
What, a vagabond? Like a tramp, you mean?
Vagabond, that's it.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
see what
like
I'm saying?
a homeless person or a tramp, you mean?
No, I wouldn't say a tramp. It's just,
Or a
it's
beggar.
just a tramp. A vagabond is just like a nomad, realistically.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Do you see what, when you realistically look at, that's what a vagabond is. And most cultures, I would say, have a lot of nomadic qualities. And even if they're centered in one place, or they circle around to come back in the place, they still cling on to that knowledge. Like, you know, you have people in the desert, that, you know, they're people's, and even in the Sahara, all these places, their people travel. They follow some follow the animals for the hunting, some follow the systems of the stars, some understand that. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But then everyone was connected to nature, connected to understanding this is how the stars are, this is how you align. and connect to see that this is the direction. You know, like the maps in the skies. Exactly. And we're slowly separating from that knowledge. And it's funny how all the spiritual stuff is like what Shaka was saying yesterday. All the
See this thing
spiritual
about Masons, MD. How I would trace it back here for me, if you start from Islam, you see that there's a distinct separation between the Sunnis and the Shias. So the Shias, they claim in some esoteric knowledge was passed to them, and that's a secret, and that makes them some special group. But they're always a minority that are trying to influence the majority, right? So if you look at the path that they took, their teaching spread to where the Iranian, Zoroastrian, Satan worshipping.
To be honest, I don't know much about Sufi, like
not Sufi, Shia, right? So they spread towards the Indian and the demonic kind of teachings and Zoroastrianism and all that, right? And during the Seljuk Sunni leadership, they always tried to infiltrate the leadership, and like they used to put spies in there, and they used to assassinate people, and their whole organization, they were called the Batinis, were about influencing the power. So the government that was there, like the legitimate structure of people like who had the lineage going back to Prophet, let's say, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they created a nation of people. But these little small group of people always try to influence and kind of like penetrate the leadership. And they had these methods like having spies, making people into duppies, like that were willing to die for their cause. And they had all these underhand
duppy means ghosts.
Duppy meaning like a zombie sort of person that will take a bullet for someone else, and they'll like have assassins. So the whole thing about assassins comes from this culture as well, which is comes from the word hashish, they reckon. So they would use hashish as a ritualistic way of hypnotizing people and making them feel like some spiritual possession that would then make them like duppies. Where
that would be more alcohol. I would say that would be more alcohol than weed, because
so
alcohol,
all these sort of
genes come
ritualistic
from the spirit.
behaviors was part of their MO, their modus operandi. And basically, these people are the ones that eventually joined up with the Catholics. So there's a lot of similarities between Catholicism and Shia Islam. There's like sort of allegiance between them to bring down like the Sunnis, like the Seljuks, who then later became the Ottomans. So at the end, they did manage to infiltrate and bring them down. They installed their own sultan that they wanted. And basically what happened, Sultan Abdul Hamid II kind of like made a comeback and got ousted their installed sultan by the Masons, who wanted to kind of take Palestine away from the Ottomans and give it to the Jews to make Israel, and all this plan that was in place. Abdul Hamid II said no to all that, so they got rid of him, and they ended up collapsing the whole Ottoman Empire to do that.
Okay.
So these Masons have always been involved in that kind of thing.
No, but this is not what I was saying. I was just talking about just the basics, because the way you're going into all these extra details, and it seems like kind of, although I know you still added the Masons in there, it's still like it's coming off the actual topic.
If you Google
like
it, they say that the Masons
being forbidden fruit. Do you see what I'm saying? If we just stick to the basics of it.
But 1 minute, this organization, the Batinis, went on to become the Masons through joining up with the Catholics. They created a new organization.
So are you saying this, because I've never heard of that the name Batini before? So you're saying Batinis.
Yeah.
You're saying the Batinis are the original Masons. Is that what you're saying?
So there's a guy called Hassan Sabba. If you look up Hassan Sabba, he was the original head of the organization. And when you see how he created the whole subversive organization that can kind of like be like a control mechanism of it's like a parasite. You know, have you seen those ants? They show the ant that has like a long tooth and it bites into this animal's skull and manages to control it. So it's like a parasite, a small little animal that controls a bigger animal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that sort of thing. It's like a small organization that latches onto a big government or a country and it manipulates it for its own agenda.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sort of structure that their belief system's built on, that they're like covert, they operate in the shadows, they don't really have the people's interests at heart.
No,
because
everything is in plain sight, though. That's the thing. It's I don't know if you ever seen the movie Usual Suspect. What's his name?
Yeah,
My favorite verse in it is like the greatest trick the devil pulled is to
make you think he don't exist.
He don't exist, exactly.
Yeah,
But with all the information out there, the information.
Exactly. You know what, MD? That is a perfect parallel. Because that person, the one who's pretending to be the spastic that no one's really watching, he's really the ringleader that's watching everyone's movements. He's planted himself like a spy. You get me? And he's watching everyone. But really, he's the real ringleader. He's the real thing. He's the main man. But he's put himself in as the lowest person. He's gone in like a spastic. So they all feel sorry for him. They speak in front of him. They do all their business in front of him, thinking, he's harmless. Like you said, he's hiding in plain sight.
Mm-hmm. But this is the thing, what I'm trying to say. Obviously, the knowledge is out there. The knowledge isn't hidden. However, I would say, do you know what? I would say there's a difference between something being... Do you know what? Let me think about the right terminology. I'll let you continue talking before I actually put that.
So if you look up these people like Hassan Sabah, the Batini organization, they're accredited with being people that have methods that were adopted by the Masons and these type of organizations that came much after them. So when you look at the Masons of today and this kind of like shadow operating organization that infiltrates governments and like basically gets their own agenda at the forefront, all these methodologies that they use, like putting little spies in there, having the secret organizations, having initiates and these type of things, this all goes back to Hassan Sabah. And he was the one who had the organization, well, not an organization, but he had.
What year was this? You're saying this guy Hassan Sabah, he's basically the leader of the original.
Yeah, he's the one who came up with the system of the Masons are using today. But they've made it more elaborate.
So what year are you telling me? What year is this?
The Seljuk dynasty would have been like before the 12th century. So going back to maybe the 11th century, the 12th, the 8th. So anything like, so obviously the Prophet was 9th century. So I would say anything after like 9, 10, 11th century, 11 something BC. 11 BC. That's what we're going back to. Yeah. So they were Shias. And like I was saying, like when someone said, was the Prophet a Mason? I would say, no way. I would say anything that is esoteric or anything that's like subversive, anything that's secret organizations, that's not what the Prophet ﷺ was about. It was about basically building something that's out in the open, that's clear and defined, and not based on mysticism or secret societies at all. Whereas if you look at the Shias, that's basically their MO. It's like, we've got the secret that the Prophet secretly in a cave passed to Abu Bakr. No, sorry, not Abu Bakr. Hazrat Ali passed it to Ali, and the secret then carries on. Like, what secret, bro? What secret? Ain't that having secrets? Ain't that against the whole premise of Islam? The whole premise of Islam is that, there's only one God. So everyone
being secretive and being private is two different things. You know that?
Yeah, but they're saying it's a secret. That Hazrat Ali learned the secret from the Prophet in a cave, and he wasn't supposed to tell anyone else. He kept it secret, and there's no line of.
But then, if he kept it secret, how would someone know?
Yeah, so they teach it to each other in secret. So this is how these secret organizations work. That you have to build up your rank to a point where they can trust you and you've been initiated, or
No,
you
no, no,
murdered a
no.
few
That's
people.
not what I meant. I mean, you said
How can we know
the
it's
Rasul
real?
alayhi salatu wasalam, he
Yeah.
said something to Ali in secret.
Yeah, so there's no chains of narrations for these things. There's no proof. It's not out in the open. So anything else that the Prophet said, there's about 10 people that said, yeah, I was there when he said it. And there's 10 people that's got their hadith on it. But with this, it's a secret thing, so they can
from where, though?
change it. What do you mean? Sorry? Ask the question again.
Give me 1 second. Money's just coming. Yeah, 1 sec.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, if you look at Islam and the way how it's passed from generation to generation, it's out in the open. Everything the Prophet said had 10 or more people that were there that said, yeah, I heard him say it, and they verify it. So there's no secrets. But what the Shias are doing, they're coming with a secret organization where they're like, the Prophet told Ali, and Ali kept it a secret, and like there's basically no chain of narration, and there's no secondary or third or fourth or fifth person that was like, yeah, I was there too. So them things can get changed and can get infiltrated by secret knowledge from other faiths. Like if they mixed it in with a bit of Hinduism or a bit of Catholicism, no one would know, innit? All you're knowing is what you're getting taught by your leader, and the leader obviously has a higher amount of power. So their leaders are ultimate powers.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Gaines is saying, I don't know if you can read it in the chats. He said, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was not 9th century, 6th to 7th century. Hassan Sabbah was around Ismaili Fatima dynasty, so that's the 11th to 12th century, created assassins to take out crusaders and only actors.
That's lies, man. He's lying, man. They were working with the Crusaders to overthrow the Islamic empires. He's lying. Whoever said that's a Shia. Who said that?
That was Gain. I don't know.
Gain. Gain, that's a bit suspect what you're saying, man. Hassan Sabbah is a leader of the Shias that were against the...
No, he's talking about timelines. He's talking about your
his
timeline.
might be more accurate than mine because I'm saying it off the top of my head. He might have gone and looked it up. But what I'm saying is Hassan Sabbah and the Shias were working with the enemies of Islam to bring down Islam. They weren't working for the good of Islam, attacking Crusaders. That's lies. I don't know where he got that from. But anyway, no point arguing about it. But I'm saying that a lot of these Masonic organizations goes back to the methods that Hassan Sabbah himself developed, like the assassins and things like that. And he would plant people in like as servants in your house that, you know, you'd hire somebody like as a servant, and then it would turn out that they'll be reporting back information to an organization that would use that and like collect evidence against people, like, and blackmail them with like, oh, you was having sex with your maid or whatever, not knowing that the maid actually lured, like, you know, like Lewinsky chick, like that.
Yeah,
sort
Monica
of thing.
Lewinsky.
Yeah, like
You know
that.
what I
Like,
was
look how
gonna
much
say?
trouble she caused.
When it comes to, like, say for example, when it comes to prominent African, like people of the diaspora, African diaspora coming into prominent position, getting people to lead. Sometimes it's a case, I don't know, what do you guys in the chats think? You know, when it comes to like, in order to do something good, sometimes you have to get your hands dirty. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, would you say the ends justify the means? Do you see what I'm saying? Some people, and they might have stepped into a certain organization unknowingly, not knowing how deep spiritually it goes into the deception of stealing your essence and things like that. So then they step into it, and then basically that's used as blackmail. That's used to blackmail them later to tarnish their names. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So from they
this is what
realize it and they want to
MD,
separate themselves from it, that's when they get assassinated. Hence why, you know, Malik Shabazz was assassinated.
Have you heard of what are them Pakistani Muslims called? It begins with a B. Brelvis. Have you heard of Brelvis?
No. I know
So
there's a group in Somalia, the Browries. I don't know any Somali in the chat.
Barelvi is a type of a Sufi Muslim, but what they were doing up north, let's say, they're opening masjids and spreading Islam and representing their people, but like they weren't telling the people the truth, like the full truth, that they're actually they're not really mainstream Islam. They're not really normal Muslims. They're a subsect of Sufism.
Oh,
And
sorry, guys, and let me correct myself. I didn't mean Malik al-Shabazz. Sorry, my bad. I meant what's his name, Alex Haley, because I know he was amazing. Yeah.
So when you talk to a lot of Pakistanis who are now very strict on their deen because they've got all the hadiths at hand, they've got like a lot more knowledge, they've studied. All these young Pakistani boys, yeah, are bang on their deen right now, and a lot of them are very, very, very good Muslims from what I can see. But their families, their predecessors, they were Brelvis. They were like, I'm not saying they were a deviant sect, but they were a subsect of Islam. But they didn't tell the majority of the population, this is what we're on some Sufi thing. They weren't telling them that. They were just opening masjids and letting people go there. And they there would have been hand selecting from the younger generation kids that were, let's say, gifted, and obviously initiating them. Well, I don't know if they got initiation ceremony, but they would have indirectly been taking them into their more secret understanding of Islam. Well, not secret, but it would have been more based on, I think, Barelvism is based on nationalism, where you have to be a Pakistani to be part of, you have to be a Barelvi to be a Pakistani, and vice versa.
Okay, so
which
then,
isn't
but
really
then that doesn't have
mainstream
that
Islam.
don't how does that have anything to do with deen?
So what I'm saying is that in the deen,
Ain't that like that? That sounds more like a political group rather than.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like a political group, but they're keeping it like, no, they're not keeping it a secret, but they're not broadcasting it and saying, putting it on the front of the building and saying this is who we are and come here. They're just basically saying, well, no, we're mainstream Muslims, we're normal Muslims, but they're not really telling you that they have this other agenda.
No, but then at the end of the day, you can be a Muslim with different political views. It don't make a difference. If you're a Muslim, then you believe La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, ikafik. You know what I'm saying? That's the basis of a Muslim. Whether or not you have different political views, different political agendas, that's do you know what I'm saying? That depends on the person themselves. Right? Do you see what I mean? And Game put in the chat, Saladin Ayyubi also worked for Fatimad and was the visor for Fatimad, final Khalifa, until he took over. And Mahafte, she put, that's the illusion, MD. Some of the biggest scholars who educated the current scholars are Black, e.g. Muhammad al-Ethiopi, the strongest living Muhaddith, and Muhammad Amin al-Jami, both are Ethiopians. Big up. Oh, and this guy, he put, Brelvis are grave worshippers. They call on a man in the grave, Allah Musa'an. That's what Battle of Dasul said. You know what? I remember a girl in my college, this is obviously many moons ago. She was a Pakistani sister, and her family were a group called Ahmadis. So are the Brelvis, his Battle of the Soul is saying Brelvis are grave worshippers. Is that another term for Ahmadis? Do you know? Can you put it in the chat?
I've heard
from
about
what I know, Ahmadis do that. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, you right?
Yeah, I'm good, MD. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I heard about Ahmadis and all that. They're, they're a very small sect and all that.
And I don't really know much. Yeah, it's a tiny sect. And I don't really know much, to be honest.
And apparently they're not considered as Muslims or something like that.
You see, this is what she told me. But this was years ago, because the only reason basically her brother Ali Arhamu passed away. And his friends came for the janaza, and then they all come to like before the janaza or something, they came to the house, and then something was done that kind of showed that they were Ahmadis. Don't ask me what it was, Allahu Alam, I don't know. And then his brethren actually stood up and left. so they didn't end up even going to his janaza. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. That's a bit
Yeah, yeah,
harsh.
yeah, yeah.
Right?
No, but
That
I
means
was
that, you know, they've done something Islamically incorrect, something like that, right?
from what I don't like. Oh, he goes Battle of the Soul. He's he or she. Sorry, I don't know if you're a brother or sister. He said, "No, they're different. Ahmadis are not Muslims. They believe in another prophet." Hafti, she put Ahmadis have a prophet called Ghulam Ahmed from India, so they are not considered Muslim. Is it okay now? And Sajid Khan Muhammad said Ahmadiyas don't believe in the prophet. So what what are you trying to say, that they say Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam isn't a prophet, or that this guy comes after him, this other guy from India?
I heard some people, some sects believe that, you know, there were prophets after Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Astaghfirullah. But okay, so you're up on here. What do you think about it then? Do you, like, for example, we know that the powers that, so-called powers that be, you know, these Masonic orders and things like that, who control the financial sector and are able to, you know, play around with certain things. Do you think it's wrong for people of the diaspora to join such organization in order to help their people and their communities? Because alone, they may only, you know, be able to make, I don't know, 10 steps forward. But with them, they're able to make 2,000,000% forward and get extra change in their pockets in the meantime.
I mean, the thing about Masonry is, you know, it's very controversial, topic to be discussing and all that. You know, even if a person is even in the Masons and all that, that person is going to be looked upon, suspiciously, right? So I always thought that.
But that's the thing, yeah, they would be looked at suspiciously.
It was a club of people who are probably middle class people, that go into those, you know, organizations to in order to for common interest or something like that. You know, they might be chairman of charities. There might be chairmen of educational establishments, or there could be judges, there could be police officers, they could be, you know, army generals, or we're talking about people, respectable people in society, right? That are going into the Masons and all that. But, you know, I've heard also that people who in the Masons engage in, engage in criminal acts and all that. You know.
No, but that's, I don't know. Like I was saying before, I feel like sometimes it's like you see a person with a natural gift or specific bloodline, and then you say to yourself, if I can get them, they understand how to harness the essence of the people. And by harnessing the essence of the people, it's like, you know, like the energy vampires, like the Masonic order is like an energy vampire. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, right, how do I get more food for myself? This person has the essence of a plug, yeah? So if I go to them, I speak them, they join me, they start rising, the more they know, they realize, okay, you know what, this ain't for me. And then they basically, that's, you know, like a blackmail. Do you see what I'm saying? So
blackmail.
you're part of us now, so you might as well stay here, because no one's going to believe you anyway. No one's going to think you're a just person or a truthful person from the time we co-signed you. So, do you know what I mean? You might as well just continue on in this path instead of leaving it.
Yeah, but but when I look at Masons and all that, I don't look at it in a favorable sense, to be honest. Yeah, perhaps, you know, it's due to popular culture, the way it's been portrayed and all that, and, you know, it's the secrecy in the organization and so on and so forth. I just don't feel comfortable even, you know, I wouldn't even entertain the idea of joining the Masons, to be honest.
Okay.
It's like as if I blacklisted myself from society. You know, so Yeah.
Okay. All right, we've got some more information in the chat. Rayhan said they believe Ghulam Ahmad was Jesus incarnate, or others say he was the last prophet, straight kufr. And then Gaines gone, founder of Ahmadiyya, the founder died inside a toilet. Sarah put, basically they denied the ayah that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the last prophet because they have this other guy as a prophet.
I mean,
And
that's
then
the
Rayhan
last
said Ahmadiyya was created and promoted by the British when the Brits ruled India and set up so they would fight the British. Interesting. And then Abdul Haroon put, Bettini, I'm so sorry, I keep interrupting. Every time you open your mouth, I'm reading a sentence. I'll just read this one and then you can go ahead. Bettini Sufis are Shias in disguise. The Saudis are Bettini Sufis. That's what he wrote. He or she wrote. Yeah, he wrote, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that for the person to die in a toilet and all that might demonstrate that person, you know, may not have been good character, right? It's a nasty way to. It's a nasty place to die, right? You know.
I mean, it's not an ideal place to die, but you know what? Death comes to people in all different places. You know, people die by fire. Just because they die by fire doesn't mean. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but particularly,
the wrongdoers,
toilet
they do
is
get
it's the most, you know, unclean place in a house or any establishment whatsoever. Like, but for a person to die there and all that, you know, it's just. I wouldn't want to die in a what do you call it, in a toilet and all that, right? You know, but I don't know. Perhaps there might be indication that, you know, that person, you know, may have. I've heard someone said one time that the place that you spend, you know, throughout your life and all that. For instance, if I like to walk around every day, you know, a considerable amount of hours, like 5 hours a day and all that, until I'm in my 70s or until I die, basically, I'm more likely to die, you know, when I'm walking or something like that. You know, it's the way the person actually spoke about it. But it's true that could be that, you know, that can happen. You know, that could happen. I'm not ruling things out, anything like that. But you know, that person gave an interesting, you know, an interesting, you know, how shall I say it? An interesting view of, you know, of life and death and all that. But yeah.
Okay, Abdul Harim put, the British Empire's Freemason continued to support deviant groups in the 19th century, aided Mirza Ghulam Ahmed of Ghadan in India. And
Well,
Kimo,
I have never came across an Ahmadi who is not of from the Indian subcontinent. It's almost exclusively Ahmadis are people who are originally from the Indian subcontinent. I never saw an Ahmadi who was, you know, an European Ahmadi, an African Ahmadi.
the only Ahmadi I knew was my friend from college, and obviously her sister and family. That's literally the only one. I've never come across another Ahmadi since.
Yeah. Do they wear hijab?
Of course. Well, she did. Her older sister didn't, but she did. Yeah, and obviously her mum did as well.
Right. Yeah, so it was a bit, you know, it was a bit confusing when I heard about Ahmadi and all that. And then that you know, like them not being Muslim and all that. I always thought they were Muslims, isn't it? But like until I realized, you know, that you know, certain aspects of Islam and all that, you know, if they don't believe Muhammad wasn't a prophet and all that means they're not Muslims. Yeah. I know, even when you're looking at, you know, the religion of Islam and all that, I never got the reason why you would have someone, you know, beating themselves up or something like that. Do you know when they beat themselves up?
No, that's the Shias.
Yeah. Yeah, I just never, I never saw the point, you know, or the idea of it. Man. I thought it was a very strange thing.
I think from what I learned, and Allah alam this a while ago in terms of Shias, is that they do that for mourning because they killed Hassan and Hussein in it.
So it's like an intergenerational blame or something like that.
I don't know. To be honest, obviously I didn't look much into it, like deep into it, because you know, why would I? You know what I'm saying? But surface level, this is what I know, and Allah knows best.
Yeah.
So aside from that, how you been? What you been up to? And like I said, congratulations for the graduations. There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're
welcome. I have been, you know, doing bits and bobs throughout the day, and you know, job hunting and sorting things out. Yeah, so.
Okay, nice. And I put this to the chat. Something I saw on IG earlier. This happened in China. The man and woman, they're basically getting married, and then, you know, for the party, you know, the after party where everyone kind of sits down and does whatever. He played a video of his wife, newly wife, you know, the same day, yeah, sleeping with her pregnant sister's husband. But he still married her. Would you guys do that? I put that question out to the chat. If you knew the person you was cheating, you had video document of them cheating, would you still marry them and show that video of them cheating at your wedding and stay with them? Would you do that?
You know, if I was in that type of situation, the answer would be no. No, I wouldn't want to get married to a woman. If I found out that it actually happened, isn't it? I'll probably think she's a slag. To be quite honest, it's you know, it's a very bad thing for a woman to do. Like, you know, especially her sister's husband. You know, that's the ultimate betrayal. I'm thinking to myself, you know, who is she going to forgive? Is she going to forgive her sister or her husband? You know?
Is she going to forgive us? No. What are you talking about? It's the husband. Oh, you're talking about for the pregnant sister. Allah Alam. Wait, I have so many things about that. That's. But Jed, can you let Freddie in, please? He's in the back. Or Maku, if you can let Freddie in. Thank you. I know, me either. I would never do that. Oh, Moodbest, he was from China. Yeah. Me either, beloved. It would be a straight no. I'm not even going to proceed to the ceremony. But are you video evidence footage? Yeah, stops at the wedding hall.
I'm just wondering. He probably knew that she was having an affair, right? Like, that's quite surprising for him to actually record the whole, you know.
You know what? That's a good point. Trillo, she just put in the chat. Maybe he got it after the nuptials, then was like, "Y'all need to see this." Yeah. Because, boy, y'all's in trouble.
Big up the phone.
Big up.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what are you doing, Freddie? Yeah, are you going to show that video? Let's for argument's sake, he found it after the nuptials. Would you play that video for everyone to see? Stop, you're funny, man.
But if I was a guy, yeah, I wouldn't want to get married to that woman, to be honest. Yeah.
No, like, say for argument's sake, we put it as Trillo said. You know, like you've done the nuptials. Someone's giving you the video. What's your next move? Are you going to play it? Are you going to say nothing? If you're the only one with that video, would you have played it or would you have kept your mouth quiet and still stayed married?
Do you know what? Yeah, I reckon the slates are clean, because he actually, he showed a video to everyone. Literally, he was embarrassed.
which would include her parents as well.
Yeah, exactly. He felt embarrassed when he saw the whole situation between her and her brother-in-law, right?
No,
That's when he was embarrassed, right? So obviously he returned the favor, didn't he?
His wife and his brother-in-law, yeah.
So in a way, even he got married to her. That, in that sense, they're even Stevens now, to some extent.
My only other thought could be like, maybe it wasn't because maybe she might come from a very wealthy family and there's no prenuptial. So he was like, you know what, fun this. I'm gonna marry her and then I'm gonna show this video, make out like I got it after the nuptials, divorce her and get the bag of money.
Exactly. The only thing that's the collateral damage here is her sister.
I know, Messina. But in real life, yeah, I knew some aunties way they were Turkish Cypriot aunties way back when, and a similar thing happened between them, and I couldn't believe it. But
Really?
The one sister ended up divorcing her husband, and then the second sister ended up marrying the husband because she was having an affair. It was madness.
Full blown affair, like.
Mm-hmm. But stuff like that, I think that's just bad mind. That's just next level maliciousness kind of.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Imagine
Well, those
your
two
sister.
related.
They were sisters, and on top of that, her sister was pregnant. You know what? It's enough the fact that she's your sister. That's your blood. That's your sister, blood sister. That's her husband. Do you know what I'm saying? What's wrong with you? Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean that's beyond disgusting, to be honest. Like, that's beyond disgusting. I'll be back. Yeah, I just need to open the door.
All right, bless up. Like, comment, and subscribe. People, hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff. Don't forget to tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend. I got 1%, so it probably will cut out. So anyone else need to jump on? Assalamu alaikum. You're right, my darling.
Salam. Yeah, I'm good, man. So yeah, what was the question? I was listening in the background, but
basically, the woman, she slept with her sister's husband, her pregnant sister's husband, and then the man she married played the video of her sleeping with her sister's husband at the wedding reception.
But is that after marriage, though?
Yeah, because the reception in it after the nuptials.
Yeah.
So they already did the ceremony, and then it's the after party.
Yeah, what? Put it on screen or just show them on the phone?
Literally on screen. It's crazy. Yeah.
Movie. Yeah. You have to exit left, man. As the man. It's a big embarrassment, man. Family and everyone. But yeah, they can work through it. I suppose there's a method to the madness.
You think there's a way to work through that?
Well, she's trying to get it out early. Like, listen, I know what you've done. You're infidelity, and I still married you. That's the proof. You can't be then. Like, it wouldn't make sense to do that and then say, I want a divorce. Do you get it? Or I want the wedding annulled. You could say that, but you'd just be going, it's back to front. It's better you leave him standing at the altar, right? Big time embarrassment, and just play the tape. Don't you think? Oh, it's MD gone.
I'm back now.
Oh, so. MD, yeah.
What are you on about? You're gonna start a marriage on this basis?
Yeah, you could. I mean, some people do that. They do that. They're like, yeah, I know what you done, blah, blah, blah. Or they do it before the wedding. They expose it before the wedding and say, listen, I got to think about it a couple minutes. You see it in movies and shit. You know what I mean?
No, but we're talking loyalty, yeah?
Huh?
So you're building up to the wedding.
Listen, I'm not trying to die.
She's cheating.
I got found out. The wedding's over, man. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done because I can't go to sleep knowing full well that she knows this, and I could just wake up and she could be over me with a kitchen knife. Like, what is this?
I'm
Not
just
worth putting yourself at risk,
it.
bro.
Divorce, call the wedding off.
Poison your food, put glass in your cappuccino. Like, I'm not. Nah. Let's just go our separate ways, man. I fucked up in it.
Yeah. So you call it all off.
But,
Get the divorce done.
again, right now it's really her choice when she's saying, listen, exposing the video, public embarrassment, but you still married me though. You did it after the ceremony. So I find that there's some method to it.
Because she didn't want to bring shame on the family and didn't realize the video was there or something.
No, man, she put it purposely. If she put it purposely,
the guy probably didn't know the video was there when he did the
but that's neither here nor there. The point is that you still marry the person. So if you still marry the person, there's gonna be a point where you can say, or they've already come to it, say, listen, this is what happened. Yeah, your bait or whatever, or he's gonna have to speak to her afterwards. You know what I mean? And
So
she might say to him, listen,
all I'm saying is
she can take control. But hold on, he's gonna infraction, so she can take control and say, like, listen, this is how I want the relationship. This is how our marriage is gonna work. This is how she can stipulate loads of things with that little piece of information or that little piece of exposure.
Use it as leverage, is what you're saying.
Of course.
No,
And she'll have who? She'll have all the females. 1 second. She'll have all the females on his side of the family backing her. Sorry. Think about it. You know what I mean? I know mums love their sons, but if they do an indiscretion like that, I'm telling you, women is a gang. They take sides, man.
Yeah, I understand all that. But my point is, this is the first day you're declaring your wedding vows and everything to the public.
Yeah.
How is that a good start to a marriage in any circumstances?
It is. For some people, as I said, yeah, but it's not my scenario, right? But I'm just saying, in that scenario, yeah, it seems like there's room for reconciliation because of how it was done, right? It's a public embarrassment thing, and then they probably had to run backstage or back door or whatever. She ran off the stage, and you know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know the situation, but from that, they could still come out and just both hand in hand, mwah, and whatever, and everyone, yay! You know, I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, I would think personally,
see the video and
I would think that more it would be along the lines that should be using it as leverage. Yes.
My initial response to it is, if you're cheating on the wedding day or before the wedding day,
doesn't
what's
matter.
the future?
It's just the cheating things. It's just as it's been described here. It's cheating. She was cheating. He was cheating, and she played the video at the wedding.
Even
you work it out.
Even let's hear your voice.
Yo, what's happening?
He's saying even.
Hi, Eden.
What's happening, Matthew, lad? You all right?
I'm good, bro.
Even. Let's hear your view.
Oh, what about that wedding thing? Yeah, that's mad. Imagine the preview. Like, I wonder whether he knew he was getting filmed when he done it, when he done the deed.
Is this a Masonic view? Please don't give me a Masonic view, yeah?
Masonic view, man. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm a mate. Lad, I couldn't even be arsed being a Mason if I'm fucking brutally honest. Like,
yeah, no.
Seems so much fucking. Yeah.
We know there's Masons
short,
all over the place, man.
Yeah.
We don't care about that. We know
like
that.
We got me granddad's uncle. We got all his stuff in the garage, like. But
I'm just teasing you, even. You know that.
You look amazing.
No, but I'll be honest, lad. I've even worked, and I still do work for him. When I say do work, I mean physically work. Like do jobs for a Masonic charity.
About whatever it is, building work, whatever it is.
Yeah, and they seem all right, lad. Listen, lad, I'm not here to defend Masons, lad. Everyone knows what the Masons done and do, don't they? So, it is what it is, isn't it? just a big gang, aren't they? Or well organised gang, massive
Anyway,
gang.
now let's get back to the wedding situation. What are you saying, Eben?
Yeah, imagine that, lad. Like I say, I wonder whether he knew he was getting filmed when he was in a knickers. No, he might have thought it was a good idea at the time. You know, oh yeah.
Typical Scouse that brings it down to the knickers.
Yeah. And then as soon as he's seen the bedroom come on the, you know what I mean, and then I can imagine it, you know, like a handheld camera. You know, when he used to have a handheld camera and it used to like start like looking at your feet, and then like all like that on the sound, and then it gets put on the sideboard. Then
we're talking VHS or something.
Yeah. Well, I think she did say it was years ago, so yeah, probably was VHS, lad, yeah. Or maybe a DVD if they were posh. Or even more old school, lad, SCART lead with the red, yellow. What was it? Red, yellow, and green lead, and then you plug it into the back of the telly, and then you play it through the actual device live.
That's video or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see the video. We need to see the video. Let's see the evidence.
Probably on Pornhub.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't know whether I get married after it or stay married, but like Matthew said, some people do, lads. Some people.
Yeah.
What sort of the alarm bells rang for me was she pregnant when she was getting? I think that's a completely different side. Like if she was pregnant, getting smashed on camera, and then shown that at her sister's wedding, that's like.
I don't even know about all that.
Eunice, have you seen it on Pornhub?
No, I haven't saw it though. Technically, if I saw it, it would be a criminal offence, isn't it? That's because it's revenge porn, isn't it? So therefore, I can't be watching it.
Okay.
Revenge porn is fake scenario still. It's not real. These are professional actors and that. Or porn stars or porn things. Yeah, like, it doesn't make sense.
Let's see the video. We'll talk about it.
We know that Eunice watch bare scenario porn. Taboo, all of that.
Nah, I don't watch that. That's disgusting, man. That's gross, man.
I think he's more into the Muslim porn.
Eunice, you're probably too young. We used to find our porn in a bush. You always used to find porn in the bush as kids.
In the bin, yeah.
Like, who the fuck's been wanking in this bush to like the maddest porn ever?
I remember all that.
It was always mad porn as well.
Yeah, you were like in the paper shop, and your mates were in, and then you just tried to kick the porn mag off the top aisle, and then your mate would kick it out, and you had a runner, and so you kick it to him, and then he'd run, and you were just trying to act all innocent. So it was like you had like a team, just like this is when I was a teenager, obviously. And you had
I'll never forget my first porn tape. Like my mate recorded it on over remember Universal Soldier, that film?
Yeah.
He recorded over Universal Soldier, and all different ones. Like, cause his brother used to get loads of porn, and he was quite posh, like, so he had like. You know the one where you could record off one tape onto another tape?
Yeah.
So we used to do it on all like proper films for us, so we could put it on the shelf and it doesn't look moody. You know what I mean? Eternal Lust 2, Jenna Jameson, lad, and they were like vampires.
Yeah.
And she went in to get safe from the rain, and then ended up just getting smashed in every room. They ended up being vampires and had an orgy at the end. Nuts.
Yeah, those early days were crazy in the VHS world.
Yeah, porn with music.
Yeah, the dodgy 70s, 80s music. That was really weird.
If you give porn with music to like the young ones now, like Eunice, I think the music would put them off. You wouldn't be able to get a hard on.
I mean, what I've noticed is that the lesbian one a lot better one, lesbian ones.
Is that what you prefer, Eunice?
Well, when I used to watch and all that, that was my preference.
Why was that, Eunice?
I honestly don't know why. I don't know why. Because the idea of two beautiful women,
like the girl on girl action, is it?
The idea of two beautiful women, yeah, like, you know, making love with each other, you know, it was, you know, it looked very, you know, hot at the time and all that. So
What?
it's like, yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
No, I just thought, no, at the time, you know, I thought that, you know.
What with the lesbian strap-on porn?
No, I didn't watch. Well, yeah, I was watching like do you know the ones that you find like in the 80s or something like that, or
Listen,
the
don't
90s
mess
one,
yourself
innit?
up, man.
Like ones like classic ones or something like that.
So you're going retro for the bush.
Yeah, bush girl.
Yeah.
Afro things.
Oh yeah, like the
Mad.
bush, is it?
And even the men have got big moustaches. So why ain't you got a big mustache?
Yeah. It was all about the hair in those days.
Mhm.
It was crazy.
He has got the big hair, pause. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Mustaches, bush.
It was all that.
It was almost like a genre in those days, wasn't it? Now you're looking back on it, it was like you look back on this stuff. It's like, yeah, that's what the genre. You had the dodgy music in the background, the dodgy scenario, and how it kicked off. So Eunice is a aficionado of retro girl on girl action.
Yeah, I used to watch that, innit? So I liked watching that, yeah. And I also liked watching like the UK ones, isn't it? The UK ones.
Oh, you preferred the UK action rather than the American?
Well, yeah. So a long time ago, I used to watch the UK one. It was, you know, it was all right and all that, but yeah.
So,
But,
Eunice,
yeah.
now you've got your masters and you're beginning adulthood. So, how long ago are we talking about in this period?
Probably in my early 20s.
How old are you again? 24?
24, yeah.
I thought you were in your early 20s now.
No, I'm 24. I'm in my mid 20s.
About 21. It's a
Yeah, you're in early 20s. You're still early 20s. Like, hey,
It's
fucking
a
hell, I don't want
lifetime ago, isn't it, in
don't want me
those days?
taxes done by you, lad.
It's a lifetime ago when you're in your 20s. Come on, you remember that, Ethan. So 24 is a lot different to 20 or 21. You've experienced life.
Yeah, I haven't watched it since I was like, I think when I was like 22. You know, but yeah, when I watched it, it was quite boring. It was boring, to be honest, like watching it.
So it was it was just a phase, was what you're saying.
Yeah, it was a phase and all that, but I found it to be extremely boring, like watching it and all that. It's just, yeah.
You should do some squats, Eunice.
What?
Seeing as your balls are that heavy, you'll have fucking legs
What
like
are you
fucking
doing?
tree
What are
trunks.
you doing? What are you doing?
Nice and spots for women, innit?
He's got a heavy weight around his
Why are
body.
you focused? What? What is this?
Sniper, bring us back on track, please.
I don't know what Heathen's doing, man. Sounds weird. Dangerous.
No, because he hasn't had a wank in like 4 years, and he doesn't have a beard. I said, he better not start doing squats, lad. Won't need any weights with the weight of his balls.
Mad. Pause. Several pauses in there.
Elephantitis, lad.
Even reminds the mates back home. He's got the same humour.
Yeah, borderline humour.
Yeah, especially when you've had a few beers on a night out, this kind of nonsense comes out.
Yeah, you start laughing. Mad.
So Eunice, so you're looking for new jobs. You've given up this recreational activity, should we say?
Yeah, I've given up in it. I've given up a long time ago and all that. I found it to be a bit boring, innit? Though. Yeah, I genuinely found it to be, you know, boring and all that. It felt as if it didn't give me any purpose whatsoever. Like, it was just, you know, individuals.
It was a sort of release.
Doing scenes and all that, like, you know, 5-minute intervals, something like that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
They probably were doing it for like, 8 hours, filming and all that, and they're just doing bits and pieces, like 5 minutes. You know, do this position, this, that, and that. You have to do this, you have to do that. You know, it looked a bit grim. We take all that into consideration, all that. So they weren't actually having sex or anything like that. It's just they were just probably acting and all that,
I'm glad you realised that, Eunice, and you moved on. That's very healthy. So now you should be looking towards your future.
Yep.
Applying for jobs, thinking about what you're going to do, and pursuing more healthy pursuits.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do you want to do? What sort of job are you wanting to do now you've done your Masters? Are you ready to become an adult and move into the real world?
Yeah, so I would like to get an accounting finance job somewhere in London. It could be in the business district in the East End. It could be anywhere in London basically. So yeah, so I don't have to decide to go outside the UK to get a job and all that and stuff like that. But I just want to start scratch in London. Probably work in a accounting setting and all that.
Have you got any languages behind you?
I understand. Yeah, I understand 2 languages, but I don't know how to speak. Conversationally.
I bet your job in Dubai. Then again, do they need accountants in Dubai?
They probably do. Yeah.
Everyone's going over there like that. Like I know loads of people over there making fucking mega money, like.
Yeah, and it's also tax free.
Yeah, tax free, lad. Yeah, and in Saudi.
Yeah.
Saudi's tax free as well.
And that's the best thing about it. Probably going to Dubai and all that, working there. It's just if you're spending, let's just say, if you got like a salary of £100,000 and all that, and what's left over is like £69,000 when it's taxes all done and all that.
I looked, me and the missus years ago looked at Qatar, lad. We were gonna maybe go and do our jobs over in Qatar, like.
Yeah.
But when I was reading into it, lad, I wouldn't have felt comfortable. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not gonna mess around about it. Like I just did. When I started reading into it, I just thought, oh no, it doesn't appeal to me, lad. To be fair, you know what I mean. But each to their own. Do you know what I mean? If you want to go and do it, do it. Mega money over there as well, Qatar.
Have you been to any graduation fairs or anything like this, Eunice?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah. So there was a I went to the accounting one. Yeah. Yeah. Person basically, university. They they pay a visit. That a person from my accounting firm visited university, and told them about the the job opportunities post graduation and all that. So I think one of them was that you could get qualifications if you pay for it up front. Learning certain softwares and and so on and so forth. So yeah, I've actually what do you call it? Experienced that.
Okay.
But yeah, I went to job fairs and all that. I found it to be very interesting. There's so many jobs there, jobs I never considered of applying.
Okay. And what about your parents? Are they pushing you in any way? Are they wanting to do this or that?
Well, I knew that I'll probably be working in an accounting finance field and all that. I kind of liked taxation and auditing.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I scored.
It's quite dull, but if you've got the mindset for it, it can be very profitable.
Yeah. Yeah. So, for instance, if someone is hiding money and all that, yeah. So, if someone's hiding money, let's just say in auditing and all that, is not complying with the the audit standards required.
Yeah.
In regards to full disclosure and stuff like that. Yeah, and also like, you know, inspecting, you know, non-current assets. For instance, if it's a non-current asset in a premises and it's listed in values and all that, and if it's scrapped, you know, and that person didn't, you know, actually recorded it as scrapped and all that, then that person, you know, may be liable.
So you got your CV together and you're on LinkedIn and stuff like this?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's probably, you're going to take a few months. You'll get opportunities, you may get some interviews, and you just got to, you know, it's basically just keep at it, really.
Yeah.
Check what's happening, check the jobs out there on Indeed and all these websites. And yeah, you just got to wait your time. I mean, it's right now, because we're in July, August, it's a bit of a quiet time, but it picks up in September. So, because everybody likes to sort of save money in the summer, and then for the final quarter, to October, then they'll start investing again. So don't be scared that nothing's happening for the next couple of months, because then it'll pick up again October, year end, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, normally
join the Masons, lad. They'll get you a job.
Normally it takes 5 months for me to find a new job, but I've got used to the cycle, and you wait 5 months and then you get your dream job. So you have to just, you know, go with it.
Yeah, I think the, you know, applying for jobs and all that, that's the most, you know, stressful process in attaining, you know, attaining employment. So you apply for the job, and then you get shortlisted, and you just don't get a job. You know, you just don't get a reply in the, you know, in a fortnight.
What you've got to see though is that's all experience. It's like there's never a perfect candidate, and the people who pick you may pick you for any other reason. Maybe I mean, a lot of jobs I've got through knowing a friend of a friend or something, and then it's just like, oh yeah, you know, Randy's coming round. Yeah, he's been good here. Yeah. I'll let you know.
Yeah, I've been like that, lad. I've always sort of fell into,
and they've always told me,
fell into all of them.
And they've always told me something about who I'm going to interview, like, oh, he's into running. Maybe you mentioned running or into this or into that. So I'd sort of come in with a little advantage because I know a friend of a friend who knows him. And it's like, that's always worked the best for me. You know, it's like, it's not, you know, the sort of stranger interview. The ones that have always worked successfully in my life over the last 30 years is having a little in. So it's like, you know, so sometimes you might have to go to boring evenings, do a bit of networking, shit like this. And it is very boring, don't get me wrong. You know, just trying to meet people and tell them who you are and sell yourself and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, it's worth doing because in the end it might work out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here's a funny one, Eunice. You might like this one because I know you got a weird sense of humour. I was working with a lad again once, and he just one day just said, "Oh yeah, my dad just kidnapped my son."
What relevance is that right now?
It's a funny story, lad. You should talk about madness.
Oh, I was talking
a funny true story.
Sniper.
And yes, we got a.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Not bad. And anyway, long story short, he was his dad was.
Yeah, this that motherfucking dirty white boy, dog, bringing y'all this.
Prick.
Dirty white boy.
Mad.
Jed is playing around. He's been sleeping and he just woke up.
The kid's at home, lad, so he's acting like a kid.
That's what it is. It's just nothing.
Everything you own in a box.
Hey, carry on with your story. Let's go.
Anyway, lad, he was doing the plumbing in Saddam Hussein's palace, and the first World War kicked off.
I am an African.
Oh, fucking hell.
It's just
Yeah.
funny, isn't it?
Don't ask me how Scousers got the contract, but we did. And they were fitting like gold.
Intimidation, fight upon a mason. Remember that's a petrol I'm at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon.
He's just on it this afternoon. He's like, I'm just gonna fuck these brothers up.
Telling shit, nigga.
Try again.
Late 80s, really.
Try again, Heathen. Tell us your story.
Oh my god, I hear this. It's a funny story. You catching me up. For real.
Shout at me Saint's house, yeah. I'm about to come out.
You teasing me, crack you up, you mean?
No. I'm listening to the story. Carry on, man.
Man, don't tease, man. Allow it.
Tease, man. Yeah, I know. What in the shack
You're
of
running
demons
him
and
off.
flies
What are
is he
you doing?
talking
You're
about?
running off.
Huh?
You're running him off.
No, we don't run people off.
He gone.
He's got bad reception, man. He's back, man. He even don't run.
All right, cool.
Is that me or you?
I think we do. So yeah, carry on. We were listening, man.
Yeah, so his dad was working in the palace.
Yeah, in the palace, yeah. Yeah. Scheme. Don't lie. Swear down.
Jed's in a playful mood. I can feel it.
For real. Word. You right.
Heathen.
Yeah, he's talking, man. Let him finish his story, man.
There was his dad in like pure 80s shit.
'80s, yeah. Oh my god, this story is so funny.
I thought it was, lad. It's a funny story, that.
Yeah,
doesn't happen to everyone, does it?
No, it was. Why is no one laughing?
We didn't hear it because it cut out.
I'm not telling it again, lad. It's not
Tell
that
it again,
fucking
man.
good.
Tell it again.
We didn't
I'm
hear
not
it
telling it
either.
again, lad. You know what? Just go on YouTube and rewind, lad.
Something about the 80s in the palace, and that's all we heard.
Just go on YouTube and rewind, lad.
Tell it again, man. Tell it again.
Oh yeah, I'll be back now.
You lot are cold. You lot are bad, man. Bad mind. Yeah, man. So what's going on? Seems to be a cobwebby kind of vibe.
It was a cobwebby kind of vibe. We went through a bit of retro porn, and I was trying to educate Eunice about trying to find jobs.
Nah, what it was Eunice and Khan was alone in the room, and then it just got awkward. Like they couldn't say, I said hello.
And he even was talking about.
And then they just went all shy and stopped talking to each
No,
other.
MJ
Then MD came on, but MD
MJ
didn't really want to talk to Khan, so that was awkward.
No, MJ Gold come on, but talking about a scenario with
Khan left.
with the sister or something.
Yeah, I won't listen to that bit. And then Khan left, and then it was MD chatting to I don't know, Eunice, I think. And then Eunice said he had to go and get the door. And at the same time when Eunice had to get the door, MD discovered she was on 1% battery and left. Yeah, yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? And
yeah, she scarpered. Yeah, I saw that.
And then I don't know what happened after that. There was some awkwardness.
No, I jumped back in.
You just need big man to chat. Oh, Snipes came back, realized it was fucking Randy and Heathen, so he's feeling awkward. It's mad, it's peak, man.
Continuing my work that I'm doing, bro.
Snipes knew what we were talking about because he said, And when we were talking about retro porn, he actually knew what we were talking about. So don't give it that.
No, it's true. It's true. Well, why did you run off Heathen though? He was telling a good story, man.
Heathen was
I didn't
talking
run off
about.
Heathen. He said
He was talking about Eunice crouching and something about man's balls. Pause.
Ah, man,
Oh,
you
yeah,
look
yeah.
back to that talk.
Balls
I
heavy,
don't know.
don't do squats or something.
Like,
I don't
yeah.
know why it's always got to be
What
that
you
kind of
about
talk.
Eunice squatting and that? Like that?
Yeah, what's with all that
Yeah,
talk?
I
Man?
thought it was women in it to get a big batty or something like that.
Excuse me?
I thought it was for women in it.
I'm still not. One
No,
thing I didn't clear up is why Eunice was big into Gill on Gill. Pause.
Hmm?
Who
Yeah, he
on
was
who?
into girl and girl. Porn. I don't know. And strap on.
Why is this why you don't want to talk about strap-ons and pawns?
It's like
No, it's just something I didn't understand. Eunice said he had this experience. And he had a
like,
phase a few years ago where he was watching Gill on Gill. I didn't really
So
understand
you
why
can't say girl.
Gill on Gill.
Gill. You can't say the word girl. Gill.
Gill.
You can't say girl. Okay, we found the word you can't say. Gill.
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 Shut up.
mm-hmm.
Grown men can't talk. What's happening here, Randy, man? Anyway, man, leave Eunice and porn and hummus. I'm bored now. I don't want to hear it.
All right, let's move on. What's the new subject? Now, I heard a new
You tell
word
me.
today.
You tell me.
I heard a new word today, greedflation, yeah? So what this is, all the corporate entities, you know, the big supermarkets, all up in their margins and ripping off everybody. So something to watch out for. So there's a small, boring interlude, and I'll finish that.
Sorry, that's just the boredom leaving the system. Carry on. Please. Inflation, yeah? Greedflation. Corporate. Shani, we need a quiz. We need a quiz. I don't care about nothing if it ain't a quiz. I don't care.
What the fuck is going on? Why are we only 80 likes? We've been going for...
No, it's been dry. I would have took my light back. When MD and Khan was trying to have a convo, I would have took my light back then. And then when Khan said hello and Eunice said hello, and then they both got shook of being alone in the room together, so they both never spoke, I would have definitely took back my light then. And then when MD pretended she was on 1% battery,
We should play over 100 now. It's disappointing, this.
What?
It's disappointing. Why are we not 100 already? We should be at fucking 100.
Because they're shit cunts.
All right. You know better than me.
Whoever ain't pressed the like button.
All right. Born Rich has finally decided to press the like button.
Big up Born Rich.
Even though he's in the chat earlier, if he got to press.
Yeah, he just forgot, man. He
All
forgot,
right,
man.
I'll let him off.
Forgot, man.
I do that.
You ever give Goddess a batty wash? Yeah, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
You just like to go controversial.
No, the way you laughed, yeah, boom. That's a batty washer's laugh.
No, that's not a batty wash at all. I was just
You gave her a batty wash, man. You what?
I was just surprised by the question. You know that.
Yeah. You batty wash Goddess, and you know you can't even admit to it because she's gonna kill you.
She's already killed.
You'd love to tell us. You'd love to tell us all the details.
I cannot mention. I've already chatted too much in the last week.
Yeah, you're not allowed to even mention it. No.
You know that. Stop it.
Huh?
So I'm trying to just keep it to myself, my issues, my problems, whatever I want to chat about, and just me and Goddess.
Yeah, man, keep it to yourself, man. Goddess don't want to be involved in your nastiness.
No, good. So we're separated, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Move on, son. Even, what's going on, son?
I tried to run from it. Cool, man. Cool. Heathen. That's getting on for Heathen, man.
Heathen, how you doing? Have you finished work? You on your way home?
Sorry, well, man.
Wait there, lad. Some kids just been fucking run.
The kids been what? What's happened to the kid? Asking for Randy.
Mad.
Fuck off, Jed. Fuck right off.
Okay. It's a bit dark. Hard to see. So instead of 7 myth-rated, you don't look like you're having a great conversation in the chat. So you don't need to jump on. What's that about myth-rated stuff? And
we've got Trill Sneety giving it large and talking about. I'm trying to give. What did she say earlier? That was actually quite funny.
Don't pay no attention to Sneets, man. None of us do.
No, I know that, but she actually said something quite funny for once.
Really?
Yeah, it was quite funny.
Believe it when I hear
it. About it. I can't find it.
Believe it when I hear it, man.
Yeah, you know what it's just like.
Ooh, I love that. I love that. I love that. Cheers, mate.
Shut up, Randy. Jump on, Sneak. Stop being a fucking pussy in the chat. Pussy-o.
Pussy-o, yeah.
Pussy-o in the chat.
No.
Is that what we say? I don't know how to say it. It's not my word.
It's not your word. Whose word is it, Randy?
It's not a word I'm used to. I've only heard it from you.
Whose word is it?
I'm not saying anything. You know me. I'm not going to get into dangerous territory.
Right, well.
Pussy-o.
Yeah. That's what Goddess called you after you gave her a batty wash.
Mad.
Yeah, so.
No, I like you don't know the word.
Yeah, well, you know.
I don't know the word. You can tell I'm not saying it right.
Saying it right.
It's a bit like the Wagwan. I don't really know how to say that either.
I think you should just leave it.
Yeah, I'm leaving it. I'm just telling you. I don't know how to say this lingo.
Yeah.
You know,
I think you're safer not being able to say certain things. It's only going to get you in trouble.
I've got used to saying peas because peas is a common word, but obviously
peas like money. Yeah, you got used to saying that.
So here's your peas. Off you go.
Is it?
Yeah,
you feel like? How do you feel when you say that? You feel good?
To Goddess, yeah, mad.
Peas.
No, but that's quite easy for me. But
it's piss.
I don't want to be.
Goddess don't want you to use no nice words, so you forget what it is.
Well, no, but it's like I've talked about.
Urine.
I'm in the yard. I'm in the yard. I don't want to do. I don't want to do any cultural appropriation or upset anybody. So I'm just trying to keep urine. I'm trying to keep in my lane.
Duty boss.
So I might say hard foods or chicken or goat curry or.
She doesn't want you to use no pretty words to try and nice it up. No. This is feces you're eating, Randy.
Oh,
yes, Goddess.
He has to drag it there because he's desperate.
Yes, Goddess. Yes, I know.
He's trying to drag it there because he's desperate. You
chat too much. Chat too much.
You already chatting too much, man.
I don't know. I like to share and have fun. You know, that's me. You know that.
Big up, Goddess, man. I like to wind her up via you.
It's easy.
We've seen that long time.
You like to make her vex. I just tried to make her vex so she beats you up, but then you'd like
long
that.
Time. We've been seeing that long time.
But you'd like that though.
I know,
she bads you up. You're like, oh yeah, I've been bad. Have I been bad, Goddess? My thing.
Oh, here we go.
Man's taking that.
Why is this abuse Thursday now?
She should have come. She should have come the other day, man. I was looking forward to winding her up. Not whining.
Where do you go camping, lad?
Make her winding. What you say?
Make you hold her drink. Hold my drink, Randy.
You were looking forward to that because I mentioned you. Yeah. You were like, oh,
nah, actually, you would like that, innit?
He would like that, but he'd be awkward.
He'd be sniffing it after.
You were looking forward to that.
Where did he touch you, Goddess?
Where did he touch you? I told you I had to pay tax. You're like, oh, this is going to be good. Yeah.
What? What did you say? Oh, where are we camping? Oh, secret location. Even, man.
Yeah. You'll have to check, lad. Make sure you ring them first, because sometimes they're funny about group bookings. campsite, I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You're doing like a wild camp, lad, you know what I mean?
No, it's not gonna be.
Fields,
not for the first time. It's not gonna be wild, but I'm gonna do that soon, though. I want to get into the survival shit and all of that as well.
Yeah, it is right, lad.
What is it gonna be? Bare jets.
Pause, man. Pause.
Oh, that's why I went then. Some little kid just been knocked off his bike near ours.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, fucking. You know when you just hear the scream, just hear the bang and a pure scream, and he was giving his mate to take you as well. So there's two, but there's fucking loads of people there, so I just left it.
Okay.
And then the fella who done it was just had to fucking run, lad.
Is he injured?
Just looks like grazes, lad, but the other lad's holding he was holding his thigh, lad, screaming, so I don't know.
Maybe he snapped it.
Horrible noise, though, lad, innit? You know what I mean? Kids in pain, lad.
Yeah, man, I've got to be careful.
You have 70 people there now, exactly, lad, yeah.
Luckily, I never.
You think sometimes, lad, especially with these lecky bikes as well, you know, the kids fly past you, don't they? Like,
yeah.
Not saying it's his fault, you know what I mean? But those lecky bikes just shoot out everywhere now in front of you.
Yeah. And the scooters, man. People are just reckless. And the mopeds.
Yeah, and the mopeds, lad,
yeah. The mopeds
all with learner badges on as well, lad. And then they look at you as if to say, you're a fucking learner. There's rule number 1, don't cut in front of me, innit? I mean, on the mopeds, like, you know what I mean? Oh, that was fucking... No, when fucking adrenaline, lad, was shaking. Because it kicked off as well, lad, because there was a group, there was 3 lads in the car, and they were all, well, one of them was fucking blitzed out of his mind, lad.
Oh, for real?
So then all the mums are out in the street anyway, like, near ours, you know what I mean? So, yeah, fucking kicking off there, like. But I'm gonna go anyway. Nice one.
Yeah, big up.
Anyway. Come on, I'll see you later.
Big up, even. Yeah, man. It's just one of them. What going for you lot, man? Like, what you lot doing on the panel? Beefy, what are you doing? Let me put it in. What?
No, I'm doing some work. I've just finished. I'm just come back home.
You don't think this is?
I'm still here.
Jedi talked for 50 hours. Hell no, man. Yeah, you're here, but you got to talk, Eunice, man. So
I'm here. I'm still here.
Oh, anyway. What was all that silence if everyone's here? Was he even that boring?
No, I had to
I'm just listening in.
To get toilet, man. What are you
listening
doing?
in. So you joined the panel to listen in. Nah,
you know, at some point I was gonna jump in and
talk now. You got to talk.
You know, talk and all that. But yeah.
Try to say something not boring. Go on, let's go. Go on.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Huh? Eunice. Say something not boring.
Eunice, have you ever been camping?
Never. I haven't been camping at all.
Why have you no desire to go camping?
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't been there.
Have your students' mates said, let's go for a weekend away in England or the UK somewhere and let's have a laugh, we'll go camping?
No. No.
What about in Somalia? You've been back to Somalia. You know, there's a good country out there.
This is madness.
No, man.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying.
You trying, man. You trying, but you're talking to a sponge. Like the personality of a fucking sponge.
I'm just trying, man.
He's like, Eunice is like a human flannel. I don't even know what that means, but it describes Eunice.
Human.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but that's him.
Where's KO? I did actually love your little
debate with KO. That was good, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? You actually verbalized much better than I could have thought. I was like, he's got it. The robotic, the brainwashing.
Yeah, we got him. That triggered him a bit.
I was like, he would never have taken it the same way. The way you did was fantastic.
Yeah, Mr. Political Science. We watching you too, bro. Like, it's all good. Making your observations. I notice Kel likes to say some stuff like he knows your mentality. Yes, because, you know, he does this thing that I hate when people do. I know Jedi knows.
Yeah.
So we both know. Now fuck off, bruv. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know. Acting like we share some fucking cryptic secret or some shit.
Where'd
I
you
don't
go?
know what you're talking about, bruv. I know Jedi knows. So it's quite funny what he does. I get what he's doing. Like, what am I doing? What the hell, man? And then you might just make other people think that, oh yeah, Kel gets it. Kel gets what Jedi. Shut up, man. Kel's a chatting shit. Yeah, you need to be called out sometimes, brother. When you just chatting shit, you can't just populate Bad Man channel and just get free ride all the time, man. Come on, man. Do you see how much Black Power man showed you? How much Pan-Africanism man showed you, man? Wow, you've been riding for weeks, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you've allowed him for a good week.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, said you need people like me, Kel. You need people like
you
me.
need brothers like me, bro. Like, and it's the truth. You actually, the minute the Last Jedi has gone from your camp, you're fucked.
That one sunk in. That one hit him hard.
I got a suspicion you got like good intentions in your heart, right? Everyone, like, I don't know,
Weak man them. Weak man them. Man who make bean pies and stuff, like, bro, man are not serious. They just want to do admin. They don't want to be out in the field with the field niggas.
Exactly.
But it became a tag team with like Shaka Ra and Kale. It's like, you know.
Yeah, they're a good tag team, but like when Shaka Ra jumps on, Kel kind of falls back in it.
Yeah, that's true.
And let Shaka Ra do the verbal thing, and Shaka Ra's way more robust, and he's got a lot more words in his arsenal. So, like with Shaka Ra, you can get to a point where you're thinking, you kind of said this already, you're kind of repetitive, or this is typical Shaka Ra. But to be honest, he's very versatile. He's a very versatile speaker, so he doesn't always. Do you know what I mean? It just depends where you're trying to draw him. But with Kale, with Kale, within 10 sentences, he's gonna repeat himself again.
Beloved.
Like, you get me? And you're gonna ask him, Kale, what color is the sky? And you're gonna say, well, brother Jedi, I'm a Pan-African.
It's a Pan-African.
Hold on,
sky.
I found the robot's glitch.
Man.
You get me? You know when you find some shit that Siri can't answer? I do not know.
I tell you what made me laugh the other day when I was on Tuesday and I was talking about Emmanuel and the Masons. Then he jumped on. I was shocked.
No, what about when we broke him? When he just started stuttering, saying the same thing.
I can't believe I'd drawn him out because I was just.
What was he saying? Are you gay? Are you gay?
Yeah, wow. You're right. You're right, son. You're right, son. You good?
Nah. What's funny is we just made Emmanuel love this channel now.
I know.
He's listening all now.
Yeah.
One earpiece in the middle of his Mason meeting.
Yeah. Apron on, white gloves.
Yeah,
it's all jokes and games. It's all fun and games.
It was also proud. I still don't get this. I mean, I get it that you're trying to find some group to find allegiance with or make some friends and network or whatever. But I would never do it. It's not even comes into my consciousness. I'd be like, nah, I'm out.
Well, you never join the Masons?
No, of course I haven't joined the Masons. Fuck off, Jets.
Why not?
How do we know?
Why wouldn't you?
Oh, here we go. It's another opportunity to bash Randy. Here we go. All right.
No, pause. And how would we know? Like, why would you not join it? Is what we're asking.
Why would I join it? Is the positive questions.
Why wouldn't you join it?
No,
you're adamant you wouldn't join it, right?
Why would I join it? It's not my thing.
You travel benefits. You get a good house, insurance.
What's not your thing?
I've got my house.
Yeah, what's not your thing though, Randy? I'm just trying to understand. Oh my God.
It's not. I'm not. You know me. I'm an outlier. I don't really fit into any group. So the last thing I want to be doing is
Outlier or goddamn liar. Sorry.
outlier. So I can't even fit in with the church. So the last thing I'm going to be doing is trying to fit in with a group of men doing their Masonic rituals. You
Don't
know,
lie.
I'll tell you a story. Yeah, when I was in,
Don't you do rituals when you go to Goa?
Wait. There was a story there. Go on.
Yeah, when I was 13, I was part of the Methodist Church.
Yeah.
And we joined the Boys Brigade. Yeah.
Did they do meth there? No. Anyway, sorry.
Boys Brigade. I don't know if you know about the Boys Brigade. Yeah. So it's like
doesn't sound like something I'd be into.
Yeah,
well, you can Google it and put up an image if you want, but it's like it's a Christian organization that isn't as exciting as Scouts. So you do these marches, you play in bands, and then you go off and you go camping. So that's
And
just
you do one-on-one with the pastor or the preacher?
Stop it, Ed. I'm gonna go. I can't go.
What? Carry on, man. So you went Boys Brigade?
Yeah, Boys Brigade. I've actually got home video of it. I'm trying to get it on YouTube so I can show you guys.
Okay.
Randy's early years in the Boys Brigade. It's entertaining.
That doesn't sound good. That's not a good title.
So everything is documented, yeah? Wow, okay.
Yeah, because my dad had cine films. So all this is fucking recorded. And you can see it. It's like, what the hell are you doing there? You're marching with a group of other guys in blue. Doing what? There's no sense. There's no sense to it. It just looks.
Oh my God. No, sorry. It's not you.
Well, yeah. Google
so Halloween.
Then you'll see this shit. You'll see the uniforms and everything. I have no idea what it's about still to this day.
So it said Methodist Church. Which parish did you go to?
Parish.
This is in Rotherham, yeah? I was brought up in Rotherham, South York.
Parish thing.
Parish thing. It's just a...
Well, is it a parish thing?
It's churches have a parish, yeah, sure.
Parishie.
It's funny actually. I've got to clear out my mum's house. I might find some of the old Boys Brigade uniforms. Probably kept it.
Role playing also.
Why have you got to clear it out? What's going on?
Oh, she's in a home. She's in a home. We've got to sell the home for the.
You put her in a home, Randy.
I didn't put her in a home. My sister put her in a home.
And you didn't get her out. You ain't busting her out. You're sitting on your ass doing nothing. You could easily have your mum around there.
I'm running businesses here. You know that.
Yeah, I know you're running business there. You could have your mum there.
No, she's got Alzheimer's. She's actually really ill.
What? Say that again?
Wow.
She's got Alzheimer's. She's actually really ill. She needs 24-hour care.
That's a shame, man.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Randy.
So we're selling the house and we've got to clear the house. So
you're selling the house, yeah?
Yeah, we're selling my mum's house, and so maybe I'll find some of this Boys Brigade.
How old is Mumsy?
She's born in 1946. So 54 plus 22. 76.
She's 86, isn't she?
76.
76.
That's young.
Yeah, but she's got Alzheimer's, isn't it? That's otherwise she would still be out in the house.
Yeah.
How long she had the Alzheimer's for?
3 years.
3 years. Well, yeah, 76 is quite young, man.
I mean, she had me when she was 22. And my dad was 30.
So imagine I could be 76 in a home. Imagine that. It's only around the corner.
You got loads of years, Jed.
Huh?
You got loads of years yet.
No.
Yeah. Your mum had loads of fucking years, and then 3 years later, she's in a home.
It's funny you should say that, actually. One of my neighbours has just died at 54. and I've only got to know him over the last 2 years since the old.
We always think we got forever, man. That's our
the
illness.
The illness, yeah. And he was a really fit guy, and I chatted to him in the street over the last 2 years. And then suddenly, I was like, hang on, what did somebody say that? And then I checked it out, and he's died. He literally taken ill one day, and 3 days later, 54, he's dead. I was like, shit. 2 teenage kids. I was like, whoa. It was a real shock.
Yeah, man.
So you never know when you're going to go. So everybody make sure you enjoy your best life and make the most of everything.
Trust me.
Yeah, no, because they can sneak up on you.
Pussy.
So yeah.
Everybody dead. Everybody dead.
Everybody dead.
Yeah, sorry to be the conversation, Tap, but I don't know why I said all that.
No, man. It was interesting to know. I find out, man. And yeah, man. A lot of us, we try not to think about those years when you're old and frail and you got kids that ain't gonna give up their lifestyle for you. Do you know what I mean? And you just wonder, like, what's gonna happen to you? What's gonna happen to you? Well, I wonder. Who's gonna give a fuck?
What, you don't think your kids will look after you?
You never know. Would they even be in a position to? Like, you're not looking after your kids.
No, but that's because it's 24-hour care.
Well, what if I need 24-hour care and they got the same attitude as you?
You can get nurses. No, what we were doing previously, we had 4 nurses coming in for an hour each. But then it just gets overwhelming so you put all the cameras and detectors in the house, and then you find out she's going out of the house at 2 o'clock in the morning. You don't know what she's doing. It's like you've got to move to something else then, to a home.
Yeah.
And how many times were you going to see her?
My sister can't be there 24 hours. I can't be there 24 hours. So.
Easy to judge from the sideline, Randy. Easy, but when you're putting, I had a friend who was nursing his grandma. So basically, living in his grandma's house, nursing her, and I'm sure it was Alzheimer's, and she's deteriorating. One time I come in the yard, she called me a nigger. That's how bad it got.
Yeah. It goes crazy, man.
And just going crazy, bugging out. Get out! Tell him to get out of my house. One time to my next brethren, and they've got she loves him off. And then one day she just tell him to get out of my house, call me a nigger, all this mad shit. She's bedridden. She's cursing out all the different nurses that come over to help. And my man, his grand died 2 years ago, and he's still not the same, man. He's just that shit, because it's as their life force is leaving, and you're in that close proximity, seeing your loved one wither. You kind of start withering too.
Yeah, no, it's a big.
Whatever she had, it was a thing where eventually she'd stop breathing for herself.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was, but nervous system shutting down or whatever, and eventually she's just not gonna breathe.
I mean, I've got Italian neighbours. They've got 2 elderly family members, and you can see the toll it's taking on the son. Husband, it's like the toll of having to look at. I mean, one of them is 98. It's like I speak to him; he's a great guy and everything, but you can see the toll of this. I mean, they have carers. It is taking a toll on them.
I'm gonna woosah. Big up, everybody.
Big up.
Sorry, Randy, could you not get a 24-hour carer and pay for that so she can stay with you, but you'd have someone to help you? But you're there.
It's cheaper to do at home than 24-hour care.
Oh my god! So you couldn't afford it at all?
It's not.
You can rent the house out if you rent the house out and then let the rent pay for.
You're a
for the
property
care.
owner and you're into Airbnb. I'm sure you can afford.
Just for a home, yeah. Just for a home, it's £4,000 a month, yeah.
And how much is it for a 24-hour carer?
Well, it wouldn't be that much for a wage a month, would it, for a nurse?
And since you're selling her property,
No wages. No nurse is getting paid. No nurse is
the
getting paid
reason I
£4,000
say
a month,
that is
so you can
you
hire
are
your own
physically
private
there
nurse.
to like supervise. Your mom
True.
is with strangers. Like I'm just like.
Well, you say strangers, but
They're strangers. You don't know them. You know how many old people get abused in care homes. You know how rough they are with them. I used to do admin work years ago when I was in uni at one of these care homes. Bro, they're so rough because they're so overworked that they're not going to have.
Not
that
only that,
patience
it's
to,
it's
you know what I
the
mean?
fact that they don't know the person as well, like you're saying, isn't it?
And guess what? They'll be all smiles when you come to your mum. They're going to be all smiles and, oh, you're right, do you want a cup of tea? And But behind the scenes, that woman's getting abused and she can't even speak for herself because she's not.
No, there's no good option.
No, the good option is bring your mum home, figure it out, and get yourself some support if you need support. Please, I promise you don't want your mum getting abused and then you find out. Big up, Unique.
Yeah, pick up, darling. Yeah, so basically, big up everyone. Yeah, so Randy, you can actually, you know what I mean, bring your mum home and then get a package from Adult Social Care. Do you know what I mean? They can put together a care package. Yeah, take your mum out of that place.
Randy's like,
whatever.
He wants to do
you
the.
deal with her.
Yeah. No, but it's true, man. If you've got Alzheimer's as well.
It's
you've got Alzheimer's and you're confused, and then you're getting looked after by people who you don't even know.
Strangers, bro. They don't care. They don't owe you no loyalty. They get
because don't forget, they even forget who they're own. Like, my grandma, I'm looking after her tonight. And she doesn't have Alzheimer's, but she has the onset. So every now and again,
they didn't want to eat. I've seen them literally when they're lifting them to
Big
go
up,
to how
Naomi.
rough they are. Like it's so horrific. Like it's so bad. And they all cover each other's back because they're in an institution,
Right, yeah, innit?
And
No
people
one's
need the job.
whistleblowing. Yeah.
People genuinely need the job. They don't have the patience, and they're all on a quota and a time frame. They have to get through this many patients by the evening or whatever before they go, off. So it's just, I don't know how you trust your parents there. That's horrific. That's.
Randy, have you ever watched those undercover documentaries in the care homes? Have you watched it? So you don't feel away. Do you not feel away?
Yo, Unique.
Okay, let me explain something to you. Yeah, I'm not the primary decision maker. My sister's the primary decision maker.
No, you're joint, lad. You're a sibling.
No. It's not quite like that. My sister's the primary decision maker. So I have to agree what she says.
Why? Why do you have to just agree?
Down, man. No, I'm sorry. You need to put. I'm sorry. You need to put your foot down. End of the day, yeah, you have a sibling. You could, you know what I mean. You could put a rota together, and you could take care of your mum with the help from Adult Social Care. Do you know what I'm saying?
You're not even a single child.
Personally, I'm just hearing excuses. That's your mum that raised you. Yeah, went through them labour pains,
We didn't
and that's
have
what
the
you
option
do.
of putting you in a care home when you were crying in the middle of the damn night. We didn't have that option.
And also, I'm not being funny, Randy. Yeah, you don't have children, so you have a bit more flexibility and time on your hands. I don't know about your sister's circumstances, and I don't really want to know. But do you know what I mean?
Without going into more details, it's legally I don't have primary decision making ability.
Can your sister take her in? Is that possible?
That is possible, but she doesn't want to.
Have you encouraged her to maybe? No. You had 2 of your kids.
He's happy with the situation.
Big up. I was gonna say, but just to say, Randy does suffer. He's been saying he suffers from certain depression, certain this and that, and I've worked as a carer for almost 4 years previously. Yeah, and it's basically, when you're a carer, it's basically end of life care. That's what it really should be called, end of life care, because that's what it is. You're slowly watching people die, and then you see them die, and then for like us, from our cultures, it's different. Do you see what I'm saying? The way we're taught about death, the way.
I would
It
have
has
to
to make light work.
I would have to reveal those personal details.
Mentally, spiritually, it's easier for us, I think, than when it comes to people in the Western Hemisphere. Do you see what I'm saying? To deal with these things,
Yeah, I
these
understand
types
that,
of
but I would
situations,
have to
and yes, he
reveal
can
a
get.
lot.
Oh, sorry.
I would have to reveal a
And
lot more personal details for you.
at the end of the day,
You
when you're
understand
seeing
the whole
someone that you love,
situation.
like if that's your mum
It's
or
not.
your
It's
child,
not quite as simple as what I've just portrayed. There's a lot more personal details
Mm.
that I don't really want to reveal online.
And I guess for me, sorry, Randy, I guess for me, hearing that additional information that you have your own needs, I guess you don't want that to impact on it further.
I just say excuses.
That's true.
I don't know about culturally though, like.
Man is healthy to be
Definitely not in
online,
my
and
family,
it's not
like.
to take care of his mum. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, online everyday
You're running
drinking,
a business, you're
slurring.
running Airbnb. I know about Airbnbs. I know how stressful they can be. So don't tell me you can't take care of it. No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. We're not having this. Come on, Randy. You have to do better, bro. You have to do better.
I hear you have to, but you know what? At the end of the day, some people, they have financial capability, but not the mental capacity to actually.
No,
bear
he's got
them.
needs, Sarah. Man has needs.
Yeah, but your mum doesn't have the mental capacity always when she gives birth to you, does she? She has to go with the flow.
I didn't even know it was a choice, to be fair. Like, I don't know where this choice came from.
There's lots of details I haven't revealed about this scenario. My mum has a lot of mental health issues, for one. So there's a high workload. So it's not just Alzheimer's.
Yeah, but what the girls are saying, isn't it best that a family member deals with that now?
But I'm saying that's
I
fine. But
totally
get
agree
support
with you,
and
but
you supervise.
if you're given the full extent of the case, which we're not going to reveal, then this is really the best situation we
But
can.
if she's at home with you, you can supervise. What has she eaten? How much you can supervise. You have
Sarah.
a level of. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but Sarah, don't you hear that the man is sick? He's got his own needs, plus he's drinking every day. So how is he going to look after his mother?
What about his sister?
But
Maybe
then
push
what
your
you
sister
could
to do
do,
it.
Randy, another option is, you know, you got plenty of people, like you said, you know, the people that come into, like you do the B&B thing. You've encountered a lot of different types of people in your lifetime. You don't know any other people that would do cash in hand, like, but be your mum's carrier 24 hours cash in hand. That would still be cheaper than the care home and cheaper than getting whatever from whoever. Do you see what I'm saying? Would that be an option for you?
As I said, I'm not the primary decision
Or a
maker.
live-in carer.
My
I don't know if they do that.
My sister's legally the primary decision maker. I don't really have much of a say in it.
And are you close to your sister, if you don't mind me asking?
No.
Okay, so that's where the issue really lies. It's a shame when families, especially siblings, can't connect and have that bond. Do you know what I mean? It's a shame. Yeah.
Especially in the end of life with your mum.
You know.
Like the way we went around it was we had like carers coming in for my grandma. And then there was one carer that we really liked, and we've took her on and basically paid her a wage. But we do all the in between, so we stay over and we do all this. We do the shifts, but she slots in where the care bits needed, you know, like the tablets
washing,
and
and all of that.
what she's trained in, you know what I mean? Getting her in and out of bed. But we're there always.
To supervise, that's what I'm saying.
One on that she got on with,
Yeah.
that she had a rapport with, you know what I mean?
That's like one of the ladies that I used to work with. Her children, one would be there like for 3 weeks, and then another one will come down for like a week, and then someone would come, and then another brother will come in for the day, and then another one will. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, just like it's like on rotation. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're on a rotation as a family, like. So my night's tonight. So I'm staying over.
Yeah,
and then
should always supervise, period. Yeah.
8:30. And then she gets it into bed and that with the hoist and that. And then I'm there overnight, and then my mum gets there in the morning, or my uncle, or one of my cousins, you know what I mean, or my brother. We do it that way, sort of thing.
So people in care homes, yeah, do they get like day releases or like can spend weekends with their family, just like change of environment and you know what I mean, connect with the family?
You know what? Different care homes are different care homes do have different things. Like some people, some allow guests, but you know everything since the lockdown, a lot of care homes have changed their
policy.
their procedures and policies. But in terms of abuse that happens in care homes, that's one of my cousins was I was an in-house carer, if that makes sense. So I used to travel to people's houses to care, whereas she was working. She was a carer in a care home, and she whistle blew on them because there was all types of abuse was happening inside there. Because you're not, as a carer, you're not allowed to force the people you're looking after to take medication. You're just supposed to, but people were forcing people to take physical force, getting them to take medication. People manhandling people that are very delicate. You know, some people, some elderly, they have certain conditions where the slightest touch will bruise them and can damage them. And, you know what I'm saying?
Thin
Yeah.
skin and that, yeah.
Yeah, and
that's it. MD, like I think the carers, they can only put it. They can only like put the tablets in the cup and put it next to the person, can't they? And then
they have to take it. Yeah, but some medication you have to help administer. They can't literally pick up the cup and take it themselves. But even in that case, you're supposed to. They still have to give you consent, and if they don't, then you write down in the book that they didn't want to take the medication. Do you see what I mean? Yeah.
It's sad. It's actually just, I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel if a person is mentally there, it's one thing, innit? But when they're not, people can manipulate them.
Yeah.
It's a sad bit. Do you know
And sometimes they are mentally there. It's just that they're just too fearful to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're stuck with the same surroundings. And they just get confused.
And a lot of carers, they don't actually interact with the people that they're looking after. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, when I first started, there was a lady that I was working with. So timid. When I say like ridiculously timid. And I couldn't understand. But then obviously, as she grew to know my character and how I treated her and the sister that was with me, we would always come to her. Literally before her death, like mashallah, alhamdulillah, she proper, started to come out of her shell. She would sing with us, she would, you know what I mean, even do like a little 1-2 step. but it's sad because realistically most people don't get carers that actually see them as their own elders, like how they would want to treat their elders to be treated. And again, having said that, carers, the time frame you're given, I used to do 7 till 10. And they give you like a certain amount of time to be in the house and then X amount of time to travel from one house to another. And realistically, these times that they're giving you is not enough to fulfill the actual care that the individual needs properly. Do you see what I'm saying?
15 minutes of paperwork as well, MD, innit? 15 minutes of paperwork as well. 15 minutes worth of paperwork as well.
On top of that, on the side, do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And do you know what I think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know what I was thinking, MD? And with the time constraints, where's the time for that like emotional support? Sit down and have a chat, and do you know what I mean? Cup of tea.
But you see, that's the thing, sis. A lot of the time, and this is the main thing about when you're in care. That's the thing that they miss the most is that communication. Do you see what I'm saying? Actually being seen as a human being. You've got a life. You've got, you know what I mean? Most of them, they don't get that connect, which is sad. And I feel that also deteriorates them further. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And also, when you're in that position, a lot of elderly do suffer from severe depression.
Yeah, of
which
course.
most people overlook there.
Yeah.
But then having said that, that's why it can be difficult for some, depending, like I said, depending on the kind of cultural background or the family unit you come from, will depend on how you're able to cope. Because if you don't come from a strong family unit or a culture where certain things are very strongly implemented in terms of your traditions, then taking care of a family member, whether that's your mother, your brother, your uncle, whoever, slowly watching them deteriorate is a madness.
It's horrid. It's horrid to watch.
Yeah, especially because of all the life memories you had. One of the lady, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. We literally, like, she was such a sweet lady. We would talk all the time. She was bedbound. We had to hoist her. She couldn't walk, so we had to hoist her from the bed to the chair, from the chair to the bed, her seating chair and stuff. And when it come close to her death, you could see, like, even as a carer, it impacted us. Do you see what I'm saying? And then we came in and we found her, you know, I said to her, oh, don't worry, you know, we have a cup of tea. See, like, we'll have a cup of tea in the morning. And then in the morning, me and the sister who was caring for her, we came and then we found her dead. So obviously, you know, if you die in a home, there's police get informed because, you know, just to make sure it's not. But hers wasn't suspicious circumstances. That's just the rules they do in it. And yeah, man. And it was heartbreaking because we got through the door and her son was like, I can't go in. It's like, I checked at this time and she's just been still and I can't go in. Do you see what I'm saying? And then, yeah man. And then washing the body, preparing the body for the rest of the family to come and see. That's another thing. So
you have to
if
be
you're not
strong to do that role, you know.
Huh?
I said you have to be strong to do that role.
That's what I'm saying. If you're not used to those types of things, or you're not prepared spiritually or mentally to deal with those things, it's hard.
Can have an impact on your own mental health. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I can only imagine if you're blood related and you don't have certain support networks or cultures or traditions with you, that thing could lead someone like that to the edge themselves. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah,
you know what? That's why they always say, like, a therapist has to have their own therapy. Do you know what I mean? For all the issues and problems that are offloaded on them. It's not easy.
It's not, because it's draining. It is draining because when you're in that space, you have to give so much more of your energy, of your essence, of your thing, in order to uplift the person you're caring for. And then when you step away from that, do you see what I'm saying? Because energy don't get destroyed, it just gets exchanged. So now you've carried that load from them and given them some of you. Do you see what I mean? And yeah, man, it takes its toll. And when it's day in, day out for years, you know, it's gonna impact you.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'd love to hear Naomi's experience. She says that she was a senior care worker for 9 years. I bet she's got some stories to tell.
Yeah, come jump on the panel, sis.
Care work ain't easy.
What did Beefy say?
What, Beefy?
I've done care work and it ain't easy. I quit my job was not that easy. I ain't gonna lie.
Is it
It's emotionally draining.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
It was affecting my kids, but it was affecting me and then affecting my kids. I was like, nah, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Can't deal with this. Was you like responsible for I had like 4 clients, but you're responsible for every aspect of their life.
Yeah.
It's matter. Doctor's appointments, this, that, getting hold of the family, there's Christmas, birthdays, everything. Like you have to do everything. And you find time for yourself as well. It's hard.
You become like a surrogate family, innit?
Yeah.
That's basically what it is, sis. You become like a surrogate family.
Most time you end up taking work home. It's what I say to affect my kids, but I end up taking work home. Like mad. Like I tried doing I do mental health first, and then that was a bit too much. I went to learning disabilities, but even that was hard work as well. Yeah, hard work. Not easy. But then in me, when I used to work with like elderly disabled people, I think it's sadder when people are at the end of their life and they actually die in a home instead of being around loved ones. I think it's even more sadder.
Yeah, I'd prefer to die in my home with my family, but some people they don't have that.
Yeah. But with we had people, all the people I looked after had a family. Some of them were rich, but I'm like, wow, you always leave this person here, like, it's madness. It's madness.
Jed's like the trouble is backstage.
Yeah, but anyone who does care work, big yourselves up, man.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man, big up.
Not easy.
Especially for a long period of time, you gotta rate that.
The wages are shit and the support is shit you get from the job.
Freddie is in the back. Can someone let him in? Yeah, you don't really, the support that they give to carers is not much. Basically, carers work. You might, but we get. You have to do all the work. You do all the work, but with no credit. if that makes sense. Of
yeah.
Big up the family each and every blood clot time.
They got
Big up,
Freddie.
big up.
Yes, man. Oi, Beef, I was hearing you, you know, and I was actually big up, man. I was hearing you, I was actually feeling you as well, you know, Beef. That job's fucking hard, blood.
Yeah. People underestimate it, man.
That's
Like,
the
I got
only
the
job
point.
my mum ever got me in life, you know. And trust
I
me,
enjoy the
bro,
job. I enjoy
I
my
had to
job, but
put
then
her under my breath every day.
So I didn't hear that for you.
No, my mum got me. That's the only job my mum got me, innit? Like, because she was a care home. Yeah, she was a care home manager, innit? So she got me the job. I used to cuss her under my breath every fucking day.
Why?
Nah, because I got a funny story how it all ended, innit? Basically, I used to take out this guy. His name will remain anonymous.
Anonymous, obviously.
You get me? Yeah. But I used to take him out, man. I used to take him to the block, Beefy. So imagine I'm just on the block. They think we're going cinema, but we're on the block chilling. You get me? So these times, my girl used to pass by. I'm doing what I'm doing. My girl passes by. I take her into the little lift area. I have a little snog, whatever. Fucking, you get me? Send her on her way and that, innit? So these times now, my man followed me to the lift section, innit? And he's seeing me snogging the girl, innit? So he's like, boy, give me a kiss, man. Like, can't have a kiss. I'm like, nah, you can't, brother. This is my thing, innit? You can't. But you can get a hug, though. She can hug you, no dramas, innit? So he hugged her. These times I should have known, you know. I should have never let him do that. But obviously, I'm feeling high. He's high. I'm giving him weed. I'm smoking. Young and dumb.
Young and dumb.
Yo, you gotta love Freddie, man. Freddie is too much.
So boom, now we've got back to the house, you know. This guy's chilling on the sofa, and then you know EastEnders, like you get that mad climax at the end, like someone's having a passionate snog. Like, I don't know, two of them was having a passionate one, and then all you hear is dum dum dum. My man's jumped up talking about kiss. I want kiss. So I'm like, what? When he fall back, man. I mean, like, fall back, brother, man. Just relax. You get me? It's like, yo, I want to kiss, blood. I'm like, yo, allow it, bro, man. Just allow it. I tell you what, in 5, if you calm down, we'll go out for another zubi. So these times, my man's just whining. He's not calming down, but I've got other people to look about, innit? Like, I've got other people to see. By the time I come back, all I can hear is, help me! Help me! Bruv, he's got the woman in the staff room. A wig is at a 180 angle degree. All the makeup's fucked, blood. And my man's trying to kiss the shit out of him.
Oh God.
It's a lot.
But that's another factor in care that gets overlooked. Sometimes, you know, people are violent as well. You know, they'll beat you up. They will, Yeah,
this woman tried to call the police on him. I was like, yo, please don't call the police on him because they're going to come. They're going to see that he's agitated and rare, and they're going to probably mash him up. Or if they don't mash him up, they're going to restrain him wickedly. You get me? Do not call him, innit? Like, so these times I'm trying to restrain him. I'm saying, "Yo, run, calm down, man. She don't want to kiss, man. Allow it. You get me? He's giving me a fucking donkey kick, and you know, mad people. They got super strength, sis. I kicked out my shin, sis, man. I can't walk for a couple of days, man. You give me a good fucking kick. And then the woman in the morning now, when we're having a meeting and a debrief, because you know you got to tell them everything what happened on the shift the night before and everything, Beef. We're having a meeting in the morning. The African woman turned around and was like, I was mistreating him. I was handling him too rough. And obviously, she had the situation under control. She could have called for the law. I'm like, nah, that's not how it goes. And then because me and the brother fell out, because obviously I stopped him from getting kissed. He was like, you roughed me up, man. I was like, he straight lied on me. After I said, I was holding him, you know, and I was like, I love you, you know, bro. I love you, you know. I was holding him. I was like making him know that, man, love him and everything. And fucking hell, man, they just got me out the job quick.
Yeah. Do you know what, Freddie? Yeah. I know. Do you know what I was thinking when you was telling your story, Freddie? Yeah, I was thinking of like, I wonder like how much sexual harassment and inappropriate touching. You know how many cases there are in the care profession. Do you know what I mean?
There's
Whether
loads.
that's in it, whether that's carer versus client and vice versa.
Vice versa, yeah.
Yeah, there's yeah, man. You're so right. You know, you'll have man, and you're telling them to get up, and then you go in their room, and they're stalkers. You have to shut the door ASAP. Because there's a bag of porn on, and that's a man or woman. That could be anyone. You get me? Because they're just mentally frustrated, isn't it? So they got loads of old DVDs of porn and that.
Boys, remember in the homes, it's their home, innit? So they can do whatever they want in their home.
Yeah.
Basically. So you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Be very careful how you maneuver on your. But that's the thing. Low carers don't get training as well. That's a problem.
What you say?
Low carers don't get the training, adequate training. You train on the job, which is quite wrong as well.
Or someone's supposed to like, you're supposed to shadow somebody.
Yeah, but it's like no,
because it's cheaper for them, and they may be like animals.
Was in a home, there could be like a client with Alzheimer's, a client with dementia, a client with this, a client with this. You have to know how to deal with them, but if you don't know how to identify a disease or a certain condition, how are you going to deal with the person? Like,
no, that's mad. You're working in blindness, basically.
Yeah.
With no support. What is that?
Yeah.
Which is really poor, actually. The amount of money the stupid NHS get. And you can't do some annual courses like mandatory.
They don't provide adequate training, sis.
Courses, like,
exactly.
They want you to administer the medicine. You know, when you administer the medicine to them, beef, you got to give them their pills or whatever. They wanted me to do that. I'm not even trained to do that. Imagine
you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to be quite trained.
They wanted me to do it when I was in that job, you know, beef.
You shouldn't have. I hope you didn't.
I was at job for a long time, but I qualified to do that. In the end, I could do that, but you can't just start off.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck, man. They didn't care, man.
In the end, if I see someone on the road, I can get them sectioned still.
Yeah.
I can get my sectioned. I can
say this man is crazy.
I'm joking.
Beefy, you can talk. You should have sectioned yourself the way you was behaving at the weekend.
You know Uncle's mad. You can't follow Uncle, you know. We drink and smoke, you get me? So we get mad, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you needed locking up then.
Why is it all in the name of fun and everything, though? That's the greatest thing, cause even though I drink and I smoke, I never like to lose my manners, and I never like to lose my respect for my manners. You know what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck what alcohol I'm drinking. I'm going to try and maintain some sort of manners and levels of respect. You know what I mean? So I'm like a different old school drinker, innit? I get silly, but with only ones that I know.
You can't really tell if Freddie's coming at you, bruv. Everything's a joke. Like, it takes you a minute.
Yeah.
I know. Freddie just makes me laugh. I'm just laughing. Yeah.
I'm generally a silly guy anyway. I just generally like laughing anyway. Do you know what I mean?
No, man, it's good to laugh.
Ghana going out is hilarious. It's actually hilarious.
I'm telling you, man. Life is this, man. Life throws you lemons when you want an apple, innit? Sometimes.
Now we needed you last night, man. Last night was hilarious.
Oh, it was so funny.
Oh,
yeah, man.
Last night was crazy. Big up JEDI, man, because JEDI giving me some homework to think about. You know, like something to actually think about. Even though, by his theory or what I got from what he was saying, everybody in the world is a Mason. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
No, he said
most of the prominent leaders are given to us.
No, but you could probably the way he's suggesting it could happen. So, sis, is that basically you could just be doing it by osmosis, like just doing it like subconsciously.
Freddie, Okay, you name one leader, black prominent leader, who you think is not a Mason. Name one. We'll go through them. When I bet we'll find out they are.
Nobody. After listening to Jay yesterday, I don't know no human being that's not a Mason. Because if we're going by clothing and appearance, my plug or my old school plug, he was a tramp. Like one of my trainers probably can buy his car or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? But he's got mad dough. Like he's probably one of the richest guys on the ends.
One of the things
I don't know how to judge them.
One of the things, I learned a few years, about 5 years ago, was someone told me that you're never gonna hear of any heroes. You'll never tell you of any heroes. All the heroes they tell you about are all fake. Something they want you to. But the real heroes who are anti the establishment, whatever, they're gonna tell you about them. You're never gonna hear about them at all.
Yeah, but then Beef, I'm thinking after listening to, I don't know, my brain must be slow in it. Because I'm thinking after listening to that, that means you've got to miscount deeds as well. So deeds don't mean shit then.
They don't mean. Okay,
this is the thing.
Okay,
you can dispatch you can downgrade the person and the deeds as well.
So wait. Okay, Freddie, imagine you're born and I put you in the prison and I say, okay, listen, while you're in this prison, I can treat you good sometimes, but I won't keep you in this prison though. Am I a good person?
Nah, Beef. I know exactly the concept what you're saying, but obviously, like me being in the prison, innit? I must be working with you. That's how the Mason thing goes. I must not know what I'm doing and just want to be in prison so you can rule me and boss me about. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? It's so confusing and misleading. Like, where the fuck do I start with it? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like,
or you might just have compounded ignorance where you think you know something but you really don't know anything.
I don't think that's complicated.
It
could just be compounded ignorance.
Guess what it's doing for me, sister? Every time I answer a question, there's 5 more behind it.
That's good.
But as a human, you should ponder in it.
It's confusing.
It's a good characteristic to have, to ponder.
I've always been an anti-guy. Always been a guy that I don't give a fuck. I didn't care about my own life. So I'm just saying I was always a guy that didn't give a fuck and always analyze things properly. That's why I'm still alive now, because I analyze the thing. So I've always been an analyzer, innit? But I think, no, man, this one's hard. This one's tough.
I think what is as well, so for when we were young, they call us rebellious, innit? Because you're actually not fully programmed yet. As you get older, the more program happens to you, the more compliant you get. You get it? The programming is mad.
100%. 100%.
So when you're young, you're not fully on the rebellious age, because you are really rebelling against bullshit. But you can tell it's bullshit.
100%.
You know it's bullshit.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%. That's why I'm thinking I might have worked for them by accident. God knows. God, I believe in God. So that's the I know. Everything's blessed. I believe in everything holy in it. But the way Jay's made me think about the thing is I could have worked for them and I don't know.
Yes.
Like,
bro.
God knows that weren't my intention. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? But I'm just greasing their wheels then.
Freddie, once we're functioning in this system, we're working for them. It's plain and simple.
It's deep, Beef, man. It's deep, man.
It's not that deep. That's the reality.
Well, I know. It's deep, blood.
Once you're functioning in this system, you're working for them.
It's deep. There's no one man's name that I can attach to this, because if they're this big family, can't be Marcus Garvey or anybody that I'm attached to this problem of black suffering. It cannot be them. Like, if this is the massive Mason umbrella, I've got to probably look at my brother tomorrow and ask him what he's on.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking these are some men in black in the shadows.
Listen, the high level Masons, we probably walk past them every day. You don't even know.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? They're not the first that give you and all this. There's probably guys like you and me. Don't even know, bro.
Glad I got men in black in my head, man.
That's what they give you on telly, innit? But people think it's all about money and money. It's not about money. It's about control,
Yeah,
power.
money isn't even the goal. People just want freedom and knowledge. That's free time. Do whatever you want with your time and knowledge. Those are the two real things people chase. Even when you get money, that's your ultimate. To go where you want and have the knowledge. So it's true. Mad.
All right, I have a scenario before I jump off.
Go on, sis.
Anyone listening? All right then.
I'm always listening to you, sis. Always.
Thank you. Okay, so is it better to have loved and felt the real experience of it, but gotten heartbroken in the process, or never have gone through the experience to know what love feels like at all?
Oh,
for me, it's the first one.
First one, isn't it? It's experience.
Oh, definitely, it's got to be the first one.
Yeah. Do you want to elaborate why?
The things I don't like being. I'm a type of person who likes to know things, innit? So to know things, you have to experience them yourself. So I want to experience things myself than be told what thing is by someone else's experience.
Yeah.
I'm down with
That's me.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
That's me. Good or bad experience, I rather do my experience myself, so I know for myself.
To grow, you have to
Rather
know.
know.
That's the reality. If you want to grow, you got to
I'd rather
experience.
know.
Or if you're just stuck.
Absolutely, Miss Sarah. Yeah.
100%.
It's crazy,
Freddie?
man. Yeah, no, you know what? The hurt of being hurt me. It hurt me bad, but it taught me good lessons, though. Do you get what I'm saying? Because obviously, I wasn't never violent to any woman. You get what I'm trying to say? So I didn't take it out in that way. I used to just better myself. Do you know what I'm saying? I used to be like, okay, you're on that. You bust my heart up. I want to phone your phone. I want to really knock your house and ask you, why did you do that to my heart? But I'm just going to fall back and better myself. So it taught me a good thing is you can't really love a chick unless you love yourself. Yeah, that's what it taught me. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't love yourself, it's going to be tough for anyone to love you.
For me as well, with this love thing, I think when you meet someone, people grow, innit?
About to say Greek.
Yeah, but no, the thing like when you meet someone, and everything's good, but then as time grows, people grow, and people can grow apart. So I have to realize. So like some people can just grow apart. It's not like you just grow in it. You just go in different ways. That's what it is sometimes. But want to force things and
are you really in love is the question? Is it pure love?
Yeah,
It's
at
a
the
thing
time
like
it was.
in a situation where someone's in a relationship and then the person cheats and now they have no love for them. I can never comprehend that. Like that's just I don't get it. You were in love with him 10 minutes ago. You've heard the news now. Now you don't. Like I don't. What's happened in 10 minutes? Do you know
What's that? What's that saying, Miss Sarah? Like, you know, when someone says, "Are you in love or this?"
Or do you love the person?
Or in lust or something like that.
Yeah, so there's like
are you in the idea of love?
Well, the question is, the question
something
is,
like that. Yeah, something like that. Something like
Even though the whole in love thing, I don't get either. Just like
that's bullshit.
Do
again,
you
all
love
these
the what?
terminologies, I think they set unrealistic.
My question is, do you
or
love the one you love or the one who loves
Yeah.
you? The question
Ask my missus, yeah. She's doing the dishes, isn't it? Give me hold on. Because I want to know what we value more in the house. I don't involve her in it, actually, but I'm going to holler at her quickly. Oh, yeah, hon.
So let me just give what I think.
My question, to ladies, do you guys?
What do we more value at respect?
Hold on, I think Freddie's.
I wanted to give my answer.
Go on, boys.
Yeah. Okay. So I was saying that obviously I'd rather experience it. Do you know what I'm saying? I think because when you experience it, like when you experience heartbreak, it just gives you that ability to feel, pain. It gives you their ability to build up your resilience and also like make better choices for future relationships. And I also think like you can learn lessons from the experience. And I also feel like it going through the experience of love, it gives you an idea of what you will tolerate, and you just learn so much about yourself. Do you know what I mean?
No, definitely. 100 million%, man. 100 million%. I'm so glad I went through the heartache. Because obviously, some of the heartache was self-inflicted, you know. You know that as well. Like, because obviously, I would never just blame the girl, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? There was something along them lines what I done. She rubbed her up the wrong way. Fucked her about. She didn't want no more of it. And you get what I'm saying? But it's a two-way street, innit? And I've come into the next relationship with my Empress now, going a couple of years now. Been really good, happy. I haven't had to, or I haven't felt urge to seek another vagina, which is great. You get me? It's beautiful because grown up, you get what I'm saying? Like, if it comes, I'll probably back it off, definitely. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, like, so, I don't know, man. You get me? I'm in a good space right now with the girl, innit?
No, that's nice.
Oh, big up. That's so nice.
Yeah.
I always try and pick her up, you know, even if she's not interested in this. I always try and
Big up, sis.
pick her up. Yeah, man, because trust me,
No,
I
you
pick
meant
up
bro, Sarah.
Bro,
all the
yeah.
sisters,
You know
all
what I
the
mean,
sisters
man.
I pick up. And I do want everyone to have a partner, not just the internet alone. I want you such as like, you know what I'm saying? The ones without a partner, please try and find one. Because it's a balance, it's a yin and yang.
Eunice.
You listen to this, yeah. So I met up with my friend earlier today, yeah. And she's saying to me, oh, she's met someone, innit? She's saying that like she knew this person from high school, and then obviously they went their separate paths, but they must have met up again at a funeral. So she's saying like they've been talking for a week and she's really happy. Like she's talking like, yeah, the man saying that he wants to marry her, move out of London, and yeah, he's got kids, and that was one of her big no-nos. Do you know what I mean? Because she's this woman here, she just loves to travel and have that freedom. So I was just like, wow. So I was happy for her, innit? But then she told me that like it was this is her first relationship in 17 years.
Whoa.
And I was like, are you joking? She's like, no. She's like,
okay, what does that mean? Does that mean she was dating? No, so I didn't.
She must have been dating. She must
Maybe
have been
serious relationship.
I think it was more casual dating. Nothing ever materializing. Nothing obviously developed.
Yeah.
So it's like 17 years of like not being in a relationship. And then she told me like she was like 10 years celibate as well. And I was like, rah.
That's big. That's massive.
That's a unicorn.
The fact that you've had sex, you know what it is, and it's your choice to not participate in it. That I rate
got himself a virgin. He got himself a virgin, rewind.
She's actually a reborn virgin.
I did ask her, are you anxious when you have to do it?
Zulu, Zulu, you got chance to do this. Life for you late, Zulu. Life for you yet, my friend.
You're missing out, blood. You're missing out. That's all I can say, bro. It's like
my days, 10 years celibacy, you know, involuntary.
Yeah, man, I couldn't believe it.
Hey, bro,
I said to her, boy, you're very respectful, you know, 'cause I don't know if many people would hold out for 10 years.
What's a female incel?
The woman is
incel? What's a female incel?
Nah, don't say that. The woman's a G, man. Come on, give her respect.
Bruh.
Because she knows what sex feels like, obviously, innit? And for her not to go with it for 10 years, you got to rate her.
Of course.
It's not like she's a virgin and she don't know the difference.
Woody and Buzz must be doing fucking busy, mate. That's what I'm saying.
Or the rabbits.
The rabbits ramping away.
Oh, stop it.
Be careful, you don't have disabled Lubia. You can't man can fuck her now.
Come on,
she
man.
dildos. Seriously? What are you talking about?
Non-reactive clitoris.
Yeah. Good luck to the guy, brother. Because I was happy for him. I was like, he got
Nah, this is out of order. It's out of order. Sam order.
Hey, no, listen, there's someone out there for everybody, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Regardless how ugly the woman thinks she is or the man thinks he is, there's always someone. It's like we give up too easy, innit? Like, that's what happens, innit? Like, humans don't like rejection naturally, and don't like involvement, all these things. But if you get over that, like, and we will find a girl for you, and you'll be fucking happy. You know what I mean? Big up Carter, man.
Big up everyone.
Big up Carter.
Big up girl like Carter.
It's been a good show though. It's interesting, unique, these little questions. It's made me think. Sorry, I wanted to jump in a little bit earlier, but I don't think Deds or Sniper could see my messages. But from what you're saying, yeah. Sorry to cut you guys off, but the earlier question that you asked about basically, would you rather be in love and go through the experiences or not go through it at all, basically? And I must admit, I kind of feel like it's a point it depends on what point you are in your life as well. Because when I was a little bit younger, like I said, I got engaged, went through all of that at age 19, and I kind of wish that I didn't. So I think maybe if I was a bit older and gone through that, my answer would be different because I'd gone through life. But being so fresh and being so young, I would have preferred not to have gone through it, in all fairness.
So
but I learned a lot from it.
Yeah, so you're saying that you wish you hadn't have experienced heartbreak at a young age?
No. I think we get it enough from just life and friends and friendships and rare. I think I would have gotten the message from everywhere else. I didn't need to get it from that side just yet. Not at that age. Like if you catch what I'm saying.
Nah, but you know what? Nah, because guess what? I don't catch it. You know why, sister? Love what you're saying. Beautiful.
So don't catch it.
Nah, it's beautiful. Because what I'm saying is you're gonna reverse it, innit? When you find someone you like waking up next to, you're gonna reverse it. You're gonna say, fucking hell, man, I'm so thankful that my man's totally different from him, and it got fucking hell, boy, compared to what I was coming from. This is heaven. Like,
but no, Freddie, I agree with that. I'm just saying the age thing. I think if I was younger, I would, but for now, I think we all can agree, a lot of things that we go through, we learn from it, and I honestly wouldn't give it up for nothing. But just being that young and remembering how it was and not having that experience of
actually
generally.
But do you actually think that's young? Because there's like children in school. Obviously, it's not a.
Yeah.
There's children in school that actually experience heartbreak, like 13, 14, 15. And it's their whole world, this relationship. So when it mashes up, it really does impact on them. Do you know what I mean? And they're young.
I'm showing my age.
But 13 versus 19, sorry, 13 versus a 19-year-old, believe it, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's very different from when I was 13. When you're 19, you're legally able to have sex. And, you know, you a lot of us are in college or you're going uni. And I know I experienced that love and heartbreak when I was 13, but for me, it wasn't really that deep until, you know, when
I
you're
feel like experiencing it younger, it might be better than you can
really
learn
okay.
it. Like you date the lame, you learn this guy the lame, you learn the characteristics of a lame. You can now protect yourself from other lames. You learn that.
That's how I feel now.
Rather than being 35 and still dating lame.
Exactly. And what do they say? With age comes wisdom.
So you got your wisdom a bit earlier than other people, which is a blessing in disguise, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's a
Because
huge blessing in
think
disguise.
19 is young. Young people are experiencing this at 16. And when it mashes up, they're all self-harming, turn into drinks and whatnot.
Collecting trauma.
You need that is true. I know someone that went through that and she got pregnant and you know, the baby, now her and the guy are not together and the baby got taken off of them and it was a whole lot of situation. This was up in
oh God.
Yeah, it was just it's true. But just from this conversation, you know what, it's opened up my mind because it does kind of make sense, I guess, when you put it like that, to have that experience young,
You just
so
get
that
it
you
out of the
can
way.
use it.
I'd rather you got it out of the way young. You
Because
can't be 35
the
making dumb
older,
mistakes as well. It doesn't even look good.
Yeah,
the
Like if
older,
you're saying
yeah, the
you know,
older.
like yeah, young, you're still learning. You can't be 35, still dating a prick and then complaining he's a prick when you break up. Like they're just dumb at this point.
It's true.
Like
And even if you are dating in your 30s, you experience the heartbreak, but you know what? You'll bounce back so much quicker because of your experiences. And then also it will make you leave the relationship sooner because you're thinking, no, this is not worth it. I'm not going through this pain again. Let me step.
You know, it's so true, but I feel like that's like my life story right now. I've learned that so young that I'm almost overprotective of myself. But it's not like I'm rude or anything. But I don't take all of that bullshit like wooing stage as anything. I just take it as a new, like, it's just life. And some people take that whole wooing stage, like, oh, he's being nice to me and everything as the end or be all. But for right now, it's just like, I'm picking up little things that if I don't like, I'll communicate or something, you know, or if I don't, you just move on. Yeah, it's just little things.
Yeah, man, just communicate as soon as possible, you get me?
Trillo's funny. She goes, tell them how they can avoid this Islamically. Guys, just keep it halal, innit? Keep it 100% halal.
Can I ask ladies a question?
Yeah, BT, go ahead.
Would you rather be in a relationship with someone you love or someone who loves you?
Right.
Okay, what are we talking
Can I
about?
go first?
No, ask a question. I'm gonna go first.
For me, I want it to be the latter.
Same.
Because, did you say same, Sarah? Yeah. And the reason why I say that is because I feel if they like me more, they're going to be more invested into the relationship. They're going to want to make it work. They're not going to want to walk at the first hurdle. And I don't know. I just think that's the better option as opposed
But
to me.
remember, you don't love them; they love you.
Well, I don't love them.
Who you rather be with?
I can like you though. If we have children together, like I'd rather you love me, bro. Then I know my kids are safe.
Right, of course.
You're not gonna run away. You're not gonna disappear.
What about the one you love? What about the person you love?
But people in love still do that.
Can I say something?
But I know what you mean. I'd rather the love.
Sometimes we can't listen. Sometimes the one we love, they don't love us, and vice versa. Go for the one that loves you.
You can grow to love somebody, anyways, with experience and time. That's very common. You know, whole civilizations were built on that. So,
yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that a marriage thing that happens? Not to be disrespectful, but a lot of them get married. Yeah, they don't know each other, but I've heard stories literally out of my mouth that they've been arranged and they fall in love. Like it's not uncommon.
Yeah, and because they're strangers, they obviously have to build up that friendship. So this is the first layer. Sorry.
No. Sorry, I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. So it's like two strangers coming together, and then what's the first basis of a relationship? It's friendship, innit? Getting to know one another. What's your likes? What's your likes? Blah blah blah. And then obviously, it grows into an intimate thing, innit? If it works well.
This is so true. This is like what I base my honestly my relationships off. I am a friend. For me personally, it has to be a friendship first, because then I feel like we haven't based our situation off this whole romantic side of it. There's that base, that foundation that we have a friendship, and I feel like it allows us. And I know I keep saying I feel like, but I guess that's what it is. I feel like it allows you guys to build an honest and even more honest relationship. It's somehow, and that, like you say, unique, and then you can build from that. And I like the friendship part of the journey before I even get to the emotional side, because even though I could be in love with you and really like you, I will value that friendship until I know that even if we do take it a step forward, we've had that friendship and we can almost still have that respect to say, regardless of what happens, we have a respectable relationship. You know, just in case we have kids or whatever, like we still have that foundation.
A friend and a lover are two different things, though. Isn't it? A friend and a lover.
No, but briefly, we're talking about being a friend, and then sort of if it does become that, you know that when the energy shifts, then yeah, you might take it further. And you guys kind of know because you're friends. It's like you're communicating without even.
I think if a guy likes you, being a friend is a bit. What?
No, what you lot don't get it. So what I'm saying is,
Sarah, what did I say?
There's an intentional friendship from the get-go. Don't let them lie to you, bro.
Nah.
That's why. Do you know what? Yeah, I never
Well, I
used
get
to
you, like good
understand.
vibes, like good vibes. I get what you
Yeah,
mean.
I never used to understand when married people used to say, "Oh, I'm marrying my best friend." I'm like, "What the hell, best friend? That's not
There's no
it's
such
not meant to be like your lover or your partner, whatever." Yeah, but I get it. Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, you're going to be living together. Yeah, they need to be. You need to have that friendship there so that you could talk to them, do stuff with, and so forth.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm just being serious. I get what you mean.
Compatibility is important.
And be able to have
So
that break as well, because I'm quite selfish. I like my break.
What?
Yeah,
So
I can't start off on the whole romantic. Oh, let's be together and and then move in together and I need to know like. Oh no, but you know you do kind of need breaks in your relationships. Like not going away or anything like that. Just
Yeah,
not
you
seeing
need
each other for the
healthy
rest of the day.
space apart to do your own thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You say it so nicely and perfectly, yes.
from what I'm hearing, then none of you believe in love at first sight. Then
I believe
No, I
in
do.
attraction.
There's
Beefy, I
definitely
believe in
lust.
attraction and lust. I don't believe in love. I think that grows and develops over time.
You got experience for that. You need to
Yeah.
experience each other. Yeah. But yeah, it's just lust at first sight. You just attracted to each other.
Do you, Beefy? Do you believe in love at first sight?
I think without the attraction there at first, that spark at first, I think it's dodgy. The relationship is in a.
It's lust though. Wouldn't you say that? It's not love.
I don't know what's the difference between lust and love.
It's a biological lust. Like I'm just
What's the difference between dodgy? What's the difference between lust and love? What's the difference?
It's just an attraction. Like you can feel an attraction for someone you're not even with.
Right. I think it's loyalty.
It's biological.
I guess
Something that you're attracted
to. Lust is like that sexual chemistry where you act it like rabbits.
It's the same chemical reaction. It's the same chemical reaction we have when you eat a chocolate. Same chemical reaction you have when you. So
yeah, it's just loyalty. I feel like that's the difference, because when you're in lust, regardless of how you feel while you're in that moment, if he goes another way and you go another way, and you're not in a relationship, and it's almost fine. But then if you're in love, I would have to say that there is a relationship there, whether it's serious or not or whatever. But if you love someone, you have to have some type of relationship.
Baby, don't hurt me.
No, man. Wait, don't get me started. You know, I'm terrible. I'll start singing. So yeah,
go ahead, sorry.
Like Dr. Dre, no? Dr. Dre and Eminem.
Sorry,
just
Dr. Dre and
back
Eminem.
to the cave.
What are you on about?
Eunice, you can't talk the same time as me. It's
How did you just
confusion.
enter to tell us it's Dr. Dre?
What are you on about? I'm confused.
The song Dr. Dre.
Who wants to bet he googled that? Who wants to bet he googled it?
No, honestly, I didn't Google it. It came out 2010.
What song?
Yeah, you
what
Googled 2010. You know,
Dr. Dre wasn't even your generation. When were you born yesterday?
No, the song Dr. Dre, like the music video Eminem.
Which song?
Which is that? He done a lot of songs. Eminem. Which song?
I don't know the name of that song, but it came out around that time.
Bro, loud. Stick to your sister,
all
my
right,
friend.
Eunice, well done, man.
You're safe there.
Yeah.
sounds like a page. Oh my gosh.
Oh my days.
So Eunice, let's ask a question to Eunice. Watch how he starts stuttering. What was the question?
Eunice, would you rather love someone or someone love you?
Probably love me, innit?
This guy. Well, fair enough.
Probably, yeah.
Expand. Why?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, it's probably the easiest.
It's like for men though, I feel like because they get that love type of thing from their moms. Not to say that we don't, but they have that type of thing where they get unconditional love. Like mama's boys, where the mom does everything for them. Anyway, Eunice, you talk for yourself.
Yeah, Leah, let him speak for himself. I know he's your
Yeah,
brother.
but I do believe in like lost in
No.
first sight.
You believe in lust at first sight?
Yeah.
And how has that happened to you before?
Yeah, if you see like a beautiful woman and all that, and like, walking down the street and all that, and there's a woman, she's wearing a dress and all that, and she's wearing revealing clothing and all that,
Big up family.
Massive chest and all that.
Well, I think like for men, I've seen one time I've seen a girl walk past me, and I was like, wow, and I pursued her until I went out with her. That's by seeing her for the first time, and I said, this girl, I want to take her out. And I turned around, started talking to her, followed out, walked away all the way home. Next day, make sure I went the same way again, tried to see her, saw her, and I pursued her until I went out with her. So you can, I think there is a thing. There is a thing. My second baby mother said she knew she was gonna have a baby with me before I knew it. So madness. Yeah. So I think those things can happen.
Yeah, you need to give it a try a couple of times.
But Eunice, it lasts at first sight. Is it Aram though? I'm confused.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, it's haram to like go and speak to a woman that you find attractive.
Lost at first sight, as a Muslim, you need to be lowering your gaze and all that.
Oh, okay. But if you eventually did look at her and you found her attractive, would you not be able to approach her? Especially if you were looking or considering to be married.
Yeah, I guess. Do you approach or do your parents approach? How does it work?
Approach the family.
Eunice?
What?
You can look at a girl.
You see a half see you like, yeah, like she is nice. Do you approach her or do you approach the family?
Or does your family approach her?
I mean, hypothetically, those type of situations, isn't it? Like if you approach her family and all that, that automatically establishes, good intentions and all that, right?
And why we don't know? We're asking you, bro.
I'm just, thinking like that. But anyways, like, if I find a woman attractive and,
wait, stop. I'm confused. Are you planning on getting married soon on the internet? Like, how old are you?
No, I'm not planning to get married now.
Poor Beefy doesn't know what's happening.
We've gone through this.
Let's just ask Miss Sarah.
Okay, technically, I didn't really do it the proper way, but let me put my head down in shame. But,
oh my gosh!
Technically, you go up to the girl, you like her. She'll probably tell her dad, Michael, I like so and so. Eunice down the road, and he's can you come and visit? And then they'll probably do like a get together at the house and family get to know each other.
Okay.
It's easier if the girl just gives a heads up to the family. Just less awkward. Yeah.
But I did watch a program and they say that it's the women that chooses the men, even if you might see that there was this thing and it's like an old time, maybe 1950s sort of movie, and it was just a quick example of the man approaching the woman, but you would think the man has to do all the work and he has to open the doors for her and all of that, but it's actually the woman. Like if a man goes and when the man approached her, she made it seem like she wasn't very interested, but then she was giving body signals to him to come back. And then obviously once he put in the work, she went home with him. And it's like, men think that they need to, like it's them picking, or like if they see a fit girl and rare, it's like, no, she has to want you as well. So I guess it would be easier as a man to have her family approach you. Like you ain't got that pressure to be doing the most, if you know what I mean. But I would prefer that if I was a guy. Like, yeah, I ain't got to do nothing really.
No, they always say it's better for the man to chase a woman, innit? To pursue her.
What's all this simping? I'll take the man to be simping out here. Like, what are we doing? Like,
well, boy, I ain't running down no man.
No, that wasn't my point. The man is gonna chase the woman regardless. It's just the woman has to give that like in that. I don't know. She has to give that signal almost to say that she wants that. You can woo that woman as much as you want, but if she don't want you, it's not gonna happen. Do you know what I mean?
The whole marriage.
It's called harassment.
That makes sense.
Big up, Khan. What are you saying?
I'm good, bro.
Oh, was that Khan sitting there all that time? Big up, Khan.
Just laughing along. Yeah,
I
this is a
like
tricky subject, man.
Khan, I like the fact that you read the room when you was waiting patiently before you open your big mouth.
Especially when Unique's around.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Khan? What would you rather? Be loved or love the person?
I would rather be loved.
Why?
Because there's nothing worse than loving someone that don't love you. But if they love you and then you don't love them at the beginning, you can always learn to love them still.
Wait, I'm confused. So you guys, you don't mind doing to other people, but you don't want it done to you?
No, I'm saying you're in control of the situation.
Beefy, when I was just about to say that.
You got control, innit?
Madness.
I agree with this first part.
Madness is loving someone who don't love you. That's madness.
Yeah, but there's bare people that do it out there, innit? They're just they do it because they're hoping, innit? But in all fact, you're just wasting your years.
But you got to hold yourself, innit, Unique? You know, like if you got experience in these things, like you don't let yourself fall, innit? Like you might want to let yourself go and fall in love, but you can hold it. You know? Yeah.
How do you hold falling in love? Like, how do you do it?
Well, come on, be honest though. As a female, you got to put these security measures
I don't know
in
as a
check.
female.
I'm sorry, you don't want women going through 20 men, right? So
no.
get somebody who loves you. And
that's a whore. That's a whore. Like I'm talking about how can you stop yourself from falling in love with someone?
Yeah, you
can grow in love, bro. You
just stop yourself from falling, innit?
Stop.
To fall in love, you have to let go, innit? You have to let yourself fall in love. Like,
we stand in love. I don't know about this falling and this.
That's right. We stand
in love. I grow in love.
And this compromise thing, like, when you fall in love, you shouldn't be compromising.
I feel like it's already negative
growing
instead of falling and spells.
I think, what are you saying, Beefy? I don't think we're understanding what you're saying. What are you saying?
If you like someone, you like someone, or you love someone, you love someone. You can't help those feelings most times.
Yeah, but there's loving and then there's being in love with them.
Yeah, two different things. Yeah.
Explain.
Loving someone is having feelings for them and affection for them. Falling in love with someone or being in love with someone, it's like when the passion takes over and the control's not really there, and like you're just going with it.
What?
You just go.
Is that actual love or is that just lust?
No,
love is different emotion and it manifests in different. You love your children, you love your parents. It just manifests differently for the different. Just an emotion.
You can say in love and in love.
Now, there's such a thing called falling in love where it's not just loving someone.
Stop saying falling, say being in love. I think being in love is more of a strong feeling than just saying in love. When you're in love with someone, that might be just like more of a caring thing. Yeah.
But when the love takes over, there's no more control. So it's like falling.
Nah, I'm not involved in that. I have full control. I don't know what is.
Well, yeah, that's not.
What do you mean no control? What is this?
Yeah,
it's fine in love business.
You can fall in love with someone. It can happen.
I talk about loving unintentionally, unconditionally. When you love someone unconditionally, that's like being like in love with someone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
When you
hold
love someone
on.
unconditionally, so you don't care what they do or whatever. You just love
Don't you love your children unconditionally?
100.
Yeah.
Right, but you're not in love with them, are you?
Are you sure though? Wait.
No,
Are you
no.
sure?
I think you
No, my love
are.
is
If your child came back,
No. I'm not in love with my child. That's not a
No,
way
of
I would
course not.
describe my affection or my relationship with my children. I love my children. I'm not
But it's
in love with them.
conditional, right? On certain
It's
morals.
unconditional
Your
though.
child can't be a
Of
paedophile.
course. Yeah, of course, there's levels, sis. But in general, like putting aside the,
Yeah.
paedophilia, one or two like
I
anomalies
think
like
that
that,
term is used for
it's always going
couples
to
and
be
adult. Yeah.
unconditional, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, look, my child could do something and I don't like it. My child could do something and I'm not going to speak to them. But I think that natural bond and love that you have for the children that you pushed out,
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's
true.
always going to be there
Can't
to a
switch off.
degree, isn't it?
That's true.
Wait, what about those
Yeah,
people?
I don't know
I know
about
this is a
this
bit off
being in
subject,
love
but
with people.
I
there's people
think
that
I do
don't
love
love
my
their
kids
children at all.
unconditionally. I think I can love them unconditionally, but not like what they do. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think you
Because
can't
there's
really switch it off
murderers
with the
for
parents. To be
parents.
fair. Can't switch it off.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's people in prison and their parents support them still.
My parents,
I'm not
my
supporting you.
mom supports me unconditionally.
Yeah, that's
It's
unconditional
mad.
I'm
love.
definitely not supporting you.
Mad.
It depends what
It
you go to
scares me.
prison for. Obviously, as I said, if we're talking about
Even
anything
murder.
like, well, look, it depends
If
on
it's
the
defense,
situation,
though,
isn't it?
still gonna-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you think about this mass murder? What's his name? That I don't remember his name fully, but he shot up the high school and he was on trial yesterday in America. Do you think his parents love him? Like, would you be able
if
to
that was
love
my
your
child, he
child
can
if they did
he
that?
can rot in prison.
I don't know. Like,
I'm sorry, but
for
that's
me, I think I still love
demonic.
my child if they done that, but I will not like what they done. But it's still my child. What can I do?
Would you support them, Beefy? Would you be sending them commissary money and getting them a
I'll be.
lawyer and no?
I'll make sure that I will not want them to get away from their responsibilities, but I'll be there with them.
Wow, you're actually a soft heart.
That's right. That's fact.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I might have to leave you to
If
God.
my youth shoots up the school, I've got to look at myself.
Could you really, Miss Sarah?
I
Wow.
swear to God, I'll leave you to God, bro. You better start praying.
I swear to God,
Taking
I
innocent
probably have to
paedophilia,
go
rape,
to
or
jail
innocent children's
as a
lives.
So,
parent.
Sarah, is that unconditional love in your eyes?
No, my love is very. It's there's a condition there.
So, yeah, so
Like, actually,
unconditional
I'm
for
gonna lie.
you.
I'm lying. I think there
Yeah,
is
that's
unconditional love as a
unconditional love.
parent because you can't switch it off. It's not something you can just.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's just part of our psychology, our biology.
I won't like what they've done or what they're doing, but I think I still love my child. Regardless.
Yeah,
Yeah, you still love them. That's what I'm saying. It's biological. I don't think you can switch it
But
off.
then this is why I don't understand why
Okay,
if people have this unconditional love, then why is it if your child, likes the same sex, why you can't love them unconditionally?
Okay, Unique. Let's
Why
talk
some
about this
people
because this is
why some people
interesting.
say they'll
I
lock
can
them
love
off?
you, but you're not gonna do it in my house.
Exactly. I can love you, but
You
not
can't dress
support
like
you,
that in my
innit?
house. You can't.
I can love
can't
you, but
spit
not
like this
enable
in my
you.
house.
I don't have to know about it.
Basically, entrance to my house is gonna be conditional.
I can love you, but from a distance.
From a distance.
I love to kill you as
I
well.
can love you, but don't bring your partner around,
Weirdo
innit?
stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to see that
Wait,
shit.
so does that mean that the
I
family
love
is
you.
now affected? Because if you guys are not going around your child, and you don't want it to be indoctrinated in
Listen,
your home,
if I don't
and you've got
support
young kids.
something, I am not entertaining it or enabling
Exactly.
it. I have to remain
Okay.
consistent
It's a
in
form
my
of
morals and
enablement.
ethics in life.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't allow them around you wouldn't allow the couple, sorry. So would it be just that person, or you wouldn't allow them as a couple to be
Don't do
around you?
nonsense in front of me. Don't do your nonsense
No,
in front of
basically,
me.
I don't want to know about it in front of me. Exactly what Beefy said.
Yeah.
Don't do it around me.
Okay.
Don't dress like that around me.
per
Don't put makeup
Yeah,
on
yeah,
me.
yeah.
When you're in
Respect.
my house,
It's called
you're going to
respect.
be
It's
whatever
called
your name is,
respect.
Steve.
Yeah,
It's
Beefy.
And then when
And
you leave the
it's
house,
called
you'll be
respect.
Becky.
Basically,
Simple.
visitation time is over for me, really. I got enough old
What did he say?
Man said it like his prison, you know.
Really? Is that what time it is for you?
Yeah, I got enough old school pictures to
No
reminisce
mercy.
when the
man
days,
said
like, go back
memories.
in days when everything was all right. So just leave me alone, man. I don't want to know.
Well, as a parent, I understand. Yeah, once you become an adult, you have to live your own life. That's good. So, but don't even do it in front of me. Live your life. That's fine. Not in front of me. Like,
Yeah,
I think that's the first form of enablement. If you allow it, you've now opened dangerous doors for that child to think it's okay. Because remember, the parents are like the first doors to enable certain behavior.
Well, there's some things I will
Yeah.
never, as a big man I am right now, I will not do in front of my mum.
Exactly.
Never ever. That's
Yeah.
respect.
Just
That's
respect.
respect.
Yeah,
Do
Simple
what?
thing.
Do what,
Respect.
JC?
I won't smoke.
Do
I will never
what?
smoke. I won't never smoke in front of my mum. Never swear in front of my mum.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
just
not
a
even that.
manner
I
to
feel so
respect.
shame.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
face
I
it.
could never. Even when I used to see other people do it,
I
like
feel
not to be
shy.
disrespectful, like the white kids growing up used to just speak anyhow, and my mom used to look at me, and I used to look at my mom like, I don't know why you're looking at me because I already know
You're
that.
gonna get beats for their swearing.
This was a culture shock. Yeah, when I came here, yeah,
I already know.
my white
Don't
friend's
worry,
house.
Mom, I
I heard for the
know.
first time a child said, "The mom fuck off." I had
Oh
fights with my
no.
friends. I had
I
fights
told
with
you
my
my mom.
friends.
Oh no.
Listen, I had
My mom
fights with
nearly
my
killed me
friends, and
one
they
time.
were dumb.
You have a fight
Listen,
with your friends.
What is
if
this?
I ever tried that, my mum would be saying, "Listen, I brought you into this world. I will
I'll
take you
take
out."
you out.
And
Right.
my mom has come
Don't
very
pass
close.
your
Trust
place.
me.
I've
And then
boxed
as
up
soon
two of
as
my
you start
friends, my
looking at
white
the
boys.
phone
I've
and
boxed them
like,
up.
yeah,
Like,
it's gonna take
never
them
do that in front
15
of me.
minutes to get here. Then 15 minutes you won't be
Trust
around.
Sarah, no joke. I've thought about it. I'm like, if I call these people, these police people, at least I'll survive today. Like in my head, I've thought those things
We
as
didn't
like
have
a
police back
5-year-old
home, but my
child.
stepmom in the UK, she used to actually write the NSPCC. She had it on stuck on her fridge. She goes,
Oh
if you guys want to call, you
no.
can call, but by the time they get here, you won't even be around.
No, that's the rude parents.
My
Like
stepmom
they're
was
not
savage.
messing
I swear
around.
to God, she was savage. She was telling me about it when I came to England. She was like, yeah, this is what I had to do. I was like, right, we don't even have police back home. We're just going to be dead. Nobody even cares.
Exactly.
You'd be dead.
Our parents are crazy. Yeah, sorry. How did that get there? But yeah, it was. I even forgot what the subject was.
Unconditional love. Love.
Yeah, that's it.
And you know what? I also say respect is a big part of love, man.
You cannot have love, not respect. No way.
Yeah. Like, come on, man. You got to respect yourself enough.
All
not
right,
to
but
be
okay,
fucking
I hear
gay.
that. But we've just spoken about unconditional love and children. So are you saying that if your child was to disrespect you, that you're going to stop loving them? Or that there's no love there? Or that means that they don't love you?
Nah, but you're going to get disciplined. You're going to get
Yeah,
disciplined.
of course. But it doesn't stop you
love.
from loving them, does it?
Nah, but I'm going to discipline you. So when you don't see me about and I hear the calls, you know why.
You know.
What you done, you know what you done. So until you make it right, in my eyesight, judge's eyesight, whoever's eyesight, leave it alone.
As long as I can sleep with my conscience good at night, it's right on you, boy.
No, but you can love somebody in your heart and control how you manifest it on your tongue and your limbs. I can have a biological love for you, but I'm not going to tell you verbally that I agree with your lifestyle. No, I don't agree with you. I'm not supporting you. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing it in my presence. Simple. If you come to my house dressed as a female, please exit. Just go back into your taxi.
Remember.
Love it.
Simple.
Big facts. If you ever,
What about if your child came home and I said I've joined the Masons?
This guy is beefy.
That's even worse, bro. That's the worst thing, Satan. Are you dumb? We might have to get a guest house for him.
Hey, but the highest, like Jed said the other day, the highest thing that Masons do is that gay act, right? So it's either way if they're Mason.
Things, yeah.
So yeah, if you're a Mason, you're even worse because you're a Mason and you're still probably gonna end up doing
worse stuff, to be fair. Even then, it's the
Open
same
your root
principle.
chakras and that. Madness.
We'll just meet up at Costco or something. Costa or something. I don't know. Starbucks.
Exactly.
You're coming to my house.
True, that's true.
I'll love you for memory. I'll love you for memory.
That's what Freddie said. I've got bare pictures.
Okay, just go still look at the old school pictures and put them back in the days and have a glass of wine and chill out.
Yeah, and you lot, there's still video calls.
Nah. I'm not interested.
But you know
in
what it is? I feel like everything's forced right now. Like we're almost being forced to accept this whole transgender thing and rare, and so it's just becoming like even if you wanted to do all of that and keep them at a distance, it's gonna be very hard. I feel like generally because you're gonna be labelled.
Guys, we're late. We're
Not
late.
really. Do you know what? Do you know what, sis? I fully.
how
Do you know
you-
what? I hear you, but what I would say is like for me, to some degree, even though I'm dealing with the later stage of teenage years now, and my son having a girlfriend and my daughter having a boyfriend, all of these things, I'm just like, you know what? At least I know that they're on the right path, and I ain't got those concerns.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all you can do.
Yeah.
It's like try your best
Wait,
as a
that one
parent.
out. Like, yeah, I've done well.
You gotta obviously as part of like part of your parenting is to teach your child certain ethics and morals in it. Now whether they're gonna maintain them as they go into their adult years is a different situation. But you can only do your best as a parent and then wait to see what the results of that are. Do you know what I mean? And I'm blessed that I'm now seeing the results of my parenting. Some great, some not. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. But
MJ, can I ask you a question? So if they did like the same sex, yeah, would you see that as a failure, or and would you feel disappointed at your parenting? How would you take it?
Do you know what it is? Like I've sort of tried to bring my kids up to be able to think and analyze things themselves, and look at the deeper, like obviously not the same level of conversation that we would have on here, but close enough to. Do you know what I mean? Just trying to teach them that actually everything that's out there is part of a bigger agenda, and you know what I mean, just and I suppose like what they've seen in like, because they haven't seen a lot of that shit around, you know what I mean? Luckily my family is just, they're all straight, you know what I mean? So they haven't had that sort of lifestyle pushed on them, I suppose. So but if it was a thing of one of them had gone down that road, I wouldn't see it as a failure. I'd just be like, wow, like, why is my child like not able to see beyond this? Or I suppose I'd be questioning it. Do you know what I mean? But I wouldn't say it's a failure on myself, because ultimately, as we grow older and become adults, we all make our own
make
decisions.
their own choices.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah,
but would you be disappointed?
I'd
be disappointed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would ponder. I'd think
because I want.
I know.
I want. You know what it is. I want grandchildren. I'm not gonna lie. Like I really want grandchildren.
Definitely.
Like to the point where one of my friends like has always had this sort of attitude of, I don't really care, don't want to like live too long, I don't want to suffer in old age and all of this. And by having conversations with me recently about like wanting to see generations of the family flourish and see great grandkids, all of a sudden now he's changed his mind and he's like, oh yeah, I want to live for long and I want to see great grandkids as well. And it's like, what else is there in life, do you know what I mean, other than to see the family flourishing? So I want my children to have children. I want to have grandchildren. I want to be around long enough to see my great grandchildren. Like
I love seeing my kids,
I
but
love
I
that
love seeing my grandkids. I'm all my days.
I'm telling you, I can't wait for that, BC. I'm not gonna lie, I'm ready.
My grandkids are my
Grandma
best friends at the
MJ.
moment.
What you created, though, isn't it? As initially, you created this whole like family. It's so crazy. Like, I think it was Motion was saying the other week, like his grandma created like 70 people in this room. Like, they would literally not be here if it wasn't for this one woman. And it's like, yeah, when you put it like that, MJ, it's like, yeah, you definitely want to see some grand pickney and some great grand pickney eventually.
More the purpose, really. Don't everybody like to me, having a child and rearing children all day, it's like a challenge, isn't it? Like it's a purpose. It's someone else to fix that. Get motivated to do other things, like keep your health.
And you know what? Yeah, do you know what? Just thinking about that, going back to my friend who I talked about earlier, she now has an opportunity to play stepmom. You know what I mean? The man's son is 7, and she's really happy because obviously she didn't meet anyone before, and it's too late for her to have kids now. So, yeah, she's just so gassed.
Wow.
Yeah,
this is another thing as well. Another thing as well.
Best of both worlds for her, then, isn't it?
Like, if I were here, I'd have a child. I'd have a picnic. I don't care. Like, wow. Like, wow. That's
She's
sad.
very,
That's sad.
it's a blessing
That's sad.
still.
What's sad, Beefy?
That she never had a picnic of her own. Like, wow.
That's how it goes sometimes, isn't it?
True.
Sometimes
It was not guilt, innit? It wasn't for all the
Lad,
sometimes the man is not there. Well,
one of
sometimes
my
they tell you that they want, but they don't really want,
And
and
some
they're the ones
things
that
just can't
control.
be forced, isn't it? Like, if it doesn't
Right.
happen, it doesn't happen. And rather than people going out, like, actually choosing to be single mothers by talking about, just go and get a sperm donor and like, not actually wanting to have a father around in a child's life. So, yeah, it's not for everyone, and it doesn't happen for everyone.
Sister, one of my brethren said to
No,
me,
what I'm saying, I think people.
No,
I think
but check the levels. You've got to be honest with yourself sometimes, innit? Because one of my brethren, we was having a laugh and a joke at him. We was saying, "Yo, ain't you gonna get a youth soon? You get me? Get a youth, man. Like, is your team working and all that? You get what I'm saying?" Yeah. So he turned around and said, "Blood, I don't want a youth. I'm selfish. You know how I roll." You get what I'm saying? And the man them just.
Sorry, how old is he?
He's a big man still.
And he's talking about I'm selfish.
Well, because he doesn't want to have kids.
Yeah, but me, I've got friends from primary school, innit? So we all know the pussy hole's been selfish like that, innit? Yeah,
That's a
so
new one. I've never heard that. I'm selfish.
that's just the quality he's got, innit? That's why he's got the things he's got, innit?
Some people,
lonely, man. That sounds like a very lonely.
Yeah, but what's material?
Sarah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's so true. Sorry, because I work in care homes and I was around a lot of older people, and you see the choices that they've made, and some of them have a lot of family, and they might not have kids directly, and they've got loads of what's it
nephews
called?
and nieces
Nephews and stuff that you see come to visit them once in a while, but you don't see that. You know, even though because they don't have a child. You see that loneliness, and I'm telling you, like, you see so many lonely people. And the ones that do have children, even though they can get lonely, just the look of phone call. Every morning, this woman woke up without a doubt. She'd have a cup of tea, and she had one of those little screen things. And the first thing she's doing is calling that daughter before the daughter goes work. And us, because I do night shift, we have to wake up at 6 in the morning and And it was nice, you know, just to see that, because at least it's something when you're very lonely in a care home, just to know that you've got the children, even if they're busy and they're doing their own thing.
That's the consequence of their second wave feminism. Still.
Yeah, so I was saying earlier on, like, I find the right man and I have to get the right job and I have to get bro.
But you know what the worst thing is, Beefy, yeah? If you actually research, and a lot of people don't do it, all of these isms, just go back and research it, yeah? The women who said, Betty Friedan, I think, and Simone de Beauvoir, one of them said that she mourns the children she never had. And the other one said, after doing, basically she was pushing the whole idea of, the house is a concentration camp for women. After her second book, which was revised, she was saying, data shows that women are more depressed chasing the career.
Yeah.
So the very women that pushing the feminism on you, they're admitting they mourn their unborn children. And you dumb women out here chasing these dumb illusions, like, don't do it.
I don't get it, because even since we were young, like, we always knew as girls
simultaneously and do the family thing. Just
right.
Don't be lonely.
No, it's
I think every woman deserves to experience motherhood. Do you know what I'm saying? Just once.
Like, don't rule it out. A lot of people rule it out. Those are the ones that piss me off.
Yeah.
Like, it should
I
be an
gotta get
option.
the bag. I gotta get to the bag.
Yeah, what bag, bro? They'll rinse you out.
When I get to the bag.
I swear, did we not watch the video of the guy that Paul and what was her name? On the Central thing in East London, where the couples were coming in to speak about their relationships. I don't know if you guys remember from a couple of months ago.
The Blue Room.
Blue Room, that's it, maybe. Yeah, and the guy, she said that she was Blue Therapy, that's it. And Paul and the other girl, and she said that she was very upset because they were in a position to have children. Obviously, they're not doing terribly bad, but Paul felt like he wanted to be in a certain position before they did it, and she felt like we were already doing okay, and she had to get rid of the baby just to suit him. And it just kind of reminded me of that, because I was just like, yo, you guys are in such, you never knew if that child, obviously don't rely on a child to make anything officially better, but you never knew if that child would have made your career even better, you know? And you just never knew.
And also, you never know if you'll get the chance again. It
What
might
did you
be
say?
complications next time. Mad.
Kill like today, you're gonna
Beefy
kill
went
like
off for violence.
tomorrow.
No, but you know what I'm
Murderer.
saying, people?
Death
It's
by
so true. Yeah, because I'm
That's
telling
deep.
you,
That is deep.
some people do fuck shit like that, and then it turns around that they can't have any more.
Exactly.
Oh, that's the worst one.
Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know how fucking mad you must feel inside? It's like you threw away the lottery ticket.
That's why they're all
Yeah,
mourning
man.
their unborn children, as Betty Friedan and Simone de Beauvoir said.
Oh my God.
But listen, I don't know. What do you think they're doing with this all unborn fetuses? What do you think they do with them? All these abortion babies. What do you think they do with them?
Oh yeah, they're in
they
your
use-
cosmetics and.
Have you seen a film called
They use their
Universal
organs to make
Soldier?
blood
Even
Have you
cosmetics.
seen a film called Universal Soldier before? I think they take them youths out of the room and give them the super serum, and then they go and
No,
fight.
a lot of it they use for cosmetics because they think that the baby's
Organ
blood and
harvesting
stuff
as well.
is gonna
Organ
help.
harvesting as well.
Yeah, with
Anti-aging
useless,
products,
right?
a lot of
Yeah.
medical vaccinations and things like that.
That's why they say, oh, this uric acid, you can find it in your skin, but we have
That's
it
why Kim was pushing the
concentrated.
whole baby. What is it? Who was pushing the foreskin?
Yeah.
Sandra.
The hydro whatever thing it is, make them skin look good, whatever. Takes all the wrinkles away, makes them look
There's a whole
forever
cannibal
young.
diet now. They're trying to push in some gourmet.
Do you know what? I'm gonna grow. This is why I'm gonna grow old gracefully. Right, my granny. Like, if I have wrinkles, I have wrinkles. Like, I don't care. I would rather have wrinkles than put a flipping baby fetus on my face. What the fuck are we doing?
But that's what I mean. It's like you're not allowed to be natural
But a
these
lot
days.
of
It's
people
like
don't
it's
know it
so
as E
uncommon.
numbers. It's like all these numbers.
No, but
It's society pressures.
do you think they can do test
But
tube babies? The panel believe they can do test tube babies.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So,
of course,
It's just a sperm and the thing, and it's not really.
it wouldn't be impossible if they took them babies out and done super soldiers.
Hold on, did we not see a video recently of a robotic
They can grow it and
womb
put
or
it back in the
something?
woman, like.
Well,
No, didn't they have a womb, like an artificial womb, where they can, like,
Oh
it's- it wasn't even in a body, like it was just
It was in a
machine
glass
and-
chamber.
It's a plastic.
Yeah, it was
plastic
real,
womb.
sis.
No, you don't need a woman. They say you don't need a woman now to have a baby.
Yeah. They're literally going to start making, like, this is above and beyond this designer baby business, because they're not just designing the DNA with the egg and all of that. They're literally growing the whole baby for it. Yeah, come back in 9 months and pick it up. Actually, maybe you can have a weekly visit while it's growing. You know what I mean?
But then
Like,
they're
pay a bit
cells. They
extra
can't
for
actually
that.
make the egg or the sperm. So.
No, but they sell it as if they sell it as a medical side. Forget even the aesthetic side. It's a medical thing. Oh, if your child may have had what's it called, Down syndrome, or they might be traits of this or rare sickle cell and all of that, and that's how they're going to sell it to make it a normal thing.
Isn't that designer
this is
babies?
why
Haven't
with
they been doing that?
transgender.
Yeah.
That's why they say men can have babies, because they can literally in the future you can just order one, like you say, Mary, and come back 9 months and that's just crazy. Like
it's basically like a surrogate, but without needing an actual
Without
woman.
the actual,
So they're gonna egg your sperm, they then just put it in the bag.
Artificial women now. I'm done.
Imagine if they start doing that like they already do with animals. That's what scares me,
No,
because I'm like,
no,
if they do that with a
stop.
gorilla and a human,
armies
like
of babies just.
Wait, I heard. I don't know how true this is. Like, where do you think all the celebrities come from? Who are the parents?
Yeah, you know what? What we see, they've probably been doing for years and years. It's just they've decided
What
to
are
show
the celebrities?
you.
Just pop up from
Exactly.
nowhere.
Lord knows.
These children, like this kid is very Disney. These baby celebrities.
Beefy. From the 80s, they've been showing people, human beings, growing in bags or bubbles with a little bit of water in it and loads of oxygen.
Look at the Matrix, bro. Look at the movie The Matrix. Bomb bucklet.
And remember that splice as well. Remember that one?
Simple, sister. Simple.
Splice where they were crossbreeding the human with the animals.
What about the fly? Remember the fly?
Yeah, the fly that was mad.
Yeah, that was a mad one.
That's another serious film.
Yakub. We know about
And
Yakub.
you can't put nothing past these people because they were showing us Motorola StarTAC from the 60s in Star Trek. Yeah. And they had all that technology there, chilling.
Listen, I remember seeing Power Rangers doing up video calls and thinking, oh, imagine that, we could do video calls. This is back in the 90s.
You see what I'm saying? So they just prepare your brain for it.
But this is the thing, like I think there's like everything, all the technology has always been there. So like every so many years they reset where we all dumb down again and everything started again like a fresh, like, oh look, we discovered this. We discovered this, all about controlling the people, the masses.
100%. Man. So those people, you got to consider them as Illuminati as well, the big tech companies.
Obviously.
Yeah. So
listen, we got to remember what one of the most valuable, Freddie, one of the most valuable things these days is data, right?
Okay.
And who do you think has all of this data? It's these big tech companies, isn't it?
Again, CM1, sister. Again, CM1.
And don't forget, we ourselves are data as well. Don't forget.
Yep, exactly. Why do you think when they're doing all of this, all these fitness watches and all of this heart rate monitoring, they're getting all of that data as well,
Ban those things. I'm telling you, people, leave those things alone. Leave those things alone. You're becoming cyborgs in your own eye.
Just watch. I'm telling you, family, just watch when they come out with the universal healthcare app. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I've got to jump off as well. So big up everyone.
Big up the ladies for joining. It's good.
Big up.
Let me leave you lot.
Tough love, man.
Let me leave you lot with a quick question. What do you allow your children, and if so, at what age, to allow their boyfriend or girlfriend to stay over? That's to everyone, parents and non-parents.
That's a tough one because is education staying over with him? No.
I'll be honest, no. You get enough of that during the day. You don't need to be sleeping over anywhere. Even with cousins and that, I'm like, I don't even have kids, but I'm just imagining myself as a mom. I know at that age you just don't need to be. You get so much interaction during the day and with play and everything. The whole sleeping over thing is it's not needed unless it's like a camp.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Me, I'm honest. This one, I was a dad at 17, so I'm just gonna mute up. Like,
you were the friend. I'm joking. You were the annoying friend that was up all night, being silly.
What about you, Sarah?
Is it just general friends staying over?
Yeah, 4 or 5, 3 to 4 years old.
You just need to go home because I got other children.
Yeah.
Some children are weird, so.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you get all that you need during the day. Why do you need to sleep over at that age?
You can go home late though.
No, you're not doing that. You're not doing
11.
Like, obviously, I love and respect you, innit? And I want you to have a healthy relationship, innit? But me co-signing that you lying in the bed with somebody, you're not lying in the bed with any books or pens. Or
in your house, like it's a bit mad.
It is mad, trust me. And like, even though not to say we've never probably done, like I've experienced that growing up, so I know there is innocence to it. But if I had the option where it's not like we've gone abroad somewhere and you're with the cousins and it's, all the cousins sleep together in one room.
Cousins, I don't mind. I don't mind cousins. But
yeah,
like my
other just random kids.
but other people,
Like,
no.
Cousins are
I'm
cool.
so nice.
Because I
Like, you
know
can
them,
come
innit?
into my house and I'll be very welcoming. And if I notice there's an odd child or whatever, I'm gonna note that and be very welcoming, welcome him, whatever it is. But I won't allow the child to be sleeping in my house because you just
But
don't
you know,
know.
other people have like different morals, they have different ethics, they have
No,
different
this ain't
mannerisms. And
it's not a
we're not,
European
everybody's not the
resident.
same, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a European
And
resident.
especially if you've got, I'm sorry, in today's age, yeah, people lie, children lie, adults lie. Like, next thing you know, someone in the house going to be accused of something. No.
Yeah, it's
It's not.
true.
And
That's
limit
the
all
worst when
the
you find out
risks.
20 years later and you're just sitting enjoying life and mom, you know when we used to do, and you find out little things and
Something
it's like,
happened, yeah, that would be horrific.
Yeah, I'm making sure that my little one knows that's family first, isn't it? Family first.
Even family, you got to watch. Some kids are a bit fast.
Exactly.
Can I ask you
You
that
just
then?
It's
gotta
your
know.
judgment as a parent.
What is the right
Yeah.
age you think it is for someone to have a child then? What's the correct like?
For me personally, I say it's over 24. But I can't say that
My mom
for
had me at
everyone.
17. My aunties had children at 16. My sister had children at 16. So
Simple.
I don't know, man. Whenever
Exactly.
you're
That's what I'm
mature
saying.
enough to have
My
kids.
brother had a youth when he was 17 as well.
Yeah,
You
my
know,
mom had her first at 17. My
My mom
sisters,
had her
some of them had
first at
children at 16,
18. Yeah,
17.
18.
Same as mine.
And anything wrong with those children?
Nah. But it depends as well how you grew up, because some of us had huge responsibilities at a very young age. My mom would leave the country, 12 years old. There's the money, there's the key to the house. Make sure the kids get up to school. If you need money, go to the neighbor, get the money from the neighbor. Boom. That's illegal here, but back home, no one cared. She'll go business trip a week, come back, everybody's fed, everybody's taken care of. Neighbor might pop in here and there. Are you guys all right? And then go back home.
Back home, it's the same thing. You can't sleep in the
You
bed
had to
when the
clean,
sun
wash
is hot
clothes,
and all that.
like all of that.
What? You mad? Get up and feed your
Nobody cares,
brothers.
man.
Get
Trust me,
all you gotta do is put a pot on with water and get some caramel, and that's porridge. Isn't it? So if you can't
Now, I
do
was
that,
shocked
you're
when I
dumb.
came here and you see like proper teens, like 17, 18, putting their legs up so their mum can hoover under their legs. I was just like, what is happening? Like, you can't do that back home. That's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to put on my legs. You can hoover under my legs.
I don't even like being in a room where my mom's
wipe
clean.
the table while I'm sitting here and
You have to jump in, man. You mad?
yeah,
Sit
you have to be
down,
like,
man.
I'll do that or let me do
Sit
that.
down,
Like,
man.
nothing.
I know some aunties and mums are fussy, innit? They want to do it their way. You know what I'm saying? You have to at least offer your help. Like, no, mommy, let me do that.
At least
Like,
offer. That's what I'm saying, bro. Exactly.
yeah, like, some people ain't got no manners, though.
They ain't got no manners.
My mom's rude. She'll let you clean and sit and watch you clean nice and say, "Oh, this is so good," and will go and clean in front of you. Like, she don't care. It doesn't matter how good you've done it. She will have to go clean it herself.
It's good though. That's how you learn. That's how a lot of these, a lot of people are not domesticated because they weren't.
So when I tell
They
you, my
weren't
mom had a
taught
lodger one time.
explicitly.
Oh
That's
my
a shit
God.
job. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's a shit job. You just have to do it again.
That's right.
Some people,
You know what I mean?
That's right.
some people with OCD, like my mom and my second mom, they
Yeah,
have
it's
OCD.
true. I think she has some
Right,
type
so I
of
believe it's
OCD.
Even
OCD, like it's
OCD, I
madness.
really just think it's
Every minute that
cleanliness. They're
woman's
just
calling
trying to
me.
make it bad.
I said,
Yeah,
wow, mom.
super
Loud and money.
respectful mum, man. Super respectful mum. I don't know if it's African, Brazilian, where I got it from, but I just know Jamaican, Ethiopian, but I know it's universal, innit? And I
Especially
love
country,
it.
I heard in Jamaica. They're serious, man. My friend was telling me they wash
Bro,
their clothes by
you
hand. She goes,
you
they're
have
not
to love
playing out
mommy,
there.
man. You have
Yeah,
to
the
love
cleaning
mommy.
thing's not a joke.
She goes,
It's
they wash
not a
things by
You
joke.
have
hand
to love
sometimes.
mommy.
It's
You have
really
to
not a
love
joke.
mommy.
My mom,
Yeah. You better
it
love
doesn't
mommy,
matter
They will
innit?
fit
what
right
is
in.
going on. That cleanliness thing is no joke. Like, and it's the details as well. It's the jarring part. Like,
Listen, sister, people in yard will come and fling water on you.
oh yeah, it's
Right?
a joke because
They'll
you
come
missed
and
one.
get up, pussy hole, and dash some water in your face. You get what I'm
You know,
saying?
Saturday when you're sleeping in and the house is a mess.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
like you
yeah.
better jump out.
Yeah, you wicked, because the sun's baking, innit?
And it's always plural. Like, why is our house this dirty? Why does our house? That's basically a sign for get up and start cleaning before you lose your life.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah. That
code. You just
why
get
is
up and
this
clean.
like this?
Yeah.
Or
Why is our
who left
kitchen looking
it?
like this today?
Or even just the
I think we need to start
okay,
doing a
this is
deep
what it
clean.
is.
It's just
Okay.
Just get up and go and get the tools. Okay, just don't even talk. God, parents are hilarious. I'm telling you.
Trust me. That's why I'm like, how can you not want to be one day? You know, Sarah, you're like that. Like, even though you look at your parents and they make you laugh and rah. Do you not ever see yourself doing those things and
Yeah,
you laugh
some
at
people have bad
yourself?
experiences though. So some people have.
No, but I'm
And I
saying,
think
like,
this
do you
is
not
why
laugh
it's
at
so
yourself and be like, oh my
important
God, this is what my
to
mom used to do?
I do
give
that all the
children
time.
responsibilities when they're young, so they can transition easier. Like I find a lot of girls, they never had no responsibility at home, so the transition of just being domesticated is so overwhelming. It
Fact.
shouldn't be. It should just be like,
Oh,
oh yeah, I did
bro.
that at mum's house. I'm just doing it at this house. It's actually easier because I'm only taking care of one person. It shouldn't be
Okay.
harder. Do you know what I
Sister,
mean?
that's why I rate you, you know. That is why I rate you. I'm not gonna lie. Because you speak super
A lot of
sense, innit?
parents let their own kids down.
Yeah, like give
My
your kids
baby and them.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah, Karen, sorry.
Nah, I was gonna say give your kids responsibility, man. There's nothing wrong with it, innit? Especially like make sure they do their chores from early, from as soon as they can walk up and down. You get what I'm
I was
saying?
having this discussion with my son the other day about his daughter, my granddaughter. They're like, "Oh, Dad, I don't know. If I start telling her what to do, am I being too strict? I'm too strict. Am I being too soft?" I'm like, "Bro, these things you have to like talk to Aliyah, and then you have to sort of figure out yourself what you want. Like for rules for her, innit? You set it down yourself.
That works.
Yeah, that can teach me.
Yeah, bro. Trust me, man. I agree with that so much, bro. But let them offer, though, man. I love it when she.
You got to model the behavior. Sometimes you got to be explicit.
Yeah.
Children don't know. This is the thing. You got to explicitly model what you want from your children.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to tell them get up and clean.
And boundaries as well. You got to give children boundaries. You know what I mean? That's very important. Children has to know their boundaries.
Yeah.
Guys, we're sorry, my battery's gonna die, so I'm gonna jump off. But big up everyone.
Big up.
I'll see if I can come back later. All right, bye.
Now, one good thing, Beef, is that our kids should know when we're not happy, and when we're not happy, they want to make them happy, and that's the greatest thing about that. Because I want to make them happy. Do you get me? And I'm not coming off with. I've never goo gaga my youth yet. I stayed to her proper from she came out of the womb. You get me? And I stayed in the yard from 0 to 1 just to see the development of how all the arms go and measure them. And you get what I'm trying to show you? Done everything possible on my first time. You know what I mean? That's going to be cool, man. It's just it's due care and attention, I'd like to think. And once you put the due care and attention in, God takes care of the rest, innit? If you believe or whatever.
I wasn't the best parent ever, but I'm proud of my job I've done. Like, all my kids are calm. Like, calm.
Yeah, man. Definitely. I just try my best, Beat. That's all I do, man.
That's all you can do, yeah. That's all you can do.
What else can you do, realistically?
Yeah, exactly. I try, I make sure I pick her up from school, I do this, I do that, I buy her anything she really wants. She's not a want.
There's another thing as well, yeah. Like when my kids were school age. My first two I was working a lot, but when I was working, I always made time for their school runs. I used to love taking my kids to school and picking them up from school. So I used to make my work revolve me picking them up from school and everything like that.
Right.
And then my second a lot of kids, I was on road a lot, so I would be home a lot. And they loved it because I was at home 24/7 with them.
Come on.
They loved that. You can tell that they loved that a lot.
And imagine, but it's a bond, isn't it? That's building something. Man ain't trying to shirk this responsibility, isn't it? Man's gonna build with them no matter what. Because I've told my one it ain't about money, innit? You might think
it's not about money. It's about experiences and like. I tell my kids like it's not about money. It's spending time together is the most important.
Well, exactly. That's why I took her
Spending
out.
time together. Spend time together. Even just come and chill within your room and we just chat for 2 hours, 3 hours. Yeah.
Bro, this girl
doing those
has
bonds.
a good life because of make sure of it, bro. Every year, holiday. Mexico in a couple weeks soon. next week.
I have a rule with my kids. Yeah, when I go see my kids, like, there's no phone about, bro. Put your phone down. I don't want to see your phone in your hand, like disrespect.
You get that.
I don't. So whenever I'm around my kids, none of them are going to phone in their hand. They know that dad is coming around. Whenever it pop up, the phone goes to the side. Put your phone down. Innit? Disrespect. I don't care who is calling you, boy. Tell them, innit?
My one's gonna have all of that, man. All of that, blood. Reading, excellent, blood. Because I'm a bit of a dunce guy. Not dunce, but you know what I mean. A bit of a don't care about me. She's like, I've made sure to go ham on the reading with her. You get what I'm saying?
I think with kids, if you make like learning enjoyable from a young age, then the rest is easy. Just have to make the thing interesting for them. When you make it boring and look like it's hard work, they're never going to want to do it.
It's gonna be long. It's gonna be long.
So from young age, make them look like it's fun and it's good and it's all good.
It's nice. You have to
going forward, it's easier.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to do. Comics, likewise. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Trust me.
Because I don't really say, oh, education is 100% good, and like with this our kids bullshit these days. So that's no, you just do your best for your kids. You teach them yourself, like basics. That's the basics.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely, man. And just as you said, Beef, man, time in, because man's got bare time for other things. Man's got bare time to party, this, that. And then when the time comes for you, got, or you're getting from Lele, or you're not funded, things happen. Fund your youth, man. Fund your youth. Make your youth see that spending capabilities is there. And
I go see my I go try to see all my kids like once a week. 5 of them. They all live very different places. And I try to see my grandkids 3 times a week, but I see them. One time I see them together I try to take them all together. And one time when they're so young, they like my attention for themselves. So one day I'll go see one, and the next day I'll go see the other one by themselves. Just time for themselves.
But you got like a whole army, man. I love you.
I know, bro. It's hard work. It's good, man.
Riches, all reaping riches and power. I want to just breed up my little one, not breed her up, but I want that type of child. Perfect. Like properly on time and just get that ball rolling onto the next thing. Yeah, I'm there. Normal vibes. But man's trying to relocate where this place is. Relocate to a bigger garden, all that shit. But it's gonna take a bit of time due to this fuckery what's going on right now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the prices are a bit astronomical. So man's
I'm even trying to get my son to move out of London. Trying to talk him into it.
Yeah, man, move out, man. Get your little property down there, pay for it real quick, and then you can run to the bank and tell them anything. You get what I'm saying?
But then as well, sometimes I think like I was talking to some of my friends we left the ends, like I said, we grew up on, like we left it a few years ago, all of us, but we're gonna go back time this summer. We're gonna throw a party for them and everything. But I think as well, we have a duty to make sure our ends are all right. Running away is not the option. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
back.
It's
50-50. It's 50-50. I mean, we have to.
I'm telling you, bro.
I'm back, man, to rescue the something. 65 people, yeah? Yeah? Is that what you think? Well, I've got a family.
Big up. Big up. I was just saying to man, run away from London if they can. You get me? And try and get
whatever, man. Whatever, man. Hey, listen. Shut up, man. Where's the jokes? Jokes, man. I want to hear about this depressing thing that you lot been on recently, and I don't know what happened to you lot. Either be angry or be funny, man. Yeah, man. You got to try and get away from England, from London, man.
No, not England. I said London.
What?
No, I said London, mate.
Fucking hell. You eating too much lemon and herb, mate. You want to get some fucking... Want to get some
What's in the wrong today? You know,
Lebanon herb, you know.
Peri only lasts so long, mate.
Piri. It's not peri. It's
There's nothing wrong with
piri.
carrot and red cabbage, isn't it?
You need to get some blood clot scotch, mate.
Fuck off.
Some pepper.
Some fucking pepper, hot pepper.
Hey, listen, lay off my diet, innit? At the end of the day, it's what it is. Innit? I'm trying for the kids' sake, you know.
I can hear you, man. Sound like you want to wash out, mate.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, all right.
Yo, let me ask you that a question.
Go on, Frank.
Who are your cousins?
My cousins. I've got a lot of fake ones. You know.
A cousin for me is...
Being of royal descent is not impressive. It's not because, and I don't even know what this, I don't know if people know the timeline or I guess the facts, whatever they say. Like, how long after our ancestors do we no longer match any of their DNA?
These DNA tests for ethnicity are entertainment value only.
William Gilliland is a biology professor at DePaul.
When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers because scientifically, we just can't.
Must not be very long. My guess would be pretty quickly, within like maybe 3, 4, 5 generations. I'm not really sure how many. But what's crazy to think about is to be here, every single one of our many ancestors had to exist. Crazy. So here's what I'm trying to say about, we've got you, okay? We know that. And we know that you have 2 parents. Some people have seen me do this before. And you've got, each of them has 2 parents. Okay? And each of them has 2 parents. So you'll notice what we're doing is we double each time. Okay? So we went from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. That continues on and on and on and on, so on and so forth. So if we take a calculator and we want to figure out just in a short, and this is only 25 years per generation. Okay, which is about right. It's the average age of having a baby. So average age per generation. Okay, and we've got, so we're at 1, 2, 3. Oh, so let's go 1 times 2 equals 2, and then 4, and then 8. Okay, so let's just go, if that's, we'll just go about 10 times back, okay? So we're at 1 times 2 equals 2, then 4, then 8, so we're at 3. So now we're gonna go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so just 10 generations back, this 8 becomes a 1024. Okay, and we'll just pretend that all these little heads are in here. We have 1024. Here's where people get confused. People said, oh, but you're counting all these people before. No. We're not worried about the 8. We're not worried about the 4. We're not worried about the 2. We're not worried about the 1. We're not worried about any of the numbers in here. That back at this point in time, you had 1024 ancestors. How long ago was that? Well, it was only 25 years times 10. So it was 250 years ago. So we're talking about the year 1750, let's say. Okay, around 1750, you would have had 1024 ancestors. Okay? Now, in my opinion, I don't think you actually probably don't share much with them, but I'm not a biologist, so I wouldn't know that exactly. But I think there is a certain point where you don't. So I think you get 50% of your genes from your parents, and then everything else is like a mixture of grandparents, but pretty close. Not 10 generations back, I don't think. Could be wrong on that. You'll have to check that one out. But remember that if we pulled just one of these, okay, just one. Oops, someone do this one. Thank you. If we pulled just kind of a different color, thank you. If we pulled just one of these people out, this guy here, you don't exist. As crazy as that sounds, it's not you, because again, as soon as that person's gone, then you would have somebody marry somebody else, and then you've introduced a whole new. So as far as it being you, it has to be those people, which is a crazy thought. I mean, think about it. It means that you are right now one of 1,750 people that's going to be, 1024, that's going to be required to need in order to birth somebody that's going to be 250 years down the road. That you are part of that, unless you don't have kids, and then you are wasting your time here. No, I'm just kidding. So it's crazy when we go back in this thing, because how many people know their parents? Well, pretty much everybody. How many people know their grandparents? Pretty much everybody. How about great-grandparents? I run out there. I don't know any of my great-grandparents from one side. I think I know one and nobody from this side. So then you go back further, I'm lost. I don't have anybody, you know? So the way that they say this works, and so I've talked about this before because people flip out on it, is yes, if we go back much further, we're going to get to crazy numbers, right? So we were at 1024 at 10 generations. Oops, sorry. 1024 at 10 generations. And we can keep going. So let's go to 20. So we're going to go another 250 years, right? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so at 20 generations, we are at 1,048,576. Okay, that's insanity. Pretty much insanity. But that's at 20 generations, which would be 500 years. So we're talking about now the year 1500. So again, we can go another 20 generations. Another 10. So we'll go to 30. So we got 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so now at 30 generations, which is still only the year 1250, we've got 1,073,741,824. Okay, that's 1 billion, and that was the year 1250. So if we look up the population in 1250, if you believe any of this stuff, we're just doing it for examples purposes. Many of us, like myself, believe in a reset, and so a lot of this doesn't even jive. I think that the growth rate percentage is much higher than they give us. Not right now. I don't think people are having babies now. But so the population in 1250 was 416 million. So if that's the population, then we can't possibly have 1 billion ancestors 30 generations ago. So even at 1250, we run into a problem. For me, I believe that it's because we're more recent than we think. Otherwise, it gets a little bit hard to even rectify how that could happen.
Birra Moretti, l'italiana autentica.
I've always
Hank
said
Greeley
you're
is
more
concerned
Catholic than the world
that
now.
the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest,
exclude you. He included you.
but we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. And so with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns
about yourself.
Our DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents.
16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact.
So, that being said, with all the people in the world and all the grandparents, how could the population, the estimated population, be true?
The numbers are not adding up. Something ain't adding up.
It ain't adding up. Unless none of us have that many ancestors, because we ain't been around that long.
I think our numbers were I think we're fewer now on the earth than we were before. That's my thinking.
But I think we overpopulate so many continents.
Now you can't say continent. Well, you can't say we overpopulate continents. We overpopulate countries, parts of continents. But many parts of the continent are like wild, forest, whatever, desert, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Not all populated.
Yeah. I know it might be undeveloped or so-called third world.
But they say that they can fit the whole world population in Kansas or something like that. So how are we overpopulated? Any imagination?
I think we've been exterminated. That is fact.
Yeah, definitely. Something's not adding up.
Red Indians, whatnot, and other people, good people
Sorry, say that again. I can't hear you, Fred, man.
No, I'm saying I think we've been extinct. Some people have been extinct, in certain regions. Do you know what I'm saying?
Wiped out.
I think they tried to do the same thing they done in New Zealand to the people in Australia, but they managed to run to the outback and go and relax. You know what I'm saying? While the rest of them got on with it. You know what I'm saying?
It's been mass genocides. All these wars, for me, that's mass genocides. Just depopulation.
And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's side, Japanese on your father's side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
So,
Do you think that they explain?
JEDI, what? So that means all this
we've been covered this. These DNA tests are fucking bullshit. We've had a more recent one where the man's like, yeah, we can't tell you. And a lot of them say for entertainment purposes or whatnot. And probability, that word probability legally means a whole load. Probability based on their sample kit, their sample how can I say they're test subjects.
Test subjects, yeah.
Yeah, so you know, if they've tested 10 people, yeah, they could tell you 50% possibility, 80% possibility, but
probably.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Probably. But these times they've only tested 10 people.
But I heard some of the Israelite brothers saying that we're only 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know how that theory goes. I don't know if one of the Israelites could explain it still. That'd be nice. But I just caught that argument in passing. You get me? I was 6,000 years old. But I couldn't be bothered to listen at the time.
Then sometimes as well, these people, when they talk about these things, are they talking about everyone or are they talking about themselves? I gotta wonder sometimes how they'll do this wordplay of theirs.
I think they always make them sweeping statements, people. It's similar to the Muslims in that. They always make them big, bold sweepers ones. But everyone's
what you just explained to us.
No.
Yeah, it's done. So yeah, that was just something I was watching and I thought I'd share with you. I found it interesting.
Yeah, but puts everything, this haplogroup business and all this business. If they only test
the whole fire camp,
where you come from 2 parents, it's mad. That's all they know about you. You're 2 parents. Like, it's mad. But what do you ever think about the population now? Big up. Who's that?
What did you ask, BV?
I said, what do you think? Are we underpopulated now, or are we overpopulated?
I have no idea. I wouldn't say overpopulated.
I think we're under, but they already knew this math from a long time, innit? These are the things that they know ages ago, right? You know what I'm saying? They know, these are the things they're probably using to color some of the nation. You know what I mean? Because I believe they do that as well.
The first video was interesting, though. Those numbers.
Well, like BB.
Yeah, beefy big man. But how I see it is like he said like we have 1 billion ancestors and the numbers don't add up. But it's like at any given time, there are just 2 parents and they die. So it's not like you're adding up all the ancestors and I don't know.
We haven't got to
confuse me. Huh?
All your grandparents were probably alive at the same time, were they not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not your great grandparents now. Exactly. So that's what we're talking about. Generations. You don't have to be alive. You weren't even born yet. Neither were your parents. Neither were your parents' parents. But at some point, the input of all these people made you. So when you do the math and you go back 20 generations, you're dealing with 1 million people. Now,
just to make you.
If we deal with everyone and we count 1 million people for everyone, and then we do some maths to incorporate those people that are related, brothers and sisters, whatever, and try and reduce that, it's still going to be a lot more than what they reckon how many people populated the earth at that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, interesting. But
it is interesting.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
I have to think about it.
No, but like just to make you, yeah, there must 25 generations ago, there must be 1 million people running around just to make you. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, I hear you still.
So if you count that for everyone, how many people were running around 25 generations ago?
But then that's a thing. It could be them all one tribe, one type of. We all come from one type of thing, and then we broke up another.
Yeah, your microphone is proper dead. I don't know what sound. I don't know what sound you're trying to do. You're trying to do some kind of flex.
No, can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
You're trying to style on us. I don't know what it is
Sorry.
you're doing.
I'm leaning back in the chair, innit? I'm saying no, fam. If that's the case, then innit, enough of us all come from the same lineage.
But there were less people centuries ago.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, obviously we're gonna have common ancestors. Is basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
So that obviously will affect the maths of the thing as well, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be a Rasta McFly somewhere running around trying to find his empress. You know what I mean?
We need a mathematician.
Yeah.
Somebody who knows maths.
So even like they say, like we all come from Adam and Eve, don't make sense.
Nah. It could, but you know what? It could be a possibility of a possibility. Because if you're saying this maths could work one way, it might could work in reverse. Did you ever check it out?
No, I know what you're saying, yeah, but for us to be so many people in the world today, there must have been bare people back in the days. So I'm thinking.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying I reckon it can work in reverse, bro. I
But not
reckon.
as much as now.
No, but I'm just saying.
Why?
2x2. You can
Right now,
right now,
the birth rate has gone down by loads around the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if the birth rate is going down and the population is going up, it doesn't make sense either.
Mathematical equation beef, isn't it? I'm saying you can always.
How can they say the birth rate is dropping dramatically in the last like 5 generations, but
Yeah.
the population is rising astronomically? It don't
Yeah,
make
but the
sense.
conditions, the living conditions are better now.
Yeah, no,
Who
most
says?
definitely.
Who says?
That's why America's been in war since
Wait,
World War
wait,
II.
wait.
Every year they've been in war, America, since World War II. These are the reasons why, because they want to kill people. Innit?
We used to die from like stupid infections, and now you're getting treated.
Well, I don't know, but this is just myth. It's just we're told. We're told this. Like before 1902, there was nothing they called a germ in this world. So what are we doing?
Was it?
Before 1902, there was nothing like a germ in this world. That was invented in 1902. Check it up.
Germ.
Yeah, that's why they started giving antibacterials and vaccines and all this bullshit.
Yeah, but there were germs before 1902, no?
Show me where. I beg.
So you're saying they introduced it in 1902?
Show me in it. Show me in it.
You want me to show you germs?
Yeah. Show in it.
No.
So one of the things we've been told, we're just told and we believe. We don't know it's true.
They patented it. They got a patent for it, innit? Probably.
We don't know it's true that everyone lived until how people live until the 20, 30, or people die from everything. If people die from everything, why are we here? Come on, bro.
Because they got a patent for Ebola. They got a patent for measles, mumps, rubella.
Most of the man-made diseases, none of them are natural. None of them are natural. These are man-made diseases.
I know.
This video fucked up my mind. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah.
Like all these cancers, they give them to us. Nothing's natural. They've been killing us off for centuries and time. That's lies,
these
man.
things ain't natural. These things ain't natural. They've accelerated it and then they de-accelerate it. They know what they're doing. These things ain't natural. You're right.
They can target you with the foods you eat, the stuff you eat. That's your environment.
Well, yeah, they definitely poisoned us. That's for sure.
That is the fact. That is the fact.
Now they're selling these expensive foods under the name of bio or whatever.
Organic.
Yeah, organic. That's it. Organic shit. Basically the same foods.
I thought organic means natural. I thought organic means something growing natural. And if you're growing this stuff in the lab, how is it organic?
But it's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. I'm telling you, it's all deception and lies, just like what Jason. You know what I mean? It's all deception, lies, propaganda. You get me? Yeah, it's just all a lot, man. Yeah. But man can rise up. Obviously. Sorry.
Yeah, and those DNA tests, I mean, yeah, it's basically just an indication, and of course you will never know who you for sure who you know where you came from. It's just a mix of everything.
Populations move around, people move around, disasters happen, all these things happen. For them to say you come from this particular area is bullshit. That I can say for a fact.
Yeah.
Except for the Y DNA. Except for the Y DNA, the male lineage.
It's just to give them a peace of mind, isn't it? Because if some people really go back to generations, it's gonna be more brown and black. So obviously they don't want to be telling customers that because you won't have a business. So they're just gonna tell people what they want to hear, innit? Basically. You just call it a day. It's called market. If you can market a product, you're good as gold. Yeah. That's all they've done, market that shit fucking product. And everyone's running to go and do it. It's dumb, innit?
Dumb. Yeah.
I don't know where we all come from, though. But I'd like to think we was all on one planet. We was all on one planet together one at a time. You was over there, Bib. I was over here chilling. And
Well, you would
all
say Adam and Eve, no, Freddy?
yeah, something similar to that.
Nah, I don't buy that one. That one don't
No,
make
because
sense.
I'm saying
That
I
don't
just
make
saw the
sense.
maths in it. I just saw a mathematical equation. So if it's 6 plus 4 and it adds 10, why can't it be 4 plus 6?
No. What do you mean 6 plus 4 adds 10? Listen.
Where can't it be that?
Well, what's your theory, Beefy? Where do you come from?
I don't know. I think there were more people on the planet than we were told before, and they've been wiping out people slowly and surely.
But at a certain point, they were
they've been doing this for a long time.
Humans. Who were the first
No, I think
humans then?
I have no idea. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
But I think the way we are, the form we are today, we've been around for millions of years. I think. I don't know. I can't provide. I think we've been around for a long time, and this genocide by sending elites to control the mass population have been killing masses of people off, slowly and surely. Soon this population is going to be able to control the population. Soon they want to get to a stage where they can control us, the whole population. Right now, they can't. Slowly but surely.
What do you think about people who say we're like 6,000 years old?
I laugh at that. Don't make.
Don't tell Zulu that, man.
I swear they're older than 6,000 years.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I didn't really listen to it. So I walked away. Because there's buildings on the earth, like in Turkey.
They say are bigger, are older than 6,000 years old. So who built them? Aliens? What? Angels? I don't know. What?
And more importantly, who dates them though? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't think it's impossible. Put it that way. I don't think it's impossible for us to be, you know,
to be what?
Younger than they say, innit?
Younger.
I don't know, Jay, man.
Why don't you know?
Do you think that equation? Do you think no? Because obviously my brain can't compute it at the moment. And I don't want to give you a crazy answer. You know what I mean?
Do you know what would be the biggest blessing for some of us? Yeah, well, for me, well, for some of us, man, fuck it, would be the ability to just kind of just unknow a load of shit and be intelligent, but able to look at everything for the first time, like as if you're seeing it for the first time, without the shit that you think you know and the shit that you've been told, and then like have a conversation. It'd be mad because a lot of the shit that we hold on to, what's possible, what's not, it's force fed, man. No matter how you bake it, bro.
It's still
They battered us with the land before time, dinosaurs, evolution, this, that, but we've been smashed to bits. It's so hard to think outside of some things that we've been taught. We do it on some occasions, but then we sit down on a bench that's made entirely of another man's fucking thoughts and ideas. When we're resting, it's hard work, thinking outside the box. Let's have a rest. We sit down, and while we're looking outside the box, we're sitting on some other shit that's straight from the box. It says box on the bench. We're sitting on the box. You know, in the box, trying to think outside. It's almost like we need like factory settings, bro, baby. Factory
No, but
settings.
fam, society and the way you program, society's been programmed and geared to scoop man up, and you know what I'm saying, put man on a hamster wheel or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? It's down to you to decipher it. So life alone is
I
a
don't know what
mad.
you're saying. Yo, I don't know what you're saying. Mr. Alio
No,
saying,
I'm saying society can wear you down. Just in general, coping
maybe I'm
with
not
the
explaining
mechanism
myself.
of life, innit? Yeah, I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
make it fair, innit? Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah. There's things that we all know, and then there's people that's made sure we know all the things that we all know, right? And there's things that we don't know that we don't know. We're not aware we don't know it because we think we're looking from a certain perspective. Like when it comes to science and physics and all these type of sciences, we approach it A, B, C, D, and we were taught A, B, C, D, and we were shown A, B, C, D is the most logical and the most practical way to do things. So we naturally start A, B, C, D, right? No one says X, J, N, K, Y, Z, P. No one does that. But why? Because that's not the formula. When it's time to learn, you don't have to learn the alphabet in an order. It makes no difference. Do you know that? Do you understand what I'm saying to you, bro? You don't have to know.
I understand. I understand
exactly. For you to be able to spell a word, you don't have to know A is after B or C. That makes no difference.
No,
you could have learned it backwards.
For them.
Right? You could have learned it backwards or inside out. Yeah. As long as you know the letters, you can fucking read.
They say we need a reset.
And I'm saying, like, a lot of the shit that we think about works like that. We think about it in a certain order because this is the way it was taught to us, right? And we never even thought of doing it another way.
Jay, I hear that. That is a good way to look on it, and that is an excellent way to look on it because we do need a lot of de-brainwashing. And I'm saying the program we've under is heavy. The program called Society, just living and growing the kids and moving around. It's a heavy program. You understand that?
Right? I said it feels like everything. It feels like everything.
It feels like everything. More or less, when you're looking at your kids, it is everything.
It feels like
everything.
everything.
And organising their future.
Yeah, man. And then there's an earthquake. And you look at it, and shit looks strange now. It's not the same thing. That whole thing.
No, but family, you know, this is why in me, since I can only speak for me, innit? I ain't got this. I don't worry about wickedness in high and low places. I just try and concentrate on God. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? This is only for me, innit? Like I'm saying, mystery Babylon's always gonna be mystery, innit? Mysterious, innit? That's like how it's been set forever. I've just been looking out for the traps and the little, you know, I'm saying snares what they put in the way. But yeah, as far as de-brainwashing myself, I've been trying to do that. I'm open to any suggestion of anything.
Do that, yeah. You can't be ignorant to mystery Babylon, unfortunately.
No, I'm saying I can't worry about wickedness in high and low places.
Yeah.
I can't serve two masters. I'm either dealing with God, or I'm dealing with trying to search for wickedness.
But even God is telling people. So I hear you, but even God is warning people about wickedness. So I don't even know. You want to know about
wickedness? My version of God ain't their version of God.
I don't even know where you get wickedness or God or those concepts from.
Just from.
I might be doing my own type of.
See, this is the thing. You're trying to own. See what I meant about sitting. So you're thinking outside the box while you're sitting in the box. A bench marked box in the bench. in the box. Sorry.
No, most definitely.
Hold on. The box is wicked and God, good and evil. Polarity. That was given to you. That duality. That was given. And we ain't had a chance to think outside of that. We're born into that. Seeing the world like that, seeing the universe like that, trying to decode the mysteries with that kind of principle. A and B. See? This is what I'm talking
ABC?
about. See? ABC. This is what I'm talking. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So whoever controlled that, controlled the way that we even look out of our eyes, bro. The way we process what we pick up with our retina is governed by our thoughts. It's governed by programming. That's why they say a madman will see something that's not there, or see people that's not there, or whatever, objects and things that's not happening. See you do something that you never did, because their thoughts are ruling what information they're taking in. That's what matters. And you know what's funny as well, because I've just been doing a lot of research. So I found out recently, that it's been scientifically disproved that mental health and mental disorders are caused by imbalances of chemicals, and the study was saying that the people that came up with the idea that it was chemicals imbalance in the brain that caused some of these disorders was the pharmaceutical companies themselves that funded that study, right? So, like, this has big implications for the what do you call anything there? Drugs?
Psychotics
and whatever. This has big ramifications for that whole industry, because the theory was that lack of serotonin or excess serotonin was causing this issue. And I thought about Radar straight away, because Radar always talking about serotonin and blah, blah, blah. So I wonder whether he's aware of the new revelations that are being revealed, because it seems very, very quiet. That seems like something that everyone should know. The whole antidepressant market. Yeah, sorry, we're talking about depression. My bad, not mental health.
No, I heard about it, man. I heard about it.
Pause. Let me reverse. Yeah. Let me clarify this quickly, Freddie. Yeah, because I made a mistake. It's not mental health. It's depression we're talking about, right?
Facts.
Yeah. So
misdiagnosis.
So you were saying, King? What was you saying, Freddie?
Nah, I heard about the story and the misdiagnosis for years. What they've been doing to people, and the lethal drugs they've been pumping in people. You get me? Yeah, because they know it's straight. So you have to come
to listen. Like I worked in the I was telling my job earlier on the care work, and some of these drugs that give these people, listen, they turn them mad. I used to argue with some doctors about the drugs they were giving some of my clients. Like you don't is it worth giving them these drugs, because what it does to the client is a matter.
Yeah, forget about the doctors, man. They're just serving their.
You know what they're recommending now, Beef? You know they're recommending what I heard they was recommending: cold water. They're saying, "Yeah, I promise you, swear down, everything holy." I heard them saying cold water, man. You should go through it.
Good old-fashioned cold shower.
I don't know, man. I didn't understand it. It was weird. But
I wouldn't be surprised, you know.
But again, with the depression thing, they put you in society where you're going to be depressed and say, "Why are you depressed?" It's a matter.
But this is why I pray for.
So, if the depression is not being caused by a chemical imbalance, what's causing it?
Society. The fuck society we live in.
Yeah, that's one of the factors.
I think
environment.
Maybe it's a natural reaction to fuckery, depression.
Genocide war, dude. Genocide war. They always got it running.
Depression.
Yeah, I think it's a genocide war, man. That's all.
Oh, a lot of people are depressed.
Yeah.
I think the biggest selling drugs are antidepressants in the UK.
Do they even work?
I'm just saying
They're just numbing you down.
They're the biggest money makers.
Side effects on them are killing them. Side effects on them are the worst. They're the worst, man. I feel safe in them.
Alzheimer's, you get bad side effects. Most of the side effects, say, are happening to most people today in the old age. It was what we gave antidepressants when they were younger. Take all these antidepressants.
One thing I do is I keep busy. Man. I'm always telling you, go ride your bike. Come, let's go out. Up and down, keep busy, man. And if you don't,
I bet you 300 years ago there was no depression or.
Well, I never heard of depression until I came to this country. Swear down. I swear down.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I ain't gonna lie to you. What's depression? Oh, people get down. Oh,
they will kick your ass, man. Dad, I'm depressed. What?
Huh?
Come over here. Smack the shit out of you.
Yeah. Back home, there ain't nothing like. Yeah, back home, there's nothing like depression. Nothing like depression.
But it was now the pharmaceutical companies are everywhere now, so they're selling this stuff all over the world now. It's money.
Yeah.
Like I was saying about the germ thing as well. That's like germs, 1902. But soon they started pushing this germ warfare and viruses and everything, and all this bullshit. Also now we have vaccines,
they're getting us used
smallpox, and all this stuff.
Yeah, they're getting us used to it, man. The program's in full effect. I'm telling you. Because first it was bird flu, swine flu, this, that. So they was making us know that animals are dying, innit? Because that's happening, bird flu, So we was like, it's only happening to animals. Foot and mouth disease, all these different things. So I was like, okay, it's only happening to animals. Now they've introduced it to humans.
No, man. You see how we live, you're gonna get depressed. It's just
and for me as well, most
race.
of these diseases like this Ebolas, they're actually targeting specific blood types. So they know that one thing cannot kill everyone. So now they want to make sure they got something for everyone. You know what I mean? They go that. Oh, you don't like that? We can give you this. You don't like that? We can give you this. You know what I mean? That's all this is all about.
Nah,
me, love. You're gonna find it hard to kill me for blood clots. I'm telling you that.
You just gotta do what works for you, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. Like, I understand the Illuminati, but I can't run it down. I can't chase it or go on like it's something that's gonna benefit my daughter. You know what I'm saying? I've got to teach her what's going on today, what's outside the front door. When you step out, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? I can't spend full time on that. But I understand it though, and I understand you saying every black person and every Chinese person and every white person is more or less working. So man don't trust nothing that you hear or see.
Once you're involved in the system, that's it.
Yeah, because there's the truth, my version, your version. There's a load of shit that happened on the day or what went down. Do you get what I'm saying?
From once you know you just can't go out and do whatever you want, boy, it's peaking it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, man. It's crazy.
You need permission to go and fart. You need permission to speak. You need permission to eat. Like all this. What are we doing?
You need to pay to just take a leak or shit or whatever. To pay
No,
for
I mean,
everything.
Yeah. There's no thing. Ask
If you want to
information.
make a lot of money from the financial markets, then you really need to get yourself.
When we come to the scientific evidence, which we're going to examine now
Who's
in some
that?
detail, we actually find that
Me up,
most
me up.
methods that have been used by scientists
Let's just make a
to
video.
date the world
Give a
give a
young
young
age.
age.
It's been
Estimated
about
about
Is it echoing?
90% of them give a young age.
Yes.
So guess which ones they focus on the most? The 10%. Why? Well, it's obviously they require the millions of years for their evolutionary story, their evolutionary creation myth, because that's what it is. Without the millions of years, there's no time for evolution. It wouldn't even get out of the starting blocks. By the way, even with billions of years, it can't get out of the starting blocks. But that's another story. But they focus on the methods that give them the answers they want. And so we need to deal with those very carefully.
Well, let's talk about geology now, the study of rocks, and we'll include fossils in this as well. The first misimpression that I have to clear up here, because people think, well, haven't rocks been radiometrically proven to be billions of years old, right? And people have misconceptions about that. They just think it's almost like magic. You know, you take up your rock, you hold your tricorder out, you scan it, and there it is, millions of years old, right? Well, really, it's more complicated than that. I'm going to kind of sum it up here for you briefly. It's again more complicated than this, but basically there are certain kinds of atoms in nature that are unstable. We call them, they're said to be radioactive. And what that means is they will spontaneously change into another type of atom. You don't have to, there's no external force necessary. Uranium-238, for example, will spontaneously change into the next atom, which changes into the next one, and so on, all the way down to lead-206. Lead-206 is not radioactive, it's stable. And so once you're lead-206 forever, you are lead-206, unless there's some kind of outside force. But fortunately, only a small fraction of atoms are of the radioactive variety. So you don't have to worry about changing into something else within the next 24 hours anyway. Now, the idea is this process, at least for some atoms like uranium, is very, very slow. Atom by atom, one popping into the next and so on. And so the idea is if you had a chunk of solid uranium and you waited long enough, it would be part uranium and part lead with some of the intermediate elements as well. And eventually it would be all lead. That's the idea. And so you can use that like a clock because the rate is known and it's thought not to be affected by temperature, at least not very much, or by chemistry and so on. And so it seems like it's a really good clock. And so if you pick up a rock on Earth and it's got some uranium and some lead in it, you could extrapolate backwards and figure out when the rock was all uranium. But how do you know it was all uranium to begin with? Maybe the rock had some lead in it to begin with when it was first created, right? So you'd have to know what it started with, right? Well, how do I know what it started with? Well, you tell me how old you want the rock to be, and I'll tell you what it started with. You see? And by the way, evolutionists do not assume that it started with all uranium. They assume that it had some lead in it to begin with. In a way, it's the same way that you can keep time with an hourglass. Now, I think you can keep time with an hourglass if certain assumptions are met. I mean, if you came in here and I had an hourglass, starting when you first came in here and it looked like that, it looked like it does on the screen with about halfway through, and I say, how long ago did I turn that over? That's easy. It's an hourglass, halfway done, half an hour, right? You say, oh, I got you, because in fact, it was sideways when I first came in. Already a lot of the sand was in the bottom chamber. You see, you assumed that all the sand started in the top chamber, which would be like assuming the rock was all uranium to begin with, and that wasn't the case. Or how do you know that somebody didn't come and add sand to the hourglass when you weren't looking, right? That would affect your age estimate. And in fact, in rocks, certain chemicals like uranium are leachable in salt water. They can actually move in and out of the rock. It's possible for that to happen. Or how do you know the throat of the bottle has always been the same size? Even if the throat was wide, it's probably realistic for an hourglass, but we think that the rate at which radioactivity occurs can change. We know it can change under certain circumstances because we can do it. Certain kinds of radioactivity have been accelerated by a factor of 1 billion in laboratories. And so if it can happen in laboratories, it can probably happen outside of laboratories too. So basically, these are some of the assumptions involved in radiometric dating. That the initial conditions are known, that the decay rate is constant. We have very good evidence that number 2 is wrong. And for that reason, the estimated ages of these rocks are going to be very much inflated because they assume that the decay rate's been constant when in fact it hasn't. But regardless of these details, I want you to take home this bottom line. Here's the bottom line.
We've tested rocks of known age, and they fail in terms of getting the right radiometric age estimate. Mount St. Helens, for example, when it erupted in 1980, and there were some subsequent eruptions, we took some brand new rocks that had formed from the magma, and that's supposed to set the 0 point for the radiometric clocks. And we sent them in and had them radiometrically dated, which you normally wouldn't do because it's expensive. Why would you test it on a rock of known age, right? Well, because we wanted to check the method. We wanted to see if the method works. And these brand new rocks came back with estimated ages of hundreds of thousands to millions of years on brand new rocks. You say, well, that's an isolated incident. It's not. If you go to Hawaii and you take a rock from Hawaii and have it radiometrically dated, a brand new rock, you saw it come out of the volcano, you could stick your pike in it and let it cool right there and send it in, you will get millions of years pretty consistently. So the bottom line is,
this is what I'm saying. So what are we like?
Interesting.
We know about carbon dating. Yeah, this is one man's opinion. Don't get me wrong, but we know about carbon dating, and I've seen the experiment, and which could have been fabricated by some people that decided we're going to fabricate this carbon dating experiment. But the experiment I saw is they carbon dated a turtle, a live turtle, and a rock, and the turtle came back 50,000 years old. The rock came back some next ridiculous amount of years old, and they were saying, look, this is the problem with carbon dating. Now they've moved to this radio, whatever they call it, type of dating, and this man is now explaining something I didn't know, but I long suspected, that there's going to be discrepancies. We go to the DNA, and we look at the discrepancies in the genetics, in the reporting of their findings, the accuracy, the ability, and you start getting a picture that these sciences that we have, there's definitely real aspects to them and whatnot, but I think people are just simply baffled by bullshit or blinded by brilliance. And as long as someone more intelligent says, yeah, this is cool, boom, 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 everyone just goes along with it, right? So I got to ask, man, what is it that makes us so sure of the age of the Earth?
Boy.
Man will swear to science, swear that science has got it right. I'm saying, how can you question it at all?
I mean, I'm just going off intuition, so I go off. But to know,
Right.
someone says a no.
That's a good thing, though. But brother, can your intuition be persuaded, enticed, seduced a little bit to think to lean towards a certain? Do you know what I mean? Your gut can be trained to lean towards a certain thing, right? And you know, we got a lot of information suggesting that the world is older, bro. Before we were even 3-4 years old, we've been bombarded with information suggesting that the world is older.
You're right.
So, what chance do we actually have to non-biasedly look at this, man? That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I feel like the only way to kind of get around it is like, you know, like when you, all right, here's a perfect example. You know, man does events and that, yeah, and there's certain times where there's so much going on, setting up the event and the beginning of the event, people turned up early and that. Like, when I want to make sure I get my money on the door and make sure no one's brought their fucking bucky in or whatever, at some point I got to say, right, everyone, I beg you lot, go outside, take your bags, take your jackets, go outside and come back in. Right? And sometimes I feel like with ideas, with this type of shit, it's like we got to tell every idea to leave the fucking club. Yeah? Leave the club. Everything you believe, everything you think you know, just come out the fucking club. Yeah? And if you're supposed to be in there, you have your ticket or you have your stamp on the back of your hand. Right? So we rechecking everyone. Yeah, mummy, auntie, everybody. There's always your brethren trying to hang behind, like say he's special and different. You're proper close homeboy. You're like, brother, please do me a favor. I beg you, go outside. And this is what we got to be doing with these things that we think we know. Especially the ones we love, the ones we're most familiar with, the ones we wouldn't even think to question. Those are the ones that need questioning the most.
Now, that's why I said I'm open to any suggestions, club. Any suggestions? I'm open to them. Because
I'm not
when,
gonna lie, I think the best
Hmm?
thing is just to be open to
Yeah.
to conversations, to these type of thoughts, and
Yeah.
train yourself not to just train. Like we got to train ourselves not to just say, "Nah, he's chatting shit." I'm telling you, the amount of people I've sat down and listened to, where the old me would have said, "Now fuck this off." And usually, even when you listen to a crackhead like Facts, there's a gem there for you. For your
I wish
hard
I
work.
had.
It's almost
Yeah.
like for your hard work, there's a gem. You can find there's always a gem when someone opens their mouth because they're a magical being. They're alive. They're a magical being.
They've experienced things you haven't experienced.
What do they say? Even a broke clock is right twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you catch it at the right times a day, innit?
To take the right time.
Do you have an idea, Jez, how old the Earth is?
No clue. No fucking clue.
Not even an intuition or gut feeling.
No, that 6 years, that 6,000 years. When the brother said that, my ears pricked up. But it's because I was moving so fast. I said, nah, I can't.
Yeah, you fucked it
You know
off.
what I'm doing?
And I get it.
I did. I was susceptible to it. You get me? I did think like,
Right, let's play this game then. How far back in time can you prove?
For real. I'd say about 6,000 years, 7,000 years.
If you prove this, I can prove probably 100 years happened, yeah, and that would be because of me, my mom, and my grandma, right? So I know they existed. I exist. I know my mom exists. I know my grandma exists. I never met my great grandma, but I'm assuming my grandma was born, and that's an assumption that I'm willing to make. Yeah, but if we stretch back that far to say my grandma must have had a mom, yeah, then I can definitely prove 100 years.
100 years, easy.
Easy, right?
Yeah, 100 years, easy. Yeah, because if you go in personal and family tree, yeah, 100 years, easy.
Right, boom. I know some people know the name of their ancestors back like 7, 8, 9 generations or whatnot. That's very decent. That's about what? I don't know.
Yeah, it's 200 years.
No, it's more than 200 years.
8 generations.
What are you counting a generation as?
Well,
25 years.
25 years.
25 years.
25. Nah, I would have said it's 50.
No. You know why? Because your parents never had you at 25. I mean, at 50. To be honest, some of our generations going back are going to be even
younger. 17, 15.
Right.
No, I hear that.
The man that we was watching did 25 years, and when you check it out, I've been had youth by 25.
Yeah.
You get me? Well, I say estimate there. I guess that's an estimate.
Average, should I say? You know?
Average. 25 is okay.
Yeah, I can accept that. Yeah, 25.
Yeah. 10 years time, it's gonna be 40, mate. It's gonna be the average age.
For some, it will be never.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's not gonna be no use, but man will trade in the Audi for the youth. Like, fuck it. I wanna keep my Audi.
My baby.
Yeah, my baby. I want the top to jump in the summer. Yeah, fantasy shit.
I think anyone to say that they're 100% sure is a myth.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit.
To say we can definitely know 100%. I think the only way, I think we will know one day, but to be.
Know what? Know what?
I think one day we'll find out, but it's when you're dead.
It's a hypothesis.
I got that suspicion, and I reckon that's when shit becomes a horror movie.
Yep.
Don't
You
say
see,
that.
you actually see the truth. Like not that the truth is a horror, but the truth compared to what you was living, thinking the truth was. Like the horrors of what you didn't know. It's like, yo, imagine that.
You think you're gonna know the truth?
I always got this this little thing in my head that when I die, I'm gonna know who stole my drawer from Jason's house that day. You know what I mean?
There you go and fuck him up.
And it's gonna
fuck him up while you're dead.
It's gonna be like my brethren that I rode with that was helping me. My brethren that up and be like, yo, who took the drawer? It was him. He's got the drawer.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see it.
I bet you rewind and you got high and dropped it down the sofa. I
think when you die, your life will play in front of you like a movie, innit? You can stop, pause, rewind, have a 360 view, whatever's happening over there.
That'd be good.
But the time is just now, innit?
What if that's your afterlife? Just revisiting whatever you did.
Reincarnated.
Yeah, I could enjoy that for 30 years because I've lived a fucking good life. But then I'd want to do more. I'm like, all right, cool. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like doing a 12-hour live stream, then sitting down and listening to it all again. Like, back to back, 24 hours of listening. It was fun, but I ain't trying to listen back to all of that right now.
Yeah.
You know? I'm telling you, one of these days I'm going to be on a plane listening to a long-ass live stream.
And you're going to be busted up. I bet you.
But even like we talk about millions of years, we're trying to remember, they done an experiment where people were at an accident were asked what they saw at the accident, and everyone came up with a different story.
Of course. Standardly.
So then we're trying
differently. So that a lot of the time we talk to each other to confirm the memory that we're going to cement in place. So in a year's time, when we're remembering it, this is what I noticed. This is what police do. Right, when they nick you and they do their fuckery, and then we're waiting to go into the custody suite, and then they get their little books out, and then they just start chatting. Yeah. So at 12, when I saw you, mate, rare. Like, you looked dodgy. Then I came. Then officer. It's like they're telling
confirmation bias.
Yeah, they're slick. They know what they're doing.
Yes.
So now you lot are trying to tell me, well, how come all these officers' fucking notebooks are corresponding? Because they go to the cafeteria and write their notes up.
Yeah, while you're waiting to get booked.
Are you dumb or something, bro?
100%.
You think the man them's gonna go to the fucking to sit in tickle me's and then get our notepads out and walk away? You stupid or something.
Right, before they press play, they've already got all their lies put down on paper.
They're playing unfair, man. You know, it's a fair game. It's unfair. Fuckers.
Yeah, synchronizing notes. I remember that shit. Synchronizing notes. Asking man. Oh, did you put the cuffs on the left or the right wrist first? Oh, was it front stack or back stack? Oh yeah, it was front stack. No, it weren't. It was back stack. You're lying, pussy. Yeah, if it was back stack, then I couldn't have punched you like you tried to accuse me of. You're slick.
And because it's been happening for years, it's systemic. It's like, how do you get rid of that? You're never gonna get rid of that. That's the blue wall of silence.
Yeah. The blue wall of silence, mate.
That's part of the training. That's part of the training.
So it's in the police station. Yeah. You wanna know anti-snitches and that, yeah?
Go and see it, Fed.
Yeah, Fed. No fuck with snitches.
It's crazy, man.
Fuck with rats. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Radiometric dating has been shown to not work on rocks of known age, and yet evolutionists assume it works on rocks of unknown age. Now, to me, that's a lot of blind faith right there. That's not a reasonable faith. We all have faith. That's not a reasonable faith. Because when you test it and it doesn't work
in little things, how can you trust it in large things? That's kind of a biblical principle, isn't it? If I gave you a calculator and you put 2 + 2 equals, and it gave you 67,521. And I said, well, don't worry, it works on big numbers. So I don't think I trust that. I don't think I would trust it with big numbers. What about carbon dating? Now, carbon dating is a little better because we think the acceleration of the radioactive decay didn't affect carbon as much. But people have heard of carbon dating. They think it gives billions of years. It doesn't, nor could it, because C14 decays very quickly. I'll come back to that. But carbon dating is one type of this radiometric dating. But with carbon dating, it tends to give the right answer. And when we test it on things of known age, it tends to give reasonable answers. Now, it's not infallible either, but it tends to give answers that are consistent with what we'd expect when tested on things of known age. And the idea with carbon dating is there's a certain variety of carbon. Most carbon is C12. There's a certain variety of it that's C14. It's got 2 extra neutrons, and it's radioactive. C12 is stable. C14, radioactive. And a small fraction of that is in the atmosphere that we're breathing right now. It's in the food that you eat. It's incorporated into your body. So a small fraction of you is C14. So you're all slightly unstable. How about that? You knew that though, right? And while you're alive, I mean, that C14 is constantly decaying into nitrogen, but when you're alive, you're replacing it because you're eating new food, you're breathing air and so on. You're exchanging carbon with your environment. And so you replenish it. But when you die, it simply decays away. And so the idea is by measuring the C14 to C12 in something, you can tell how long ago it died. And we find that it tends to give the right answer. And the interesting thing is it gives the right answer that creationists would expect, even on things that evolutionists believe to be millions of years old, like coal beds. You can take a chunk of coal, it'll have C14 in it. Every time. You won't find an exception to that. And yet if C14, if the entire Earth were nothing but C14, after 1 million years, you would not have a single atom left. That's how quickly it decays. And yet they find it in coal beds that they think are hundreds of millions of years old. Can't be that old. The C14 would be gone. We've even found C14 in diamonds. Diamonds that evolutionists believe to be 1 to 2 billion years old based on these other radiometric methods. And yet there's C14 in them. They can't be that old. They can't be more than a few thousand years old. Isn't that interesting? And they say, well, there must be some kind of contamination. How? It's a diamond. It's the hardest substance. How are you going to get new C14 in there? Does it make any sense?
Learning new things every fucking day, man. C14. They say first thing I learned is that they think diamonds are billions of years old. I didn't know that.
I didn't know either.
I never knew that either.
I thought they would make diamonds in the lab, but
yeah. I just thought diamonds come from the earth, normal. You could just like mine them just like the gold. You know
you do. But like what they're saying is diamonds are made by pressure of basically coal, which they say is made of squashed, compressed dinosaur bones and shit, which turns into either oil or diamonds.
Crude oil.
Nothing like, sir.
Yeah,
it turns into fossil fuels, or it turns into diamonds or something. I don't know.
More excavation, you'll find that. But yeah, man. This is interesting. CB14.
Not CB14, C14.
CB4.
Low cash.
The crazy side is Gusto.
Kane says, "What? Ain't no fact checking what he's saying. Just believe in him." No, I'm not believing him.
No, man.
I knew every day. Yeah, I'm not believing him. But if you want to do fact checking, be my guest, because I would have thought that'd be something that the audience would be doing while we talk about this. You don't bring up some facts, and then you can type in the chat, "Yo, boom, I just looked this up, and he's wrong about this." Oh, we can't do it all, you know. You can't do it all, bro.
That's true. That is true.
It'd be nice if you thought, right, let me fact check this, and you fact checked it and came back and said, "Yo, brothers, this is wrong."
Check out this video. It's counter evidence.
I mean, it's like you're trying to diss the man them for just uncovering this new information and having a chat about it. No one said, "Oh my God, I've changed all my worldviews. This is it." But yeah, what I was gonna say is that C14 thing. Yeah, I found that interesting, man, and that is definitely something I want to look up.
So, but he said C14 isn't everything, yeah.
No, he didn't say that.
He said you can't inject it, innit?
If C14 wasn't everything, then everything would have decayed because it decays really quickly. C14 is found on things like coal and blah blah blah, and he says that that's evidence that these things are not that old because C14, in his opinion, has like a shelf life, only lasts for so
long years,
right?
something like that, yeah.
So if he's saying if scientists are finding it in diamonds, then how can diamonds be billions of years old? Because the C14 wouldn't last that long. Is his argument? I find it interesting.
Yeah.
We've even carbon dated dinosaur fossils. You know, sometimes with fossils, if there's enough carbon left, you can actually carbon date them. And every one that we've tested has C14 in it. They're all thousands of years old. Not one of them is dated millions of years old by carbon dating. Lots of
If
things
dinosaur,
like that. You do not hear about
pause a
in
second.
the,
Pause a
secular
second.
school
Pause.
system.
Did he say he believes that dinosaur bones, and he said they were tested in the 1,000 years old?
Yeah.
He's a lame.
But I'm wondering how they're distinguishing between
why not though?
C4.
What are you saying? What are you saying? You're sure that dinosaurs existed, or are you saying that you're
dinosaurs existed?
Hold on, brothers, hold on. Are you saying you're sure that dinosaurs existed, or are you saying that you're sure that dinosaurs existed and they're definitely millions of years old? Or are you saying you don't believe in dinosaurs? What are you saying?
I'm saying I don't believe in dinosaurs.
Okay. Well, what he's saying is he's tested some bones that are claimed to be dinosaur bones, and they're thousands of years old. I don't know. You know, I'm with you on the dinosaur thing, so I don't know. I'm not convinced with the whole dinosaur story.
Once I heard dinosaurs, my ears went
completely. But because I've seen lots of different examples of different creatures being passed off as dinosaurs, and a mishmash of different bones being cast off, and a whole dinosaur being created from a tooth or a claw, and then you tell me how it eats and what its favorite show on Netflix is. I don't know, man. Let me. What size fitted cap it wears? You know a lot of details. You get me? You know the Wi-Fi code to his baby mother's sister's cousin's house.
You're expert.
From a tooth. There's a lot, you know. Oh, now they got feathers. Now they all got feathers, and they're all bright colours now. They're all feathered.
It's crazy.
Parrot out here.
So maybe we're talking about an extinct race of different birds or something. I don't know, man. I'm not ruling anything out. But the dinosaur story,
you're onto a winner, though. If you got
the dinosaur story in itself is fishy to me. Very, very fishy.
No, it's fishy as well. Like every child, like my grandson, knows every dinosaur out there.
Of course. Why? They make
madness.
They make
Madness.
Sure. They make sure.
He knows, like when I say he knows every dinosaur, herbivore, carnivore, this like rotted. What is this?
We do make sure there's a lot of living animals they can tell us about. Like,
yeah, they make
like,
sure that
they avoid them.
Dinosaur pajamas, dinosaur cartoon, Denver the Last Dinosaur sitcom, fucking dinosaur film, Jurassic Park, dinosaur David Attenborough for the adults. You know what I mean? History Channel and that dinosaurs when dinosaurs roamed.
Walking with the dinosaurs.
All of this.
You remember that one?
Museums full of dinosaurs. It's very important. You don't forget that dinosaurs were here millions of years ago. Don't forget millions of years ago. All right, cool. Oh, and also don't forget that the black man's 3/5 of a human being. But yeah.
Don't want to go on the road tonight. I don't want to see that pop up. No, pick him up.
Yeah, and And if you stand 6 feet away from me, you might not catch this. Yeah, let's keep it moving. Boom. But the point I'm making is, I don't know if we can always trust what they tell us.
Yeah, that's
I mean, I'll just leave it like that.
That's factual, bro. Hey, bro, I swear to God, that's the weirdest shit ever, bro. Do not trust these lot.
All right, let's go.
Sadly, there are
Hit the
all
like
kinds
button,
of physical
family.
processes that limit the age of the Earth to much less than the billions of years that most people are taught. The rate, for example, at which salt goes into the ocean. You know, even freshwater rivers have a little bit of salt in them. They pick it up from the continents, they dump it into the ocean. The water evaporates, but it leaves the salt. And so oceans are consistently getting saltier and saltier. You can get rid of a little bit of the salt with salt sprays and things like that. But essentially, 450 million tons of new salt enters the ocean every year. The oceans are getting saltier. Now, you can work the math backwards. And you know, even being very generous to the critics and assuming the slowest possible conditions, the oceans can't be more than 62 million years old, because at that point, that's an upper limit, right? Because you can't have less salt than no salt. So that's assuming they had none to begin with. Obviously, if the oceans started salty, then they're much younger than that. So that's a problem, though, for the secularists, because they believe the oceans are 3 billion years old, but they can't even be anywhere close to that. On the other hand, it's perfectly compatible with 6,000 years because it's an upper limit. 62 million as an upper limit would include 6,000 years as a medium or lower limit, and then the secular age is way off. Likewise, for the accumulation of mud on the ocean floor, you measure the amount of mud that's there, you measure the rate at which it accumulates, you find it takes less than 12 million years at present rates. And that assumes there was no worldwide flood, which would dump mud on the ocean floor very quickly. And so that's consistent with the biblical time scale, but it's not consistent with the billions of years. Lots of things like that. Human population,
This guy, is
how
he
long
a,
does it take to get Earth's current population of human beings from just 2?
is he a Christian by any chance?
Clearly.
Probably, yeah.
Clearly.
Young Earth evidence.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, this is where Kane's point comes into play. This is a lot of stuff that needs to be researched and whatnot. I can't tell you how much mud is placed on the ocean floor. I can't tell you how salty the ocean is and how salty it's getting. I don't know these things. You know what I mean? I don't know these things. And my mind often goes blank when it comes to trying to understand these things because I don't know.
Well, these things mess up my mind, man.
Yeah, I've got to learn to test it myself for me to be able to be comfortable to say, "Yo, well, this is what it is." You know, just like when they tell you how far away the sun is, or how far away a certain galaxy is, or how fast we're spinning, and all these type of things. I'm not comfortable with certain things. How many people's on the earth?
Yeah, how far we can go under the sea.
Let's go again.
2, it doesn't take anywhere close to millions of years. Not anywhere close. It takes a few thousand years, something like 4,000 years, because the human race had to start over with Noah and his family. So it's very consistent with that. World population growth, we've been able to measure that to some extent over the centuries. The best evidence, though, that the world's thousands of years old, not millions or billions, because all of these are circumstantial. They're good, but they're circumstantial. We only have one that's definitive. We have the testimony of the one who created the heavens and the earth. He tells us when he made it. He tells us he made it in 6 days, and he tells us from those genealogies you love to read before you go to bed, and so begets so and so. You add up those ages, and you find it was a few thousand years ago that God created the heaven and earth and all that's in them. And that's very clear.
6 days, but he created the sun on the 3rd day. Okay. It's Mazzo.
Sorry, what was that?
I said he's talking about he knows because the Lord says in the Bible he created the earth, whatever, in 6 days. But if the sun was created on the 3rd or 4th day, how do you count 6 days?
Yeah, we had this conversation already. And
I think the days thing are funny to me.
It seems that God may use days to articulate a point from point to point.
I think that bit's Masonic.
Right.
Yeah, that bit
The whole
there.
6 days thing, the whole 6 days thing is just
Yeah, other references are Masonic as well. Factual. You get me? But I don't know. Or they could be considered, innit? I don't know a lot about it. But what you were saying last night, they could be considered as Masonic. I'll get up the chapters in the Pacific.
Okay.
To make you know. But yeah, a lot of it. Especially that bit there.
Clear. So the secular scientists say the Earth's billions of years old. Take my word for it. God says I created in 6 days. Take my word for it. And by the way, it's not because of the evidence that evolutionists believe in millions of years. It isn't, because we've seen the evidence really is very consistent with biblical creation. They have a philosophy that drives them to interpret the evidence that way. Now, we all have a philosophy. We all interpret the evidence in light of our philosophy. It's just mine works. Mine is self-consistent because I base mine on Scripture. What about fossils? I was sort of given the impression that fossils take millions of years to form. Well, here you have a fossil ichthyosaur, a marine reptile now thought to be extinct. And this thing was fossilized, killed, and buried and fossilized in the process of giving birth. You see the baby ichthyosaur being born there? They were born tail first because they had to swim to the surface to get their first breath of air. As air breathers, really fascinating. You have there a fish fossilized in the process of eating another fish. So again, I don't think that's taken millions of years. Obviously, the thing was killed and buried quickly at least, and then it must have fossilized relatively quickly. You can even see some of the stomach contents from the ichthyosaur. See, people think that, well, something dies and then just slowly fossilizes. Most things don't fossilize at all. And we sort of know that from experience, right? I've been picking on dogs. Let's pick on cats now, okay? Let's suppose that we're going to do a little experiment here on our dead cat, Earl. And day 1, dead cat on grass. And we got the sign there, so nobody's going to touch it, all right? Day 3, wait a little while. Now you got a smelly dead cat on the grass. Day 9, very smelly dead cat on the grass. Day 20, parts of Earl missing. Day 38, more of Earl missing. Day 65, Earl's missing. Yes, okay. Things don't just slowly fossilize over millions of years when they're exposed to the environment like that. They decay. They're recycled back into the environment. They're picked off by scavengers and what have you. Things don't just slowly fossilize over millions of years. You have to bury something to get it to fossilize, really, to protect it. You have to do something to protect it. And burying is usually the way to go. But even there, I was given the wrong impression. I was told that the fish dies, it sinks down to the bottom, is slowly covered with sediment over millions of years. But you see, if this layer was deposited, or this layer was deposited millions of years after that layer, the top of the fish would have decayed already. The whole thing has to be buried pretty quick. Fish tend to float anyway, right? Or they're picked off by scavengers, and they don't just sink to the bottom and wait to be fossilized. It doesn't happen. Now, if you really want to form a fossil fish, here's how you do it. You go home to your aquarium, and you dump some concrete on your fish. There you go. That's going to kill him. It's going to bury him, and he's going to fossilize. All right, as long as the minerals moving through there are right, he will permineralize. That's what a fossil is. It's the minerals moving through and filling in all the little holes in the bone. Usually the flesh has time to decay away, but the bone gets permineralized. And so that's how you make a fossil. It doesn't take long times. It just takes the right conditions. And we can fossilize things quickly in a laboratory. It doesn't take a long time. What about the types of fossils we find? We find fossils of fish and horses and people and so on, but we don't find one kind changing into another. And so when you see things like this in the textbook, the evolution of the horse, and you say, boy, there are a lot of different varieties of horse there, right? That's what I'd expect in the creation view. Now they can line them up, right? But you can line up a fork and a spork and a spoon. But that doesn't mean that one changed into the other, right? I mean, just because there's a sequence doesn't mean it's an evolutionary sequence. These are just different varieties of horse. And the number of ribs is different, and the feet are a little different. You say, oh, yeah, but one of them is really big and one of them is really small. So what? We have different breeds of horse today. These are both adult horses. They're just different breeds. A lot of variation within a kind. That's exactly what I'd expect given biblical creation. The kinds of fossils that we find are exactly what we'd expect given the variation within the kind that the Bible teaches. What about the rocks in which these fossils are found? Don't rocks take millions of years to form? Not at all. Here's a set of car keys embedded inside solid rock. I don't think that took millions of years to form. Those cars go back a lot more than I think they do. Here's a man-made clock embedded inside solid rock. How about that? I don't think that took millions of years. Well, surely all these layers of rock shown here took millions of years. There's a person down there at the bottom for scale. See that?
Those layers did not exist before 1980. Those were all produced in the Mount St. Helens eruptions. Isn't that interesting? And they're solid rock now. They were formed by a pyroclastic flow that came out of that volcano. And Mount St. Helens was a small volcano by volcano standards, really. The Bible says that during the Great Flood, all the fountains of the Great Deep burst forth. That might indicate all the volcanoes on Earth going off, something like that. So, and it carved out again, the Mount St. Helens eruption carved out a canyon, 1/40th the scale of the Grand Canyon. It did this in days. It doesn't take millions of years for these things to happen. It happens quickly under the right circumstances. So you see, when we take a look at geology and we see how these rock layers form today, and we see how they can form under catastrophic conditions, we find that it's really very consistent with what we'd expect from Genesis.
Check out Michael Bernard. I'm not sure if that's the name of the guy talking, Kane, but check out Michael Bernard. Or you could just look up the Young Earth or Young Earth creationists. I think there's loads of videos on them debunking them, debating them, and yada yada yada. So you could just go through. I was gonna play an old world video after to just compare. Do you know what I mean? Big up everyone. Hit the like button, man. I hope this is interesting to you. Do you know what I mean? Big up the 88 people in the building. Like up the show.
Big up all ourselves.
Hit up the Cash App. Cash App is #Trill donation. The PayPal link is in the description and be floating through the chats. Big ups to all of you lot. I see you lot arguing about stuff, enjoying the chat. Big up, man. Make sure you hit the like button. If you got another profile, come back and hit it again. You know what I mean? Don't be a one hit quitter. Don't be like Bibby, the one hitter quitter.
No, man.
And so I want to now talk about a couple of issues where the secular experts today have not quite caught up to the truth of the Bible. One of those deals with the age of the universe. And my secular colleagues would say, no, 13.8 billion years for the age of the universe, and Earth's 4.5 billion years old. Well, the Bible indicates that's not the case. It indicates a much younger universe, a much younger Earth. And I want to show you that even today, there is evidence that lines up with what the Bible teaches about the age of the universe. Scripture teaches a young universe. It's clear that God created in 6 days. And it tells us what he did on each of those days. It's clear from context. Those are ordinary days because they're bound by an evening and a morning. Some people have tried to stretch that out into ages, but that won't work in the Hebrew based on the context because you're bound by evening and morning, and there's a number with them and so on. Human beings are made on the 6th day. And from those genealogies you love to read before you go to bed, and so begets so-and-so, you can add up those ages. And it's no harder than balancing your checkbook, and it's a few thousand years. And the universe, by the way, that most of the celestial objects in the universe are made on day 4. And so that pins the universe at a few thousand years as well. That goes against what I was taught. I went through the secular school system, and I was taught billions of years. But there's evidence that confirms thousands of years. For example, the excess internal heat of the giant planets. Jupiter gives off twice as much energy as it receives from the sun. Okay, it's actually... it gets some energy from the sun, but it gives away twice as much. Okay, and you can't keep doing that forever, right? Because it's losing energy. You can't continue to spend away, more than you take in, unless you're the federal government, right? Well, Jupiter's losing energy, and it can't do that forever. The federal government can't do that forever either, by the way. Anyway, it's kind of like when you take a potato out of the microwave. It's nice and warm, and it radiates that heat out into space, right? But it can't do that forever because it's only got so much energy. It cools off. And for a potato, it doesn't take that long. Now, Jupiter is a much bigger potato. It's 10 Earths across. And so a few thousand years, it's not going to cool off very much. But if it were billions of years old, why isn't it an icicle by now? That's a problem for the secular view. The problem is even worse for Neptune, which gives off 2.7 times as much heat as it receives from the sun. Why is it so relatively warm if it's really billions of years old? And that's a perplexing dilemma for the secularists, but it makes sense given that they're young. These worlds are thousands of years old. The Earth's magnetic field.
You know, the Earth has a magnetic field that's caused by electrical current in the core, and that makes that magnetic field that surrounds us like a blanket, protects us from solar radiation and cosmic radiation and so on. And of course, you can make a magnet by taking a coil of wire and wrapping around, touching it to a battery. That's electrical current causes magnetism. And just like a battery runs down, Earth's magnetic field is running down. Earth's magnetic field is actually decaying. And we've been able to measure that over the centuries. And it's been decaying in a steady exponential decay. Now, we think during the flood year, because of all the tectonic activity, that would have disrupted those currents, and you'd have rapid oscillations in the field strength. But the total energy is just going to drop. So in terms of the total energy, it's just been dropping since creation. And we can measure that. We know from the last almost 2 centuries, we can measure the drop in the magnetic field. It's quite consistent with that exponential decay.
Pause. How was he measuring? How were we measuring the things 2 centuries ago? Why? It's good.
They do this shit through maths, isn't it? They'll be like, they measure it now, they measure how it was rare, and they'll. I suppose I'm guessing that they're measuring it against something else. So they're saying, well, I don't know, based on the size of this or that, blah, 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 we can mathematically deduce that the magnetic field, the intensity is dropping or increasing or whatever. I don't know. It's another one of them sciences. I don't know. Bro. I only got guesses.
Was even like you talk about the Bible a lot, and you talk about planets and everything. That is in the Bible. I don't know, like
what
the planets and Venus and all the things.
Yeah,
clearly believes both.
Remember, yeah, he's still gripped with that whole heliocentric model. You know, like I said, when you're trying to think outside the box, but you're sitting on the box in a box. This is what I'm saying. You can see it everywhere. You're holding on to that view, but it is what it is, because who knows who's right? Who knows who's right?
Yeah, who knows?
I just see that worldview that he's using as an example to be problematic in itself. But I ain't gonna say nothing. Yeah, we're just talking about the age of the Earth right now.
Yeah.
But I hear you still. I fully clock that still.
Which means you run it backwards, and at creation, it was a bit stronger than it is today. But you run it back 1 million years, and it gets so strong, it rips the iron out of your blood. And that's not good. It would actually make life impossible if the magnetic field is as strong as would be required if it was even millions of years old, let alone billions. And so it's a big problem. My secular colleagues have to believe that it doesn't have this exponential decay, but that it's constantly oscillating back and forth. But there really isn't evidence for that today. Again, there might have been temporary oscillations during the flood year, but that just drains the energy even faster. It's not just Earth, but a lot of the other planets of the solar system also have these magnetic fields. Jupiter's would be bigger than the sun if you could see it. It's a very powerful magnetic field. And why is it still so strong if the planet's billions of years old? And I'm going to suggest it's because the planet's not billions of years old. It's thousands of years old. So it hasn't had time to decay yet. The planet Uranus is tilted on its side as it orbits the sun, so it rolls around the sun. It's one way to think about it. And the magnetic field axis is stuck in the side like a bar magnet. It's not even lined up with the rotation axis, so the magnetic field would wobble as the planet rotates. Really strange. So the planet Uranus is just really messed up on a number of levels. And I think God did that just out of his creative diversity. But the magnetic field, I want to point out, the magnetic field is quite strong on the planet Uranus. In fact, it's strong enough you can have aurora borealis, northern lights. We have northern lights from time to time when Earth's magnetic field gets disrupted by solar radiation. And that's because of Earth's magnetic field. Well, that's northern lights. That little spot you see there on the bottom, that's not Photoshopped. That's an actual image of northern lights.
I was trying to hold that laughing, but you just let it out.
Yeah, man. We got everyone that believes in this shit, man. I don't know, man. I just can't anymore. The space is just so whack to me right now.
And I like the way it says, "Believe me, it's not photoshopped."
Yeah, it's not Photoshop. No, you can see this is a picture of Uranus. You know what I mean? And it's not in Khan's photo album.
Oh fuck!
That's clearly not a real picture.
It's a composite. Yeah, it's a composite. That's what they call these images. Yeah, a collection of data put together through a visual artist, a graphic designer. Composite. Mud. What is real? What is not, man? This is what I'm saying, man. Sometimes I take so much pleasure from just saying I don't know. You know, it's like, boy, I don't.
Me no know.
I don't know, man. And now I don't have the pressure of having to pretend I know or think I know. It's comfort knowing you don't know. Now we can look. I don't mind knowing. I'm down to know. But you know what I mean? Now I'm empty. I can, you know what I mean? I can receive rather than bringing all this luggage that I think I know. And then I might not even be able to get in. I might not even to fit in because I've got so many bags of things that I think I already know. I might as well just go in naked and get what I need in there. I know my analogies are mad, but you get the gist. You get me? Yeah, man. When seeking knowledge, empty your pockets.
Yep.
I mean, man. Empty your pockets, man. Yeah. Don't even bring a cup. You might bring a cup thinking you're gonna fill your cup, but you needed a plate. You get me? Don't bring a plate because you might have needed a jug. You get me? Don't bring a bag. You might have needed a bottle. Just don't bring that and just go and collect. Allow the expectations.
On the planet Uranus. How about that? And it's much further away from the sun than we are. So that shows you the magnetic field has to be pretty substantial. And in fact, the Voyager 2 spacecraft, when it flew past the planets Uranus and Neptune, it measured their magnetic field and confirmed that it's consistent with thousands of years of decay. Isn't that interesting? My colleague, Dr. Russ Humphreys, who used to work for us at ICR, he's retired now, but he actually predicted the magnetic fields of Uranus and Neptune before they were measured by the Voyager 2 spacecraft. And he based that on their age of 6,000 years. He said, okay, based on 6,000 years of decay, here's what the magnetic field should be. The evolutionists thought that those planets are billions of years old, and so they thought the magnetic field should be virtually non-existent. Voyager 2 measured it, and it was perfectly consistent with creation. How about that? Consistent with 6,000 years. That's real science right there. If you want to get the correct answer, you better start with the truth of God's word, rather than ignoring that history and relying on guesswork instead. My secular colleagues, perplexed by that, have said, well, there must be some kind of recharging mechanism that builds up the magnetic fields again. And if you've heard of magnetic dynamos, that's what magnetic dynamo models are. And they have problems of their own. One of them is that in the magnetic dynamo model, the rotation axis should be aligned with the magnetic axis. Is it? Not even close. Not even close. And they said, well, maybe that's just an anomaly. But when they flew past Neptune and it was doing the same thing, that kind of blew away that hypothesis. No, it's just consistent with thousands of years. The moon is actually moving away from the Earth. It's actually, and the reason it does that, the moon induces tidal bulges on the Earth. It pulls on the Earth's oceans, and that causes these tidal bulges. The tidal bulges get ahead of the moon because the Earth rotates faster than the moon orbits. And so the tidal bulges are always a little bit ahead of the moon, and they pull forward on it. And the counterintuitive thing is when you pull forward on something in orbit, it moves out. When the astronauts want to go into a higher orbit, they thrust forward, and that moves them out. It's a little bit strange, but if you've ever played with a gyroscope, you know that when things are spinning, they don't always act the way that your intuition would expect. But the moon is moving away at about 1.5 inches a year, so it's not a huge rate. If you run it backwards, that means 6,000 years ago, it would have been something like 730 feet closer to Earth. Not a big deal, considering the moon is 248,000 miles away. What's 730 feet among friends, right? But if you run it back billions of years, you got a problem. And you have to do the math right on this, by the way, because if you're running the movie backwards, as the moon gets closer, the tidal bulges get bigger, and it gets closer, and they get bigger, and it gets faster, you see. And it dives in at 1.4 to 1.5 billion years. So the Earth and Moon would have been in the same place at the same time, and that's not good. And that happens at 1.4 billion years. And that may sound like a lot, but my secular colleagues believe the Earth and Moon to be 4.5 billion years old. But they can't be older than 1.4 or 1.5 based on the recession rate. So it's just an indication that their worldview isn't correct. It doesn't make sense of the evidence. Comets are made up of icy material, and they orbit the sun in elliptical paths. They tend to go very far away from the sun, and then they come close and they whiplash back out. And when they're far away from the sun, their icy material remains icy material. When they come close to the sun, ice close to the sun, that can't be good. That icy material is blasted away from the nucleus of the comet. It's vaporized. And that's actually what forms a comet's tail. That's dust and other material and ice being blasted away by solar heat and radiation. So every time you see a comet, it's getting smaller. And by the way, that's why the tail always points away from the sun, regardless of what direction the comet's moving. I don't know which way this one's going. It might be going that way. Who knows? But the tail always points away from the sun for that reason. Every time you see a comet, it's getting smaller. It's losing mass. And it can't do that forever because it has no source of new mass. So it just gets evaporated away. And we estimate that a typical comet can last no longer than 100,000 years maximum. And some of them much less than that. I used the SOHO spacecraft in my doctoral
dissertation. Did you say 100,000 years?
And one of
it's written on the screen as well.
But he's saying nothing's older than 600 years old, though.
Yeah.
But he said he knows that comets can last 100,000 years old.
No, he's saying that this is the estimation of the longest, that how long they can last. So he's saying, obviously, he's going to do some maths now and tell you now, well, that can't be true because of this and that, or if this is the case, then the Earth can't be millions of years old.
And one of the things it can do is it can look, it's designed to look at the sun. And one of the things it can do is it can block the actual sun and look at the outer atmosphere of the sun, the corona. And because of that, it's very good at spotting comets, because comets get really bright when they get close to the sun. Hard for us to see them because of the solar glare, but SOHO is designed for that. And so SOHO has discovered over 1,000 comets, and I've seen them is because I've used the spacecraft in my research. And I've seen comets that have gone behind the sun, and that's it. They're totally obliterated in one pass. They don't even survive. Interesting. So I know that they're short-lived. They can't last millions of years, let alone billions of years. Now, my secular colleagues believe the solar system's 4.5 billion years old. So why do we still have comets? It's kind of like if you walked into a sauna, nice and warm, and you see some ice cream cones there just starting to melt. You know they haven't been there very long, right? Comets are sort of the ice cream cones of the solar system. They are an indication of its youth. And by the way, my secular colleagues, they know that. They can do the same math I can do. They can calculate the rate at which the material is leaving, and we know the amount of material that's there in the nucleus. They know that comets can't last long. And so they figure there must be somewhere out there a comet generator that makes new ones, which they call the Oort cloud. If you've ever heard of the Oort cloud, that is an invented idea to try and explain why we still have comets in a solar system that's supposedly billions of years old. And the idea is there's this vast reservoir of potential comets out there orbiting way beyond where we can detect them. And every now and then one of them is thrown into the inner solar system, becomes a brand new comet. Pretty clever. There's no evidence of an Oort cloud, though. The only place you'll find it is in textbooks, but you won't find it in the actual universe. Not yet, anyway. My secular colleagues have a lot of faith in these kinds of things. Spiral galaxies. Now, not all galaxies are spiral. Some have more of an elliptical shape, but a lot of them are spiral. And these spiral arms rotate differentially, which means the inner portions rotate fast, as indicated by the arrows. The outer portions rotate slower. And so what you would think then is the galaxy would have to be twisting itself up. It's winding itself up tighter and tighter. That spiral structure would have to get tighter every rotation. And it turns out in 6,000 years, it hasn't rotated even once, and so it's not a problem. You can, in fact, in these barred spiral galaxies, you can still have that bar structure there. It's just starting to wrap up a little bit in the middle there. 6,000 years, not a problem. But if these galaxies are billions of years old, it'd be a huge problem because they'd be twisted beyond recognition. I recently wrote a computer simulation to use the actual velocities that we've measured in these galaxies to simulate what they would look like in 1 billion years. They're totally unrecognizable. You would not see that spiral structure. They look more like a, I'll have to show a picture of it at some point. I'll show you the results of the simulation, but it's really interesting. They wouldn't look anything like this. This looks like a young galaxy, and the interesting thing is all the spiral galaxies look kind of like that one. They have very distinct spiral arms. They don't have that real tight spiral structure that you would expect if they were really 10 billion years old. In fact, even after 1 billion years, you can't have spiral arms anymore, and they're supposed to be 10 billion years old. It doesn't work. And so my secular colleagues have to figure out ways to make new spiral arms as the old ones are wrapped up beyond recognition, spiral density waves and whatnot. But it's just easier to believe that the galaxies are the age the Bible indicates. That makes sense of their structure. You might notice, too, that these spiral arms have kind of a bluish tinge to them. That's because they have a higher proportion of blue stars relative to the central bulge. And blue stars themselves are an evidence of the youth of the universe because blue stars cannot last very long. They expend their fuel quickly. Blue stars are the most massive, most luminous, the brightest stars out there. And because they're giving out their energy so quickly, they're spending it like crazy. They can't last very long. They run out of fuel very, very fast. Now, they have the most fuel, right, because they have the most mass, but they expend it even quicker. They're kind of like the SUV of the star world. They have a big tank, but they get very poor gas mileage, and so they can't go very far. They can't last very long. The hottest, brightest blue stars can't last more than about 1 million years, and yet we find blue stars all over the universe. All over the universe. They're there. And my secular colleagues have to believe that, well, they obviously have formed there recently, but no one's ever seen a star form anywhere. Oh, you'll read about it in the newspaper. You know, they'll call this a star forming region. Well, let me clue you in. What they're doing, they're not seeing stars form there. What they're finding there are blue stars that they know can't be billions of years old. And because they can't accept a recent creation, they have to say, well, apparently stars have formed there very recently, and so it must be a star forming region. But nobody's actually seen a star form. And I think there are some very serious physics problems getting a star to form from a nebula. The idea is these nebulas collapse in on themselves, but gas normally doesn't collapse in on itself. Gas normally fills the container, right? When you walked into this room, you didn't hold your breath just in case all the air should go to that corner. You expected it to spread out. And aren't you glad that it did? Gas tends to do that. Gas pressure tends to be a lot more substantial in space than gravity. Now, once you make a star, its own gravity will keep it there because the gravity overcomes the gas pressure. But getting it to that state is a challenge, and it may even be impossible. So these are all just indications that the universe really is the age that the Bible says. And there are a lot more, but those are the ones that I think are some of the better arguments for which the secularists don't really have a good counter-argument.
Now, I think these are amazing lines of evidence, don't you? I mean, they're pretty powerful confirmations of biblical creation, but they really don't constitute an ultimate proof. I mean, it may seem like I've refuted the evolutionary worldview, that I've absolutely demonstrated creation, but I haven't. And the reason is, for every one of these lines of evidence that I've presented to you, an evolutionist can always come up with what we might call a rescuing device. He can come up with a conjecture designed to protect his worldview from what appears to be contrary evidence. So in the case of comets, for example, my secular astronomy friends, they know that comets don't last that long. But they say, well, but we know the solar system is billions of years old, so there must be some source of new comets, which they call an Oort cloud after its inventor, Jan Oort. And so the idea is there's this vast sphere of potential comets way beyond the planets, beyond where we can detect it. And every now and then, one of these is thrown into the inner solar system and becomes a brand new comet. So as the old ones are depleted, new ones replace them. That's kind of convenient. So you see the solar system can be billions of years old after all. Now, if I were to ask a secular astronomer, do you have any observational evidence of an Oort cloud? If he's honest, he'll say, well, no, but you can't prove it's not there, right? And that's true. I can't prove that there's not an Oort cloud. It's very hard to disprove something that can't be detected in any way. So yeah, I mean, that's true. And therefore, there could be an Oort cloud. And therefore, comets don't prove that the solar system's thousands of years old. They confirm it, but they don't prove it. And if you think about it, an evolutionist can always invoke a rescuing device because there are always unknowns. We don't know everything. And there are always unknowns in science, and therefore the evolutionist can always invoke a rescuing device. And by the way, so can you. I might ask you a question that you don't immediately know the answer to. You'll come up with a rescuing device. You're not ready to just give up your worldview on the basis of one little unsolved mystery there. And so I can't really blame my evolutionary colleagues for inventing the rescuing devices. I'm not blaming the secular astronomer necessarily for thinking there's an Oort cloud. That is consistent with his observation that there are comets and his worldview, his belief that the solar system is billions of years old. So he's thinking in a way that is consistent with his worldview. On the other hand, I don't necessarily believe in an Oort cloud. I don't have any reason to. I look at comets and I say, yeah, that's what I'd expect. Because I start with a different worldview, a different way of thinking about things. If you think about it, creationists and evolutionists really all have the same facts, don't we? I mean, I have access to the same DNA patterns. I have access to the same fossils, the same stars and galaxies as my evolutionary colleagues. We have the same facts, the same physical evidence, as it were. We have the same science. I use physics and chemistry and astronomy. My secular colleagues use physics, chemistry, and astronomy. We have the same science. Why then do we draw such different conclusions about the past? And the answer is we have a different starting point, a different worldview, a different way of thinking about things, which you can liken into mental glasses. Those of you that wear glasses, you know that if you have those off, the world looks fuzzy. You put those glasses on, the world snaps into focus, and you see things as they are. And I like to think of the Bible like corrective lenses. You think about things from the perspective.
Well, yeah, he deserved to get a couple minutes of his preaching off because, yeah, he put in his work. So, yeah, man, I mean, some stuff to think about.
Definitely.
Yeah, the age of the earth. The age of the earth.
What I don't like about it.
In this millions of years old thing. And if it is millions of years old, then man is millions of years old. I don't believe that we came later on at some point.
No, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Cool.
So that would mean if there was dinosaurs, man was alive when dinosaurs were around. And it's another reason why I'm not sure about this dinosaurs thing. Because I don't believe about that this period before man was there, where these animals were, unless this is before man was created. And these animals existed before man created. So then that would mean that dinosaurs aren't what we think they are. I could work with that. If dinosaurs are something else, whatever was here before man, then cool. Like, as in, do you know what I mean? Before man was created or whatever, then yeah, that could bring some truth. Maybe dinosaurs ain't what they're showing up. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. The concept of these large reptile type things or whatever, I could deal with them being something else, but like in terms of animals and that existing before us, I don't believe that. And then we evolved. That monkey and that. No. See, and this is the thing with the dinosaur thing. It's used to help age the earth and age my mind about how old things are. Because you got me thinking about prehistoric and Jurassic and all these type of things.
Stone Age.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a lot of buying into a lot. There's a lot for me to trust. That's just simple me. I get you that are all smart and you all know it's real and it's proof and facts, but for me, I'm just being honest with you. This shit ain't facts to me. It ain't all facts to me, man. It ain't. I can't lie. History's just one of them ones where, like, either you get where I'm coming from, or I'm gonna sound ignorant to you. You know, man. Like, I had a deep conversation. You know what I mean, about history, and I was like, that means that you don't believe anything happened if you never experienced it. And I was like, to an extent, you're kind of right. To an extent, man, you're right, man. I mean, I could, like, man was like, yeah, like, what do you know then? I was like, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Because when I sit down in a quiet space and actually contemplate that, what do you actually know? I struggle to find an answer.
I know a lot of things are bullshit, and I know.
Because it's like I feel I'm obliged to try and put my ego to the side when I ask myself that question. If I'm trying to be honest with myself, I need to try and bypass some of my inbuilt biases, right? For instance, you know, like, oh, man said, oh, so what? Don't you know your mum's your mum? I'm like, well, you know, there's a high probability my mum is my mum, but there's also a probability she's not.
Mm-hmm.
Me of all people would be in the worst position to prove that, being that I am the son. Do you get me? It'd be easier. It'd be easier for my sister or my father or someone else that was there before me to prove to themselves that I am my mother's child than it is for me, because you don't know shit. You come out and they tell you this is when you was born, this is your birthday, this is your mom, this is your dad, that's it.
What about the stories of scripted birth in the hospitals and all that bullshit?
These things happen. Adoptions happen. You know.
But then that's a problem.
Now, it can be different now for a mother. For a mother, she can have a higher a surety that this child is hers. Because the possibility that from the moment that child came out, she never let go of that child. That child never left her sight, or that child was gifted with a very, very obvious identifying mark that would make it very obvious if you woke up and all of a sudden there's another baby there and it's not the same baby. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you were separated and then in 10 years' time this child came to you, you could look at the child and be like, no, it's not you. This child had one blue eye, one brown eye. This child had one face, half the face, vitiligo. This child had a birthmark that looked like an F on the cheek. You know what I mean? These things are not going to fade. So, like, apart from that, a surety, what you really know. I mean, I mean, I can't answer for you, but for me, what I really know, I don't think I know anything.
For all we know, I could be a clone. For all I know.
Is that a disturbing thought for you, like for some people, like to say to not know anything? Is that okay? Is it okay to not know anything? Am I dumb for saying, "Oh, I don't know anything," or do you share?
That's intelligence for me. But how can you possibly think you know everything in the world? What time have you got to learn everything in the world?
Not everything,
but most things.
What do you know though? There must be something that maybe I'm being silly. There must be something I know.
The things I think I.
Sorry, 1 second. Looking like your mum ain't evidence, because you could look like my mum. You could look like my mum. Does that mean that you're her child?
My daughter.
Child, come on, man.
My daughter looks like my brother. His daughter looks like me. So.
And even regardless, you look like people that you're not related to. Come on, man. Let's not play games. People from different nations and shit look like. I mean, white people look like black people look like white people, Chinese people. Come on, man. You look like my brethren. Oh my God, bro. Yeah, you look like my brethren, but he's from. Come on, man. It's normal. So we're not gonna use looking like. That's not enough. That could just be a good match or coincidence, or someone could
double ganger.
Double gangers. You that when you grow around people, you start to resemble them.
Familiarity.
Because of how you form your facial muscles and shit like that, your gestures. A lot of this can, you know what I mean, your style. A lot of this can go towards resembling someone. The way you speak, because remember, kids look at your mouth when you're talking and they copy those movements, right? So it's undoubtable people end up resembling each other to some extent. So if you're young, you're more pliable. I just feel like it's not good enough. I've watched Maury a million times. Nose, he's got his lips, yeah, and I'm like, yo, this brother's fucked.
He's not the father.
And then it's not the father. So, you know, it's not. You know,
I think
joke. I used to bust his joke. Look, Maury, look. He's got 2 eyes. He's got teeth. Even in siblings or dating. Come on, look how easy it is for people to look like each other and not be related.
My best answer is I think I know, but to be 100% sure, I can't be certain. Certain things.
Okay, project says DNA test will clarify it. Okay, that's a new invention, and I'm sure that you're right. However, there's still probabilities within that. They are probabilities, bro. Because remember, it's not 100% accurate for a reason. And they tell you there's a something chance, but that chance is still a chance that's possible. You can roll the dice.
Exactly.
Apparently, people win the lottery, don't they? Apparently.
That happened to an ex-colleague of mine.
What?
He took his kid to do a DNA test. He wanted to know if he was the father.
Yeah.
The thing is, he made a mistake. His girlfriend brought a sample to the lab, so it came out he was the dad. And then a couple of years later, I don't know why, he did it again, but this time he went to the lab. Turns out the kid wasn't his. So even, yeah.
She gave him a jacket.
Even then,
yeah.
Even then,
but we heard the story as well, like about in Jamaica, the jacket thing, the scandal with the paternity thing. It was a big scandal in Jamaica with all this paternity test.
A lot of mistakes happen. People, corruption, you
know. Knowing everything, knowing things, you can only hope the information you got is correct to know that it's true, but to be 100% certain.
The only problem I see with that is that then every generation we're not gonna know stuff, so then we don't get to build like a base of information to progress, you know.
I mean, the information is there. I mean, just know it's 100% sure. Like, how can I put it?
Yeah, but let's say everybody thinks like Jets, so that means that you have to start from zero every time, every generation.
Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, good point.
People should decide their own destiny.
Is
that a bad thing?
No.
I think as well with this 6,000-year-old thing, there is some truth to it, but I think there have been some resets. I think this reset thing is real.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. That guy he's bound to that 6,000 years. So I would love to see him debate some old Earth guy. You know.
I mean, the problem. If he was going to stick to the Bible and just use the Bible as his thing, but when he started going into planets and this, I was like, he just lost me there. He lost me. He lost me there.
Yeah.
Like,
And why not 10,000 years?
Well, like, nowhere in the Bible talks about planets, the Earth moving around. The Bible said the Earth is stationary.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? So.
Yeah, that's a good discussion to have with Zulu.
So he was just he was just kind of like he was contradicting himself a little bit from what I saw. These arguments he was using. It was easy to like, well, your book says different though about certain things, and you're using this argument.
Yeah, well, he brought some good points. So I'm definitely gonna research a little bit about this stuff. So
I mean, like,
got me thinking.
The thing as well, most of the stuff he was talking about was what they call theoretical science. So it's not something you can go and experiment. It was all theory based.
Yeah, basically.
So it's all about based on the theory. Someone says, well, this has to be start from here, this probability, then we can work. That will make sense. But no one knows the real actual starting point. So everyone's making guesses what starting point is.
That's
So
why it's called the Big Bang Theory.
It's all theoretical science. Nothing is testable or any of this. It's all theory. So yeah, someone else is thinking again. The truth is out there. We shall all know one day.
You think so,
we need to know. What you need to know, you will know. Yeah.
You think we will know the truth one day?
Of what you need to know, yeah. No, to know everything is madness.
No, not everything.
The things you need to know or what you have needed to know will unveil itself. I think, yeah.
You mean when you die or something?
Yeah. I think, death is just like another chapter of life. I don't think it's the end, like what people say it is. It's another chapter. Because where were we before we came here?
Yeah.
Where were you before you were born? You know what I mean? So,
yeah. Imagine you getting reincarnated. That would be shit, man.
I don't know about reincarnation. You know that one. That one I find hard to buy. I've thought about it, but that one I just can't. It doesn't work for me. I don't know why. I don't know.
Yeah, imagine you being reincarnated as a woman. Oh fuck!
Like, what are you doing? Like, are you gonna be reincarnated like as a dog? What are you doing? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know about this reincarnation business.
Man.
But I'm not saying it's impossible or it's wrong. I'm just saying for me, I can't buy into it. It don't make sense to me. A lot of things don't make sense to me, so I'm just dumb like that. But that don't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's the smart guy that invented that theory about reincarnation.
It makes sense to me. It doesn't mean I believe it, but I can understand the concept. It can make some sense still. You keep coming back on the principle that life is a lesson or some kind of test, and you keep coming back until you get it right. I think it's pretty simple to grasp.
But I think when the reincarnation part, I don't get. Like, you come back as a flower, as a dog, as a this.
Yeah, depending on the level of the deeds you did in your past life, the way you lived is what you're gonna come back as. Is like the level of consciousness and sentience you're gonna come back as. Human consciousness is the apex, is the pinnacle of this form of expression. So after being a human, the only way is up if you get it right. Otherwise, you're gonna come back as something with lesser sentience or whatever. You know what I mean? Lesser in some form until you get it right.
For me, then, so in that form, so as an animal, yeah, a lower state. So animals at one point will become human in this reincarnation business. Or
it's not that animal; it's about the consciousness.
Yeah, something like a consciousness in the animal one day will be human consciousness.
It's like a vessel migrating from,
yeah. Everything's on its journey, hopefully upwards, but a lot of things going down and remaining the same for time, not learning. I don't know.
Yeah, that would suck. Especially if you have the old memories.
That Dalai Lama one, that's a mad one as well. When he goes around and he picks his stuff. And
yeah. The Tibetan guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's just a clown. Yeah, man. It's Just fucking taking pictures with Richard Gere and whatever. I mean, come on. Drinking coffee at, I don't know, somewhere in Cali with Kemo.
Smoking the llama packs. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's mad what the things, different schools of thought around the world, though. It's mad. Especially with the creationists, the evolutionists. Oh, it's too much. Too much.
Yeah, and it's a new thing, you know. 1,000 years ago, everybody was a creationist.
How do you know that, though?
Well,
and until like 200 years ago, everyone thought the world was flat and that.
Yeah. Not even just 40, 50 years ago.
So everyone thought that long ago. How did it change so drastically? If we've been here for so long, what made it change the thinking?
No, science. Discoveries, new discoveries.
And one thing though, which made me catch one thing the guy said, about if you can't see it, you can't believe in it or something. I was like, what about God though?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was going, because the video was playing, I didn't want to say something. I was thinking that applies to the same thing applies to God.
No. You lot are a bit slow sometimes. That was his joke. That's why he said it. That was the irony. You know, a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Before you start high-fiving each other, dancers.
Nah.
Let's have our 1 minute. I'm saying let us have a.
Why do you lot all sound like you're on opium? What's wrong with you lot, man? What the fuck is wrong, man?
Who's on opium? Sniper.
No, mate. But I did just have some food though. So, you know what I mean? I had to jump off, yum food, and come back, man.
Well, that's a big food.
That's a lot of food.
Yeah, but relax.
Was it like a foot long?
My muscles hurt me as well, man. Obviously, you know, you think in the gym thing, yeah, I can just go back in it. Yeah, I just had to pay for it, bro. But this is all fucking.
Yeah, you gotta take it easy, bro.
It's just that one, that first burn, and then you're back. Let the muscle tear and heal up and that. You know, the thing set. Yeah, so what's going on? What we doing now?
Watch a video about how old the Earth is and that.
Oh, how old?
Yeah. Sniper is saying millions of years. It's Sniper.
Yeah, well, more than 6,000, eh?
The video watching when the guy was talking about 6,000, he was making the argument for 6,000. He was trying to debunk all the theories out there that says it's more than that.
Yeah, he's gonna end up coming into contention with pottery and shit. That's his business. And shit that can't be measured. There's stuff that can't be measured even. The age of it. You know what I mean? Like rocks and certain rocks and that. They can't be measured their age.
Yeah, he made some good points though.
Who's the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but shit ain't 6,000 years old. Allow it.
The point is what he was making. I didn't know. I can't say I know it was good points because I don't know the science be what, like all the rocks having lead, no lead, and all that stuff. I don't know how true that is. So for me to say he was making good points, I can't really say he was, but I don't know the science behind what he was saying. Sounded good though, but I guess he's waffling, just mumbling nonsense, and I'm just saying, yeah, it's true. But I don't understand shit of what he was saying.
I got that shit as a GCSE, man. It's pointless and whatless. Geology. You get me? I picked 3 sciences in it. You're allowed to pick 3 sciences. and I didn't want to do physics or chemistry.
Mm.
So I did biology, geology. And, yeah.
Did you spoke about the C14, the uranium stuff, or
yeah? Well, it's all
geology?
different types of rocks and rock formations and how they formed, from the base rock to all sorts of different types of granite, graphite, all of this stuff.
Diamond.
It's just useless information, really. But it's still not in the realms of no 6,000 years, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, they can't even do that.
This guy was saying diamonds are just a couple thousand years old. So,
yeah, some can be. I mean, easy. You can make diamonds, can't you?
In the lab, also, yeah, that's
yeah, I saw that video. That's crazy.
So all it needs is pressure, man. That's all. Pressure. And how long it's been down there, or what? How old they're saying that level of thing is of sediment. You know what I'm saying? They do it in layers and all of this type of stuff. So when they say certain things in certain layers, they say it's certain 1,000 years old and all of this type of stuff. But yeah, that science has really come unstuck sometimes when they've finding stuff at what they're saying is like 25,000 years, and you're finding spearheads and shit in the ground and shit. So it's like it's kind of confusing for them. So yeah, but the numbers are huge. They're not small. And when they make mistakes, it's because it's conservative, not over, you know?
They give you conservative numbers, not
overinflated. Because overinflated would just cause them so much problems with what already they've put out in the universe, you know what I mean? Oh, this is this 1,000 years old, this is this 1,000 years, and we are this 1,000 years old. But if you get items and things that register older and all of that, then it doesn't make sense, right? And they say that these people, these scientists and things, weren't religious. The things is based on religious values, man, and trying to prove religion right first.
That's what it's always about.
Like the God particle and the Higgs boson and all of that. These ain't just the other day. Oh, they're just saying the Big Bang is and all of this type of stuff. It's just madness. Get me? I'm saying that for Earth and things like that, you can't put a time limit.
So
I don't think we have the tools.
You have to be a genius.
To fathom the amount of distances we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, we could have been in it for just a blip, but the planet could have been there for trillions of years and shit. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Because they got all different theories on how it was hot and molten, and then it cooled down, and you know, these things don't take months. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I can't buy 6,000 years now. Not with all the science and everything that's thrown in. It just doesn't make sense. But
my intuition tells me
it's a biblical timeline. It's a biblical.
Until I was forced when I was young. Growing up, I thought the world was 600 years old. I actually believed we came from Adam and Eve. I believed that growing up. I ain't gonna lie. So I was taught growing up.
Yeah. Well, as I said, with some of the information, it is what it is. It's just as in a sense viable as the Earth being flat. You know what I mean? All of these things are like controlled thought processes, not even controlled opposition, controlled thought processes where you think you're thinking in opposition to what they've put out there, but they've also put that out there.
That aren't there.
Yeah, it's just difficult to maneuver, man. It's about discernment, your own. You get it, filtering through the nonsense to make sense of whatever's out there and what they're really talking about.
Remember that question? When do you know your idea is your idea?
Isn't it?
Mm.
That's a true story. No, it's true. You think you have an idea, but then you also know how they advertise things to you. You know what I mean?
They put things in your head.
And then you go down the road and you're like, it's true, you know, I just saw Mr. T on the TV. I do want a Snickers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just like, oh shit. How'd I get sucked in? Like, I just actually went and bought this thing. Or maybe can't saw the Magnum advert. You know what I mean? Don't know. That Magnum that keeps growing back or something. You know what I mean? Them old school adverts. So yeah, it's all about programming and, you know, like making people supposedly think. And meanwhile, they're doing what they're really doing, what they're really up to. This is just a side note. Anything we have is a side note, man. It's just scratching the surface of what's really going on for them. Because they're never going to tell you. Why would they? Why would you expect them to? Like, nah, that's not the game they're playing, bro. They got agendas beyond agendas and then agendas and genders. Let alone changing genders and all sorts. Like, come on, man. There's a bigger picture to everything. You know what I mean? There's reasons why they want you keep you contained only to certain continents and all of that. Like, there's other pieces of land, man. Just don't want to tell you. Some might think it's an ice wall and that, but I personally think it's just other bits of land that there's no cameras, no nothing is allowed to pass over there. So how would you know? Because remember, everything we know is guided by them. Even if they said it was Google Earth, and you looked around it, you'd see some shady parts that you're thinking, bro, that looks like an outline of a landmass, man. What's going on here, bro? Yeah, so there's a lot out there that they're definitely not telling us, and you definitely need to investigate for yourself if you've got any doubts. But you can kind of, if you get some truth, it kind of helps analyze and put these things together and say, okay. Because a lot of things for me, they're just catching up. I mean, and when they've caught up enough, then we'll say again. I mean,
another 20 years, 5 years, 10 years.
You know, when the human existence gets to 1 million years now, yeah, then everyone's going to turn around to say, oh, Mackie, do you remember what it was like 300,000 years? Yes, bro. I told you. It's going to take them time to catch up. For us, the information is on the walls, in symbols, in our cultural and tribal and
DNA.
And what's the word? Oral traditions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on, man. We be the supreme creator. Yeah. We don't deal with Master Mason. We deal with Master Craftsman. Tar and them man there, pygmy and that. You know what I mean? Because them man, they can build bridges and build anything and build magnificent structures. Since the shafts only built for little people.
Big up,
Kel, man.
big up.
Big up, man.
Battery's going down. Let me change my battery. I'll be back, yeah?
Yeah.
I will say, Brother Snipes, I don't believe the ancestors built these civilizations for us to stare at them. They built them, brother, for us to build our own civilization, brother, and to liberate our people.
You said stare. I didn't say stare. Huh? I didn't say they built them for us to stare at them. That doesn't make sense.
Now, what I'm saying is, brother, is that information of looking at it on the walls and focusing on the science, it's good, brother, but it has to be put into action to liberate our people. And this is why.
Sorry, do you know what's on the walls? Because, we don't keep major information on the walls.
It's
the
not
walls of temples are like recipes for illness and things like that, to keep your life going and know what diseases are out there and what cures are out there. Because people don't understand the facility and what Kemet was really based on. It was based on knowledge and, the human condition and the human body and studying nature and all of these type of things. So
I agree.
What you see on the wall is the stylized and general information. Everything else is private. Yeah, everything else is in an order. You want to study about the sun, you go into the order of Amun-Ra. Do you get what I'm saying? And you study the sun, and you study what the sun does, and you know that the sun makes crops grow, travels across the sky, and all of these type of things. These are like inklings or scratching the surface of what those secret schools would have been about. And they wouldn't have been secret to Africans. They would have just been places you obtain to. If you want to be a witch doctor, you better go and study medicine or chemistry or. So there was a lot of secrets and things that we had. But in the end, we just abandoned it when we were ready. It's no big deal, man. It was deep in sand, left. Oh, the people disappeared. No, man, we just moved to another end. You know what I mean?
Salam.
Salam, my brother.
Salam.
So what's he saying? What are you saying?
What are you saying?
What are you saying? What's the Pan-African plan?
The Pan-African plan, brother, is as always what it needs to be, and what it should be is that it doesn't matter what institution you are in, and it doesn't matter where you are, you have to have a holistic mindset of controlling the dopamines, creating economical wealth independently for African people, and a military base to protect African people and develop their economics against non-African people. The message, the script is always going to be the same, brother. Always the same.
But as I said, it's the same.
Can I ask Brother Kelly a question, if you don't mind, Sniper?
No. I was about to speak.
Oh, go on then. Sorry, I didn't realize you was actually going to speak. Go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like that rhetoric that you keep spitting. Yeah, it's okay, but we've broken it down so many times, and we understand where you're coming from. Yeah, but it's not going to work. It's not realistic. You don't have a power base, even a structure, a structured movement. You don't have a base of operations. You don't have a country that you're working from. You don't have anything. All you have is ideas and rhetorics from a far forgotten past to get it. So I don't see how any of this is relevant to us in the diaspora, one, and two, those on the continent. You get it? And in the Caribbean and the Americas. It doesn't. None of it, what you lot are doing is helping us. We are helping each other by, communicating, traveling, having family in those places, and traveling to those places, and doing what we can do. Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day, they say. But again, who's told you that Rome needed rebuilding? Do you get what I'm saying? We have to be realistic and say that, look, these ideas, they're all well and good, but as I said, you need to go and find somewhere in Africa or somewhere, yeah, where you feel comfortable, and then set up your stall and start from scratch. Like the game Risk. The game Risks doesn't mean you start with a whole continent. You might start with a little piece or an island. Do you get it? And then later on, it's world domination. But what the ideas and the plans that you got are not viable. You've got so many African governments, so many regimes, so many different ethnic groups and tribes and things and all of these things. And then you've got the people who could help us, yeah, that you're calling enemy. You know what I'm saying? You're saying that, look, anyone who's non-African, oh, bruh. A lot of Africans are non-African. You know what I'm saying? We're around the world. That's why I say we're indigenous to the planet. Forget this Africa idea. Yeah. If we still lay our stall in America, then we're Americans, right? And we're Native Americans at that. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, wherever we are on the planet, that's where we choose to be. And we ain't always been in the same spot. Any of us. Do you get what I'm saying? As a people, we keep moving. It's only in recent times we've become more attracted to this city life. Yeah. Rather than a town, rather than a village, rather than just living out in nature. Do you get it? So like we've reverted. We've gone back to a form of living that we abandoned. We knew living in big cities and big communities and unless it was for a purpose, was doomed to disaster. You know what I'm saying? So those people who built those structures just ran back into the forest, ran back to some other area and just said, you know what, let's go back to basics. Let's wear leaf again. Yeah? And take our time again and build back up again and pretend we don't know the knowledge and the science and the thing that we knew.
But that's a scary thought, you know.
That blew up our
Because
shit, and you know,
if that happens anywhere outside of Africa, where the
Mm.
land can't really support the people, there's going to be some fuckeries going on. Because imagine if that, like, the same thing happened, for example, outside of Africa, and people gave up city life and went back to being supported by the land. Can their land actually support them?
Yeah, it's well, it's not really. Yeah, in England it would be
Tragic.
impossible,
Yeah.
and in most of Europe it would be
There's
impossible.
going to be a lot
But
of survivalists.
it's on the basis of that. A lot of their fruit, veg, fauna, and everything else, food wise and raw material wise, comes from Africa. So if that chain and that supply is cut off,
then everyone's having to
the
run back to
world
Africa.
suffers.
You're
The
going to have
world
to move
suffers.
back to Africa. There's no choice. It's
No,
like, what
we
is it
turn
happened in the Bible? There
the
was
first world into the third world
back
because
again.
they are the importers. They import. They got us thinking that we import from them. You know what I mean? And they only take certain things from us. No, they import everything. Nothing never grew here originally. You know this. Thistles and fucking stinging nettles. Yeah? That's what grew in England. So for you even to get carrots, potatoes, cabbage, lettuce, anything, you had to go around the world, fam, to other places and get that. So, and nothing ain't changed. Nothing has not changed. You know what I mean? For the longest time, as I said, Zimbabwe was bedfellows with Tesco's. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
So
I
we
don't,
know
brother.
this.
I don't get what
We
you're
know
saying
that.
because,
No, we're saying that we've been feeding Europe. We're not starving in Africa, you know.
brother, we're not on about feeding Europe,
Mm.
and we're not on about whether we have the. We're on about, brother, getting our power back so we can protect African people globally when they rise to the economic. You see, this is what I'm
And that's
saying.
how. And I'm sorry. And that's
Hold on,
as
brother.
Pan
Hold on,
Africans.
brother. And
Is
this
that
is
as
another
Pan
thing as well.
Africans? Sorry.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. This is what I noticed as well. When Kel speaks, everyone likes to bombard and attack, and then they say, "Oh, I beat Kel because." No, brother. It's you're over talking and saying certain things. I'm just humble and know when to attack. Here's the attack: what you fail to miss, right? Whether you like it or not, brother, you're going to have to understand when you are developing economics and trying to create free markets in a place that you want to settle, there are other entities that may want to rival you, and they will use power to eliminate you from thriving. Now, what is your solution for
What did you say? Sorry. How have you got economics? From my point of view, if I was saying as African or as a Nigerian, the economics of Nigeria, what's that got to do with me? I don't understand. Yeah, and what's it got to do with you? And how are you going to use that as a resource? How are you going to convince those guys, yeah, to come to your way of thinking? Because it's not me you have to convince.
Brother, can I ask? Can
Hold
I
on,
ask Kale a
hold
question?
on. I'm the wise one who's saying nah as an observer to saying, bruv, that's going to be very difficult. Knowing one side, yeah, the African side, and knowing how they think and how they stay and how they go on, yeah. As I said, they're going to be very difficult people. Some are going to be responsive, some are not going to be responsive. If they think that the power base that they have already is going to change, bruv, the response is going to be swift and is going to be bare Pan-Africans with their head on sticks. So like I think, yeah, that you should build your power base first, yeah, then come to talk to the rest of us. Show improve. Otherwise you're just chatting shit.
No. Because here's what you gotta understand, right?
All right.
If there are institutions where you can have a major institution, for example, hockey, you've got the NFL, right? And then you have institution under there which are operating under the NFL, then you can have a small collective, right, that are organizing one another. And then when there are things put in place for them to build themselves back up, and then when they build themselves up and get what is required, then they can definitely rival the main bosses. Now, you don't want to do that, brother, which is why I understand why you don't want to do it. Because a lot of our African descendant people, they use information and they use certain rhetorics to get out of taking responsibility that you're going to have to take power back in order to protect your people. And that is why we're in clashing and conflict. The reality is that you can't get out of it. You can say whatever information, you're going to have to take the power back. Are we willing to do that?
What? Are we willing to take what power back? If there's any power to be taken back, yes, we would definitely be interested in or
I don't believe
acquiring.
we are.
You get me? But hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
As an individual, yeah, I'm trying to get my power back. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to get my sovereignty. I'm trying to be autonomous. Do you get what I'm saying? First. Yeah, because you're on a broader scale. You're talking about governmental stuff. You're talking about dealing with governments and dealing with authorities that already been put in place. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying, bruv, we can't deal with those guys.
Why can't we deal with them?
Fucking murder you, bruv. They will murder you and bury you. You haven't got an army. You haven't got nothing. They want.
I knew he was gonna say that. I knew it.
Listen.
I knew it.
Listen.
I knew it.
Listen.
I knew it.
Listen. Yeah, you ain't got nothing they want.
I knew it.
Other than some ideas, you haven't got nothing they want. And that puts you in a very precarious position. If you know political science, you know you cannot walk into a room empty-handed, especially when you're dealing with these politrickers. Yeah, they want backhanders, they want all sorts, they want this, to move, to motivate, to da-da-da-da. It's a very sneaky situation, like in politics. As I said, in Africa, it's going to be even more stickier. So, as I said, if you're ready to do political science and deal with each of these governmental authorities controlled and implemented by the Europeans, that's your business. Yeah. As I said, I come from a region where the king still holds sway over the land and over the people. Our culture's not messed. We're not European. We've taken elements that we want and added it to our society, but we're good. You know what I'm saying? Like, the whole country's not perfect. No, that's not the truth, right? And there isn't even there's even rebels and war running in the south where I'm from, because to do with the oil and the pipelines and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? So we showing that we got that rebellious nature. Go and talk to those guys about Pan-Africanism, bruv. They will bury you in the fucking bush. They're not guys to play with. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people have different, bruv.
You're not
Sorry. And then the thing is, you lot would say about African spirituality and not know, yeah, that these man, when they get into their bag, they're gonna practice some voodoo, some juju, some whatever. They ain't practicing no orishas. They ain't saying Olodumare and nothing, because that's historical, and they ain't gonna have no effect on nobody. Yeah, anyone with any common sense knows what that is. Do you know what I'm saying? You're just talking about man's ancestors. Thanks. You know what I mean? Oh, you want to call Olodumare? All right, cool. But is he the highest god according to the Yorubas? No, he's not. Olorun Oba is the most high. He's the god of. He's the. That's it.
No,
the
brother,
unseen one. Hold on 1 second. The unseen. 1 second, my brother. My brother.
Go on.
Let me liberate your mind.
You can't, brother, because you're using
reality. Hold on.
brother. You're using the God strategy, brother. I know what you're doing, brother. We are
Bruv,
hopeless.
it's not about God's strategy.
Brother,
I just wanted to explain
brother, we
that
are
when man are
hopelessly
talking about African spirituality, bruv,
brother.
to
We're
an
not talking about
African, to a
spirituality,
man
no,
who
brother.
knows it in his culture and knows what it is, yeah, and hears from his brothers this weird kind of kimoyo, kind of weird voodoo, all of this, bruv. As I said, we are magical people, bruv. We got powers. Yeah. That's what happened where we come from. Yeah. And we can do good with it and we can do bad with it. And the ones that do bad with it go off in a little corner, yeah, and we know who they are. And the rest of us, the general, the masses, my brother. 1 second. The masses and the general public, yeah, are in the majority at not agreeing with this thing, because most of those of the general public are in different forms of religion. Do you get what I'm saying? They have their little form, their religion, and they're also immersed in their culture. So they don't have a problem with this thing, but they know what it is. So no one can come and tell us, oh, this is what you should be doing. The thing that even in Africa, Africans do the least, like a small groups in each country practice this thing or whatever. It's a practice as well.
But
it's not
brother,
a big deal.
The religion
it's not a movement.
is making us hopeless and immature when it comes to the creator, because all those religions, brother, they use the spirituality, whether it be the Orishas or whatever, to further their agenda for the liberation. But what we do, beloved, is that we talk about the history, talk about this to prevent the action. No religious leader that you want to call did these things. It's unheard of. It's foreign.
Bro, you want to quote stuff, yeah?
They're going to sit down. Hold on, brother.
Quote stuff, and you don't even have an African country.
Brother, they're going to sit down and talk about the creator and all this spiritual without putting the action in. What religious leader ever did that? You can never, ever, brother.
Listen, if there was no action, hold on 1 second.
There's always
there was no action. My brother. If there was no action and there was truth to what you're saying, most of us would not exist, including yourself. So, like, this is not true. You know this is not true. So when you're making like we have like a confidence issue and no, I'm the person who'll smack any motherfucker's face off. Yeah. So I don't understand what you're talking about. All this cowardice. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All these cowardice bars that you lot keep spitting and putting on people who are definitely active, definitely in the community, definitely proactive with their thing. Done it, everything, been there, seen it, done it, t-shirt, right? And still continue like, well, you can do what you can do, because those things are even physically draining. Like we've done it for years and people seen us. Yeah, cool, right?
Have we got control?
My brother.
Control on the African continent.
My brother. Yeah, some of us modus operandum is not to have control of the African continent. Who wants that? I don't want that.
This don't make
my brother.
No sense.
But if I don't want that, hold on. How can that apply to me? It doesn't apply to me. So you can keep saying it, but I'm like, it doesn't mean nothing to me, bro. Like, I'm not trying to get control. 1 second. I'm not getting control of the African continent. You hear from my mouth regular, yeah? Go find somewhere to settle in Africa. Yeah. Go find some poor African country to build with. These are the words that come from my mouth. Yeah. And this is a person, bros, I will kill you where you fucking stand. Real talk. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't play games, bro.
Sniper, hypothetically speaking,
bro, I'm just telling man. Listen.
Bro,
so as I said, in mindset and life, hold on 1 second. And when you have been a certain way in your life, right? You become humble. You definitely become humble because you understand the value of life, right? So when people are throwing around ideas that could cause people to lose their liberty, yeah, I have to. 1 second.
Go on,
I have
brother.
to question that. That's what I have to question. Go on, say what you're saying.
Brother, unfortunately, I'm going to narrate something what Dr. Claude Anderson, right, one of our great speakers, he made it perfectly clear. Those who have organized themselves due to the disorganization of African people, have gained wealth and security. They can dictate who can be white, and they can dictate who can benefit from the wealth, and those who can be classed as white. And those minorities who can benefit from the wealth, then they can dictate the culture and the religion of how to put it into a business and a practice. Now, brother, this returns back to power. If you don't have power, you cannot dictate how your economics needs to be
So you're
without
saying
others
power comes from
interfering.
organization, from being organized.
Power definitely comes from collectivism.
All right, so
Definitely.
show me where Africans aren't working together. So, for example, I'll give you an example. There was a war between European countries, and then they created a union to make sure these wars never happen again, right? So it started from a disharmony, then everyone's forced to work together. Now, you can't show me that in Africa because Africans already work together. There's no African country that's going against the grain and selling out their own other African brothers. That's not happening. So for you to show me the need for an organization, you have to show me where the disharmony is.
Right. No. And
Oh,
also
Khan,
to
that
go
can't
with
make
you, Khan.
no sense what you just said there. That makes
It's the
no sense
modus
what you just said there.
operandum as well. It's like your motive, because my motive is not to take over Africa, to try and unify Africa.
But even if you did, how would it make it better? How is it making
I'm just
it
saying
better
that's not
if you
my
did?
objective.
I
And
know,
I'm
I
saying
agree with
anyone
you,
with
but
that idea
for
is going to
hypothetical
find it very difficult.
argument, if you did, for example, have one country or one person controlling the whole of Africa, how is that making anything better than what it is now?
Here's the
I'm
thing,
saying
right?
he can't do that. It's
Here's the
impossible.
thing, right? Here's the thing.
Family.
Yes, big up S. Big up S. It's
Sorry,
a
Kel.
possibility, man.
Before you go, Kel, I just want to respond to what Khan said. Khan, I would ask, name one African country that isn't selling out its people, its brothers, its nations people. Name one. You're saying that none of them are going against the grain. I'm saying name one that isn't going against the grain.
Name one that isn't going against the grain. That's what I said. I said that if everything's going in the same direction and they're all working on the same harmony, then controlling all of them ain't going to change. They are.
No,
They're
he's
all
saying
working
they are.
together.
They are.
You're just saying that they are working.
And he's saying there's unity. Hold on. He's saying there's unity with each other in the sense of like helping, and that's a true fact.
No,
Nigeria
it's not a
supplies-
true fact, brother.
One
I wouldn't
second,
say
one
that's
second,
true.
my
That's
brother.
not true at
My
all.
brother, my brother, my brother.
One
Hold
second,
on.
One second.
Hold on. How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me? Hold on one second.
I can tell you, brother Snipe.
Relax, man.
The IMF loan. Hold on, brother. The IMF loan. The controlling of the free markets, which is governed by the Europeans again. The vaccination
of policy
and sterilization of the African woman. Shall I continue?
All well and good, right?
Homosexuality into Africa, which is foreign to African people. But brother Khan's gonna tell me Africa is united.
Bro, that is not business. Hold on one second, my brother. My brother.
I've been listening to you, brother.
So you said that's your example of disunity, right? And I'm going to give you an example of how Africans work together. There's no issue here. Yeah, it's plain and simple. Whether they're working for the higher powers, because remember that most African countries have their natural resources in the hands of Europeans. There's no doubt about that. Every African government is a European installation. There's no doubt about that, right? But yet within that, they're still managing to do business with other African countries. Fine. They're trading with each other. They have products that they want to sell to each other. They're doing it.
But
There's
they're
no
forbidden
issue, right?
from doing it. They're forbidden from doing it properly.
Some are. Sorry, some are.
They're
But
forbidden, bro.
The fishbowl.
Sorry.
Supremacy.
Nigeria is not forbidden.
Under the fishbowl.
Hold on, my brother, man.
Supremacy.
Hold on, man. I'm giving you my example, right? So Nigeria is not forbidden from supplying electricity to Ghana and also supplying electricity.
But why is Nigeria even supplying electricity to Ghana?
My brother. Yeah. And also applying electricity to South Africa. Now, the funny thing about that is not them supplying to those two countries, but those two countries have smooth current while we have jittery electricity. This is what's weird for me, right? I'm like, what the fuck?
Right,
He's
but
saying
that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Even
Now,
nothing to
hear
do with
this.
controlling. Nothing to do
Hear
with
this.
control, you know, brother. Nothing to do with control.
Hear this,
But go
my
on, though.
brother.
Go on.
Hear this.
Go on.
Hear this. Because when the xenophobia started in South Africa a couple of years ago, the Prime Minister of South Africa had to quickly travel to Nigeria, right, and make sure that everything is everything. Like, look, we're not endorsing the xenophobia that's going on, and please don't cut us our supply of electricity. We're saying, no, we're never going to do that. Yeah, but please do sort out that situation, because we don't want our people to be getting killed. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a diplomatic thing, and and
How
I'm
could
saying
we
that's
view?
But the xenophobia.
Sorry,
brother.
Kel. Sorry,
The
Kel. One
xenophobia
sec.
and
One
these
sec,
things
Kel.
happened. Hold on, these things
Brother, you're not
happened
being truthful with
while
the
I was in the
xenophobia, you know, brother.
country.
Brother, you're
Sorry, my brother.
truthful with the xenophobia, you know, brother. You
Oh
have to
my
be
God.
politically
What
correct.
is this?
Xenophobia
I
happened,
don't
brother.
think we should
Because
talk about that though, Kel.
hold on,
What
beloved.
is this?
Because I was going to ask, why would
I
we
gave it
view
as
that
an
whole thing
example.
as any different from the rest of the pantomime that we see in our country, America, Germany, France,
Mm-hmm.
or anywhere else? When we see this prime minister talk to this president, it's all bullshit for our entertainment. That story was a crafted story that was just part of a design. It's just totally irrelevant. But if these
But what
African
was
countries
relevant? Hold on.
were working
What
together
was
and they were
relevant?
really able to do what they were doing, then they would just be thriving. I wouldn't say Europe would be cut out, but Europe wouldn't have control of all the resources. They would all be building their armies. Nigeria would have been supporting its neighbors while they build their armies, and they would have all been supporting each other to build armies. They would have supported Gaddafi and everyone else
Yeah,
who we've
but
heard support. Do you know what I mean? They can't.
We,
They're forbidden from doing it.
I don't
They're
think it's
puppets, all of
forbidden.
them.
I think Africa is in a state of recovery, remember, because of multiple civil wars over 20, 30 years. So some countries are in worse condition than others. Now you've got
They're not, brother.
Nigeria,
No,
one
they're not.
second, that is
No, they're not, brother. Hold
a
on.
oil-rich country and can help out a lot of other African countries who are supposedly on the poverty line and a third world country, and their GDP's low, the amount of people in their country's low, so many things is going on. Now, the one that emerged from all of that fuckery is South Africa as another emerging superpower of Africa. Now, even those two heavyweight countries are going to find it very difficult to supply everybody and help every single part of Africa. We've tried. Definitely, we've tried. We've added our troops to help countries that were destabilized when they weren't even sending UN forces in. Do you get it? And we were gaining some ground with, like, say, in Sierra Leone and all of these type of places, right? But hold on. It's because the destabilization is real, right? And we understand that our governments in our African countries are not ours. They belong to Europe, right? But they do not own all of our natural resources. What they own is what they want, right? And if they want oil, that's cool for you. But we've got gold, we've got diamonds, we've got bitumen, we've got so much food, we've got so much things that we produce. Do you know what I'm saying? This is
They
the lie.
control all the good stuff, bro. The gold, they
No,
control
I
all
mean
of it.
they control. Listen, they control what they buy, right?
Not what they
That's
buy,
what
they
that's
control it.
no, that's what we call unfair trade, right?
But denial is not
They
just a
say it's fair trade, but
brother.
it's remember because it's the trade with them. It's not the trade with each other. It's the
Brother.
trade with them. So we don't get fair trade with them. So when
No,
we're
but
selling our
I'm
products, one
saying they
second.
control high 90% of the oil,
All
high
they do.
90%
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
gold. As
yeah.
in,
But
they
the oil
control,
is
as in,
fine, bro.
they've got it fenced around. They benefit from it.
And you're not,
Nigeria doesn't at all.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course.
xenophobia in South
There
Africa
is
probably
not
as well, which I
only
find very interesting.
their oil. Hold on. There's not only them and their interests taking oil out of Nigeria. Nigerians are also taking oil out of the country. Like, there's no control there. The black market is not controlled. So
Oh yeah,
when those
obviously.
guys who are busting pipes, they're selling their oil on the black market.
Of course, but that's small
When they're
time
putting
compared to
sanctions,
the
hold on.
actual.
When they're putting sanctions on what's his name, Mugabe, he just dealt with people on the black market and had deals with countries that you can't break those deals. They got them deals, and aside from the sanctions that supposedly
So
they're
tell me
under,
something. Why would
they're still
Nigeria put
managing to trade.
sanctions on Mugabe instead of France, England, USA, and all these other
Thank
countries?
you.
Who,
Thank you.
We didn't put no sanctions. Did we put
Oh,
sanctions on
I thought you
Mugabe?
said. I thought you said. Oh, I thought you said when. Okay, no. You
When the
said when they put
Europeans,
sanctions.
right? When the
Okay, cool.
Europeans
The
put sanctions on
Europeans
Mugabe.
were forcing our African leaders
But
to
the funny
do
thing
those
is with
sanctions.
Mugabe,
You see,
though,
Robert, you've got to explain the
he's
xenophobia
got
properly.
everything.
You got to explain it properly.
What?
You got to explain the xenophobia properly, brother. You're just
If you want,
saying,
go on then.
brother. Here's what you got to understand, right? The African descendants who decided to go to South Africa, right? Those unsynchronized ones, because they don't believe in Pan-Africanism, decided to go on the movement of we're going to be individualists and focus on our tribe first, and we're going to make the South Africans see about that. And what happened is that when you are tempting your African brothers and sisters who are being oppressed by the same enemies that we have, they are going to want to fight it, right? So the Europeans, as usual, right, told certain types of African leaders, right, to go and speak on behalf, because white supremacy always use black people to control other black people. And that's why that Nigerian business happened over there, brother. You got to explain it better than that, brother.
Sorry. It wasn't only Nigerians getting killed. So
I never said Nigerians. I never just said Nigerians were getting
right.
killed, brother.
So hold on.
It's unsynchronized thing as well, Kel. How
Nigerians.
can you call them
Yeah.
unsynchronized? They probably
Sorry.
don't even have a fucking clue about Pan-Africanism, bro.
Yeah. Who cares? Who cares about
It's
that?
not
They care
unsynchronized.
about
What's
living.
unsynchronized? What's unsynchronized is calling another black man unsynchronized
Synchronized. Yeah, but we
instead
don't
of
know
teaching
nothing about
him
them.
or giving him power, giving him skills. Yeah, like you can't, bro.
Let me
How can
explain the
someone come from
political side.
Nigeria and you're calling him unsynchronized because he
I'll,
don't know
I'll,
about
I'll, I'll explain why.
Pan-Africanism? He's actually
It
from
makes no
Africa.
sense.
I'll explain why. I'll explain why. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'll
my
explain
brother,
why.
you're gonna
If
overlook
you
the
are,
fact.
hold on,
Oh, go
brother.
on.
If you
Go on.
are from, right? If you are in a diaspora or on the African continent, and you're going to build in an African neighborhood or an African country, given the fact that we are restricted by white supremacy, and you have a selfish individualist mindset, instead of making a treaty to build up your African brothers and sisters, that the neighborhood of the country that you're in, you are definitely synchronized.
I agree, but only if you're sitting comfy. If you're risking life and limb to get to another imaginary place just so you can survive, I think survival comes before planning and building. I have aspirations to plan and build. I've been unable to get together 3 people to begin building for the last 10 years, and I'm sitting in England. So how can you, like, a man who's leaving Nigeria to go South Africa is obviously looking for a living. It's not selfish, it's survival.
He's going into African countries, brother, with his fellow brothers and sisters, and going in their neighborhoods, brother, where he could get full protection and alliance with them. And you're choosing to be individualists and not build and help them, even though they've been oppressed by the same enemy, brother.
Or you saying they're starting their own little communities?
Sorry, my brother. This is all a myth, right? The whole idea behind the xenophobia is that South Africa is one of the only countries in Africa that suffered apartheid, right? Now they got free. They're a country that's a fledgling baby country that's trying to grow, right? They're trying to learn the ways, there's other countries that are more established, right? And from those countries that are more established come 2 types of folk, right? Scientists, doctors, lawyers, and all of these things that have helped South African society, right? And also fucking gangsters, yeah? Yahoo boys, 419, whatever you want to call them, right? Those guys who are in the townships and in charge of the nyope and the different drugs that they got in South Africa. It's just like a mixture of all different types of drugs, and they mix it, and one's called nyope and all of this type of stuff, right? I know because at the time, my girlfriend was fucking South African. So I'm watching it on the TV screen in her mum's house. She goes there, and even her mum, who works for the South African embassy, looking at me saying, "What do you think?" And I told her the same thing I'm going to tell you. Yeah. You're a baby country, and we do overstand. Yeah. It's an adjustment period of trying to, get to a semblance of level of normality, because you've been through like almost a Holocaust in a sense, something that other Africans don't even have a clue about. But we are only too willing to help the good, and the bad, and the ugly. So this is how this, when the situation went off, yeah, it's funny because Nigerians, yeah, were the least people to lose their lives, because the ones you are attacking are in the townships with the South Africans, and so they're protected. They're top bosses in the gangs. Do you get what I'm saying? And who the gangs are going to be filled with? South Africans. So when you're trying to do xenophobia, it's kind of backfiring because you can't do it on a big boss. You know what I mean? This Nige, he's Nigerian, pow, pow. You get licked down. So they were finding that there weren't that many Nigerian casualties, because one, in the big cities, that weren't happening. But in the townships where it was happening, yeah, that's where the gangsters and the bad Nigerians, if you want to say, rule. Do you get what I'm saying? And people don't want them to go, in a sense. Like, if you're in the gang and this man's feeding you and bringing drugs and whatever, and you're selling drugs and you're making money, yeah, it's like enterprise kind of thing. So Nigerians are like that. They'll go anywhere where they see there's an opportunity and try and make some money. This is us working within inside the confines of our own continent. How could a man not go to South Africa if it was like, oh, they've finally freed them? It's a new developing African country. Yeah.
For
Sorry,
Europeans, yeah, to pan up and become pan-European,
mm-hmm.
the old institutions had to die out, right? So the English royal family destroyed the French royals, the German royals, and the Russian royals, right? So those institutions had to go. So monarchy was out the window, and then after the war, they all sat down. They made the League of Nations, United Nations, whatever it was, and they sat down and they had a pan.
When did the British monarchy go? When did the British one go?
No, the British one is the one that got rid of all the others.
Oh, okay.
So they themselves survived it, but by being on board with it, basically.
You're right.
Now, when you look at all these pan-type movements, they have to remove a previous infrastructure, regimes. So for you to bring Pan-Africanism in, who are you removing? What, all
That's
the
what I'm trying to
kings
say,
and the tribes and the Obas? Is that who you're removing? Because a lot more Africans are going to die.
British monarchy going to bring it in?
No, he wants to take out the prime minister, the Nigerian prime minister, which is fair.
They wouldn't need to. They wouldn't need to because they've already got the government set up in them countries. Not like there's monarchies that handle the government. Well, there may be in some countries, but in Nigeria, for example, the government handle the running of the country, so they don't have to take out the monarchy.
Not the whole country.
Not the whole country, obviously.
Yeah, but what we're saying is the federal. Under the title of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, whatever comes under that within the country, is theirs. Yes.
Right. So they would. So there's areas that are autonomous, but according to the federal government, the federal government control it. But the people who live there say, no, we control it.
Yeah, the king knows. Everyone
the
knows.
government's not all encompassing.
The politician knows that the king.
That Federal Republic of Nigeria could still become part of a bigger group in its current state without having to take out the monarch of these other areas. Do you see what I'm saying? That could still happen.
Yeah, but they don't do it that way. They do it in a way of usurping land and stuff. That is the main grab. It's the grab for land, because
that's the government's job, isn't it? That's what
that's the government. That's what the government's there for, right?
Yeah.
So what they'll do.
But in terms of linking up with the other countries in some Pan-African type of
that's what the government's
type of Europe.
Oh, that's not their issue, because remember
they could do it right now.
Yeah, they're supposed to be independent. And remember that some major Pan-Africans was involved in this fake independence. You get what I'm saying? So like some countries are semi-autonomous anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? Under that label, right? Because they've got their actual supposedly sovereignty and they can run their societies the way they want. But there's a big but. Yeah. As I said, the interests of Europeans, companies and businesses, that is their main concern. That's what the government's there for, to protect those interests, right?
The European interests,
outside interests. But remember, it's not only Europeans. There's people in the country that have their own interests. How can the richest woman in the world be a Nigerian tailor?
because Nigeria is fucking rich and she's not a tailor.
Right. So if it's all taken, hold on. If it's all
She's not a
taken,
tailor. She's a gatekeeper.
No. What it is
Yeah,
that
she's a gatekeeper,
well
definitely.
now she is, but I'm saying how she obtained that was just being tailor to the president.
Okay.
Right? And then
That's
the
that's
president.
the richest person in the world from being a tailor to a president, though.
Right. Listen to this. So
She
he
was
gave her some land.
probably the president's handler or some shit.
Yeah, no, she made clothes for
Or
the husband and wife, right? Husband and wife, right? So as in reward, he gave her some land, right? She took a little money that she had and bought a couple pumps.
hit
And
oil.
then obviously hit oil because there's oil everywhere. It doesn't matter. That's why we're saying the land's rich. Yeah, even though they picked
Sounds like she joined some kind of sisterhood when she was like 4 or something.
Nah,
she
but it's just
got
like
given a piece of land and just bought a couple pumps, and now she's.
It can happen.
Sounds like
It can happen though.
It can
Look
happen.
at the Sultan of Brunei. He hit the mother load.
No, in our country, it can happen.
Pure
'Cause
luck.
Remember that you go buy land, it's all yours. It's not no English shit where you just own.
Yeah, but I'm saying with the oil, you don't
or
really
lease
know
or
where the oil
da-da-da-da.
is.
Of course not.
Yeah. But again, remember, because it's government, remember the government has land. So
Yeah.
he, as the president who represents that company or that business or whatever from Europe, right, can do things like that. Oh yeah, take a couple acres. Because they always try to give government land to my dad to sell. You get what I'm saying? The government tries to give to my dad to sell. Like, yo, could you sell this for us? Well, no one wants the
people
shit
try to
government
raise
land.
money.
You got to say, no one wants the shit government land. They always got the land that no one else wants, or it's not a good area, and the land's gonna need treating and all of this type of shit. Some real fuckery land. The good quality shit still belongs to whoever. You know what I mean? And as I said, if you want to buy a house, me and my dad have to go to the king's chieftain office and get the forms and blah blah blah. You signed your deeds and you're good, fam. Yeah, real spit. No government shit. What's a government? Showing you that we live differently within the country. There are some things that you need to deal with.
Even in them countries, to call it a government's an exaggeration. It's an administration. The administrators. That's what they are.
There's no need to go against.
King goes against the government.
There's no need to go against the government.
What do you mean there's no need to go against the government, brother? The IMF loan. I've told you this already. You haven't. Here's what I noticed with our people, right? You like to use information and use intervention to prevent the reality. This is why when people keep saying things like this, Kale's being defeated and all these rubbish and Shakara, things like that. Brother, how can we get defeated when the reality of it, if you don't get your power back, you cannot protect your people.
My brother.
You cannot feed your people fairly. You cannot educate them fairly. And let alone, you can't save them fairly. Do you understand?
My brother.
I don't think there's anything to get back.
Standpoint.
I think people just need to build their power. There's nothing to get back.
Exactly. And another thing is, you're in limbo talking. You're not talking from no position of power, not even a single iota of power. Yours is based on speculation, whispering in other people's ears over many decades and all of that. That's it. We got to deal with the real stuff. You got, as I said, you got to deal with African governments. Hold on.
What's the real
Hold
stuff?
on, my brother, because I ain't the problem. I'm just the truth teller.
No, you're not the truth teller, brother.
I'm the truth teller because I've been to Africa and I know African politics.
In the gateway door.
Whether you know European political science, yeah, I'm telling you the reality of African economics and certain situations, right? And how things come to being. And bro, you don't even want to get involved because Europeans got involved, yeah, and we had one of the most bloodiest and the most the most deadliest civil war in the whole of Africa, right? Because Europeans got involved on both sides, yeah. And I've said this many times that when something's meant to play out, they're meant to play out. But all this idea of aid, all this idea of help can drag out something for years, fam. And this is why there were so many wars in Africa at a certain stage that didn't make no sense. People was fighting against the government in the beginning and then it changed. Man got power hungry and then man became warlords. Man said, you know what? I'm gonna fucking just control my ends. Try roll through my ends and see what I got. I gotta get all the P's. I gotta do. Do you get it? So like you gotta deal with a weird dynamic in Africa. There's so many different thought processes going on, and they're fucking just as ruthless, and if not more ruthless than we are. They'll smile at you, drink tea with you, and plotting to destroy you. This is why we're saying all skin folk ain't kinfolk.
What does that have to do with, brother, that you're going to have to collectively join with people?
You're not hearing.
The power back. No, brother, you're not hearing it, brother, because you're talking individualism. No tribe has defeated white supremacy now and regained back full control on the African continent. Look what's happening in the Caribbean. No tribe has ever restored back the resources control. Now they ain't done it. Look what's happening in America. They're getting shut down. Their resources being controlled. No tribe has done that. But you keep telling me about past. You keep telling me about
I'm not telling you about that. I'm telling you about things I've seen myself.
What about now,
those
brother?
are personal experiences in those regions, in those places. I can give you first-hand account while I was in the country. Yeah. And dealing with the economics, because I have to live every day, buy food, so I know what the ratio is, I know how things are. Like, bruv, what are we trying to do here? You fucking foreigners got the audacity and cheek to tell man about man's country and what's going on in man's country. No, I'm never going to have that, bruv. Yeah?
Tell me
and
about.
I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, even in your idea, my brother, even in your ideas, yeah.
Tell me how
even in your ideas, give Nigeria a wide berth. Allow it. Yeah, go and find Zambia or somewhere and just relax. Do your thing.
But tell me how foreign the IMF loan is, brother. Tell me how foreign that is.
It's foreign to the normal everyday Nigerian. And as I said, that IMF loan, hold on, is at the foot of that European institution, which is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's their business. That doesn't affect all Nigerians. 1 second.
Yes,
it doesn't affect all Nigerians. It just affects.
You are being politically uneducated.
Hold on, man.
It doesn't affect all Nigerians.
Hold on. It's their business, yeah, and they're basically taxing themselves. That's all. It's their business, their company, their government, yeah, the Europeans, and they're taxing themselves. They're putting quotas on them and because they've aided them in certain things. This is how they've ended up in so much debt, right? A lot of African countries because of wars and man helping one side and then helping the other, but all of you end up going to pay in the terms of the government. But us, the regional people and the kings and the king don't own no fucking IMF loan.
The king doesn't own.
The king doesn't own no, but he owns everything. He owns everything.
Hold on, brother. This don't make no sense.
It makes more sense. No,
what it makes more sense uneducated, brother.
Let me tell you, uneducated, you stupid fool. Yeah, you're gonna call me uneducated about my own fucking country? Are you dumb?
Go on, brother. Go on.
You're from
Do you mind
fucking
if I ask a
Birmingham.
question?
Yeah, you're fucking Birmingham. You better know your fucking place, bruv. Yeah, you're a fucking numpty country bumpkin to me, bruv. Yeah. So how the audacity and the dare and how you dare you, yeah, fucking even that come out of your mouth, bruv. I'm trying to give you good deal and good information, yeah,
brother,
and you're stopping at it like you know better. Hold on, like you know better. And there's nothing to support that you know any better than what I'm saying, bro.
Brother, you're deflecting the reality. You're saying the king, it's not the king's problem. It is his problem, brother, because he's the king.
Okay.
Do you know what the king means?
Let me tell you.
If you don't control the land, it's a problem. But you like to river off in romance fantasy.
No, I don't romance. I know I know the political science, and I'm saying the political science is at the hold on, because only the Nigerian government is going to be in the Nigerian UN. Only the Nigerian government is going to be with the G18 and all of these type of things and the UN full stop. Yeah, nothing to do with the people who hold sway on most of the land. Now the government has land in it. The government has businesses and interests. So they can pay off the loan little by little, yeah?
Hold on, bro.
In that time, while they're doing that, hold on.
They're gonna pay off
Hold
the
on,
loan
brother.
little by little, brother. Do you know what that sounds, brother?
And I don't
That's
care if they
politically
do.
uneducated.
My
Why
brother,
are
my
they
brother.
paying off a
My
loan
brother.
which is controlled their own resources, where non-African people
You're not
control it,
hearing,
and they're
man.
paying off their own with their own resources, brother? This is politically uneducated, brother.
Are you
Brothers,
dumb?
do you mind if I
Bro,
interject just to ask one question,
go
because
on,
I
sis.
know the
Go on, sis.
debate between the two of
I'm
you
just gonna
is
fuck him up in a minute.
definitely going to
Hurry
continue.
up,
Yeah,
man.
I do apologize. Thank you so much. And I've got to say this to you at least one time, beloved. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Hello.
Kale, the sister's talking to you still.
I'm listening to the sister.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because you didn't respond. I wasn't too sure if you were still there or not. Thank you, Maku. Yeah. Basically, you know, in terms of Pan-Africanism, like I'm all for African unification and the unification of our peoples in the diaspora. And in my journey, obviously, I definitely would say I started off as a Pan-African. And then, you know, I still don't mind being called a Pan-African because I understand, you know, there's different scopes within the Pan-Africanism in a sense. Do you see what I'm saying? So if someone was to say that to me, I wouldn't take offense to it. But in hearing certain things on the stream, different names and book titles and, you know, things to research and understand, now there's a wariness in me. So I've taken a step back, though I'm still all for, you know, the collective unification. One thing that worried me in hearing you speak about it is you wanted to separate our individualities in terms of nations. Do you see what I mean? Because at the end of the day, that's almost kind of like the Tower of Babel. Do you see what I'm saying? You're trying to make everyone unified, and then the Most High shattered everyone into different nations and tribes, right? So that we may come to know one another and recognize each other. And what we have to understand in terms of the unification of us is that we don't fall into that Masonic thing where they're like one world currency, one world this, one world that, because that uniform is not a one size fits all, and that's what they're trying to do to us. That's what's breaking down the people's mental and spiritual and even physical capabilities. Do you see what I mean? But understanding, yes, as a collective, those of us within the diaspora do need to come together and have unification against a common threat. At the same time, we cannot forget and neglect our individualities as a nation, because at the end of the day, each of our collective nations shed blood to protect and to fight and for the people of those lands. That's not to say that now that I see you, obviously you're going to be a threat to me, because that's not the mentality of an African. Do you see what I'm saying? That's a Western mentality of, oh, I don't know you, therefore I fear you. And if I fear you, you are a threat to me. And if you are a threat to me, I'm going to kill you before you kill me. Kind of mindset. Ours is like, you know, you give glad. In Africa, it's the same thing within Islam. You know, you give glad tidings to the stranger because you come in peace. Yeah. And if you are from Nigeria, or even if you're from Jamaica, or even if you're from St. Lucia or Dominican Republic, do you see what I'm saying? Yes, I recognize you. You are not a stranger. You are a reflection of me. So teach me what tongue you speak. Teach me the heritage of your people. We don't have to completely eradicate our identities, because the bloodlines we are born into, the nations and the histories that we have them for a reason. Do you see what I'm saying? Sorry,
Right.
Kale, are you still there?
No, sister, I was listening. It's just that I listened to everything what he says. Just to clarify, because we have a lot of suspicious people, I had to put it on mute because I needed to do something because my phone was ringing, right? And that's why I did take long to answer. So it's not no disrespect thing. It's just that I have a right, if something's gonna ring, to put it on mute, but listen to everything, okay?
Yeah, big up. No
Right.
worries.
Here's the thing, right? A lot of people have an issue when it comes to collectivism, when it comes to us as a people. If you look at a company, right, the owner of the company he will want, or she would want, workers to make the company great. So that means in this company, you can get Muslim, Christians, Hebrew Israelites, Sikhs, brown people, white people, yellow people, red people, right? And they all have different cultures, right? But at the same time, their focus and goal is we have to work to make this company great in order for it to prosper and to develop and create more opportunities, right? This is what Pan-Africanism is, right? It's a business, beloved. We use our culture as a business to keep the black woman in charge, the black man in charge in all things. For example, the black woman's hair is magnificent culturally and spiritually, but at the same time, it's very economical. So what we're saying is, if you can control your dopamines from not going into non-African people who don't understand your hair and what it represents, right? You can make money off that and nationalize.
That I hear. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go on,
but don't misunderstand me. I'm all for spending the black pound within the black community. Do you see what I'm saying? To let it circulate how many of the times it needs before it leaves. Do you see? That's not what I'm saying. I've heard you many times when you talk in terms of Pan-African, and people on the panel at different times have said certain things to you. Your response is like, that's the problem, you know. It's your it's this individualistic mentality, you know. Your tribe doesn't matter, this doesn't matter. Do you see what I mean? And what I'm saying to you, from as someone who I'm Hara, yeah, I'm from Wollo, yeah.
Okay, yes.
That's my nation. Although yes, I'm an Ethiopian. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But again, it's the same thing. If you look at within Ethiopia, we have like so many different nations, but when as a collective threat came, we had to unify ourselves. Do you see what I'm saying? So yes, we recognize we're all Ethiopians, you know. If we're in a different place within the diaspora, I see another Ethiopian, you know, we give each other salams. And because of our culture, the way that our culture is, we understand the etiquette and the social norms amongst Ethiopians. So I know that, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't see another Ethiopian as a threat or as a whatever. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. As a collective, each nation, I'm still an African, and each nation in Africa is different. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just another model. Why I'm saying this, each of us don't need to forget or neglect our actual bloodline, our actual tribes, nations of people in order to work collectively. Do you see what I'm saying?
Nobody's saying that though. This is the problem.
But that's what I heard you. No, but that's what I heard you say before. Sorry, go ahead.
I've never ever promoted those things before. Do you understand? I've never ever promoted them things before. What I promoted, like what was taught to me, and like what Pan-Africanist nationalists have always made it clear, brother, sister, sorry, right, is that right? You have to be very politically educated when you're dealing with non-African people. Unfortunately, because of loving our tribe too much, right, and not helping out other tribes, right, the non-Africans have been able to capitalize on that, exploit it, use us against one another, and help them to conquer Africa. Now, this is a big problem. That means, right, if I have an issue with a particular dialect, right, that you know, an East African may say and stuff, right, and I have that in my heart, right, knowing the fact that whatever you put in your heart, it manifests on your limbs, whether you like it or not. So if it manifests on your limbs, whether you or not, right, and non-African people who want to get ahead of the curve to dominate, they will exploit that and use it against you. And then that particular region in East Africa has now been controlled without realizing, because you act upon what's in your heart towards your fellow other tribesmen. Now that's a big problem.
No,
so
but
all I'm saying is,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All I'm saying is that no one is telling you to get rid of your tribe. No one's not saying that. What we're saying is, right, is use, right, a defense mechanism, right, that will help you to control yourself when you're around non-African people, so they don't use it to exploit you, which has happened on the African continent. Here's a good book for you to
don't
read,
get me
beloved.
wrong. Yes, it
Oh,
does
hold on,
happen.
sister.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, beloved. Here's a good book for you to read, right? If you get the opportunity, read the book called the Destruction of the Black Civilization by William Chancellor. It'd be better if you can get it from an African
No,
descendant.
I know a bookshop I can get it from.
Okay, if you can get that book, beloved, right? And if you can read it, take your time and read it, right? And when you've read all of it, right, I want you to reflect upon what Pan-Africanists have been trying to explain. You don't have to get rid of your tribe, but if you read that book, you'll understand where I'm coming from.
No, I do. No, I do understand in
What
a sense.
tribe are you,
Maybe it was a
Kyle?
misunderstanding that I had when you were speaking, because from what I heard you say,
What tribe are you, bro?
Who, me?
I am
No, Kyle.
a Pan-Africanist tribe, bro.
See, that's the problem.
No,
That's the problem right
brother.
there.
No. That's not a problem, brother. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I don't deal with how you believe it should be due to how the non-Africans have brainwashed you to be.
But you just said it was a political position, not a.
You are slightly.
How is it a tribe? How is it a tribe? I'm asking you, your tribe, my brother.
My tribe is the Pan-Africanist tribe. That's my tribe.
Okay.
Kale,
MD,
but
do you know of
say
a Pan-African tribe?
My
Never heard
tribe,
of it before.
Pan-Africanist tribe, brother. That means, brother, my principle is all African people are one. Whether they're dark, whether they're light, whether they speak a different dialect, whether they are Christian or Muslim, whatever. The second principle, self-determination. The third principle, Africa for the Africans.
So you don't need to be
That
black
is what
to
I
be a
believe in,
Pan-Africanist.
brother. That
It
is what I
doesn't make
believe in.
sense. Africa for the Africans.
And I'll tell you
Africans
why,
don't
brother.
agree
I'll
to
tell you
that.
why.
Like,
I'll tell you
what are we
why,
doing?
brother. I'll tell you why.
The reality is, the only reason why Africa has been able to be colonized is because we're out weaponized. That's the reality of the situation. And that's when you break it down simply, this is what it is. Military might. Do you see what I'm saying? Weaponry. And if you advance the weaponry, then you would have the correct means in which to defend yourself. Because realistically, though times have changed, the war dynamics is more or less the same. Do you see what I'm saying? Back in the day, they had the guns, they had the tanks. Yes, we may have guns, but they're like, AK-47s, and the other ones got machine guns and this and that, and we still got swords and spears, because ourselves as a collective is not the ultimate destructions of a people's. Do you see what I'm saying? If a war is fought amongst us, but when it's fought amongst who we're fighting now, reality is, you can say economics, you can say this, it's weaponry. That's the crux. But big up, family, and thank you so much, Matthew and Kel, for letting me interject the conversation, like the flow.
Beloved,
Big up, like, comment, and subscribe, hit the cash app, PayPal, all that good stuff.
Big up MD, yeah.
Big up Max.
Big up all the panel and that, yeah.
Come on, man.
Big up, magnificent one.
Yeah, big up.
And thank you so much, Matthew and Kel, for letting me interject the
Right in the middle of my slaying though, but I'm gonna allow you.
Big
I love you.
Big up, sis. Big up.
But Kale, you have to understand that tribal communities are very important for African people.
Exactly. How are you gonna change their minds on that? Like, it's never,
brother?
Not gonna work.
You know what, brother?
They'll kill you first, and I'm being honest with you. I tried to warn you. Yeah, as an African,
later
you know
on.
what I mean? I tried to warn you that what Africans are like. They're very volatile. You know what I mean? And if they feel that you're coming with something that is not really to their benefit,
no. Because
you're
we
in
have
trouble.
been controlled by the Europeans. You see,
hold on. Sorry, let me
even
ask
that's
Eunice
an
a question though. Hold on, Eunice.
Like you're
Eunice,
just not getting it.
did you say the tribal communities are very important? Is that?
Yeah, they're very important
to everybody.
Why does
tribal
that
affiliation,
mean,
especially? I meant to say tribal affiliation.
Why does that mean that they can't be part of a mutual benefit society?
We got
that
family.
Involves violence and world domination. I don't think so, bro.
Sorry, say that again. Say that. Sorry, one
involves
second.
violence and world domination. I don't think so, family. I'm not involved.
All right, forget the world domination part, but just just a mutual benefit and mutual protection.
We do that anyway, bruv. We do that to each other anyway. Like man is not bringing a new idea that Africans don't have. That's the
I
big
get that.
insult.
I'm asking Eunice because Eunice's comment was that tribal communities are important, which I'm saying great, but I'm saying how is that a problem? The fact that they're important.
I don't see it as a problem whatsoever, but it can be a problem if it's been exercised in a manner that is negative and all that.
They
like
call
for
it
instance,
tribal.
like like for
So
tribalism.
we all know that Brother Kel's got some extreme views, but he's talking about specific ideas. Yeah, some of his views are extreme, but some of the ideas make sense, right, to us as people, right? So why does the conversation always go to what the conflicts will be?
Because that's what man's modus operandum is. Because remember, man's saying, how are you going to protect? How are you going to defend? How are you going to do? So it is about that, right?
Well, those are the core principles for the core reasons. I'm saying that's the motivations for mutual benefit societies, is that we work together to build and defend, bolster.
Yeah, that can't work, my brother. Right? That can't work, man. It's not common.
That's crazy,
it's not viable.
Why'd you say that?
It's understandable, but it's not viable. Because you've got to deal with different sets of people who might generally don't want to be together. They just don't. It's just been a lifelong thing. It could have been tribal but
I'm not talking about like one nation. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about
a nation, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying like these people understand that on some level they have a common interest. So the way they conduct themselves, it shows that they're actually living as though they're trying to like support their aims and goals. They can still be the tribes no, I'm saying that's what people can do. They can still be the tribes they are. The countries can still be the people can still do the jobs they do, call themselves what they want, do whatever. But they just understand that they need to work towards something. Like it doesn't matter what, like the aims, like mutual benefit, mutual protection.
But I'm saying those things that are done anyway. Now, I mean, what are we doing? If we're outside of Africa, making plans for Africans, be very mindful that you don't fucking insult them, with your retarded and way out of date ideas.
Yeah, that's the extreme
because they've already been.
I'm just talking. I'm just talking about the part that makes sense.
Even the politics, bruv. It's old school.
But politics shouldn't come into it.
Yeah, it does come into it, unfortunately.
It shouldn't come into it, I'm saying.
Has it not going to come into it? Because these guys are trying to appeal to what? Individual tribes? No.
No, forget Pan-Africanism. I'm not talking about that. Forget Pan-Africanism. Forget all that. Okay. Forget the whole this and that. Forget we don't have any friends. Even though that's part of the motivation for doing it. But just forget all of that. I'm just saying, if the people, the different groups, the different tribes, whatever, the different people around the world who have an interest in this idea, if they understand it, then why don't they realize it and make it reality for themselves individually as people and as tribes? That doesn't have to involve politics. That's just understanding we need to do things differently.
Can I ask a genuine question?
I mean, sorry, are you saying that somebody from outside bringing some ideas that already exist within the place that we're talking about? Is that
it's just an idea based on the reality of the world we live in. It don't matter who's bringing it, where it's coming from.
Okay, what level of idea do you think that is to an African who has universities, philosophies, philosophers, and all different levels of whatever we're talking about, right? Experts in engineering and all sorts and don't you think they would have thought of certain things already and how to get together with each other? And hold on, there's examples, but you're saying it's a pantomime, right?
No. What I'm saying is a pantomime is the world is set up now, the governments and all that. That's a pantomime.
Yeah, but I'm saying how they treat each other within the African continent, it's not a pantomime, it's a real thing. If someone's giving you electricity, that's helping millions of people, right? Helping a society that is developing, that just come out of apartheid and needs help.
That's nothing to do with what Kel's talking about. That's part of the Illuminati setup.
You're asking why Ghana. One second. You're asking why Ghana needs electricity. well,
I
we
didn't
can
say
go
that.
into.
I'm saying, why
No,
isn't
no, no,
Ghana
no.
producing its own?
You're right, and I'm saying, let's go into that. The reason because of that is because the Americans built a dam, right, way back in the 80s or whatever, or 70s or whatever, right, and flooded most of the country, right? And anyway, it didn't really matter because most Ghanaians lived in Nigeria at the time, yeah? So now it's another 20, 30 years, 40 years down the line, yeah? It seems that they got their independence with us, but you've got to understand we were almost one in the same at one stage until there was some edict and they pushed Ghanaians out of Nigeria. Do you get what I'm saying? On some expedition thing, I don't know, made them carry their bags. Ghana must go, some campaign in the 70s or whatever, right? So I'm just saying, and that's supposedly after their independence, which Nkrumah and the Nigerian leader helped them get. You get what I'm saying? Being Pan Africans, yeah. But I said, listen, that is more colonization. That's all it is.
Yeah, the whole thing's colonization.
It's
Because
structured
any one of them
colonization now.
countries, if they weren't forbidden from doing it, any one of them countries could start producing their own electricity tomorrow.
Yeah,
Do you
but
know
as
what I
I
mean?
said,
They could.
if
They don't even have to
electricity,
create no great plans. They know how to do it. They could just start building tomorrow.
yeah, but as I said, Europeans don't own man's electric. They
No, but
only own man's oil, and they don't
if
own all of
Ghana's
the
not
oil.
producing its own, it's because they ain't been allowed to set it up.
Right, because America is the interest in that country, and they fucked up
Whatever
the
the reason
country.
is,
No, that's
whatever
the
it is.
reason. That's the reason. Yeah,
can I ask you a
European
question?
power again has been the problem for a lot of African countries. Now, the more powerful African countries have to help, right? It would make sense, right? They have to help, and
They're not helping
there
each
was
other.
only one.
There's
But there
no
was only
help.
one for the longest time.
Are you part
Yeah,
African? Are you
there was
part
only
African?
one for the longest time. Imagine our neighbors next door, which is a huge country, Ghana, right? We're helping them, right? And then force-wise, army-wise, for many years, as I said, we were the peacekeeping force of Africa, ECOMOG forces, yeah,
Who is
going
now? I
around
thought it
Africa
still was.
with all these different wars, as I said, that didn't make no sense. Civil wars and thing, and Americans attacking here, or or British has helped on one side, the government side. You know what I mean? All of these weird
Let me ask
wars
him a
in the
question,
last 20,
Mackie. Let
30
me ask him
years.
a question. Let me ask him a question. Let's say hypothetical question, right? Hypothetical, yeah. The God of War comes down. He says to all the
God of
African
War, did you
nations,
say?
yeah. So he says to all the African nations, we're going to unite you under one administration, and we're going to arm you, and you're going to fight against your oppressors. But 50% of Africans will die. Do you think Africans would take that deal?
50% would die.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50%.
Do you think they'll take that deal?
Why?
I don't
No,
think
I think they would take
want to
it.
see other Africans dying just for an idealistic dream. Africans are
I was
very
gonna say it was like a
pragmatic,
fantasy
very
idea.
realistic people.
It is, but
They
it's
don't
not.
want to see Africans dying.
You should have just left it as one administration and armed them and left the 50% out. But I think even with the 50%, of course they'll take it.
I don't think they would.
I don't think they would.
I don't know, man.
I remember because we're talking about the administrations that are set up by Europeans. So they're black faces, yes, but they have European interests.
No, but he's talking about a God of War coming down. So let's say this is something divine. So it's not like corrupted by the actual governments that exist. It's this God of War's administration. This God's army.
No, but it don't mean God's on your side. He's just saying,
it better be our God of War.
The weaponry to fight the war that you want to fight.
Who's he giving it to, though? You talking about the existing countries then? That exist? No, of course not. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
That's what I'm saying. It won't work, man.
Yeah, no.
Some are not
Well,
even
actually,
big
what
enough.
they would do is they would check. They would check with the masters, and if the masters say do it, then they'll do it.
If we offered that deal to Pan Africans who live outside of Africa, and we said to them, these chain of events will happen, 50% of Africans will die, but Africans will be free from oppression. As a non-African living outside of Africa, right? As a Pan-Africanist in idealistic form, would you take that deal? I guarantee you, every single one of them will say, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So you can see where there's a conflict between people who don't want to see their own people die.
If it got
and
offered
people
to
who
me,
have
I'd
an
say why 50%.
idealistic dream.
No, but what's idealistic? There's nothing
Meaning
idealistic
that
about
reality
it.
on the ground
If
is
the
completely
Africans and
different to
African diaspora mobilized as one army, there's nothing idealistic, bro. There wouldn't even be a fight.
Wouldn't, would there?
There wouldn't be a fight. Them man would be like, oh, yeah, like they're
What do
just
you think
gone.
you're doing? Drones first, and then nuclear
It's too many
weapons
people.
after.
It's too many. Nah, it's just too many people. Nuclear weapons ain't helping no one. I don't even know if they're actually real. Do you know what I
Anyway,
mean?
from my point of view, I'm saying even if it's Patriot fucking missiles, yeah, they can bomb you for 30 days and all of that type of stuff. They can destroy your country easy, light work. Yeah,
But
if they
but the diaspora's all over the place.
I'm saying, like, even if
So
you're
they
gonna
have to
do
bomb
something
their
like
own
that, yeah.
countries.
Listen, if you're gonna do something like that, you're gonna do it in secret. Secondly, it's
No,
going
I
to
was
be
talking about if
extremely.
everyone just mobilized at one time, like
No,
click of
this
a
is a
finger
man's
type thing. That's
idea,
what I was
fam.
talking about.
This is a man's idea. My man, the Pan-African idea is for everybody to unify, so we can have a unified army and a unified army base
No, I
in
get that.
Africa.
I get that.
I'm saying, where are you going to put that?
Yeah, I know.
And who are you?
There's
How are you
bigger
coming?
problems to sort out before you can even consider those
Right.
ideas.
I'm saying, who
Like
are
the
you coming
governments are
towards us?
in the way. The
Bruv.
existing governments are in the way. It's
Right.
not.
So how
Yeah.
are you going to appeal to them? How do you go?
You
Like,
can't.
I'm
You
not the
can't.
person in the way. I'm telling
Yeah,
you, I'm your
you
guide.
can't appeal to those Forget that's
Thank
just
you.
like just look at them and think European or non-African or whatever you want to
Right.
call them. Like that's not part of the existing governments ain't part of the solution. The
You need to
existing
be-
armies, it's not part of the solution.
No.
So
And they're going to pose a
there's no
threat
way.
to you. Trust me. They're going to
Threat,
pose a
they'll
threat
just
to
shut
you.
it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You go to them with
They
your little
will
plan.
win. Like they will win. They would shut it down before it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Because they don't want the Euros to get wind or whoever their taskmasters are. You get me? To get wind of this fuckery. It's like, yeah, we've gone way past coup d'etats. We don't do that anymore. No one does that anymore. It's dead food.
It's all
You know what I'm
economic.
saying? Now, yeah, thank you. It's all economic. It's like business. Everything is business now. And everybody's got interests. So there's many people, as you said, US presidents who will not be interested in blowing up Nigeria. No way, no how. They haven't got no interest in that because they got deals. They got land, they got things, they got structures and
investments,
communities they built up. Yeah, thank you.
But in a situation where if this thing popped off the way they're describing, and it was like proper, like a majority of the diaspora was on it, you couldn't bomb one of them. You just couldn't.
I'm saying
because you would already know in advance any aggression you visit on them countries will be visited back tenfold here and all your partner countries.
That's right.
And if they do strike them countries, then the people on their land in their countries hit them back 10 times harder.
That's why it's
And
not,
they would learn
saying
very
it's not
quickly.
viable. It's just not viable.
It is viable. It is viable, but it's not viable if you believe you can talk to the governments that exist.
My friend. One thing is, another thing is as well. Morality.
Sorry. Before you say it,
mentality.
just let me just say it before you say this. Yeah. Should I even say it? Look, getting rid of what's here, like with the number of people that exist, getting rid of what's here is completely viable. Completely viable. It's insane. There's how many people in this country?
Oh, you mean getting rid of people here?
Getting rid of what exists, the stupid bullshit infrastructure. To get rid of not the roads, I mean the system, the control system. Getting rid of that's completely viable.
Of course.
It's not going to be painless though.
Yeah, but
who
they've got
cares?
contingencies on
Anything worth doing takes effort.
Yeah, but then you're getting into the realms of idealism.
It's not idealism, bro. I'm saying
it is,
okay.
You're
It's idealistic. It's idealistic to think that the whole population is going to rise up. I get that, but what I'm saying is, the fact that there are these numbers of people means that is completely viable by the people.
Let me tell you why
it's not even hard work for the people.
I know what you mean in the terms of if it's England, but we're talking about Africa, and we're talking about these brothers coming with an idea that's saying, let's build up a military thing, and then we can protect people in the Americas, people in the and people in Africa. I'm like, what? Who's going to control that? You lot? Nah. With your Marxist, communist, fascist views. This is the views you lot
The
have.
first
So your
order
whole
of business
views are
for that
steeped in
army
Europe.
would be going to war with every single one of the existing African countries.
Right.
That would be the first thing it would be doing. Going to
And that is
war
going to
with
be a massacre.
every single one of them. Exactly.
It's going to be a massacre. So I said to man,
Exactly.
listen, your little plan is going to involve a lot of Africans dying. So I'm saying to you, bro, yeah. And then secondly, you appealing to African countries, nations, and yeah. And then, as I said, you're going to have to get rid of the current power structure in every African country. Whoosh,
Just
wipe
not
the board.
happening. It's just not happening.
Right?
But that's not a Pan-African problem. That's a people problem.
No, that's a
That's the
Pan-African
people.
idea.
No, that's the people. Maybe so, but that's a valid idea. But it's a people problem. It applies to everyone.
I
Not
know,
just
because
Pan-African.
people will die, right? But they want to be in the planning room, while me and you, foot soldiers, you know what I mean? We'll be out there, front line. Do you get what I'm saying? Caring not that if it needs to be done, let's get it done, right? But man are telling me straight, no, someone's got to be administration. Someone's got to be in the office. So Shakara and Kale want to be in the office. They want to be like in the planning room, with the map and the ships and that and all of that. Bros, are you fucking serious? Yeah. Like, what are we doing here? You're putting a lot of people's lives at risk for ideals that are based on from where we're from. We're all from the diaspora, right? So we've all got a European mentality, sense and sensibility. Even the idea of Pan-Africanism is European. It's not African. Do you get what I'm saying? So it makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's why I was saying just forget all the Pan-African. Just forget all of that. I was just talking about certain principles.
But I'm saying Pan-Africanism is not that. From what I
no, that ain't the answer. Of course not.
No, this is an ideal set, and this is an ideal that Garvey followed, right? So it's very extreme, right? It's about separation. It's about this. It's about that. Yeah. Women knowing their place. All of these type of weird fascist, communists. As I said, they even called
very un-African ideology.
Yeah, black Marxism. Come on, bruv. I was like, no, I'm not involved.
Un-African for a woman to know her place.
I think
it's very African. It's very African for men and women to know their place.
Yeah, but roles. It's very different in Africa. This is why I say the idea of us getting together to fight against an oppressor. Who do you really think that every single African thinks that Europeans are oppressing them?
No, but I think
or
it's
do you
sad
have
that some people don't know that.
No,
they should know that.
Have a plan as well to join a kind of idea that supports. No, bruv, they don't even think so. A lot of them don't even think that way. They don't know what. They don't know Jamaicans more than Bob Marley and the music and So in a sense, they love Jamaicans. When you come to England, it's a different story. You get all these hoodoos and I think they come as soon as you get off the plane. All this boo-boo and all of this other stuff and all of these slurs that we got for each other. That's what I noticed. Because when I went back home into these, they don't know none of what we do or say and all these slang words and all of that. They don't know none of that. So it's a different mentality, and my mentality in the sense when it comes to how they're living and what changes need to be done, I think people should step very precariously. I keep telling these guys, go to Africa, find a spot, find a real poor African country, because you keep referring to an African superpower that's been an organized nation for a while now. Do you get what I'm saying? They're experts in industry. They've got all sorts of departments and levels and people excelling. And there's poverty and there's all sorts and there's corruption and there's all these things. And there's the Europeans still prodding and trying to poke at them. But they've managed to survive. They managed to maintain some form of autonomy. Do you get what I'm saying? And also, while the Nigerian government, which is a European thing, is there. You know what I mean? Because again, I keep telling these guys, it's who holds sway of the land, run things. And the IMF loan is only going to be towards the Nigerian government, right? that institution set by Europeans. So now it's a European company in Africa to protect their interests and control over the people they can, whoever wants to be governed over, to get it. Yeah. But yeah, there's this. So the IMF loan where they lent them money, yeah, for the Biafran war, because they knew under where Biafra was, there was bare oil, yeah, and they wanted autonomy for themselves. They wanted to become a separate nation. This is why this idea of, oh yeah, everybody joining up, bruv. There's still people. We've had the worst civil war in Africa because people wanted to be separate and
This is
control
what
their
people
own
don't
shit.
understand, the difference
Yeah.
between a country and a state. See what I mean? So the state, yeah, they will owe that money to the IMF, but the country doesn't.
But all this nationalism and nations and empire. Listen, the last emperor of Africa is a fucking tyrant. You've never heard about him. Yeah? He's a fucking maniac, bruv. Murdered bare people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bare of these dictators did. Gaddafi ain't clear of nothing. A full Pan-African. Yeah? So this is what we're saying, and we know that a lot of these leaders had
Blood on
socialist,
their hands.
communist
Yeah.
views and tried to change those African nations to those type of views, and it didn't work out well. Didn't work out well. You know what I mean? It led to more civil wars, more coup d'etats, more. You get me? Because unless the Europeans' interest is thing, and their interest is war, war makes money.
Yeah.
So they can sell guns to someone. Oh, okay, we made all these guns. We ain't fighting no war against each other. Fuck it. Let's give them to the Africans. You get me? Let's give it to both sides. Let's give it to the any rebels in any country around the world. Let's do that. Let's become God of War when it comes to fucking guns selling.
That's right.
We're even going to make movies about it. About man dropping off a whole plane of
But
fucking AKs
here's the
and
mad
shit.
thing, though. Even if this mad dream of Pan-Africanism came true, the first thing you got to do when you've won the day is sit down at the table with the World Banking elite and cut your deal.
Exactly.
All right, you might be the only man or the last man standing, but the first thing they're saying to you is, oh yeah, by the way, you know this huge debt? Yeah. When you're going to start making the repayments, bro?
I
Because
think
you're
that
the man
sit
at the
down
top
at the
now.
table happens before you get into power.
Well, this is my whole point. And what organization are you coming as? Don't tell me no Pan-African, because that don't make no sense. Unless you get yourself organized, unless you're an organized organization, nation, government, or something. That's why I said go and find a little African country that's really poor, yeah, and go and build that up with all your
And
ideas.
what they tried to do with Liberia.
Yeah, just like try and build it up. But again, don't end up doing the Charles Taylor thing, because we don't need that in Africa. Someone who's educated in America, grew up, went to Harvard, and then come back to Africa with all these ideas.
Obviously, he was an American agent, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but again, it's the mentality. We think we know better, innit? You know what I mean? Oh, Africa needs this, Africa needs that. I want to go help. I want to go help in Jamaica. I want to go help in the Caribbean. I want to go help here. You get there, you realize, nigga don't need your help. You're going to muck in and get in where you fit in. That's it. That's my argument to everybody who's talking about Africa. Because as I said, we're indigenous to the planet. Wherever we go, that's our home. We went over to the Americas, we're American now. So what? I ain't bothered. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can accept that. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, Africa. Fuck Africa. Are you all right? Because it's so rich in resources, but that's to the European. Those things are at our feet. You get me? Diamonds and shit are at our feet. We just happen to, everywhere we go, yeah, we always get blessed with everything that we need and more, it seems. Because we don't need fucking tin ore. We don't need uranium.
But it's there.
But it's there. Like, bro, so what can we do? But it's what the European decided. The diamonds, remember, are uncut. To this day, I can get you a whole bag of diamonds for less than 20, 30 pence. English money. Do you get what I'm saying? A whole fucking sack. You just have to take them to Hatton Gardens and each individual one. Some of them will be some small cut diamonds, but roughs, a bag of diamonds nonetheless.
That's right.
Any exotic rubies,
Sapphires.
yeah,
You
all of
name
those
it.
type of things. You can get that standard, easy, light work. Yeah,
Mm.
let alone raw materials like sand and shit.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Atlantic. We faced the Atlantic, man. Yeah, that's good sand, bro. I'm telling you. And we use it to build. We use it to all sorts. And they need it in England for building with cement and all of that type of stuff. So you could do a business off that. That's the opportunities you got in Africa. You're like, Ross, so I can just come here and set up business and and keep it moving. Right, that's mad.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking at what's going on and people are just basic and getting on with their lives. I see a man walking down the road with freshly made machetes in a bowl that he made, you know? Like people are entrepreneurial and like they do their own
Talented.
thing. Yeah, the day-to-day lives is not governed by the government and that.
Mm.
It's government how the people live and interact with each other, you know what I mean? Because there's
For real.
so many different. We class other Africans as foreigners, remember?
Mm.
So there'll be workers in the country and that really dark skinned Sudanese looking brothers. And we're like, who are those? They'll be like, oh, their thing. And they'll even speak their language. I'll be like, rah, that's deep. Yeah, you don't know Hausa. You don't know Hausa. Yeah, they're Hausa, man. You don't speak Hausa? I'm like, ah, go and speak some Hausa for me. Go on, show off. Yeah. But there's so many dynamics and things with Africa. I'm not saying Africa's sweet and easy. That's what I'm saying. That man could go there and get killed. Yeah, in trying to negotiate some type of a military base deal and natural resource deal, bruv. To what end and what organization are you that we can say, all right, we're sending a check to, or we're letting you go to the UN and speak on our behalf? Who are you? Because it seems the most prominent Pan Africans had to be a leader of theirs. Momo Gaddafi, you know, he's got it slapped under his name. Was it Pan Arab and Pan African? They're never going to recover from that one. That's why they run away from it and say, no, we're not endorsing Gaddafi. You know why you're not endorsing him?
Because he's a madman.
Yeah.
Even his face, when you see his face, you know he's some crazy motherfucker.
Crazy guy.
Yeah, you could tell, you know,
his
he was
face
on
just
Charlie.
tells you, bro. He's on
one
Charlie,
of the top 10.
heroin.
You know, in the top. No, he's not even
the
the top 10.
Shisha.
He's top 5.
He's on everything, fam.
Bad man in the fucking Africa, or dictators, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, for real.
He's in the top 5. He's like number 3 and shit. Number 1 is the guy I talked about earlier, the last emperor. He had an empire. Like, what the fuck is that? I always said that shit's foreign. It's not even African. And he definitely proved it. He had a thing like Julius Caesar, you know, with the leaves.
The crown.
Around his head. Yeah, the crown. But it was in gold.
Yeah.
Proper thing. Yeah, he's a madman. Killed bare people, just mad. Just massacring up the place. And this is like in the 1960s, 70s and shit. Not that long ago. I'm like, bro, how I never heard of this nigga? But yet, when he crowned himself, he was a general, took over the country, killed everybody, yeah, and then made himself king or emperor.
Pulled off a Fidel Castro move.
Right, but in his coronation,
from general to leader,
yeah, he invited all the people of Europe, all the European leaders, and
they came as well.
Some came.
Oh,
yeah, some came. Top media, some came. Others gonna be seen. You get me? Because I don't know if they knew what was coming, but yeah, it's a good thing they didn't show up, eh? They must have knew something. This guy's a tyrant. He was balling beyond belief. You know what I'm saying? It's
Saddam style balling.
Yeah, just crazy shit. Crazy. Yeah. So this is why we were saying, bro, these leaders need to go. These guys who follow this Pan-African, this communist, fascist, Stalinist ideas, because that's about rebellion. That's about building up your society after revolution, like you said earlier, Khan. After overthrowing the monarchy, how are we going to build up our country? So we sat down us Bolsheviks, and we thought of socialism, communism, Stalinism. You get what I'm saying? All the isms and schisms, and capitalism is a baby
Stalin
of
was
that.
the one for that. Stalin was the one.
Right.
He said we're going to come up with a 5-year plan. We're getting the country back on its feet in 5 years. He just worked everyone to the bone. And everyone who didn't want to work, they get sent to the gulag.
Now, guess what happened after
Gulag's
that?
like hell on earth.
Guess who's studying their information back in the day?
Who that?
Adolf Hitler. Right? In these little societies, because he's one of the workers. He used to be a soldier in the First World War.
He was,
and
yeah,
then
you're
he
right.
ended up in the factories. And then, you know, you get into these little meetings and you can go and talk to man and they're all talking political shit or esoterical shit. You know what I'm saying? But most of it is this Bolsheviks kind of idea. Like, we're going to take over our country like the Bolsheviks did, using one of these plans. Was it going to be fascism, communism? Do you get what I'm
Anything,
saying?
innit? Whatever
And
the
then
people
they ended
accept,
up,
they run with it.
they ended up with fascism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then he
But
didn't
these lot
even
were
use
too
it at
thingy,
first.
man. They
He
were
didn't even
too.
use it at first. He used it after 3 years of being in power. So he came in like a normal party.
Yeah, it's true. Like, yeah.
And then year 3, he just switched.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi Hitler. And what the fuck? What's going
Yeah,
on?
yeah, yeah. It's true.
Aryans. Everyone must be Aryans. Mein Kampf. All sorts of fuckery going on. Then the real agenda comes out.
Yeah.
But within that 3 years, he started the genocide program. He started certain things. You get it?
Yeah.
He sent man on thing to go and find certain, you know what I mean, to come back with the
Artifacts.
swastika. Yeah, right. All of that. You know what I mean? He's gone to the Far East because he wants ancient
No,
lasers.
some ancient spear that he had.
Nah, ancient laser. He wants ancient lasers that he heard in the Hindu stories and that.
All in
The
Tibetan
stories
shit.
of the what do you call them? Vamanas. Different types of craft, interdimensional craft, and kind of wars with
UFOs
lasers
and all that.
Yeah, and when you're hearing laser, like man's opening eye, third eye, and shooting and just destroying everything, you're like, huh? And then there's birds landing on the wings of metal birds, bruv. That's a flying craft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my man was definitely interested. He was saying in finding some tech that's going to give him advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then all you came back with was bloody the swastika, but the swastika is a deep thing, even in itself.
But still, they got ideas that they did use, like, you know, putting just enough petrol in a plane and just sending it over London. So when it runs out of petrol, it just crashes down and bombs London. So
it's a bomb.
Well, yeah, he's just turned the plane into a bomb, and he didn't even put a pilot in it; just send it up on its own. That was that.
Remote.
You know, that was a genius idea.
But yeah, politically, yeah, my man was he was a general, and as I said, because of Madame Blavatsky and all of these little groups he was in, he got the spiritual endorsement, and then he turned it into a reality. Do you get what I'm saying? So it came from esoterical to damn right fucking
Possessed.
action. Yeah, yeah, possessed, and the action to actually put it into play. I'm going to take over the world. Like, what? Bro, you're not thinking straight. I'm fucking thinking
They
straight.
were on drugs, man. They were high all the time. They were fucked.
No, Hitler, yeah.
Hitler was on drugs, bro. He was on some major drug binges.
So then we got other guys who followed the communist, socialist idea, and we're not knocking anybody for it, right? But we're just saying, like, be honest, right? And how far did they get with it? Because all they did was propaganda against each other on those different ideals. So now, if you're a fascist, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
But Ukrainians are fascists.
Yeah.
Or Nazi or whatever it is. Yeah. They believe in that ideal, and they're okay. We've got the North Koreans. They're doing fuckery, right? They've always had a certain. What do they believe? Are they communists?
Communists as well, yeah. They're on a communist
China,
thing.
communist China too.
Yeah.
Parts of it, because England owned Hong Kong and that for a while. That's more like capitalist and, you know, center of industry and all of that. And yeah, Europeans been going there for a while. When they gave it back, I was surprised because I didn't even know they owned it.
Yeah.
Oh, we get back
Gee,
Hong
they kept
Kong.
that
Huh?
one a secret for a while.
I was like, you don't own Hong Kong, you cheeky bastards. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, makes sense now. Yeah, until you see Ip Man later. Years
Poor
after
Ip
it happens,
Man.
you see Ip Man, and then you
Yeah.
see how the British was over there, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, before the Japanese like tried to invade and as well. So the British was the ones fight off the Japanese, pretend to, and take over for themselves. You know what I mean? That's why the Japanese were sore and joined Hitler in the Second World War. You know what I'm saying? How man make enemies these countries supposedly, right? Or how the rules of opposition. So it wasn't just Hitler, as you know, it was Italians and the Japanese.
Mussolini, all them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So man had a side. Yeah, there's two sides to this, and then you got the Allied forces with England, France, and you know, lucky that they got America involved. I think that the British bombed Pearl Harbor with Japanese jets just to bring them into the war. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, got your Arsenal, who's actually like abstaining for a minute. Like, what the fuck are you abstaining for? Yeah, we made you. You're our baby. You're our son. You get what I'm saying? We never let go of the reins. You know what I mean? You supposedly, again, got your independence from us. But we see independence is not independence. No matter how you cut it or whatever country you're in, when they're talking about independence, bruv, it's a lie.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Them
No one's
people,
giving no one any
right?
independence.
Especially England.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what? So hold on, you got your independent
Just a
from England.
myth.
We got independent from England, but yet we're part of the Commonwealth. Yeah,
We
like
know
what?
what that means.
Right. But slyly, America's not part of the Commonwealth, but they are. You'll see them at the Commonwealth Games, right?
Yeah, I never thought of that. They're not at the Commonwealth table, but really they are.
Yeah, they're at the Commonwealth Games, but on invitation.
Ah.
I'm like, what? Now, how does that make sense? You own them. 13 colonies. Don't chat shit, bro. Yeah?
You're trying it now.
Because Canada ain't got no choice, right?
Yeah, Canada's a little bitch.
Canada's got to be in the games, like yeah. So they'll bring America in sometimes and say yeah. You know, as a courtesy and they're our cousins, our close cousins, and
We have
rah.
a very good relationship with them.
Right.
A special relationship.
Special is because it's mama and
And
child.
son. Yeah.
Straight away. So like,
Yeah, man.
I think they brought them into the Second World War, and then the rest is history. But again, they said the Rothschilds supported both sides.
Both sides. They always run both sides, them lot.
I was speaking to a Rothschild once, and I was like, "Listen," he was on my channel, trolling me. I was like, "How is
Really?
a Rothschild trolling me?"
Mad
Yeah,
thing.
it's either someone with the profile or he was a real Rothschild, right? So I just said, "Yo,
Well, there's a few of them about.
Is it true?" I goes, "Is it true that your uncle Ronald, yeah, slept with a maid, yeah, and the end result was Adolf Hitler?"
Nah,
My
never.
man,
That's never true.
man came off the ting. You know when you get a man to stop trolling by just telling a rumor that he's definitely out there. To get it, that conversation, it's definitely been put out there before. So I just reiterating what I'd heard in it. So I was like, oh yeah, I heard about my man, because no one knows who Adolf Hitler's dad is.
Yeah, even he didn't know.
Right. So they're saying it's Ronald Rothschild, one of the sons of Rothschild. Yeah, sleeping with the help. She was a maid. She definitely was a maid in the house of Rothschild.
So is the grand.
Oh, exactly. So it's generational. Grandma Hitler. Yeah. And then that's not her name. I just don't know what's going on. I don't know where you got that name from. Yeah, but I do, because as I said, when I saw the 1,000 and something demons, Hindu demons, and I saw the name Hitler in there, I said, yeah. I see what happened here. I see what you was doing at Madame Velasquez. She was invoking spirits. This one named Hitler, and then you went on to do a madness.
A huge madness.
A huge madness. So this is what I'm trying to say. Remember her other guests that have been there.
Big up,
Big up, family.
Big up,
Other
bro.
famous
Big
guest
up, broski.
is Nikola Tesla. Was known to.
Was a Serb, wasn't he? He's Serbian.
Yeah, but he was known to check Madame Velasquez.
Hey, big up, you what?
You get me? So once he checked Madame Velasquez, and then all of a sudden he became a smart motherfucker. He knows about free energy and the power of the ancients. He means Egypt, though, but yeah. All of them claim the power and the knowledge of the ancients.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Get some pussy, man. God damn it. You might have graduated, but you ain't graduated. You gotta graduate. Oh, that's out of order. Yeah. You don't know if it's out of order. You don't know if it's working. You don't know nothing. Much. Well, it must be working if he's watching porn, I suppose. I can just imagine him getting caught in his room. You're out of order. Who said you could come into my bedroom? Eunice? What are you doing there, Eunice? Astaghfirullah.
Eunice, you nicked the hummus out the kitchen again. Where is it? Huh? Put down the hummus. Step away from the hummus.
How do you know it's me? Because there's a footprint of hummus all the way to your bedroom. There's a footprint of hummus all the way to your bedroom, bro. What are we doing here?
You walked it there.
Confess, or you gonna confess, or are we just gonna play this game? I always get accused. Yeah. But he's a rebel. A rebel at home. Or elusive and that. Acting like Bruce Wayne and that. But never changes to Batman. Only in his mind. Running around there at night. I'm the Cape Crusader. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Zellini, what you saying, bro? Where's he been all day, man? Was he around earlier or something? I must have missed him.
Me too. No, I don't think so.
No, I'm air, man. I just got back to my yard still, bro. I'm about to box some quick food, fam. I'm air, though. What go on?
Yeah, all good, bro. All good.
Hey, Bibby, shut your damn 5'4" mouth, you Swedish piece of shit.
Mad.
Bibby's always chatting shit, fam. Big him up, though.
He loves it, bro. He loves it.
Big him up, though, man. Big him up.
I actually met someone who's shorter than Sash. It's just mad.
Shorter than Shas? Nah, that's impossible, Snaps. That's impossible.
What?
That's impossible.
Listen, me, him, and Sash were standing in the garden having a fag. Yeah. And she was underneath my armpit, and we were standing next to her, and they were looking each other dead in the eye. So I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
That's what I need to box, man.
Oh,
You get me?
shit.
Yeah.
You ain't yam your food yet. Yeah, you just
got
your
back
food.
to the crib, cuz you get me.
Fucking hell.
I need this.
Bro.
I need this right now.
That's not a plate, bro. That's a platter.
Fam, you know what it is, cuz obviously my auntie's funeral yesterday, there was hella food, fam. Yeah, so you know how black people do, cuz.
God rest their soul.
Rest in peace.
We're taking Tupperware, fam. If we ain't got that, we're going to the shop to buy that.
Standard. Family thing.
Get me. But yeah, man.
I get wrap ups. I always get looked after.
I'm fucking hungry, Uni. That's why.
What are you saying? What are you saying? How tall are you? Come on, man. Be honest, man. Unique. All of them are taller than you, man. All of them, man. Who wasn't taller than you? That's the question. Yeah, and there won't be many takers. We had a full house.
Oh, Zellini.
Yo, fam.
When you run out of plates, do you use that huge plate? You know, the one that's inside the microwave?
No, fam, that's some different Turkish. That's some Turkish shit. Can't.
Oh, Axum
Never done that in my
definitely
life.
taller.
That's the biggest plate I've seen
How
in
is
my
how is
life.
Axum definitely taller than you, BB? Explain that. Explain that.
Big up, Sarah.
Yeah. If Sash is not good enough, and that's what I'm measuring it by, because little Sash is Sash, but yeah, she looked tall.
Yeah, she did still. She did still.
Look at
She
him
did.
dead in his eye, like, yeah,
She
sweet
did.
saying, baby. He's like,
Issa, what's wrong with you? Man said Steve Harvey mustache, cuz. You know what sort of mustache Steve Harvey has, fam? Big man. I beg you, use your eyes, cuz.
I said Steve
Anyway,
Harvey.
yeah. Yeah, I thought it was impossible to find someone shorter than Sash, but
Yeah.
shit, man.
Stocky.
Shit, man.
Neanderthalish. But you know, you can't tell if you cover yourself with hair and get a big like Jufro. You know what I mean? You look taller. That's what it is.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, when you got the Jufro and a fully extended lockdown beard, mad. I look like Jacob from the Bible and that. Mad. Yeah. A short Moses. You know what I'm talking the Charlton Heston Moses as well. I took in a real Kemet. Yeah. He would have been getting too happy. Like, yes, it's true. It's true. I'm Moses. He was black, you know. No. Yeah. You're more Hercule Poirot than
fucking hell. What's been cracking today though, man?
Boy, I was trying to smash fucking Kel's fucking face in, but MD kind of got in the way. She did all right though. She asked some good questions, but
what? She's like coming with the accents and shit. Fuck off.
I just wanted to stab him up, man. It was about that time. I was like, no.
Sniper, you don't know what you're talking about, Sniper.
I didn't even want to pull my gun out this time. I was like, nah, this one, he needs to get shanked up close and personal. You know the ones there, like, yeah. Mean it, grit your teeth and twist the blade. We say now, pan what? The pan, the African, the what? Can't hear you, nigga. Yeah. Show me some voodoo. Yeah. Fuck's sake. Fucking voodoo priest.
Thanks a lot, Sneaks. I appreciate that. Mister, show me some voodoo, nigga.
Nah, I'm telling you, me and my cousins, we've had this discussion, bro. At a funeral, bro. We was at a funeral. Must have gone in the men's toilet. I see one of my cousins in there, youngers, but he's big, like. So I'm saying, cuzzy, yo, you been watching the streams? And and he was like, yeah. I watched one of them. I said, yeah, man, I did the Nige one, right? I'm saying, bro, do we fuck with Judge? He says, no. He says, come on, cuz. You get me? I said, yeah, exactly. Why don't we fuck with it, cuz? He said, bruvs, because you know, like, them things is black magic, innit? Like, bruvs, whatever you give or you take from the universe, you got to give back, bruvs. So anytime them people using it, it always comes back on them tenfold. All of a sudden, they got small Jeremy Beadle arm. Yeah? What the fuck was you doing in the middle of the night? Yeah. But we got my like Shakara and trying to make it mainstream. You get me? The thing that's in the shadow in a man's country, like, man don't do that. Like, yeah. No one admits to doing it. Now you want people to sing it from the rafters, it be the main religion of the like, fuck off.
They said Jeremy Beadle army.
Go and tell them that they will
I love
shrink
the
your head.
80s references all the
Shrink
time.
your head and put it
Trust
in
me.
a pot.
If you're born before fucking 92, fam, you don't know what you're talking about. You have a clue.
Yeah, some Beetlejuice business, bro, for real. Yeah, you ain't doing that. Yeah, let alone putting you in a pot and cooking you. They always say that.
Hello, Tom Mazzaro.
Yeah.
What's going on,
Well,
bro?
yeah, I got like a painting to show you. I'll show everybody in the stream. I'm an aspiring artist. All
yeah,
right?
no, brother. Listen, we've done this enough time to know what you're about to do, bro. So, like, better luck next time, yeah.
What do you mean? Like, I'm gonna show like a photo, like a painting of like it's kind of like an ocean theme painting with like kind of bright highlights in it.
Yeah, no, you know, like, we're
with like a faded backdrop in it.
We're not really doing any pictures till tomorrow still.
Nah, but I just want like everybody's like honest opinions because you know,
bruv, you're not gonna get online and show your dumb little arse or some dumb weird shit, bruv. Yeah, so get your
but you know, like
painting out of it.
you know, criticism, whatever doesn't kill me makes me better. You know, criticism. I need some criticism of my art. Like,
Nah,
honestly,
you're not even smart enough for what you're doing.
Yeah, like he's so dumb with it. He's not even slick enough. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, bro, that shit's too robotic.
Yeah, come on, man.
Nah, but like, I want to
Your
like
name,
have some.
your name. This is John Stevens. It's Tom Mazzaro here. Like, what are we doing here, man?
About he's
Come
got
on,
a painting to show.
You want to
get
show your
everyone
willy? Just show your willy, mate.
Fuck off, man.
Look at your willy in the mirror, bro.
Fucking insecure motherfucker. Thank you.
Don't not eat, man. Don't not
Always
fucking
trying
eat.
it, man. Fuck's sake. Yeah. I don't know what that was about, bro. But
Man
they've
said he
been
had a
trying it
painting
all
to
day.
show everyone. Brother, man was born at night, not last night, fam. Yeah.
I know. No, man. I'm not getting drawn in ever again, bro. I've been hit too many times, bro. Just got no patience for them now. Like, yeah. You ready? Like, just see my art. Just it's a background, bro.
He
It's
was
a
way too
background.
Way too eager. He fucked up, bro. He's way too eager.
Fucking dunce. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'll go and troll some Pan-Africans or something, man. Niggas who actually give
Not
a fuck
understand
about
though. Big man will jump on it to fucking do that. Brother, go get a life, man.
Yeah.
Go and do something. You get me?
That is proper mad.
It's just weird, man. Grown
Proper
ass
weird.
fucking man doing that shit off key, bro.
the world we're living in, mate.
Trust me. Anyway, speaking of off key, what was Facts on earlier, blood? I see him dipping his fucking trainers in the river or the stream or I
I
don't know
did
what
not have the patience for Facts today. Just told him straight, bro. I'm not in the mood. Whatever you're doing, just shush.
Man was trying to wash his feet with his trainers on, you know.
What?
I don't know what he was on.
I never even looked in the camera. I was doing something else.
You get me? You must have hit one of them 2 for 15s or jumped on the stream or something. I don't know. Oh shit, real G's in the building. Middle
Yeah.
Wagwan family.
Big up.
Yeah, man. You know, I see it's clear and that, you know what I mean?
Why is it clear? Why is it clear?
I mean,
Why is it clear?
like I can finally just come in and just, you know what I mean? Just relax amongst real fucking, you know what I mean?
Who you ducking though, bro? Who you ducking?
I ain't ducking no one, brother. I ain't trying to hear no fucking estrogen ridden shit. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not saying that, you good?
Yeah, man, we're good, man.
Bro, you know what? Yeah, you're making me fucking starve, bro. I'm looking
Brother?
for Uber Eats.
Hey, listen, see, before I come into my yard, I was dying, fam. The last thing I ate was like 12 o'clock today, fam. You get me? I had to make sure I have a
I'm
big
not
plate
gonna
of
lie,
food.
bro. I saw your plate on the stream and I thought, bro, I could eat a little plate now. I'm not lying. Within a minute, my missus came in the room with a little plate, a couple chicken wings, some potato salad, and some avocado.
Yeah.
Boxing it right now.
You know, like you just look at her like, you know what I mean?
Literally, I just thought that.
Yeah, we was talking about that.
I didn't even see your plate. Were you scrapping on that?
Man, I jerk chicken, mac and cheese,
Oh
rice,
my
coleslaw. Not gonna lie,
The whole
got some curry goat in the fridge. I couldn't move to throw that on the plate.
Man, my stomach's talking right now. As you're
I've still
talking.
got, I'm still popped. I got 2 chicken wings left, bro. With the bang bang sauce.
Rappers rationing them.
Nah, they're fucking bad. It's like I'm semi-addicted,
Leftover
bro.
wings from earlier still.
Nah, and it's across the road as well. It's just annoying now. It's like,
Oh no,
bro.
this is homemade shit. I've been eating that.
Sticky bang bang sauce and that, like, bro.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's called the sauce or something. The sauce, the place called the sauce.
Oh my, go get something to eat, man.
Bro, I'm strolling through Uber Eats, man, but it's a very scarce. It's scarce right now.
Time of day.
Hey,
It's that
next
time
time
of
you come
day,
over,
man.
I'm a day, man.
When
You're
you're
getting
paying
kebab.
when it's £5.50 delivery fee and that.
You're getting
you
kebab.
from
You're getting
fucking-
kebab, bro.
But where
You're
you
getting
live,
kebab.
man? 425, 429 is bad enough, blood. That's it, £5.50.
Nah, it's not. But I'm seeing some ridiculous shit on there still.
Still
You get
open though.
me?
Yeah, bare Turkish kebab
Yeah, that's
shops.
all
and
it
all
is. That's all it is. Very,
Yeah.
very suspect kebabs and that, man.
Suspect.
3.8s on the fucking ratings and shit. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Like
nah,
what?
shit.
What was
I ain't
what,
fucking
no
with
pause, no pause,
anything
no?
that got a 3 in it. I ain't fucking with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something
no
grill.
pause,
You
no
need
pause.
something grill with bare stars. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that should be safe. It
I
may not be, but it should be.
normally fuck with this other shop, but their special little deal thing ain't on there, man. I ain't trying to get raped on like £11.80 for a burger and shit. After fees and whatnot, you dig what I'm saying? Fuck all that. I'll starve before I let another motherfucker do me something crazy when I could just go up there for like 5 boys. You mad?
Those are the nights you end up eating cereal.
Yes, that was yesterday.
Or all licking back food and talking about flavors and that, man. Just, chew you know. Where's the Weetabix at or something like
Bro,
shreddies?
nights like this, you order from a random shop and it'll be the nastiest food you've ever ordered.
I know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to avoid: the food poisoning and the fucked up rest of my week.
It's not even poisoning. This tastes like shit, fam. It's like this is not worth £16 for a fucking 10-inch pizza, bro. Whatever the fuck it is.
No, yeah, 100. All right, 2 secs, yeah.
Double fried chips and all that.
Yeah, man. What I'm trying to say.
These motherfuckers been fried twice. Yeah, you know you're in trouble when they start offering you apple pie and that.
Yeah.
Or you get a free apple pie with it. Like, huh? I didn't ask for no apple pie.
Fam, chicken shop apple pie it just tastes different.
Why is my apple pie smell of seasoning?
No, it's different.
You know what?
Sorry, you can all taste it a little bit, like the chicken in the batter.
Yeah, I can taste the chicken in it. What is this? You fried it in the same oil?
Hey, if you're from the edge, you know what Sniper's talking about. Don't even
man.
You know what Sniper's talking about.
I swear I didn't order apple pie. Mad.
Why does this taste like this, bro? I can taste
man
wings.
gave man
apple
free,
pie.
you know. Seasoned apple pie. That is cinnamon. That's not just cinnamon.
That's black pepper, white pepper,
Paprika.
onion, salt. You get me? Yeah, paprika, cayenne pepper.
Everything on the apple pie.
Cayenne pepper. Swear down. Man's sneezing. Trying to buy the apple pie.
That's a fully seasoned apple pie, you know.
Man said cayenne pepper. No word of a fucking lie. Yeah, I swear down. Certain time.
I don't care what part of London you're from. You get me? You know what Sniper's talking about. You get me?
And you can tell it's going to be bad for you, yeah, because the apple pie wrapping has already been soiled with the oil.
Yeah, it's already oily.
You know what I'm saying? It's already oily. You're like, oh mate, apple pie, yeah. Proper fried as well. Proper.
It's crispy. It's mad crispy. It's mad crispy. It's mad crispy.
But oily crispy. That oily crispy one. And then you get hot apple. Like, like pause. Like, what is this? What is this? What's going on here? Season. Yeah, over cinnamon in the apple mixture or whatever. My thing. Yeah, those little them ones, they do everything though.
Chicken shop apple pie.
You can get kebab. When you can get a kebab in the chicken shop, you know what time it is. They try to cover all bases, pizza, everything. Every blood
Worse is when you can get kebab or fish and chips in the Chinese shop.
Yeah. I've seen that.
Mad.
I've seen.
Or
I don't trust
Chinese family selling fish and chips. That's
yeah.
it.
Well, the ones I've seen, they look like fish and chip shop, but it's got a Chinese shop name, and they sell Chinese food, fish and chips, kebab, chicken. Mad.
We had an Asian shop, a Sikh. I think it was a Sikh owned thing because they had turbans on, but they had Asian food with West Indian food. Bruv, it was banging. I used to go in there all the time and just mixing it all up. Yeah. Give me the little pilau rice. You get me? And give me that piece of jerk chicken and some thin gravy as well.
I felt to
like the way
violate
you
that
did.
establishment just off the strength. I'm gonna just leave it there.
Hey,
Yeah.
Shaggy
See, as soon as
rules,
you
bro.
say it's good, as soon as you fuck with it, I'm gonna let it slide. You get me?
I bet MD knows.
Yeah.
If she's lived around there a long time, she would know about that place. It's not there no more, though, man. Sure. You get me? But yeah, that is a place I used to, because I used to work on that road, right? And then one day, I ain't gonna lie to you, I walked past a car, and there was a Rasta man eating special fried rice with bits of pork. You know, because the pork used to be like they used to make it like purple or something. Dye it. They used to dye it or something. So it's extra bait. But there's the reason why he was in his car, right? Obviously, because he's like, you can't eat that at home. Do you get what I'm saying? I was like, look at this. I just looked to the left.
He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was
Man
doing.
looked at me. I looked at him. I just kept it moving. Like, rah, your bait though, rah. Is that pork there? Mad thing. Let me just move.
Special fried rice.
Man, try lie and say it was turkey, pussy.
Yeah, but no, the mix and blend shops of cultures, yeah, it's bad, boy. If it works, it works. That Asian and West Indian one was mad. Just worked. I don't know who was doing the West Indian food for them because they already had them in the hot trays.
Yeah.
Already, you just pull the lid off and it's like, yeah, okay. Can I get this one, the chickpea thing? Yeah, just put a little bit of chickpea on the side next to the rice and peas.
So they're down there selling hummus in raw form. Like, what Eunice was there? Yeah, mad.
Yeah, mad.
No, but yeah, a couple of them fusion shops work like they got a thing called the Crown, yeah, Crown and Pepper. I think there's only like Bromley, Crazy, and somewhere else. It's that Chinese and Indian. But you get me? Like, I ain't personally ever ordered both. I'll either order one or the other. But
Yeah.
It bangs in there still.
But the quality of each one is good though. Yeah, man. But they got them other ones, you know, like they're like you know, where you can go all around and it's got all the foods of the world. Yeah.
Like Cosmos or Jimmy Spice or one of them sort of shops. Yeah.
In country they got loads of them, innit? Like, but
yeah.
In London they ain't really got that many like that, but yeah, all you can eat kind of buffet kind of thing. I mean, we used to have some and then they just closed down and shit. Before COVID and that, yeah.
The one or two that I went to, they were alright still, but I heard bare bad reviews about the places.
Oh yeah. There was one by the cinema.
Yeah,
bro. Rat City, bros. I don't know what the rats was doing in the cinema, in the shopping city. But our main cinema back in the day, it was old, Odeon, Turnpike Lane, bros. That had rats in there. Them man was eating popcorn. Okay, not in the corner at the end. No need for cleanup. You get me? Their cleanup crew was coming out. Crazy. But then we got the big Odeon down the other part of the ends, and that was it. You get me? Like, I don't know how many screens there was, but it was massive. You get me? We used to go there, drive there. You know, when you go drive to the cinema, it's kind of like off the ends. Yeah, but it's not really. Yeah. But it's just in an obscure part, like the industrial motorway kind.
It's hard to get to without a vehicle. You get
me? Yeah. If you're not driving, you can't drive down this new road. It's called. Yeah. Drive down the new road and you get there. It's in Enfield and shit. Yeah. But bro, I'm telling you, you know how bait it was. You know, you just see bare your people there, and bare man with other man's gal, mad, creeping, bare people creeping, you know. Creeping, yo, you never saw me, cuz. I never saw you for real.
Like Odeon used to be the shit, and then Warner
Odeon
Village
was the day.
At first, it was like Warner Village, and they changed the name to View, cuz. But Odeon, even in Streatham, it's still there now. But obviously, they kind of like touched it up a bit. But but that's the same dirty building from when I was a youth. It's got £1 Saturday cinema, cuz. You get me? Same fucking Odeon. Ain't nothing changed, brother.
You the damn thing changed. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If there's a movie worth watching, I'll still go to them ones. Get me? But they're semi blessed up because they got newer ones.
Yeah. It's more of a view thing now. You get me? Or IMAX. You get me? Getting to Odeon's kind of like. See, do you know what I compare Odeon to? Odeon's like Pizza Hut. Like, it's official, and it was the thing back in the day. It still holds weight a bit, but
it's not
the
banging like
same as not the
You
same
know
as
what's crazy?
Yo,
like Odeon, I don't know how this is, but like when you hear about movies that these IMAX, you hear this word IMAX, and like it's a serious thing because like the directors, namely what's his name again, Christopher Nolan, who's a major one, will shoot his movie to fucking match this IMAX theater. And then I'll be like, okay, cool. That must mean that's all around, but only Odeon's got the IMAX shit. You know what I mean? And most of the directors is shooting in that. Now, View got something called Extreme. When it's do you know what I'm talking about? You know the View, it's got a thing called Extreme. Yeah? Have you got that around your ways? Okay, so that's their version of IMAX. But it isn't really, it's not real IMAX. The thing, you can see the fucking, what they would call it, the ratio, the screen ratio from top to bottom is different. So that's one thing Odeon has got. I don't know how they got the rights, but they must be fully connected with Hollywood and shit, because most movies is made in IMAX. I've never seen an IMAX movie. I want to see them, see that, okay, there's a difference.
You have to have an IMAX cinema. We've had one in the ends for a while. Finchley, though. That's Finchley IMAX. Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. Yeah, it's all bait, man. I had water splashing on me and that went on.
What's the last movie you saw in the cinema?
Full effect. Oh, one called Viking or something. That was
the Northman.
Is it Northman? Yeah, I think so. New things. About 2
You went to
months ago.
cinema to watch that, yeah?
Yeah, because I was in country, and decided to go cinema in country in Manching, innit? It was in Manching, so I was like, yeah, fuck
I watched that in the cinema as well, to be fair.
Yeah, it looked cold though. Yeah, man was
It
howling
looked
like
cold, but
wolves.
it was corny as fuck. But at the same time, to see these boys with some wild boys.
Yeah, they was gruesome. It was
These
gruesome.
motherfuckers was some wild boys eating fucking this and that and doing all, you know what I mean? Their
Taking
traditions
each
and
other
whatnot.
into slavery, mad thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mad.
The last film I went to see at cinema was fucking Black Klansman.
Black Klansman. What? Black Klansman.
That's
Oh yeah. You know what?
And that
I ain't even
Denzel's son,
joking. I
innit?
couldn't watch that movie. It was so boring.
Yeah.
Was it actually good?
Yeah, bro, it was all right. Still, you get me? Like, was it probably
sorry,
worth
my bad. I watched it in the cinema. It was all right, but there's a very, very good scene that stuck in my head.
Which one?
I forget the brother's name. Yeah, he's a prominent, he's a real life activist back in the day. Kwame something, Kwame Nkrumah, something like that.
Yeah.
And basically, how do you pronounce his name?
Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah, him. Yeah, he's doing a speech. And he's actually him as an actor playing him, and it starts showing everyone's face, like the way Spike Lee directed that, innit?
Yeah.
And the way it starts going to everyone's face and that. I think this is in college.
Yeah.
And everyone's just listening to him and shit, and it's going to everyone's face.
Yeah, I think I know the scene you're talking
about. You know what I'm talking about? Shit's crazy,
he's trying to get like kind of close to the girl.
He's inspiring everyone, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get close to the girl, brother. And he's sitting in the meeting listening to the guy talk. Yeah, I remember that scene.
Yeah, that's good. No, I think that was alright, but no, I can't remember watching the whole movie. That guy annoys me, man. I don't know how that guy has popped off in Hollywood.
Nah, because he's Denzel's son, fam. That's why.
Not him. He annoys me as well. He's whack. But I'm talking about this other white dude. I think his name's
Oh, the guy with the long hair in the other
thing. Bro. He's in every single movie, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. Nah, do you know what it is? I'll tell you the truth. You see Denzel's son, yeah, whatever his name is. To me, yeah, he's alright, but it's in certain things. Like you see in
no, Mr. Aliyah, that was the only thing that was on.
What are you talking about in the Nolan movie, Tenant?
Nah, man, no.
I've seen that.
Bro, the series with The Rock, man. What's it called? Ballers.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch that.
Cause obviously, bruv, in that he's like one of the main stars in that, and he's like he's NFL star in it. You get me? Like, brother, his name's Ricky something, but
I
obviously
can see him working in a movie like that. It would look.
Brother,
He's like,
he goes through bare shit. Like, see, because he's a bruv. Like, see, when I watched him in the film, it's kind of weird looking at him in the film because I'm used to him in the series. But in the series, bro, like if anyone watches Ballers or they've watched that, bro, like he's a decent actor still. And I'm not gonna lie, I rated him before I knew who his dad was as well. You get me? Yeah, because after I found out his dad, I was like, oh, fucking hell, it's Denzel's son. Makes sense. Like, you get me? But I'm glad I didn't know that before I fucking saw his works like that. You get me? So I got a decent
But when you know, you hear elements
you
of
look at it
Denzel in
different.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't see Denzel.
Yeah.
You don't see Denzel, but you hear Denzel.
Yeah, but bruv, listen, and as soon as I found out he was Denzel's son, I started seeing it. It's like you couldn't not see it.
Couldn't
So.
see it before, like, yeah.
That shadow, that's the
mannerisms,
shadow to try and fucking come
and the
up
way he
under, man.
talks. I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
everything, the way he talks, the way he moves, how
Yeah.
Denzel does his hand. It's all
you
there.
Denzel
Obviously, it's his son, bruv. So he's not even trying to do it, but
he might
in
just
him.
look
You know
like
what I'm
his
trying to say?
mom.
Yeah,
You know the ones that, of course, because obviously, you know.
I big
that's
up
the
Rio.
reason why man's son might not look like man. They're like, that's my son though.
Definitely.
Like, yeah, but you know, it looks like you. Yeah, it looks like his mom, innit?
Trust me. Big up Rio, man. Yeah, Ricky Gerrits. You get me? That was his name in that. Because he's mad. He's got health problems. He's on depression. He's a good actor, man. I'm not gonna lie. He's a good actor still.
I heard he's got a lot of good. I heard he got big praises for the thing that he did with that. It's like a short movie he did with that Zendaya.
Yeah, I keep hearing about this. I ain't seen it myself. Though.
I ain't seen it myself, but I know that that's probably his apex acting moment.
Yeah.
Because what I did see was I saw him in. Do you know about the Hollywood Round Table?
Yeah, the round table talk.
Yeah, it's like a round table, but it's like sometimes they get directors and then sometimes they get actors.
Yeah.
One time they got actors and shit, and the way I think Ben Affleck was going, I actually need to stop and congratulate you on your work you did in that. And then he just starts going off. He starts swearing and shit. He starts going, that you fucking killed it. You killed it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And my man was just like, thank you, like embarrassed. And I'm like, oh, I need to watch this. Because obviously, my man, if you watch, you know a little bit about the movie, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's a Hollywood star, whatever, and he's got a fucking mental girlfriend who's just fucked. You know what I'm saying? Just fucked, yeah, like one of those head trips. And my man obviously resonated with that, innit? He's had fucking so crazy, like, you know what I mean? He's had some crazy relationships and shit in Hollywood. So he probably was like, yo, I can relate to this shit differently.
Yeah, you can relate, yeah. Differently, yeah, man. Big up. I think his name's David John Washington or John David Washington or some shit. Like
yeah. I don't rate. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't put him up there, but he's up and coming.
Yeah,
up and coming still.
Well, do you know what you need to do, bro? Trust me. Like when you got time, go back and watch. Yeah, just watch it at your own pace, fam. Don't try and binge watch it. Just watch it when you're ready. Like you get me for chilling. Watch a couple episodes, fam. Yeah. Trust me. He's cold.
I just got finished watching Stranger Things, bro. Poof. Boy, don't tell me don't watch that.
Brother, listen, you see me, cause the majority of my viewing is documentary, drama, comedy, action. I'm not really into sci-fi, not really into horror. I'm not into horror.
I'm not as well, but I've taken a little fucking turn down, you know what I mean? Down some crazy roads and shit. I fucking hate horror movies. But the reason why I watched The Northman, and I was like, yo, I need to watch The Northman, and is because of Robert Eggers, who did The Witch, and then did fucking you can't stand him.
Like a horror movie, Buff, don't you like a horror? No, I don't like horror. If I want to be scared,
I hate horror movies, bro. I fucking hate horror movies.
I tell people this because I'm black.
But I watched this horror movie which was good, called The Witch.
If I want to be scared, cause I'll just walk outside my house as a black man. I don't need to watch. I'm sorry, people. I don't want to get me.
Yeah. Nah, same, bro. I've had bad experiences from watching Freddy and shit as a young age, so I hate fucking horror movies and that.
And
man.
it's like, and as well, like all films to an extent, it's proper predictable. Horror films, they'll be together. Somebody will be like, yeah, I'm gonna go and walk down this dark fucking path or this dark whatever to go and find X, Y, and Z. They're telling you don't go down there. No one don't want to follow you, so you go on your own. Then you get killed. It's just like, take this predictable fucking shit out of my listen, move it.
No, but there's different genres of movies. There's different.
No, I get it because I've like been in certain people's houses and they're watching films. Obviously, you got to watch what's on the TV. I've seen certain horrors and I'm like, raw. Like, is this what's going on? You get me? But at the same time, that's just not my genre because I need more some sort of realism, bro.
But you know, horrors bleed over into every genre, though. That's what's weird. So it's like you telling me you didn't like Get Out, and that was a horror movie.
Yeah, but it's a bit different, though, man.
It's different.
It's
That's what I
like-
mean. It's like a social.
Yeah.
What's the word? Yeah, like social look on.
It's a thriller. It's not a horror.
Yeah, it's a thriller.
Yeah, it's more of a
But
fear.
that's-
Yeah, there you go, Snap.
But it's a horror. It's
Yeah.
a horror, though. Don't get it fucked up. That is a straight up horror movie.
I
They're
suppose.
kidnapping people, chopping them up, taking their brain. There's supernatural shit in it, but there's also a thing of, you get me? Like, I don't know. I'm interested to watch his new movie, Nope. Have you heard about that? Jordan Peele's new movie.
No.
It's called Nope. You ain't heard of that? It's coming
Even
out next
Jordan
week.
Peele, even him, he's not my like my favorite fucking director or whatever per se. But I respect what he's trying to do. What he's trying to do for, excuse me, what he's trying to do, fam. You get me? Like, I see the bigger picture of what he. You get me? I don't really rate fucking Key, his other fucking sidekick in the comedy thing. But when it comes to the directing thing, like I think he understands, that he can. He's found a way to say things without saying them, if you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Like he'll give you a premise of a movie that makes you understand what he's basically trying to tell you, but he can't physically tell you that because of maybe what circles he's in or whatever, who he pals with or whatever. But the premise of his movies let you know kind of like this brother's on. He's trying to drop a couple gems in it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Not saying he don't fuck with certain people and he may not be a part of the elites, but I'm saying, right.
What did you think of us? What did you think of Us?
I ain't watched Us. The only one I watched is Get Out. Still, I can't lie.
Oh fucking hell, bro! You need to watch Us. That's a wavy film.
That's a bad one.
You get me?
Yeah, it's a wavy film. It's got bare duality and shit. Pun intended.
You know what you need to watch, cause I ain't gonna lie. You know what I feel like? One of my favorite films from him, or him and Peele or Key, whatever the fuck his name is, Keanu. Fam, has anyone seen that? Cause
no, I never even heard of it, bro.
Bro, it's about some dumb comedy, fam, about a cat that gets kidnapped. Yeah,
okay.
Fam, I'm not gonna lie. The film is a
How'd you
joke.
spell it?
Keanu, Keanu, Keanu. You get me? Yeah. Keanu. Yeah, just type in Jordan Peele. It should come up. Still.
Movie.
The film's done, but it's joke, fam. I'm telling you, cause like you'll sit there and just be laughing for fucking days.
Shit, I didn't even know this, but I had another movie like that. Oh, Keanu Reeves is in it as well. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, what card? You seen that? Swear down, you seen that?
Oh, this must be a bit like Thingy Bob then.
Bro, it's like, brother, just prepare to laugh at it. It's just dumb. It's dumb. It's fucking stupid. You get me? Like, but yeah, man. But I respect what they're trying to do anyway. You get me, regardless, bro. You get me? Yeah, he's making steps in.
To be fair, this is a movie they're starring in, but I don't think he directed it or wrote it and shit.
Oh, I swear down.
No, he didn't direct it. It's some Peter.
They must have had some sort of creative control,
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
these brothers wouldn't do nothing unless they were fucking creative control on it.
You get me? The shit they did
ad-lib in every scene, most probably.
Yeah, bro.
Well, apparently, fucking Bad Boys 1, Will Smith and Thingy Bob ad-libbed the whole movie. They didn't follow none of the script at all.
It wouldn't surprise me.
You wouldn't. Yeah.
It wouldn't.
You could tell.
It wouldn't surprise me. You see, like, have you ever watched like the outtakes at the end of a film? Yeah, and it shows you. Like they might
Rush
have done
Hour's got the maddest ones in it.
Yeah, they might have done one scene all 10 times. Yeah, and they feel like the best one, what the director thought was the best fucking clip they've gone with. But when you watch the outtakes, you'll be like, bruv, 7 of them other 10 were better than the one that you put in the movie. Or to you anyway. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, trust me.
Yeah, a lot of movies get mashed in the editing room, bro. They just get fucked up. Because remember, like some of these directors don't have creative control. And then the studio will look at it and go, take this out, shorten it to 1 hour 30 minutes. Oh, it's 2 hours 20 minutes. Nah, shorten it to like 1 hour 40 minutes. Get rid of this story, get rid of this shit. That's why you got.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Cut that down to size, man. Big up, card. Yeah, no, you said that to me last time, fam. The boys, nah, but I heard everyone's watching that though. But I still ain't watched it. I heard it's serious though.
Oh, The Boys, yeah, I watched all of that, bro. It's fucking bad.
I heard it's a decent show, fam.
With jokes.
Well, yeah, I heard about it.
Same time. Yeah.
Nah, but for me, Stranger Things is the fucking shit, bro. I swear.
Oh yeah.
The absolute shit is ill. You know what I mean? It is fucking crazy. You know, I'm surprised no one watches that, bro. That shit is the apex.
You know what, bro? I see that all the time with my Fire Stick, kid. It's one of the things that I just scroll past.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't get me wrong. You need to be a little bit into like classic shit. You know what I mean? Like you need to be into like the old school shit, like the Ghostbusters, the Exorcist, everything from the 80s. It's so many Easter eggs in the shit. It's like, oh, this shit from Freddy, this shit from here. You get me? And they reinvent it. Like the new, like it's all right. I can do spoilers now, innit? Because no one knows what the fuck's going on. But there's a baddie called Vecna,
yeah.
He's the new baddie. He's basically, you know, Pinhead from fucking Hellraiser.
Yeah.
He's Pinhead and Freddy combined into a motherfucking sick character, bruv. You know what I mean? Obviously, he ain't as sick as them because that shit's rated 18 and that. But they basically reinvented that kind of horror figure for this season. You know what I mean? And it fucked the prosthetics team that worked on The Night King done this, dude. You get me? From thing. So yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Some people just want to see fucking, you know what I mean? But this has got mystery, thriller, horror elements. It's got Spielberg, Stephen King galore. You know what I mean? If you like Stephen King, this is just pure Stephen King. You know what I mean? I just watched a movie in the cinema called Black Phone. That's crazy too. I don't know if you lot seen it. Crazy movie, Black Phone.
Yeah, no, trust me.
I ain't been cinema for a while still.
Yeah, neither have
I mean, I've been the other day, but before that, I ain't been for ages, man. Lockdown. No need for cinema.
No, yeah, but once you got, like I said, you got the gush fire stick with the IP shits.
Come on, man.
Since them shits came through for me, you know, man's been living luxurious lifestyles and that, man. I ain't even got to move no more.
Everything's there. Everything's
there. Brother, not everything's there, bro. I'm connected in motherfucking different planets and shit. I can just see what's going on in this country. Oh, okay, I got your whole shit. What's going on in this country? Oh, say nothing.
Bro, like, the other day, I sat and watched Portuguese news for about 20 minutes. Don't ask me why.
Just for the hell of it.
Just because it's there. I wanted to see what's going on in Portugal.
But you know what I've been fucking with recently? Sorry, my bad. You know the old school apprentices on the UK?
Yeah.
I've been watching the old ones, every single episode and shit, man, just to get inspired and see business, you know what I mean? Just to see different tactics of business and shit like that.
Fire stick, board. Fire stick. Everything's on the Fire Stick, bro. Live TV, fucking films, YouTube, everything's on the Fire Stick. Yeah,
it's not actually Fire Stick. Fire Sticks, it don't have to be Fire Stick. Fire Stick's just the actual. Yeah, Fire Stick's just the thing that's holding your app. You know what I mean? It's actually an app. You dig what I'm saying? Like the Fire Stick is the actual fucking shell that we use to stick into the machine and to stick into the TV. But on there, the information is that like don't get it fucked up. All these lot got Fire Sticks. They ain't balling like we got that shit.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
They on some other shit like rented, paid for shit. You know what I mean? But yeah,
you know what? Hey, listen, anybody that wants one of these Fire Sticks, just holler at me.
Well, what's your price? Let me guess your price. Let me see how far down the chain you are.
Bro, cause I'll be real, cause I'll be getting it for people for fucking pittance. You know, like we have to eat. You get me? I'll be real. Depending on who it is, and depending on what price you get it for.
Okay, what about not even a Mandem price, just a normal price?
Because you're paying £100.
£100. I should have just said it. I should have just said it when you said it. There's a nice. Little car, right? £60. Like he put a tenner on top.
You're still watching analog, bro. Fuck off, man. You're still watching analog TV. I'm joking. You get me? Yeah, no, flipping. Yeah,
the quick double up. I hear that. I hear what you're saying.
But I'm not gonna lie. I advise anyone that has Sky, Virgin, any sort of whatever.
Brother, if you get one of these for £2, you should be kissing man's feet.
Yeah, for the
kissing man's feet.
Like I had to literally break it down to my cousin. I said, bro, listen, you're getting Disney, Netflix, you're getting everything you'd pay for individually, all in one, fam, and you're paying the chump change. I actually sat there, done the math here. They'll be paying like £1,500 a year. It's like £1,500 a year if they was to do it like normal way. You get me?
Brother, are you mad? It's brother, if you count all the fucking shits, the Sky Sports, all the boxing pay-per-views, brother, it's way more than that. It's something like fucking 10 racks a year.
And you know why they're pussies? Because now they've got football on BT, Sky, and then come Christmas time, it all goes to Amazon. Amazon have got all the Christmas games until like February.
Right.
Yeah, so
I didn't even think about that.
So from like halfway through December to like the end of February,
They're fucked.
Bro,
You ain't
if you
getting
got
nothing.
Amazon Prime, fam, you ain't watching no fucking football, cuz you get me.
Lie.
Like, it's a joke, man. It's a fucking joke, cuz.
Bro, this thing is retarded. Let me ask you something though. Is you know your like user screen? Is it like a bluish one?
It was.
Oh, you don't fuck with that one no more.
No, I've had MediaTek, I've had Dream TV, I've had I can't remember the other one. But right now it's on Dream TV still.
If you got a good guy, yeah, your guy is certified or
Brother,
not.
you see my brother, it's a direct line. You get me? Like if anything's wrong, I will ring him because you get me, and he will just sort it out straight away. Every now and again there might be maintenance, there might be
you know the 7 degrees of separation. Your guy might be my guy and shit.
Brother, if your
Your guy's probably my guy and shit.
If the guy's in and around the outskirts of the South London area, then it might be him.
Nah, brother, you know what I was thinking the other day, bro? These motherfuckers is gangster. Think about this, yeah? Sky. I don't know if you know that in droves people are leaving this shit and then copying the other shit that we're talking about, yeah?
100%.
It went from 2% to 5% to 12% of the nation, yeah? Now check this out. There's an individual somewhere, this guy, this mystery dude we talking about, or a couple of them, a handful of brothers, that is fucking, they're Sky Movies, brother. They're Enterprise. Motherfuckers are subscribed to them like they're Sky.
Do you know who OMI Hellcat is? Have you ever heard of that guy?
Nah.
He's like, I think it's like OMI or Omi Hellcat. You get me? I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's basically one guy, yeah, from Philadelphia. You get me? One black brother, and basically he was like one of the kingpins of this same shit for over in America. You know?
Early times.
But like he's like, brother, when I mean he's gone clear. Like he made like 100+ mil, yeah.
Yeah,
FBI,
it makes sense.
FBI, they nicked him and they seized everything, innit?
Okay.
You get me? Took everything from him. Anyway,
but what was his length? He probably got 5 years max.
No, bro. He's still on road. Like obviously the case is not concluded, innit?
Yeah.
But fucking he got bagged and they was basically like, yeah, you're doing some sort of fraud. I don't know how exactly what they classed it as, but he's looking at some serious time. Basically, he opened up a next. It's like a next sort of streaming thing, same sort of premise, but the one he's done now, he's tweaked it a little bit, and they can't fuck with him. Yeah. So now he's tweaked it. He's making hella millions again, fam.
Yeah.
And they're like, bruv, this pussy cuz needs to go and sit down in jail, cuz you get me.
Don't get me wrong. If he's got someone who's got a fucking hateful for him in the FBI side, like he's got a personal agenda, he's gonna get done eventually. But generally speaking, if your superior is saying allow him now, like you're fucked, you get me? You ain't caught him, let him go. Then the brothers caught. You know what I mean? He's blessed.
They said
unless he touches a certain bracket, like if he goes to the 100, like then these man, you know what I mean? Then these man get involved because you touched 150 M's and you can't never do that.
Brother, it's around that, probably more than that, bro. He was doing the fire stick thing early, bro. I'm talking like a good couple years ago, fam. Yeah. Like now, even it's still kind of new to certain people now. He was doing it when it weren't even heard of, bro. You get me? Yeah. So he was creaming, fam, pause. You get me? Yeah, but yeah, fucking, he's got his little court case or whatever. You get me? But fam, they don't really like. They basically said.
So my thing is, this is what I mean. You don't have to be the top guy. That means other man are clearing easily 50 racks a month. What did you look? If everyone's paying a pinky in it, yeah, everyone's paying the pinky. So what? How many pinkies you need? You only need 1,000 people. You only need 1,000 people, brother, and you're getting 50. Oh no, it's not a month. Sorry, it's a year. My bad.
My brother, the guy that I fuck with, he set up a Telegram group for all the people that you get me are in it. If there's any issues or whatever, because so much people that was like contacting him in it. You get me? It was a bit long, bro. In this group, there's about 300 people, fam. Yeah, the minimum, fam. Yeah, that anyone has paid in this group is probably about £80, fam. Yeah. So let's for argument's sake, let's say it's 80 times that by 300, fam. Yeah, that's how much he's making a year. That's just like standard rate, because you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, of course. That ain't even stretching like a hard thing. You could live off other man's software with that shit. Break me off some of that little whack software you had. All right, safe. Say nothing. I'll give you a rack a month. And you know what I mean? And then the rest is getting. But don't get it twisted. Like these man, obviously, in it, you can't do it half-assed in it. You need to know how to have the certain this and that, and you know what I mean. But don't get it twisted. Now it's so easy because these lot got MV. You know what they called? There's Norton devices. There's MVPs, whatever they called, and man are just here, but they're not really here. You get me? So they're using other servers.
Bro,
it can be done.
Do you know what it is? Like, even I got a couple of brethren that was like, bro, man ain't paying that price. Like, obviously, man knows how to do it myself, innit? I can just go on YouTube. Bro, I got a brethren that thought he knew what he was doing, because, and let's just say his fire stick and my fire stick are not the same. You know what I'm trying to say?
Shit.
Like, you get me?
Like, his shit looking like Super Mario Brothers Part 1 and shit. and your shit looking like fucking, you know what I mean? Call of Duty and all that.
You're just not meant to cut corners on, bruv. You get me? Some things you can. Like, you get me? Yeah, there's certain things that raw in it. Someone else is gonna know.
If man's telling you, give me a pinky a year, yeah, and you're trying to do some shit yourself, yeah, and you fuck around and you dive, jumping, falling off your roof, yeah, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. You know what I mean? Let it be, man. Just pay the money, man.
Exactly.
And enjoy.
Exactly. You're already getting a mad deal when you break it down. Don't let
brother, listen, I started thinking about doing this, yeah, but like, I'm actually sure you could literally, if you go to certain places and you build up a little clientele base of rich dudes, yeah, very, very rich people, yeah, and you're like, yo, let me take care of your look, try this for free, take this for a month, yeah, let him have it for a month, yeah, let him use it for a month, take it away and be like, yo, just give me like what, just give me 3 bills a year, and that's yours. You know what I mean? They're like, of course, like here, like take the 3 bills. You know what I mean? And obviously, don't get it twisted. You got to do maintenance. You're gonna get hell of emails here and there, and people saying to you, "Oh, it's not working," and you're gonna have to do it. You get me? You have to levy between the two, your link and this, and then pass the emails. But you can get it done. Like a lot of people. One of my brethren, he's a security guard. He's doing something similar to what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But he ain't doing it as crazy. He's doing it to his brethren, just doing it, just putting a pinky on top, yeah. And he's got a WhatsApp group in it, so everyone's in the WhatsApp group can just put their thing there, and then it goes straight to the dude, so he don't have to never touch nothing. So he's found a way of not even fucking dealing with no one's problems no more. It's just in the WhatsApp group. He's getting paid off because that was a problem at first. So you gotta make it worth your while, innit? And if you're typing in emails all day because you've got so many complaints, you may need to find a new link. But that's a little business move for anyone, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's still, man. It's a good little hustle still. You get me? Anyone that's paying fucking some crazy money a month.
Oh, I was paying £125 a month.
Yeah, now times that by 12, bro. Yeah, for fucking television. That half the time you're not even in your house watching. And that's another thing about Sky, yeah. Like, other than couple channels, like, let's be real. We don't really watch fucking television like that. And even if you got the youth, them, all they're watching is fucking cartoons. You can get that elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like, it's a waste of money, man. It's a waste of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my life's been in order since then, bro. Bro, you know what, yeah? I'm so sick with it, yeah. I'm actually sickening, brother. No, I did, yeah. I got my, I'm paying like £22 a month now. That's it, innit? And a one-off fee for this thing,
It's done. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah,
watch this now. Watch this now. No, watch this. This is the wickedest thing, yeah. I paid £20 for my fucking SIM, yeah.
Yeah.
And they give it. You want to add on for home internet, £2 a month.
Yeah.
So really, I'm paying £2 a month for my shit now. I've gone from £125 a month to £2 a month because you know you're gonna pay £20 for your own SIM anyway. Did you get it?
Yeah, no, of course.
And they put a little add-on. Very good internet, gully internet, and all the rest of it.
You know, I hear this Sky Go still. That's been around for a good couple of years, but at the same time,
Sky Go is the rape charge, bro. You mad?
The point is, yeah, the stuff you can watch on there, bro, yeah, and the limitations that they place on you for the money they're charging you, it's not really worth it compared to what's on the market. That's basically you get me? The deal breaker. That's what it is. You get me? Even I see a certain rapper, bro. You got TV in his car, yeah, and you got the fire stick plugged up to his car, fam. So it's like, boom. You could have got TV in there anyway, but now he's just got every channel in the fucking world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel sorry for something, man. That's just paying regular P's, bro. That's fucked. And they ain't even got all the channels. They got nothing really. Because don't get it twisted, this thing's got Netflix, Disney
It's
Plus,
got everything. It's got everything.
Amazon Prime, Sky
Everything,
Sports, BT Sports,
everything.
fucking
Bro, listen,
Dazzle.
bro. You see in England, yeah, they don't televise 3:00 kickoffs. You get me?
No, they don't.
Yeah. Like, guess what though? I'm watching 3:00 kickoffs on my fucking Fire Stick.
Standardly.
Yeah,
And
every
if it gets slightly tricky, fuck all that. I'll just go to the USA channel that's showing it.
Come on, man.
CBS. Like, I ain't getting fooled.
Optus Sports, Spartak Sports.
Yeah, like whatever the fuck it
Bowler
is.
Sports.
Some Irish shit.
You get me? Whatever it is, I'm watching it from. Just put it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
you
as
know
well,
what's crazy, yeah. Like when you know the guy who's doing my one, yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm watching Sky Sports, yeah, it's fucking Irish. It's Irish adverts.
It's the same for me, fam. I'm getting
got it as well, yeah. So
Bro,
obviously he's worked out a jurisdiction thing where it's like he can fuck with it here and they ain't even, you know what I mean? It's get me. They're
it's
clever
Irish
dudes.
or Australian, fam. I'm even getting shown about fucking what's in the Irish fucking local news agents, bro. Or I'm getting fucking shown what's in Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
What's their shop called? Their burger shop, Hungry Jack's.
Oh
get
my
me?
goodness.
Yeah. Like, I ain't gonna lie, see a couple times, fam. See when you're buzzing, that shit will catch you off guard. I'm all like, yeah, that looks banging. I'm about to order that, fam. Where's that from?
Nah,
Yeah.
listen.
And you
I don't know
realise,
if you ever caught the African Dominoes.
No, fuck off. No,
Brother,
so
listen, yeah.
I'm
I'm watching the thing and then they start fucking doing this fake dominoes.
But what channel was you watching, fam?
Nah, this was obviously 3:00 kickoffs when they had to do like
don't try it. No, it weren't.
Brother, I'm telling you. Listen, brother, I'm telling you. They was streaming, yeah, from an African channel. I ain't even checking shit. You know which collection it is as well? It's the Premier League channel. You know, you click on the Premier League and it just got the channels there set for you. Mad.
Yeah, I've got that though.
Hey, listen, you man, give me
Yeah.
5 minutes, yeah. You man locking off the stream or you chilling?
No,
I'm chilling.
I'm here for a second.
All right, give me like 5 minutes, please, yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, best they have got that. I know you see that shit.
I saw it, man. Riding up, I was like, "Wow, man, is man getting pizza delivered? Like, what is this, man? The fuck is this?"
With African Dominoes, cuz you know what sort of shit's
yeah,
on that pizza.
this man just getting up to speed, bro.
That's the next sort of pizza, fam. Yeah.
I don't even know about that.
That's dashing palm oil on the base of the pizza.
Why do you want? Why would you want that? Could be rice in it. Nah.
Man said fufu and broiler chicken pizza. Fuck off, man.
Yeah,
sounds dangerous to
chewy,
us.
proper chewy and that. Palm oil, you know.
Oh shit.
You can't put palm oil on nothing, man. It ruins the taste, man. For me. I just don't like the taste of it. It's like oil, crude oil.
I say crude oil, yeah.
Wasting up your time. I don't even know what I'm doing in this GTA, man. Okay,
oh, bro, should I turn it on? Should I? Can I be bothered? Time is it 1 o'clock? Brother, you see the other day when I jumped on? I can't remember the Don's name, fam. There was some Don that was trying to target me like I was some fucking victim, fam. Like, I don't know what I done to him. I don't know if this was someone that I knew or what.
Did you get to buy a yard or not?
No. I listened to your ass and went casino like a fucking idiot.
Oh, shit. Gambling. Span the wheel, yeah?
Brother, the daily wheel. I got a quick 20,000 extra coins. You get me? So for that,
Yeah.
let me hit the roulette table.
Oh, shit.
Lost a quick 50. They made it back here. They made a 10 on top. So I said, "Bro, cool. 10 up. Go to the blackjack table." And the blackjack table was fucking sucking man's peas differently. Yeah,
People told me the blackjack table's easiest.
Brother, listen, they kept giving man like 13s and 15s and you know them little weird numbers, cuz give me like a 19 or something, man. Or give me a fucking 10, bro. Yeah, don't give me no fucking 15. What would I do with that? Fuck, what would I do with that? Yeah, that's 50-50 now. Pussy.
I beat the dealer bare times, man.
Yeah. But yeah, flipping, I need to buy I think a penthouse or something, so I can fuck with the high stakes or something like that.
Well, you got near $1 million, ain't you? No?
No, brother. Listen, man said a million. So you better take like 5 zeros off that, bro. You better take 5 zeros off that side. So I said a million, you know. Remember, last time I checked, what did I tell you I had that night? 8 bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still around about that.
I'll
You know,
spend £11 to buy a bull shark, mate.
you're making me want
1.5 million.
I'm turning it on, man.
Quickly.
Fuck with that.
I'll buy a bull shark quickly one time. Just go and buy my yard, little whip, and then get to missions. You know what I mean? Make more sense. But there's bare free stuff, remember? I told you. Free bunkers, free yard. Yeah, actually, there's free yards as well.
Yeah, that's what I need to buy.
One with 2 cars. You can put 2 cars in the driveway. Some low-level ghetto house and that. But it's all right, man. You have to start somewhere. Remember, I started in the garage.
Man don't have a house right now, so I will take
I was sleeping under the bridge, yeah, in the garage. With my stolen car, boy. I upgraded quick, boy. Proper hustler, boy. I was like, yeah. No, I can't live like this. Man are balling on me. Rolling up in big whips, Bugattis, and all sorts. I'm like, no. Yeah, I did spend a couple nights, though, just waking up in the morning, coming out of the garage. I said, this is ghetto. I can't live like this. That's it. I can't live like this. Now I got a room with a view. Bare yards with a view. Yeah, 10 garage. I got a whole garage just for having garage sake. Got arcade. I got a nightclub. I got a bunker. I got a terabyte. I got a flying car. Bro, bike, sorry. With rocket launchers on it. Heat seekers. Bro, Liberty. And most of the cars in the game.
Now man's just showing off in it.
But I ain't got the Formula 1 car. I'm so pissed.
Oh, so sorry for you. Fuck yeah. I said he got Formula 1.
Yeah, I want to get F1. Come on, man. You don't want an F1. It's ridiculous because you can't even drive it nowhere. But, you know, it's so fast. But I would like to have one. But it's going to cost me. I got about just under 4 million, man. I need to sort my shit out, man. And the game crashed on us yesterday, man. Kicked me out of the game. And I was going to get about another, maybe 700,000 or something.
Crash, you know.
Yeah, it crashed, man. Kicked man out. I mean, I was in the game with them, man, but we're still in the party group. You know how to jump in the party, innit?
No. Brother, you see everything online because this is like near enough. Like I think I played online for like 2 months about a good couple years ago. Everything I fucked up. You see if you saw me moving around yesterday on screen, because like, brother, I was moving like a real novice.
Yeah. You have to get to grips.
Yeah, man, trust me.
X button to run, all that shit. Yeah.
The internet thing's totally different. Usual GTA, yeah, that's hard, man. Man get smoked.
Yeah.
It's the internet stuff. Yeah,
but in the real world, it's all right. It's all right. Once you get used to it.
Bro, I pressed pause to go toilet. I come back yesterday, man got ran over, fam.
Oh shit. Yeah, you can't just stand around.
You can't fucking pause on it, you get me?
Yeah. When it's standing in the road. No, but you can go to safe mode. So you'll see that there's people doing their stuff. They're just trying to get around, but they don't want to get shot up or nothing. So you go in safe mode and just do what you're doing. It's just like you can't shoot anyone while you're in that mode either, but they definitely can't shoot you, so they don't even bother.
So you don't even know that for us.
Yeah. That's if you don't want no headache. Like, bro, why does my keep trying to target me? Allow it, man. Just go in safe mode. When you get a little bit of money, you'll be able to sell mercenaries or muggers to man. You just hear a man getting peeled on the other side of the screen. Swear down. It's happened to me a couple of times. I just minding my own business, like finished doing a job, and man said muggers. And now, if you got the money you got on it, anytime you got money on you, just quickly tuck it in the bank, go on your phone, and put the money into your bank. Because if you get caught slipping or you get killed with money on you, the money drops out on the road. Yeah, it's mad. You don't want to have like 5 bags that you just made, or 10 bags, 20 bags. And yeah, half of it disappear because you got licked down.
T and Zuni. Alright, cool, Zuni. Say that. Cause you've been dying for me to play you on FIFA, blood.
Oh, yeah.
Get this cracking. Alright, man, just tuned in to Grand Theft. Let's see what I've got on. Yeah, so.
Who else is in there now? Oh, Zanini's in there. Judge is in there. He ain't doing nothing, though. Oh, yeah.
Need to get some free shit because we'll run up on
Oh,
some.
yeah. As I said, if you link me, I could drop you. I'll drop you some guns. It'll become yours. Huh?
Alright, cool. Where you at? Where you at?
Right now, you broken. But yeah, man, how about a bull shark, bro? Figure's no joke. But what else you gonna spend money on? Well, you need an advantage. I'm surprised they didn't give you the million though. Start off million, bro.
Get the shit out of you, bro. Don't you ever put your hands on me, you know.
Man said, get ready to lose, you know. Yeah, when you're in the game and you might get a notification. Like when you was playing, you should have got a notification from me trying to get you into a group. You just press on the PlayStation button and join it, and put your headphones in. That's what you have to do. Put your headphones into your
fucking headphones. Have I got headphones?
Yeah, just little ones or cheap ones or whatever.
Yeah, after cops, so I don't even got no fucking headphones like that, man. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, that's the way. Otherwise, we can't communicate. You can hear it in the game. You can hear me.
I could just hear, man. Yeah, they can't hear me. Yeah. Like, what's the change the camera view again?
Oh, I think it's press the center one. Your view changed, didn't it?
Oh yeah, cool. Really sharp. I'm gonna play you on FIFA, bro. Don't worry, you're gonna get it, whether it's today or tomorrow. Don't get it twisted.
That's it. Don't be scared, you know.
Zuli's got his own team called County United, you know.
He's a Man United fan, so you know it's peak for you. You've got to come with Liverpool.
Man's got a team called Cellulite Rovers. Hey, fuck off, blood. I'm not interested. Alright. Go bang on one mission or something, man. Simeon. What was his name called? Anyway, let me back you quick stats before I deal with this shit anyway. Where you at?
I'll soon be there in a minute. Still.
See that.
90%. Sorry.
No, you just need some donuts in the road. What's Paul Zulu? Said, oh shit, alright, one second. Let me send a request to Zulu. You can't use this phone.
He's crying.
I know.
Could have easily gone to mine and added you quickly.
You get me? Like, you could have done it like that, Zulu, but you got to be extra. Yeah?
In the middle of man's game. But
yeah, man, back in the building.
Big up, family.
So what, Em? What are you saying about are you happy with your transfer window so far?
Boy, no.
Because I see my man in it, and obviously I see him. I don't know who you played, but when he scored those 5 goals, I was like, all right, you know what I mean. ain't like one of Klopp's signings is gonna flop, but
brother,
boy,
listen, you see, to me, fam, yeah, I'll tell you the truth. I never wanted him, fam. Like, I'm not prepared to make do just because, man, we got him in it. That's not what I never thought he was anything like a Liverpool player. I just feel like, bro, they got Haaland. That was Liverpool's response. It was a shit response. Yeah, like you could have done a lot better. Like
you think?
Obviously,
I think he's gonna do main for you, bruv.
This is what my cousin keeps saying, but I'm saying, Roy, you see right now, yeah. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he outscores Haaland next season. Like just the madness. But at the same time, what he showed me so far, I don't really have that much faith in what I've seen in it. You get me?
Boy, that's one player, bro. You know what they did, yeah? Liverpool. They did the misdirection the whole season. Everyone was looking at Mo Salah, giving it, he's gonna leave. All of a sudden, my man just like out of nowhere, he's gone. And he's some people are not even some people, it's 50-50 split whether who's more important to the team out of Mane and Salah.
I would have preferred Salah to go, truthfully.
There you go. It's 50-50 amongst fans I speak to. So it's like you've lost one of your big players, but then at the same time, I'm looking at a lot of teams. I'm surprised. I'm really shocked. Man City have taken a big risk letting Sterling go in, letting the left back go, letting Gabriel Jesus go. Brother.
Bro, listen, because Manchester City last season won the league with no striker. Remember that, you know?
Yeah.
So now,
but Sterling was a big part of that.
Yeah, but then he also missed a big chunk of the season as well. You got to understand, you see a team like Man City, fam. Yeah, when you got Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, Jack Grealish, fucking bruv, who else is there? There's a bag of people that I'm forgetting, fam. Bruv, they're so overloaded with talent, fam. Yeah, and talent that can play in various positions. They can function just fine without certain players. Like Sterling's decent and that. Don't ever get twisted. Man can never shit on him, but bro, you missed a bag of games last season and they still.
Nah, but that's the thing. Bro. That's the thing, yeah. They got two. Their squad has got two teams in it.
Exactly, bro. They've got two first teams.
That's what I'm saying. So what it is it's only natural for Grealish, Sterling, Mahrez, and Silva to get like a quarter of a season each. You dig what I'm saying?
Nah, not necessarily, man.
Yes, bro. Because if you look at the stats, I think Sterling, even though he played those limited games, was like their second top goal scorer, their second most assists, and he hardly even played. But every time he came on, he done main. And even in that match against when Chelsea just got shelled recently against Arsenal, Sterling was their best player.
Yeah, brother, I hear that still, but that's like saying you're the best of a shit bunch. To be quite honest, because see Raheem Sterling at Man City, bro. I look at it like this, yeah. Like me personally, I understood that the Man City as a team and how they play makes Sterling look a lot better than what he is. Not saying he's shit, he's still a great player, but he used to get a lot of tap-ins and a lot of one touches, bruv. And he used to miss a lot of them as well.
Nah, bro.
Bruv, what do you mean not, bruv? Do you want me to draw up his fucking chances missed, fam, for the last 3 seasons?
You know when you gotta beat. Nah, of course he's not mega decisive in front of goal. Like we know that's not his fucking.
Exactly. So you as a winger, bruv.
But the thing is, he gets in positions because he's you know what I mean. He's got that low center of gravity. So he just gets to the back post quickly. Bro, you gotta be there. You gotta be in it to win it, bro.
I hear that, and I'm not disputing that. But at the same time, fam, he misses near enough as much chances as he.
But I swear Mo Salah does that as well.
Yeah, but we're not talking about Mo Salah, fam. We're talking about Raheem Sterling. Don't try to bring Mo Salah.
You get my point, though. Is like those players.
The reason why it's different. Yeah, the reason why it's different is because Mo Salah has won everything in football there is to win. Raheem Sterling ain't in domestic football. Raheem Sterling ain't. Different kettles of fish, fam. Let's leave it there.
Bro, you're tripping now, man. Come on, bro. You're tripping now, man.
Raheem Sterling.
Yeah. What
you mean? How many times has he won the Premiership?
What you mean, Raheem England? Yeah, I hear that still. No man ain't won.
No, I'm saying how many times has Man City won
this
the
is like some new age hatred. You know, these motherfuckers hate Man City with a passion now. They don't care about Man United no more.
Listen. Omar, let me tell you something. The reason why I could never listen, it will always be Manchester United, fam. Yeah, that true Liverpool fans, fam, and
Yeah.
true old school football fans
Yeah, of
will
course.
have genuine hatred to. See all these Man Cities and Chelseas, fam. Yeah, you has been doing good for the last decade, maybe 2.
New
Brother,
guys.
you can't even put your hands up and do double figures in fucking Leagues 1. Go sit the fuck down, bro.
That's
yeah?
mad.
This is a big man's conversation, you know, fam. Yeah, go and
But
sit down.
I never wanted to
Yeah?
be. I never wanted to be a supporter like that and talk about history. Like, to be honest, I give Man City their props, bro. They're done 5 out of the last 7 seasons, bro. They won. That's fucking disgusting.
I hate when man say, "Oh, bro, you're talking about history, bro." Your team is only able to be built and be able to be called a giant of football because of history, fam. If you have no history, you have no fucking. You're not.
No, I'm not saying totally ignore it. I just never wanted to be a fan that relies on it. For me, you obviously I get you, yeah, because you got both right now, innit? Like you live in a luxurious lifestyle. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Liverpool been doing well, like, you know what I mean, for the last 5 under Klopp. What is it, 5-7 years now? How many years you had Klopp now? Is it half a decade?
Yeah, 5-6, yeah.
Yeah, like 5-6 years. So,
Yeah,
you know, I ain't gonna lie,
2015.
like, yeah, like the proof's in the pudding, innit? You got the trophies and that, but hopefully, like, you know what I mean, Ten Hag can replicate that shit, bro.
Fuck that guy. Man United ain't winning shit for ages. I'll tell you that for a fact, bro. Man United are not gonna win the league. Well, they might win the FA Cup or something, but they ain't winning the league for a good fucking, I'd say probably 10 years, bro. And this is
We're gonna win it, and we're gonna beat Liverpool.
This is
home and away.
This is another thing.
This
See whenever you
season.
speak up, see whenever you say, "Oh, bro, you went 30 years without winning the league," bro.
Yeah, that's because you're shit.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. You see when we look in and around us, fam. Yeah, all right, boom. Chelsea, 55 years without a fucking league, bro. Yeah, boom. Man City, they went God knows how long, fam. Fucking Manchester United, 26 years, you know, before Fergie won your title. Hold on. That's only 4 shy of fucking Liverpool's 30 fucking year wait, bro. Yeah.
So but you're not factoring in the Munich disaster, brother.
Yeah.
Where we lost the whole fucking team on an
We
airplane.
were, bro. That team.
Brother. Like obviously, RIP to the people that were lost in it, but things happen.
We would have watched a couple more.
Like if Man City was to go on an airplane now and lose their entire squad, they'll be shit, bro. They ain't gonna buy.
No, they wouldn't. No, do you want to know why? Because Sheikh Mansour would buy a whole other fucking 2 first teams tomorrow.
No, not by tomorrow, bro. Not by tomorrow. It will take.
You know what I'm trying to say, though. You know what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're trying to say, but even with Sheikh, even with the power of these sheikhs and that, they wouldn't be able to replicate it overnight, bro.
Yeah, and obviously it might take a couple years, but I'm saying right, it ain't gonna take 26, fam. Yeah.
Okay, look, you know what's a good example? We can look at Newcastle now and see how long their success takes.
It will take 5 years. Yeah, my cousin is a diehard Newcastle fan, my older cousin. Don't ask me why. I actually know why, because he saw a black man back in
the old school firm.
He saw a black man
and fucking Andy Cole days.
Of Andy Cole, Les Ferdinand, them man their days. You get me? Like he's like nearly 40 now. So I get it, but you get me. But me personally, like I understand where should I say what you're saying about the weight and that, yeah. But bruv, I put it this way: do you think Arsenal will win the league in the next 12 years?
No. Exactly.
So then that would be more than fucking Liverpool's 30. Yeah, like a lot of teams are in and around that number, fam. Because it's Liverpool, bruv, and it was everyone. You get me trying to say. Everyone's like, oh yeah, it's a big deal, cuz. But I'm saying, right, if Man United go fucking 35 years without winning the league, no one ain't gonna look at it the same. You get what I'm trying to say? That was a big part of Liverpool's
bank. But again, you only won one.
Shut the fuck up, Snipes, man. You fucking.
And it was in a fucking lockdown, bro. That lockdown Premiership is dead food, bro.
Man said, do you know what it is? I love man like Sniping, you know. I just shut man down like this. You're talking about some shit that man already. You're talking about some shit that man already won by Christmas.
And you're going success,
bruv.
And only winning the league once.
Bruv, you've never been 20 points clear at Christmas in your life, fam. Allow it.
What is it?
Yeah, allow it. Never.
You won it once, but we've never been on a lockdown.
Never.
During the Premiership season before.
Liverpool's points tally for the last 5 years will smoke every single one of Fergie's winning season. Hold that, bro.
Yeah, but that don't mean nothing though, bro.
Yeah, it does, though. It does, though. It does.
It doesn't, bro. It doesn't. Because that translates as one
manager in the.
Do you want to know what that translates to? Do you want to know what that translates
to? In the Premiership.
That's what you're talking about. I told you right now what that
translates. I think fucking Tottenham had a stat like that under fucking what's his name again? And they didn't
failure.
Don't bring up the bottle. How dare you bring up the bottle jobs in a conversation of giants? Come on, man.
Yeah. Audacity. Don't ever mention Fergie's name with Klopp.
Bro,
ever
fuck
in your
that
life.
nigga, man.
Dumb.
Fuck that one
your
fucking
guy.
team beefing.
Yeah?
That one team beefing
Fake teeth
motherfucker.
having motherfucker.
Fuck him, man.
Are you sure?
Fuck him, man.
Like,
Pep
bro, he
Guardiola
wasn't even
smokes
a
him
good
anyway,
player.
man. Pep Guardiola smokes him, man.
Even
Allow it, man.
worse
Get
as
the
well.
fuck out of here,
Like,
man.
who was
Get the
Klopp
fuck
as a
out of here,
player?
man. Bruv, the
He
man
had
they won
two.
two. Bruv, the man they won
No,
two
man. Stop that,
European
man.
Cups in 26
Stop
years.
it.
Fuck off,
Stop
man.
it.
Fuck off, bruv.
Yeah.
Fuck off, man. How you winning
Little
two fucking
fucking
European
Bayern.
Cups in a
Was
quarter century,
it?
bruv? And you want to be
Borussia
talked about like
Dortmund
you're this.
manager.
Get the hell out of here, man.
The one
Get
who
the hell out of
quit.
it.
The
Man
one who
respect
quit.
him. Man respect him
Oh,
for the
bruv.
13 league titles he fought when he was beefing basically no one other than Arsenal and Chelsea one season. I respect that. I have to. It is what it is. But I'm saying, bro, when you got to fight the big boys on the big stage, fam, like Liverpool have done 6 times, you got smoked regularly, Alex. Regularly, fam. Yeah?
What are you
Come
talking
on, man.
about?
There's levels to this. Stop this, bro. That
A
man had
man
the
who's
mess.
won 18 titles, Premiership titles. You want to?
How's he won
What do you
18?
want
He's
to
won
say?
13. What are you talking about? 18.
All right, 13.
Yeah.
And you won how many? And your
What do you
managers
mean
won how
you?
many?
Stop saying you,
Then
bro.
shut
Stop
the
saying
fuck up,
you.
man. What are
Stop
you
saying
doing?
you. Stop saying you. Yeah.
You just came out the doldrums, like
Man's talking about Fergie and his 13 titles,
yeah.
bro.
You just came out the
Hold on,
doldrums,
wait. Stop.
and
Stop.
you
Hold on,
had
wait.
an up and
Wait,
down
by the way.
Last season you were shit.
Alex
Dog
Ferguson,
shit.
Alex
Yeah?
Ferguson won nothing for the
Bruv,
first 6
what are
years
you
of his
doing,
reign,
man?
bro. Hold on, Alex
The
Ferguson
last
won
2
nothing.
seasons you lot have been dog shit.
Can I speak, please? He
No, that's
won
not true,
nothing
bro.
for the
He's won
first
something
6
in his-
years.
in his
Hold
third year.
on, man. Hold on. Let me make my point. It'll take 30 seconds. He won nothing for the first 6 years, bro. Klopp's won everything in his first 6 years, bro. Yeah. So if we, let's just say right now, Klopp goes for the
And how
same
much did they
longevity.
spend?
Let's just say Klopp goes for the same longevity as Fergie, bro. Yeah. Which
How
obviously we don't know.
long
We
did?
don't know what he's
How
gonna do
much
because
did
he
he
ain't been there.
spend?
What?
You're
What do you
chatting
mean? How
shit,
much
bro.
did he spend?
How much did he
Bruv, are you
fucking
dumb?
spend?
Wait. Hold on,
Compared to Fergie at the time.
Sniper. Are you talking like Manchester United every have the record fucking sign it every fucking season, bro?
No.
Bruv, don't act stupid, bro.
No, bruv.
Don't act
Shush,
dumb, fam.
shush,
Are you fucking dumb?
A
Don't
man
act dumb,
spent
bruv.
250
bruv. You lot are the
million
king of
over
record signings.
2
Don't
seasons.
talk, bruv.
Yeah.
Do not talk to me
That
about
team
money
is
and your
supposed
Manchester
to
United.
win
You don't have the
the
audacity,
Premiership.
bruv. You
What
don't
are
have
you
the right
what?
talking about
Bro,
money in the Manchester
bro,
United.
shush,
You don't
shush,
have the
shush,
right, fam.
shush,
The
shush,
right,
shush.
fam. Man's talking about money
Bro.
like you weren't fucking
Bro,
spending.
you
doing
just
record signings every
compared
season.
Fergie's reign to Klopp's, right?
What?
And I'm saying it's
Who
different.
compared
right? It's a
Fergie's to
different
Klopp?
time.
You done that,
You
not me,
did.
fam.
You said in
Bruv.
5 years he's won this, but it's
No,
not the same Premiership,
brother,
is
you
it?
brought up Fergie
What are you
and then
doing,
said
bro?
you brought up Fergie
Yeah?
and then said, "What
So
have you
I'm
won?"
saying
Yeah,
the amount of spending
brother, you're
that
talking
Fergie was
faff,
doing
fam. How are
compared
you
to Klopp,
comparing, man, to something
yeah,
that man ain't finished his reign, fam? How the
less
fuck am
than
I? How
2
am I
seasons,
going to
bro.
compare? How am I going to compare Fergie to Klopp
His
and
whole
Klopp ain't
reign
finished fucking managing, bro?
ain't made
That don't
that.
make no
He never
fucking
spent
sense,
that
fam.
money, bro.
Bro, what's man talking about, fam?
The whole time he was there, he never spent no 250 million.
Who
on
didn't
players.
spend no 250 million
Fergie.
in his
Where
reign?
did
He
he
didn't
spend
spend 250 million.
Hold on, where did he spend 250 million at when
Where?
most of the players came from the academy?
Bruv,
Like, what are you
bruv,
doing, bruv?
bruv,
What
are you
what
alright,
football
fam?
was you watching?
Are you alright, fam?
Or was
Brother,
you in
listen.
nursery?
Big man.
What's going on
Big
here?
man. Hold on, wait, stop. Because I
What the
have
hell
to
was
ask
you
you.
watching?
I have to
He's in
ask
nursery,
you.
bro.
Brother,
Yeah?
stop talking about
You buy a
the
one
five
for
little
run for
brother,
30
stop
million.
talking
Those
about
are
the five
records back
little
in those
youngsters,
days.
bruv. Stop
Yeah?
talking about the five
But
little
one
youngsters
man
you
comes
had,
in
bruv,
and
in
spends
1992, fam.
250
You had a
million.
whole back.
Yeah?
What?
Buys 2 goalkeepers for 50 million each. Yeah? Buys defenders, buys defensive midfielders. Rechanges the team, yeah? And you're saying what? He's done bigger than Fergie Howe? With compared to what? Don't do that, bruv. You're just going to make a fool out of yourself.
Listen, brother, are you listening? Are you listening? Because I'm going to tell you again. Because obviously,
Jurgen Klopp's
you're
record.
either not listening or you got shit in your ears.
You want to compare
Listen
that
to what
to
I'm
Fergie?
saying and stop
You
talking
can't.
for a second, bruv.
Shush.
Listen to what I'm saying, bruv.
Yeah?
Listen.
Go
Just
back
listen.
to the corner
You're just
where
yapping
you
and
came
yapping.
from.
You're not listening, fam.
Yeah?
Listen to what I'm saying. In the first 6 years, bruv. Yeah, it took Ferguson 6 years to do anything at United, bro. That's what I said. That's what I said. I didn't say nothing about nothing what you're saying. That's exactly what I said. Rewind the fucking stream, bro. Then I said in the first 6 years of Klopp's reign, he's won everything, bruv. Yeah, that's what I said. So don't be talking. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
It's a different time, and I said, and then I asked you, and I said, well, then the spending, because he spent this amount, and then Fergie in that time never spent nowhere near.
All right,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so we
you
can't even compare it. We can compare. Hold on. We can't overstand that a man coming in and spending 250 million.
You want to know why this is?
He's supposed to hold on, my brother. He's
Brother, that's a
supposed
dumb
to
comparison.
win,
You're talking
man.
about 1986,
No,
fam.
it's not.
How the
It's
fuck you
not.
comparing
It's not.
86
It's
to
not because you
2022?
compared them in the first
How are you
place.
comparing
If you didn't compare
2022
them in the
to
first
fucking
place, we
1986?
wouldn't
Are
be
you
having
alright,
this
fam?
conversation.
Are you alright, fam?
Bro,
Are you alright, fam? You're
I'm
comparing
fine.
money in
I'm fine,
1986.
bro.
You're
I'm
comparing
fine.
money to
But then
1986
why are you
to
comparing
2022.
Klopp and Fergie?
What?
Why are you comparing Klopp and Fergie's first 5 years
Yeah.
to Klopp's
Yeah.
5 years at
Yeah.
Liverpool? There's no comparison.
Why is it no comparison?
There's no comparison.
Why is it no comparison?
There's no comparison.
Why
Because the
is it no
trophy-
comparison? fam?
No, because from that, the trophy haul that Fergie's got, yeah, Klopp is still yet to obtain. He's not nowhere.
Bruv,
And
this
the
is
team
what I'm
he's
saying.
at,
You're just,
hold
bruv, you're
on,
just talking.
the
You're
team
just-
he's
you're
at,
spouting
one
now, man.
second.
You're just spouting. You're
One
spouting.
one second. The team
You're
that
just spouting.
he's inherited,
You're
he's
spouting.
inherited.
You're spouting.
Hold on, he's inherited the history, right?
Bruv, how the fuck? Oh, wait.
And,
Wait, hold on, wait.
and won the Champions League. I rate him. He won the Champions League and won
Omar, check this.
pandemic premiership.
Check this, Omar. Sniper's
please,
been a
man.
barber for 30 years, bro. Yeah, I've been a barber for fucking 5. Yeah, yeah. Check this, yeah. Sniper's near enough his retirement. He's gonna retire in a year, fam. Yeah, fuck that. Let's just say he's retired, fam. He's done his service. He's got plaques and accolades in the barber game, fam. Yeah, I'm up and coming now. I've done.
Guess what I'm doing now?
Hold on, bruv. I've done what Sniper may have done in 15 years in 5. Now, my fucking career isn't finished, so we can't say what I'm yet to do or what I'm yet not to do, fam. Yeah. So man comparing the end of man's reign, bruv, to somebody that's still active doesn't make sense, bruv. The only comparison I made was the first 6 years, fam, and that's what man can compare. 6 years of duty against your 6 years of duty. I done this, you done that. In 30 years' time, if Klopp's still managing Liverpool, then yeah, we'll have the conversation about Fergie. Right now,
What did he do in the 6 years? What did Fergie do in the 6 years?
Fam.
There's no comparison, is there?
If Klopp leaves tomorrow, fam, this conversation will just look stupid as fuck, fam. So I'm saying, let's compare. Let's compare time span to time span. Yeah, Klopp's not finished his fucking 10 years, bro.
All right, let me get off something.
Hold on, you're saying, hold on 1 second. First 6 years, yeah, of Fergie's reign, back in when? Bro?
He won his first cup in 1990 in his 4th year.
Bro, come on, bro.
Won the FA Cup.
What are you doing, bro? We know the history of our team. We know what our manager did. We know when he became successful. We know what happened, right?
He was successful before he touched
So
you, man.
I'm saying, no, he's the most successful manager.
He was successful before he touched you. Allow it, bro.
Brother. He's the most successful manager in this country. Who are you comparing him to?
That was crazy, There was no need to even bring Fergie into it. We know Fergie's is untouchable.
That was
and
no way. There was no way. I don't know what you're doing.
Get there.
This is what I'm saying.
You just made up a scenario,
bro.
No, I
get your point. No, listen.
Don't ever do that in your life, bro.
United man do this all the time. You see me, fam. You see me. But first and foremost, hold on. Let me. Listen. First and foremost, I'm a football fan, fam. Yeah, I'm biased because I'm Liverpool. Secondly, fam, yeah, but I love football first, fam. So I don't care if United, Chelsea, fucking hoo-ha United, fam. Like I fuck with the game.
A great manager is a great manager.
What man saying about Fergie, fam? Yes, man has to respect Alex Ferguson's name. No one ever shut up, man. No one ever said otherwise, fam. No one ever said otherwise.
Don't sound like it.
Yeah, no one ever said. I'm saying raw, innit? When we put Fergie, bruv, who was only beefing one team a fucking season in England, who's only beefing one team a season in England. When we put him in Europe, when he had to face real G's on a regular basis, he come up short, bro. He come up short.
Like these are the short bitches. Hold on, these are the short Liverpool bitches. Yeah, only just obtaining a little bit of success, and look how they're acting. This is why they can't win the Premiership.
How are you talking about man that won the European Cup twice in 20 fucking 5 years, bro?
No, but one thing I'll tell you, one minute. Let me answer that. Brother, let's have a conversation. You made a good point. Let me make a point now. Hold up, man. Let's not all talk over each other, man. Hold up, Stacks. Hey, Michael, 1 second. Michael, 1 second. Now listen, yeah. You're saying, what did you just say? Oh yeah, he only won it twice in the thing. Now listen, this is very important. A lot of people are in the game, and what's that word I'm trying to look when something's hard to obtain? That very hard to obtain. There's a word, yeah, but I can't do it. That very, very hard retrievable third Champions League trophy is only reserved for a few dudes on the planet that's ever existed. For some reason, no one can attain that coveted third trophy. That's the word I'm looking for. That fucking unobtainable third trophy. People, look how many times Guardiola, he's only won it twice, right? Yeah, he's only won it twice, and Klopp's won it once. So it's unless you're a man like fucking Ancelotti, yeah, or a man like Zidane's like a golden child, you're not gonna run around. You're not gonna get 3 trophies just like that.
No, and then when it comes to Champions League, we can't even talk. None of us when it comes to teams like that. You hear me?
All right, cool. Everyone you just named, other than Ancelotti, bro, who's been fucking managing for a quarter century, bro.
Yeah, no. What I'm trying to say is,
Ancelotti.
brother, hear what I'm trying to keep the game.
I said everyone other. That's what I said, Snipes. Everyone other than Ancelotti, bro.
Yeah, but the new ones
Guardiola's
school,
been around for about 15, 20 years now, right?
But the most
Bro, he's been around for
decorated
12 years, bro. He took
the
over
most-
Barcelona in
Oh,
2009.
hold on. The most
12 years.
decorated though, out of those
13,
new managers
13.
is Jose Mourinho though.
And he's only got 2 as well. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
The most decorated managers who?
Of the new age managers. We're talking these new age managers. The old ones are still winning shit, right? They're still winning Champions League. Whether Ancelotti decides to take over Barcelona or whatever, yet these guys can still do their thing, right? But what we're saying is, of the new age, the top guy is, as we know, Zinedine Zidane. But I only say that because he was the best player in the world. It only makes sense.
No, he had a
He's the
wavy
best manager
team as
in the
well,
world.
though.
And the team is his edge. But giving him that he came from the reserve team, the youth team. So
Yeah, he
he's
came up
slightly
under
different.
Ancelotti as well. He saw a lot of
Right.
shit. He was
Right.
tutored. You know what I mean? He was. You
No,
know
he's
what I
a
mean?
bad man still.
Yeah.
You get me? The baddest of the bad. But next along is fucking
Where's
Jose.
he going
And
next? I thought
Jose's
he's
like a
going
Gino.
PSG. I heard he's going
Innit?
PSG.
Jose's like a Gino how he got his Champions Leagues. He's like, he got it with Porto.
Yep.
He got it with Inter.
Same way.
You get what I'm saying? He didn't
Park
get it
the
with
Airbus.
Real. But he definitely got titles and league titles and cups.
Don't get this
and
thing
hold on.
twisted, you.
So when it comes to decoration, of the new
Ancelotti's
age
the guy.
managers, like we say, the new age, we're not necessarily looking at Klopp. But these managers, I want to know. I want to know Guardiola, Klopp, and Mourinho. Not so much. Well, yeah.
Listen,
no,
Klopp,
sorry, Klopp's
Klopp
in it.
and Guardiola are the best 2 managers on the planet. They're far in front of everyone else.
Mm.
But you know what I mean? Everyone's
No,
empire
I
comes to
can't
an end.
even agree to Guardiola.
Everyone's empire comes to an end.
My
And one
brother.
thing I'm worried about is the way your structure is. Can he still keep pulling out these
I
rabbits out the
cannot
hat
agree.
in this day and age?
How can they
you're
be
not
the
worried
best
that shit's
when
coming to an
Zidane's
end?
about? How can they be the best when Zidane's about? There's other
Yeah, but
managers.
bro,
the same way.
Zidane.
What I'm saying is Guardiola, right, is not the best manager about. There's no way. There's nothing to support that. Yeah?
Why?
Now, the one thing that we need to recognize is that English football is not as good as we think it is, right? It might be great to us.
Yeah, we know that.
It's
We know
exciting.
that. We know that. We know
Yeah, we know, and it's foreigners that make our game, right?
We know
Cool,
that.
no
We know
problem. Yeah. So
I
when it comes
disagree
to
with that. I disagree with that.
yeah,
what you just
but
said.
bro,
I
you
agree.
can't, you can't judge these man until one of them goes to a shit team. Let's be honest.
All right, check this. All right, check this.
And why I can't really put Klopp in there, because at what he did at what do you call it? Dortmund, yeah, he has to be commended for that. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I give him ratings. You got what
He
I'm
has
saying?
to be
Because I'm
commended
like,
for what he did at Liverpool as well.
Exactly.
yeah,
Thank you,
no,
Owen.
not that. No, we're not saying that we're taking anything away from him, but you cannot.
Bruv, I knew about Klopp. I knew about Klopp before
Hold
you
on,
got Klopp.
because you're the one who's talking
I was
about
very
Guardiola.
worried when you got Klopp.
Hold on, my brother. You're the one who's talking about Guardiola is the best manager out here. Like,
I never
allow it.
said that. I think, honestly, personally, it hurts to say. I think Klopp's
And
better
with
manager
some
than
of
him.
these old still managers, and these men still alive.
But Pep Guardiola is the fucking winner. You can't deny
when
him.
these men, hold on, when these men retire, but you're saying of the new age, right? But
No,
I'm saying
talking about
even
all
of that
time.
new
Of all
age.
time. I'm talking about right now.
Bro,
No,
right
I'm
now.
saying
Pep,
of
when he
the new
retires,
age managers.
Pep, when he retires, will be way more decorated than Alex Ferguson. Fam. Remember I told you.
Definitely.
Way
But
more.
I'm saying,
that, man. You don't
will
know about
he?
none of that shit, bro.
Hold on.
What?
And again,
You
we
don't
don't
know
know.
that.
That's not
You don't
true.
know that.
That's not true.
You don't
That's
know
You
not
that.
don't know that.
You don't
That's
know
not
that.
true.
Big man,
Because
how much
what
fucking
happened-
trophies has Guardiola got so far, and how much has
Bruv,
Alex Ferguson got in his
are
whole
you
career,
alright?
fam?
No,
What do you
but
mean?
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying
Did you
you don't.
forget? Hold on. Did you forget?
brother.
Hold on, my brother.
He had. Look, he's been a money man.
Did you forget about the flop? 1 second. 1 second. Is this waffle? When they won the triple, yeah, Bayern Munich, and he took over, did they win the triple again?
Hella waffle.
Is he that great a manager that they won the triple again? No, he did not. He changed the team to his. What are you doing?
He's an ill manager. He's an ill manager.
Brother, let me tell you something.
Now, what I'm saying about Guardiola is,
how long are you gonna talk for, man? Fuck, you've been talking for 5 minutes,
man. The test for these managers is what I'm saying. Yeah, for me, yeah, is when they go to a team not so wealthy where you can have endless resources and we can't really gauge your management.
He's a money manager. I just said that. He's had fucking money thrown at him. Exactly, a Rolls Royce teams.
Yeah.
So sorry,
we had Darren Fletcher and Cleverly in midfield, and we won leagues, bro.
Listen. I hate Man City just as much near enough. Well, not near enough as I hate Man United, but I hate Man City like quite a bit, fam. Yeah, bro. Let me tell you something. I will never back them, man. There, but one thing I have to admit, cuz is, bro. Number one, money doesn't equal success, fam. Man United have shown this over the last couple of years, fam. Yeah. Number two, bro, if you're a great manager, fam, let's just say, for example, Fergie left United. Where do you think Fergie's going? Bolton, fam.
Sorry. What do you mean money doesn't bring success?
Say that again?
Have you heard exactly what I said? Money.
So are you saying, no, hold on. Are you saying these teams that just got loads of wealth, and bought success?
Yeah.
They got very good owners.
Clearly.
But they spent a bag of money.
And you mentioned it.
Hold on, wait, go on.
Where are we talking? Manchester United's not in that bracket. Ours is built on our success, right?
Do you remember that time where they were trying to find out their perfect
goalkeeper?
Don't try it.
Don't
ever try it. They were just buying a goalkeeper every month.
Sorry, hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Because everyone's old enough to fucking remember back in the day, bro, from the early 90s when Man United were record signing every fucking season. Who else was challenging Man United money-wise, bro?
I ain't said nothing about that.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. Oh, man, I'm talking to Snipes. Who else was challenging Man United money-wise? In the 90s and the early 2000s, other than Chelsea in 2004. Nobody, bro. So don't sit here and talk about money, fam, because you know what? Outspending everyone for fun.
Outspending everyone, but yet we're just going to mention Newcastle. We're not going to mention Blackburn. We're not going to mention these teams when they had loads of money and bought loads of exotic players. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. But ours was built on our success and how much the club makes and the
Blackburn had money for one season, bro.
So hold on.
We talking about
all this time, while you all lot are talking, we are what? A PLC, right? The best run business in football for many years. Get it right. We make more profit than any other club in the Premiership. We know this. Next is Arsenal. Next is some other clubs. You lot ain't even up there yet. Even with the new owners and with the thing. Even Man City.
Check again, fam. Check again, cuz.
Relax.
Check again.
Liverpool are creeping up on us.
Not even creeping, fam. Bro, man has the biggest shirt sponsor. Man has the biggest something. I've like man. Just check your facts.
No, you're catching. All right, you're catching up, but you're catching up to us. Just remember, our battle is not with you. Our battle has always been with Real Madrid to be the richest club on the planet. That's a different story. Now we've got. Hold on, my brother. And it wasn't gained by some bait millionaire, trillionaire leader, owner.
The Glazers are fucked, man.
Brother, they're sucking from our club, but our club makes money. This is why it's sustainable.
So we got a major like leak.
Man's talking about catching Real Madrid, fam. You're talking about catching Real Madrid in fucking finance and money. Yeah, cool. You can have that title, fam. Man's more interested in that. Hold on, bro. Yeah, it is because you're not. It is because you're not touching them when it comes to fucking European trophies, fam. You're nowhere fucking near them,
bro.
You're nowhere near them,
bro. I'm saying the corner. 1 second. You're talking about markets, but the first to go to Asia and thing is Manchester United and Real Madrid. The first to go to 1 second, bro. You want to talk? The first to get a TV before you got your Liverpool fucking TV and cottoned onto the idea. 1 second. 1 second. Before Barcelona took the format and rejigged and formed their club, and they'll tell you straight. Their owner will tell you straight. We copied the format from Manchester United.
What are you talking
about? 1 second. Because we're the only football club yeah, that was a successful was a private
Bro,
PLC,
whatever, man.
private
Yeah,
business,
whatever. I hear that
right?
still. I hear that still.
Okay,
Anyway,
cool.
anyway.
So when you're talking about money, hold on. It's not because someone came and just gave us loads of money.
Nobody was
That's
talking
due
about
to the
money,
success,
Sniper.
right?
Nobody was talking about money.
Yes, you was before.
You
saying,
was, fam. I wasn't talking about fucking money, fam. You just said we're trying. You just said we were trying to catch Real Madrid or be on par with Real Madrid. I said, bruv, cool. If you want to have the money aspect and the finance, hold on. If you want to have the finances, have that as a title, bro. See, Liverpool, we're more closer to Real Madrid in European trophies than fucking finance. I'll take that over fucking money any day of the week, bro. Have that. Have the money shit. Man United have been making hella money. How much fucking season since the Glazers have been fucking up your club, bro? What's it done for you? Nothing. Yeah. To me, this ain't about money, fam. At the end of the day, this is about trophies, fam. I want to look at my cabinet. United, I can never shit on them. I can never shit on them because United's trophy cabinet is brazy, fam. Yeah, but at the same time, fam, yeah, you man had a good domestic run in England, fam. All good things come to an end, cuz, yeah. When we really pre it, fam, all them years, you got one title in front of fucking Liverpool, fam. All them years, you're still 3 Champions Leagues behind Liverpool, bro. All them years, you're still hella League Cups behind Liverpool, bro. All them years, you're still 1 or 2 FA Cups behind Liverpool, bro. So, yeah, great. It's been a great 20, 30 years for Man United.
Did you watch
and
the
I respect
pre-season?
it. I respect it. I can never shit on United, fam.
Did you watch the
but again, like
pre-season,
I
man?
said, but like I said, their man's only true rivals. I don't look at fucking City or they're not rivals. United are the only team and truly fair, fam. Yeah,
I hear that, family. But
tell
what
me.
I'm saying
only
is, did
true
you watch
fear, but
you
ain't been our only. Hold on one second.
Fucking pre-season, bro. What the fuck is a pre-season?
You've only been our rivals,
bro.
You're our actual rivals, yeah, but we got many rivals.
Did you watch it though?
Bro, all right, cool. Omar. You want me to
our
watch
rivals was Arsenal.
Hold on.
Have I commented
we were worrying about
I'm just saying, did you watch it? Have I started fucking jumping for joy?
No. I know, but
I know this preseason is worthless.
Bro. All right, cool. 4-0 preseason, have that. Last season, man beat man 9-0 on aggregate, cuz. That's more to think about. That's a lot more to think about than the fucking
You got all this shit loaded up already. Why?
No, because I'm saying, bruv, what you're saying is why are you telling me about
you've been arguing with these all day. I'm just
wait. What was your point in telling me about the 4-0 preseason?
No, because I was gonna say, yeah, like earlier on, you know what I mean? Like you seem to like dismiss Ten Hag.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, bro, this is the first time we're gonna have a coach. We're gonna have a fucking coach for the first time.
We don't need a manager.
You didn't see. Hold up, Sniper, man. Let me get off now. You like if you look back at the last 5 years, you know when people used to say Wenger was a world-class coach, a world-class manager, and then people used to turn around and say, "What have you won?" Yeah. One thing he used to do, yeah, which was unknown, which was just get random players. Klopp does this as well. Get random players and make them fucking great. Actually improve players. Bro, players come to us, yeah, and they become shit. They get shitter as they just stay at Man United. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sick of seeing that. And now we're finally going to have a coach. And what I was going to say is if you look at in the last 5 years of all the players that have gone to places, bro, this guy takes players and it's facts. He's got, you know what I mean? He sold Frankie de Jong to Barcelona. This one went to Real Madrid. This one went to Chelsea. This one went to Man United. This one went to, you know what I mean? So we finally got one of those.
Sorry. Like, just quickly, 2 seconds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but ain't Ajax been doing that before he come there?
No. Not. They. I mean, yes. Back in the day. Yes. Back in the day.
They always have, fam.
He bought back that thing. Now they were struggling, bro. PSV and them was coming in before he came in.
The Ajax Academy has been world renowned. Now, granted, they haven't been dishing out as much stars as they once was, bruv. Yeah, but even throughout the last couple of years, they've still had your 1-2 per season that have gone to big clubs, fam. I can sit here and get the list, fam.
So do you think Ten Hag is an improvement over Solskjaer?
100%. 100%.
Okay. I'll take 100% then. I'll take 100% from someone who's not even trying to give no percent.
Bro, shut up. Don't do me like that.
No, I'm saying. I'm being serious. I'll take 100%. I'll take that.
Don't do me like that, man.
So this is what I'm saying, bro.
Let me tell you something. I'm actually scared of Manchester United. I'm actually scared of United.
You are. Everyone's scared of Manchester United.
You see, Sniper.
Everyone wants us
this
to
is
have
why
a
I can't talk
bad transfer window.
to my big bro. Because he deals with United like man's talking about Nigeria. And there's no need. Yeah, there's no need.
Nah, you just say some inconsistent stuff, yeah. That I have to correct you on.
Shit,
when it's my team,
consistent, fam.
Yeah, but hold on. You soon join us. because
No,
everything
what were you
comes
gonna
to an
say?
end.
What were you gonna say?
Listen,
You're scared of United, but for real, for real.
No. I was gonna say even from last season when they got Ronaldo, yeah. Like I understand that United again, you just need one or two things to be what they was back a couple years ago. You get me? But
But
what
it's
I also
coming.
but what I also understand here is that the way that Man United was once run and the structure and the formality it had, bruv, is gone. So for them to get like, put it this way, Man United might win another league or two again, yeah, but then there'll be another fucking another period where they don't win again for a certain amount of time. I don't feel like they've got that Fergie consistency. No matter who they get has gone. You get me? Yeah, and the fact that you can't even pull certain players, that screams this, fam. Yeah, and that's not a diss. That's just literally
That's advice. That's
yeah,
advice.
it's just an analysis, fam. You get me?
Yeah.
And I'll say that about any team.
No,
fam.
we need to get. We need to
no,
listen.
no,
Our
you better say
structure's
that
fucked.
by
Our
yourself then,
structure's fucked.
because
How
really,
though?
No, their
Hold on,
team's
wait.
their team's done. Listen, Maki, let's give them
You
some.
had a
Let's give them
decent
some
performance
respect.
this
Yeah,
season, right?
they
Hold on
got a
one
fucking
second.
left back
Yeah,
that
you
was
got
gonna
a
get
decent performance this
relegated.
season,
Somehow
but
turned
the
him into the
season
best left
before
back in the
was
world. They
abysmal.
got a right back, Trent fucking
Wait, hold
Alexander,
on.
who came from their youth
Sorry,
system.
Sorry, Omar, one sec. He said we had a decent season last season and the season before was abysmal. What do you mean the season where we had no defenders, bro? That season there.
Bruv, you had one defender injured.
What do you mean?
Don't
What
try
do
it,
you?
bruv.
All right, cool.
At
So
the
even if you
beginning
had
of the
what,
season.
bruv, I'll tell you because I know the facts.
And everybody's had
I'll tell
injuries.
you because I know the
Right,
facts,
don't try
bruv. Liverpool had 68 fucking defender changes in the season you're talking about. That's unheard of in a fucking Premier League team, fam. So don't sit here and tell me about this, that, and the third, fam. We had injuries that could not be compensated for, and from where we should even have been in the Champions League, fam. But guess what? Real G's made it, innit? Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you
anyway,
squeezed.
fuck that.
You
It
squeezed.
is what it is, innit?
As I
You
said,
can't sit there. You can't sit there and tell me about a season.
That didn't exude fear
can't
from
sit
me.
there and talk about a season.
I didn't think the next season that team's gonna win.
You can't do that, Sniper. Come on, man.
But that
Bruv, I'm being real.
that
I'm being real.
you were not
I'm being real. You was
indestructible.
vulnerable.
Like you
you
can get beaten.
Who
You
the
can
hell
beat
ever
bad
said
team.
Liverpool was indestructible?
Right.
People watched
But you're
Van
going in
Dijk.
like
People
you've
watched
been on
Van
the up
Dijk
and up.
along with
It's
other
been
players,
smooth all the
and
way.
they come to that analysis
That's a lie.
themselves. No one ever said that, bro. It's commentators and other fucking fans.
And now you're losing your
Liverpool
best players.
fans did not say
We'll
this
see.
about Liverpool fucking players, bro. Yeah, they never said this, cuz. But yeah, like I said, we
We'll
had
see, man.
68
Let the
or
Premiership start and
we
we'll
had
see what
48
goes.
or 68 fucking defender
I like-
changes, bro,
I like
in
it.
one season, fam. Unheard of, bro. And man still ended up in the Champions
Liverpool
League.
fans talk a
Yeah?
lot, innit?
Well, I don't think you even played that many games and shit.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know it's a mad thing, isn't it? Like,
You get me? But yeah, like I
68
said,
games.
like United fans, I hear that, but bro, the United of old, United of old, that man, that
Like
man
4 seasons and shit, back to back.
I know.
It's crazy.
What is he talking about?
No, these times you man are chatting shit, but man played 71 games this season, so both of you shut your mouth, innit? Yeah, cool.
So,
Safe.
whatever.
Serious?
Anyway.
Safe, innit? Yeah, anyway, innit? Yeah, I thought that anyway.
So no, you made us know that one player makes a team. You lot made us know that, right? That one player, your main centre back. Yeah, you can work with all the others because the way Klopp creates his team.
Talking about one
Hold on,
player
one
made a
second.
Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo.
There's two of them now.
Mr.
The Ibrahim,
Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo.
The Ibrahima guy is a
Him,
problem.
all emotional. Look.
The
I'm about
Ibrahima
to
guy
give
is
your
a
team,
problem.
your manager a compliment, and look at you.
Bruv, you lost 9-0 on aggregate. Shut your mouth, man. Shut your damn mouth, bro. Yeah? You're gonna write this.
Don't keep repeating the same bars now.
Omar,
I'm
trying to be reasonable. I'm trying to be reasonable.
I ain't even listening to
no one's even going nowhere yet.
Stubborn ass big brother, fam. My stubborn ass big brother, fam. He's just trying to fucking draw me out of his fucking
coming down.
Listen, words bounce off this brother, bro.
My stubborn ass big brother is gonna get that call.
Yeah, you're sounding like a ghetto tail right now. Yeah, you're sounding shaky, bro. You sounding dodgy right now.
This is some unsynchronized fucking analysis,
unsynchronized behavior, blood.
Fuck you, man. I forgot it's 2 United fans. I said I had an Arsenal fan and the United
fan. Can I just shout out Kale, yeah?
I'll fuck up anyone.
Listen. I like. You know what I mean? Yeah, I never had a chance to say my piece, yeah. And just to say, I don't see nothing wrong with what Kale's saying on anything.
Pan Africa, blood. Are you dumb?
I don't know about all that shit.
It's not African. It's not African, bro.
You know what I mean? Like sometimes
non-African.
You need
shit
to hear
African.
certain shit, bro. Yeah. And just keep the shit
I'll
moving.
stab him and
that's
you if you ever come with that shit. Are you mad?
I don't know about it, Maku. I don't know about it that much.
Bruv. Yeah, just lower your gaze when you see man coming through anyway, man.
Say nothing. All right, listen.
You get me? So it's like, I'm done with these fucking pussy old cowards,
Sniper just wants
yeah,
smoke.
who are on this hold on, bro. Everyone's got this thought of revolution,
Yeah. Hold on, bro.
and they ain't ready to pick up a
Once the
strap.
hold ons come
And
out, oh
they
shit.
ain't ready to go on the front line like me and you, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not ready to do that. So I hate pen pushers telling, man, yeah, bros, what we need to do is follow military, and who's gonna be in the military? Oh, no, we're gonna be in the office, we're gonna be in the administration. We need to do the planning because we know political science, my brother. Are you
For
dumb?
me, I don't know the ins and outs
You
of
can't
it, but I
use
like
bad
the
man. Hold
spirit
on,
of
wait.
it.
You can't
I'm
use
talking
bad
about the
man like
spirit
that.
of it, B. I'm
You
talking
want
about the
me
spirit
to
of
go
it.
out there with straps, with the man them, and deal with the revolution while you plan it, and you lot become the leaders at the end. I don't know about that, bro.
I don't know much about that, but
This
I'm
how
saying the
coup
spirit
d'etats.
of it.
No,
Hold up,
this how
sniper,
coup
man. The
d'etats. I don't
spirit
want
of
that
it's
spirit.
correct, man.
It's not
To
African.
fucking at
I'm
least
telling you.
try to do something. Do anything.
Do what?
Just fucking
For
do
what?
something. I don't know.
Then go
But
out,
try anything, innit?
get a
Try some
gun.
shit, bro.
Yeah,
If you
but we call
fail,
that
try again. You ain't supposed to not try.
we call that in this modern age extremists. Yeah. So motherfuckers who follow those same type of ideas go off to Syria and go and fight in some proxy war.
By the
and
way,
get
you
blown
man
up.
did like fucking
Yeah?
back-to-back 9-hour
That's why
shows.
I
I missed
can't.
all that shit. I'm just saying, I
Who?
caught like a good 20-30 minutes of my man chatting, and this was a little piece away before you fucking, you know what I mean? You fucked him up and shit, yeah. But this was before. This was when kale was. It was not sautéed kale. It was fresh kale that was growing and shit. Now the shit been cooked and fucking roasted and sautéed. It's been blitzed. The shit looked like a fucking what they call
Hey
it?
Zellini, he's not even accepting it. He's saying stuff like, yeah, and you lot keep saying, me and Shakara got defeated. I was thinking, who said that? I swear, no one never said that around here. You get me? We were just laughing about the jokes we was running or whatever. You know what I mean? Or the discussion was sweet.
Do you know the funniest thing I see, Snatch? Man tried to align himself with other man, and then man switch up on that person.
I know.
It's funny. I see man said the other day like something about me and Shakira. Shakira was like, "Oh no."
Yeah. But his ad libs are gangster. That's right.
Yeah.
Like what?
Beloved is fucking ill.
Beloved.
Still, I'm trying to pull it out, but I can't. I can't really do it. But it's ill. Beloved is fucking the hardest shit.
And the non-African,
Big up Kel, man. He definitely makes some good points, but then he goes way off track.
He goes extreme.
It's militant. That's what I said. It's militant, and I hear you. But as I said, when it comes to the day of judgment, what's going on? You gonna be there with us? I said no. Both him and Shakara said no.
What do
they
you
need
mean,
to
no?
be in the war room and that planning the shit. You, RGB niggas, nigga, you need some road niggas, old school. You know, triple OGs up in there. Yeah, not you, not even me, bro. And I'm a fucking general on these fucking roads. Yeah. And I still got to obey orders or from the higher ups or the elders and I don't know how this is gonna work, bro. Yeah, because you lot gonna be making bean pies and doing all sorts of weird shit and calling on Shango and we're in the fucking war room. You're supposed to be thinking of a plan while we out there with straps and tanks and shit trying to carry out this revolution or whatever. Do you get it? It don't even make sense, and it's all based on some communist fascist theology. That's European. The non-African. But that's where you got your fucking blueprint from. Makes no sense.
Yeah, but you know what it is, yeah? You know when you start naming things, this, Pan-African, it gets complex. I'm just talking about, you get me? No, don't even give it a name. Just fucking do whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just do it.
But I don't think so. You can't do it without an organization.
And if it ain't going on, then it must not work.
Well, yeah, that's what's happening in the modern age. They're doing bits in parts of Africa, like they're helping with the school or helping some new government with their whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? Just doing little bits. Like there's nothing major, fam. And they're not big enough an organization to say, yeah, you know, anyone could take them seriously. That's why I fear for their safety.
Yeah, my whole thing is, brother, like I get all the talking and that kind of, but ain't got no action behind the talk, bro.
Right.
It's loud, man. loud.
said, what are you doing for this and what are you doing for that and are you protecting? You know, we've been on these roads doing that shit, bro.
But it's just every day getting on fucking
everyone, man.
platforms and hyping up and big up, right? And doing that talking. It's just like, bruv, I get it. Once or twice, fair enough. But if you're not putting nothing behind that, bruv, just louder talking because it just looks stupid. It looks fucking stupid. You get me? And I'm not saying man should be doing the "we are the world" thing and trying to save the world.
Nah, but you know, like, man could
you know
share his screen.
Yeah,
and
you know
show
what I'm
something.
saying. Yeah.
No, but isn't it interesting how like these, just generally speaking, how like these characters just pop up? Like, what the fuck, man?
But
Like, that's a very, he's a very, very, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you really thought about it, excuse me, if you really thought about it, like, he's quite a unique character. Like if you looked at a cartoon and there was like loads of characters, you'd remember him. You know what I'm saying? He's called Kale. He's from Birmingham, but he's on some fucking, like, you know what I mean? He's talking about beloved. I ain't heard this slang before. Like, it's weird. Like, there's so many characters that just pop up.
I have to tell my
I just find that a little bit strange. Like, what is that formula? What is that algorithm? Why the fuck?
No, do you know what it is, Omar? I'm not gonna lie. You see the show, yeah. Like, even Snipes is, yeah. Like, bro, do you know how much fucking people like come across it or listen to it or tune in by accident or whatever? Because even like you see this, what you notice. You see that even on the show, Jeds or Snipes, you might see 120, 130, 40, 50 max. Yeah. See, at the end of the show, if you go back to watch the video, it will say like 2,000.
Yeah.
You get me? It'll say like 1,800, and you're like, oh, there was
1.8.
Yeah, you're like, bro, them people went on there. You get me?
But I got 300 subscribers. How does that make sense?
Yeah.
No. Do you know what? Listen, not to fucking, you know what I mean? Not to say nothing crazy or nothing, but I don't really think it is that. What I think that is when you do multiple hour streams, them shits get doubled up, tripled up, or whatever. You know what I mean?
People go and come back.
I think it's per hour. That's what that is. Like, if you was to do, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know, man. Fuck knows.
No,
are those 2,000 something individual things or?
Yes.
I heard it wasn't that when I looked into some shit like that. When you do long streams, long streams, them shits get like multiplied, amplified more.
No, it's not.
For timing thing, because
it's individual views.
They'll count it as a bigger clip. So just
remember, it still goes up after you finish. You get what I'm saying? To show you that more people still tuned in.
But it's true though, like you said, like there's random people picking up the shits. They just don't come on.
You know what I'm doing? I might have to start doing what Jeds does with changing up the comment section. That only if you're subscribed can you type in the comment section.
Yeah, straight.
Because that changes up things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why that shit was invented, because there was people that was just what they called, like, I was about to say surveyors, but I think it's another word. But they're just watching and shit, but they ain't really subscribing or writing nothing.
Well, I'm glad I got my channel back, brother. I had to speech and whatever.
I saw you with the Man United top on and that, man.
Yeah, man. I just had to at least I got 1,500 whatever subscribers back to normal. Now we have to loose ones that are on the other one. Huh? No, I posted on the community wall on that.
Okay.
I was just like, yeah, I'm back, man. We back, baby. So all today I've just been putting
your
all
shit's
the videos.
Can listen, man. Now I'm here. I just gotta start saying shit. You know what I mean? Because my
channel,
your shit's gonna get blocked again.
No.
Your shit's gonna get blocked again, bro. Because the way you go on fucking wait, like you don't care. You just start playing anything.
Mad positive shit, man. Said you're gonna get blocked again.
Yeah, he is. He is. That's why I'm glad I'm here now, because I can just say it to you directly. You know what I mean? You're gonna get blocked again, because when you start going on there, when you get bored, like not bored, but after some while you're like, oh fuck it, and you start playing any video and you know it ain't allowed, and you're just playing it, and then your shit just disappears. You gotta stop doing that, bro. You gotta fight the urge to do that shit, bro. When you're 6 hours into a stream and you want to play a video, you're like, I'm playing it. Fuck it.
You think that?
I'm sure there's a way where you could shrink the fucking image. You can shrink the image. Maku, listen, you can shrink the fucking image, not make it full screen, and you can speed it up a little bit, chop it up, do something. So it's like, you know what I mean? You're reviewing it like these other people are getting away with it. How are they doing?
I don't have to even do that. Nowadays, they've changed up the system of YouTube, it seems. Or is that this channel is on the old format or something? Because the newer channels that I've got, do not have problems. One is made for music, so I don't get no strikes on the music or even copyright strikes. You know what I mean?
No, but
On
you're
this one,
careful of what to put on there, innit? You can't just play anything on there.
nah, and then man are putting disclaimers now and shit as well. So all them little fair use and all of these things, they seem to be working because I'm not getting no emails and I don't have those problems. What I had problems with is people striking my fucking channel, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the views. They hate what I'm saying. Yes, you're right. 100. And when I play the videos I play, explicit shit, real shit. Yeah. Oh, how the Kaaba got moved. No one wants to see that. Man
But
had to
brother,
strike. They
listen,
had to
yeah, I
strike
hear
that.
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about. I hear
They
what
don't
you're
want the
saying, but
truth.
you know what? Yeah, hear
Mm.
what I'm saying. Yeah, you went through
That ain't
different
random.
iterations after
Mm.
that. You tell me now, yeah, when you this wherever we're on now, General Sniper, fucking the 12th. You know what I mean? Like you've gone through so many because the shits keep happening. I'm watching the stream, and then it just cuts off, and I know why it's cutting off because you're playing a video.
Hey, Snipes, I ain't gonna lie, he's kind of got a point there. Do you know how much times man will be looking for your shit on a Saturday, blood?
Exactly.
Like,
It's
and
just
if you ain't
gone, bro.
posted it in the chat, like fucking hell, General Sniper TV, this one, fucking New Orleans, brother. Listen,
Yeah,
man's running
man.
around the world trying to find the fucking channel. You get me?
Oh,
What I'm
yeah,
saying
but
is,
all this other,
channel.
before we
but all
get
this
like fucking
striking,
1.2 people watching the fucking
bro.
stream.
The only thing,
But
remember,
them streams are the best because you could just play anything and
I
they never
don't
get
get
tracked down.
copyright strikes and my thing don't get stopped unless one, it was the music, right? And I stopped playing Vio because you play the Vivo, sorry, you're aiming, you're cruising for a bruising. So any official videos, so I know how to work that
They
now.
got different level bots.
No, what I do, I just pick the ones that's got the writing. You got it, or like a karaoke kind of version of the same tune. So that never happens again, right? The main thing that was killing my fucking channels, the ones that you're saying, oh, New Orleans Sniper 2 and all of that, is fucking porn bombing, bro. That's what was getting me
So you have
completely taken
major
off the
bad luck
internet.
and shit.
Yeah. So even with this one, it was porn bombing. Like, oh, bruv.
You need to get the JEDI fucking block.
I
Everybody
got
is
one,
whatever
man.
the fuck that says.
No. I put screen now in it. But that time they were so elaborate because one came in as Axum, you get it, like they're not even coming in like trolls usually do, with funny names and that, and like flashing, was it looping images? I know all them things there, but sometimes it's just like, oh shit, it's Axum, boom, yeah, and then other than why's Axum telling on? Oh my god, you got to full screen, mad. That's what happened the last time, and it went full screen, and it stayed on there for good like 4 or 5 seconds. I deleted it, everything, and it just they were saying it weren't in time or whatever. And there was another one that happened before that. I didn't delete it until the morning. So when I went to the morning to go and delete it, the channel was gone. I was like, oh shit. No man. So you have to be quick on it and all of that. But yeah, I'm not even getting caught in slipping like that. That's the main thing though. But they do try. They've tried it about 5 times today. You see the guy come on talking even. Ready. Oh yeah, I just want to show you a picture. I just want to show you something. Those things will ruin my channel from. Get me? Because they call them community guideline. Like you broke community guideline.
Hey Zulu, jump in, bro. If you're still out there, brother. I ain't chatted to you for a while still.
Hey Zelini, where are you?
Man.
You still in the game though?
Oh shit, yeah.
What game you lot playing?
No, do you know what? Man was talking for so long. He said
I saw Zulu came in the room.
Man from the session for being idle still. One sec.
I just need to meet you outside, innit? And I'll give you some guns.
You know that I was all waiting for Snipes to come link me. This is how you started chatting shit about
Yeah, bros. I had the fucking. I came out in the Bentley, man. Outside someone, you know, I just wanted to roll up. Now I got the course truck.
What? Izzy, what are you talking about, fam?
What's he saying?
I don't want to repeat that because
a chicken. Oh yeah, on the screen. Yeah. People do the shit like that, bro.
What on one of the shows?
Yeah, the porn bombing.
God,
you don't know.